Chapter 31. The room was in chaos. Potato was being chased by Durian behind him. He had long since changed from running on his legs to crawling on the ground. He rolled very fast. Durian could not catch up for a while. Corn chased Durian again. He pinched a sticky corn ball and threw it over. He wanted to hit Durian and trap it. However, Durian reacted very quickly. He easily dodged it with a shake of his body. The corn ball hit the ground, and the smoke from the exploding corn did not stick to him. He paused for a second, turned around, and rolled towards the corn with a low roar. The corn screamed softly and turned around and ran away. The potato escaped for the time being and got up and laughed a few times. Hee. At the same time, it was not idle either, and tried to quietly pick up the corn balls on the ground again, but it got stuck to its leaf hand, and it couldn't get away no matter what. And the little apple was covered with gray smoke, and ran around, trying to spread the smoke to block the view. Unfortunately, its ability was not enough, and it could only spread 2 or 3 centimeters away, and was suddenly knocked down by the corn rushing over, and rolled to the corner with the smoke. Gurgle gurgle. Corn knocked the apple away, and knocked down the corner of the table. Seeing that the durian was catching up, it fell to the ground like the potato, and quickly rolled to the side. The piranha plant stood in the middle. It looked around for a while, and wanted to help but didn't know where to start. In the past, in the plant garden, if you want to stop a fight, you just punch each other, but the potato is the one being chased, and the durian is new, and it is a high-level alien plant, so its fighting power must be high. It probably hasn't shown its true strength yet, and the piranha plant is worried that if it gets involved in the battle, it will provoke it, making more noise, and being noticed by the humans outside. After all, this is the Black Ridge Mountain base, where all humans are superpowers. Unlike other ordinary safe zones, the fortune tree squatted on the low cabinet, stretched out its long leaves and looked down, and raised a protective shield to surround the durian. The durian didn't take it seriously at all, and rolled forward, and the protective shield broke, and the leaves of the fortune tree were also pierced. The cabbage was close to the fortune tree, with soft vines on its head and mimosa on its face. The durian was covered with thorns and moved quickly, so they couldn't help much. The little cabbage looked at the table opposite from afar. On it were cabbage shells and cabbage bowls that had not grown yet. It thought about opening the cabbage shells and hiding them together. The cabbage shells were so hard that they should be able to block the durian. The sleeping spray had been used up long ago, and the empty bottle was thrown on the ground at random. The potato was still stuck to the corn balls on the ground, and it was even more panicked than before. Woo woo! The piranha wanted to go over to help it, but was hit by the corn rolling over. Just as the corn was about to be caught up by the durian, the soft vine heard the voice of the carrot, and its branches reached over to unlock the door. The door was pushed suddenly from the outside, and all the plants stopped moving, including the durian. Carrots and peppers stood at the door, and Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin rushed over. Another special grade alien plant came, and the cold-faced human behind it smelled like someone not to be trifled with. Durian temporarily kept quiet and retreated without making a sound. However, the smell of that special grade alien plant seemed a little familiar. Durian looked at it in confusion. Still on guard. Orange. Not big. Wait. Isn't this the carrot? Potato is still there. Woo woo. Qian Hui hurried forward to pick it up. He wiped the corn kernels off the potato's hands with a tissue, and the corn jumped into his arms, pointing at the durian and making a wronged woohoo. The money tree jumped off the cabinet, followed by the cabbage and apple, and hid behind Qian Hui. The piranha stayed where it was, staring at the durian on the ground, always on the lookout to prevent it from doing anything radical again. Qian Hui touched the plants around him one by one. Okay. I'm back. What's going on? The plants talked at once, reaching out to him to gesture and demonstrate. Sunflower was not there. Communication was not so smooth. Qian Hui tried to understand for a long time, before she roughly figured out what happened. After Durian woke up, it was relatively calm, and did not take the initiative to attack, but was still very alert. It did not accept any food or pills, wanting to know where the other durian had gone yesterday. Sunflower was still there at that time, half coaxed, saying that durian number 2 had gone out for something, and wanted to wait for Carrot to come back before explaining it in person. Durian would definitely recognize its taste. Later, Sunflower was taken away by the little bamboo shoots. Durian couldn't help asking again, when would its brother come back? Potato was straightforward, saying that it didn't have any brothers at all, and that it was Carrot that turned into Durian. Durian got anxious all of a sudden, saying that durian number 2 was clearly there last night. And how could a carrot turn into a durian? Seeing that the situation was not good, Corn quickly coaxed it with Sunflower's words. But Durian couldn't listen anymore. It chased Potato to find out why a carrot could turn into a durian. Seeing that it was emotional, Corn quickly took out the sleeping spray. But Durian looked round and clumsy, dodging very quickly, and was in a state of not trusting them. Corn chased it all the way, and it almost used up a bottle of spray. It wanted to leave the room and lock up the durian alone. When it found that it was about to slip away, the durian came to chase it. Anyway, no plant was allowed to leave the room. It focused on the potato and asked it clearly before it would give up. The potato didn't know how to explain it. It didn't know what the camouflage potion was. All it saw was the carrot turned into a durian. But the cause of the incident seemed to be the words it said. The potato felt wronged and a little guilty. It buried itself in Qianhui's arms and hummed. Qianhui sighed, hugged it, and Yumi, it's good that you're not hurt. He raised his head, and at this time, Durian had slowly rolled to the side of Carrot, and turned over and stood up. It was quite brave, and walked around Carrot, getting closer and closer. As it got closer, Durian felt that the smell on Carrot was very familiar, and it was at least half similar to Durian number 2 last night. It continued to move closer, wanting to take a closer look at Carrot. Carrot guessed what Durian was going to do, and stared at him with a pair of black eyes. Woo! It was this sound that made Durian more certain. It was completely stunned, hesitating in place. Last night's Durian number 2 also made the same sound, telling it to follow him, eat something, and go to sleep. So, the carrot in front of him was Durian number 2. Potato was right. Its brother was not actually a durian, but a carrot. The durian's brain was confused, and it said cautiously, Woo! The carrot didn't want to pay attention to it, and planned to find something to lock it up, and then let it out when it was completely obedient. Taking advantage of this gap, Qianhui opened the illustrations, and bought a guide to Durian. Durian, Advanced Mutant Plant. Purchase Strategy Guide. A very simple durian, but a bit impatient, occasionally appears reckless. IQ is not too high, not too low, high combat power and many skills, to hide conveniently and avoid being disliked, knows how to keep its own taste. In addition to being very eager to stay with the same species, it has no preferences, and its biggest wish is to find other mutant durians like itself, to form a durian army. After reading the description in the strategy guide, Qianhui finally understood why the durian was willing to come back with the plants last night. Carrot drank the camouflage potion, and happened to turn into durian, which was recognized as the same species by it. Because of this, Carrot changed back, and Durian found that durian number 2 was missing. But the camouflage potion was gone. Qianhui was a little distressed, and saw Durian circling around Carrot again, and waved to Carrot to come over. Carrot, he said in a low voice, can you still take it with you? It seems to recognize you. Carrot hesitated, nodded, woo. It can take it with you. And corn and potato, the main output, are also brought out by it. But it is not as free here as outside. Durian must obey, or I will lock it up. Qianhui breathed a sigh of relief and touched Carrot's head. Let's try it first. Thank you, Carrot. So Carrot turned around and came to Durian. It made a whoop sound and said directly that Durian was its little brother now, and must listen to it. Durian was still thinking, how can Carrot become Durian? His eyes were confused. But the smell on Carrot was correct. It was Durian number 2 from last night. Since it was Durian number 2, it was his brother. Brother is a special plant, with stronger strength, so we really have to listen to it. And since Durian number 2 was transformed from Carrot, it can definitely transform back. Right. Durian responded, shrunk its spikes a little, and followed Carrot obediently. Carrot brought it a pack of biscuits, and it ate them. In just a few minutes, Durian's loyalty increased from 10% to 40%. The study finally became quiet, and the plants straightened the tables and chairs that were messed up around them. Little Apple, cough cough, spit out 2 puffs of smoke, picked up the empty spray bottle, and threw it away. Afterwards, a subordinate brought up lunch. Qianhui took an extra small bowl, specially for feeding the plants. While feeding the piranha plant a meatball, he talked about what happened in the morning. When it learned that nut had been found, it had fallen into a deep sleep. The piranha plant was in a complicated mood, and lowered its head with worry. Carrot came over to comfort him. With Sunflower guarding over there, Nut would definitely wake up as soon as possible. Not only Sunflower, Qianhui was there too. Nut used to like Qianhui the most. Besides, before being found by Qianhui, Carrot and the piranha plant had been in the doomsday for too long, and both became irritable and cruel. It was only after returning to his side that they slowly recovered to their original appearance in the plant courtyard. Even if Nut didn't want to pay attention to them and the sunflower, it would definitely respond to Qianhui. It was only a matter of time before it woke up. The piranha plant nodded, and its mood improved a little. After lunch, Qianhui hurried back to the restricted area forest. The piranha plant wanted to go with it, and Carrot also wanted to go, and it also brought a durian with it. Seeing that the durian was going, Corn and Potato couldn't sit still. In the end, Qianhui simply took all the plants with him to visit the sleeping giant Nut. Nan Tingjin still sent him over. Otherwise Qianhui would not be able to cross the iron gate and quickly reach the forest. After packing up, Qianhui took the plants in her backpack, covered her eyes, and was carried down by Nan Tingjin. When going downstairs, Qianhui hugged Nan Tingjin's neck and asked nervously, "Will I delay your time?" Nan Tingjin was the leader, and he should be very busy, but he always stayed with her. The modified car did not move, and was still parked in the original position. When he came to the car door, Nan Tingjin kissed Qianhui on the cheek, and then answered, "No." He carried Qianhui in, closed the car door, and turned around to the other side. The backpack and the plants were placed in the back seat. Qianhui sat down obediently, and couldn't help touching her cheek. Soon, the modified car left the low building and drove towards the back of the base. In the far corner, there were two figures standing together, looking at the back of the modified car. One of them was shorter, dark and thin. His name was Shan Jun. He was a member of the team that had participated in catching the man-eating plant before. He was the only one who said something wrong in the middle of the mission and angered Nan Tingjin. Not only was he taught a lesson on the spot, but he was also punished after returning. After the modified car was completely out of sight, Shan Jun asked the people around him, "Where did he go this morning?" "Over the back mountain." His companion replied, "I don't know exactly." The people sent to follow him didn't dare to get too close, fearing that Nan Tingjin would find out, so they only knew his general whereabouts. Shan Jun frowned and asked again, "Where is Yuan Ji?" Captain Yuan accepted the commission and just left not long ago. Without Yuan Ji, the trivial matters in the base would be handed over to the remaining captains. And Nan Tingjin, most of the time, he didn't take care of things, unless there were things that others couldn't really solve. On the other hand, he is indeed very strong, so strong that no one can defeat him. Even if he has a title and does nothing, outsiders will be wary of the Black Ridge Mountain base. However, since their mission to hunt the man-eating plant failed, Shan Jun always felt that Nan Tingjin had changed a lot. Especially now, he personally brought someone back from outside, whose background is unknown. Yuan Ji went to see Nan Tingjin once yesterday, and came back to warn them not to ask too much, and to keep their eyes and mouths shut if they don't want to die. Shan Jun doesn't believe the rumors that Nan Tingjin has a lover. A man like him, would he like someone else? The back mountain of the base, that place is not used for the time being, and it has not been cleaned up yet, and it is almost abandoned. What was Nan Tingjin doing there? Shan Jun did not stay long, turned around and left. On the way back, he took out the communicator he carried with him. There was a new message in it, the coordinates of the signal, from the sky base. Nan Tingjin hated any medicine, and never accepted the goodwill of the sky base, but his subordinates were not necessarily the same, and they were still buying medicines or supplies from the sky base in private. Shan Jun opened the communication, which said that Mr. Wen wanted to come over recently, and hoped that he could find a chance to ask Nan Tingjin. Without thinking, he replied, "Don't ask. The leader won't agree." Then, Shan Jun added, "If you want to come, you have to use unconventional methods." In the next 2 days, Qianhui took the plants to the woods behind the mountain. Except for the time for eating, he stayed there for the whole day, and even wanted to stay at night. But to be on the safe side, Nan Tingjin always stayed by his side. Only one cabbage shell could be used at a time. If Nan Tingjin was allowed to sleep in the wilderness at night, Qianhui felt it was not good. So he followed Nan Tingjin back at night, and came back the next morning. During the night, Sunflower would accompany Nut, and the other plants also took turns to guard for 2 days. Durian was always accompanied by Carrot, and became very well behaved and obedient, and became familiar with other plants. After 2 days, the shell of Nut had recovered from gray-brown to light brown, and also became smoother. When Qianhui was with Nut, she would keep talking to it, and tell it about the things that happened in the plant courtyard before. They worked together on time, played together, and carved with sculptures together. Leaning against the warm giant Nut, Qianhui apologized to it, saying that she was late. However, for 2 whole days, the Nut showed no signs of waking up. In the game illustration, its pattern had clearly lit up, but it always showed that it had not been connected. Qianhui didn't know what to do, but apart from waiting, he seemed to be unable to do more. Since entering the base, the growth of the balance has also stagnated. Qianhui also thought whether there should be more friends around to wake up the Nut. But the money to buy resurrection beans was not enough. And he did not want to leave the nuts here. So he went outside to look for other plants. The more Qianhui thought about it, the more confused his mind became. He closed his eyes, tried to get rid of all the messy thoughts, and flipped through the game interface again. After completing the main task of feeding evolution water last time, the new task was to form a bond with 50 mutant plants, with no limit on loyalty. And the task reward was 2,000 faction points. 50 mutant plants were too many. But fortunately, Qianhui had been in the woods before, and he also formed a bond with some plants that he had only met once. A total of 39 plants. There are still 11 missing. Even if Nut wakes up immediately, it's not enough. This mission can't be completed, and the side mission can't be completed either, unless there are 2 more intermediate mutant plants around. The rest? A hidden mission to sneak up on the zombie camp, and a hidden plot point to be unlocked. The hidden plot point is still the progress updated 2 days ago. 20%. Nut has not woken up, and he has to find something else to do if he stays in the base. Moreover, this plot point may be related to Nut, and it would be even better if we can find clues to wake it up after unlocking it. The small words below the progress bar remained unchanged, showing exploration of the restricted area of the base has been completed. Qianhui thought for a moment, and went to find Nanting Jean. Xiao Jean, he asked nervously. I want to go to other places in the base to have a look. Is that okay? Nanting Jean stood by the car door and stretched out his hand to Qianhui. Qianhui habitually got into his arms and looked at him obediently. Okay. Nanting Jean pinched the tip of his chin. Cover your eyes. There are always people everywhere in the base. Qianhui needs to maintain her disguise, and can't easily show her eyes. Qianhui nodded, yes. While there was still time, it was just right to go around the base and have lunch. He returned to the giant Nut and whispered, goodbye. Sunflower and the other plants stayed behind. Qianhui only took the pepper and the piranha plant with him. He left with Nanting Jean. After leaving the restricted area, Qianhui covered his eyes again with a cloth strip. The modified car slowed down, changed direction, slowly drove towards the residential area, and then crossed the residential area, and came to the square on the other side. Qianhui couldn't see outside. Nanting Jean would tell him where they were now. Qianhui also kept an eye on the plot point progress, and it really increased by 10%. With an extra line, the exploration of the residential area of the base has been completed. The square and the front buildings belong to the front gate of the base. The modified car passed along the road, and it was also displayed as completed, with a progress of 40%. Then, the modified car turned a corner, and Nanting Jean said, there is another square over there. It is called a square, but it is actually a former community park, which has been completely preserved. But the flowers and plants have basically not survived, and it looks a bit desolate. The entrances on both sides of the park were narrow, and the modified car could not enter. So the exploration was not completed, and the progress bar did not increase. What square? Qianhui quietly lifted the cloth strip a little bit, and quickly covered it up. I want to go and see it. Nanting Jean responded with a okay, and parked the car on the side of the road. Qianhui was helped down by him, and walked slowly into the park. There were people around, and a few footsteps passed quickly in the distance. Qianhui was a little nervous. Fortunately, there should be no one else in the park. Qianhui slowly walked half a circle, and found some old amusement facilities. He asked curiously, what is this? Nanting Jean took a look and said, it's damaged, I can't tell. This is actually a swing, but there is only a bent iron railing left, and other people have hung other things on it. Qianhui said oh, and walked slowly to another place, and touched another section of iron railing. What about this? Nanting Jean was silent for a moment. I don't know. Qian Hui had to continue forward and asked again, this. I don't know, it's also damaged. Okay. Qian Hui stopped asking, and walked silently for a while, and smelled a hint of soil and grass. The flower bed in the center was almost deserted, with 2 sparsely blooming wild flowers, which were almost drowned in the weeds. Qian Hui wanted to reach out and touch it, but accidentally stepped on a piece of gravel and almost fell. Nan Tingjin reached out and supported him in time, picked him up, and sat him on the edge of the flower bed. The park was not small. Qian Hui walked around it in a full circle, and also walked along the surrounding paths. His breathing was a little unstable at this time. Nan Tingjin looked at him quietly for a while, bent down and approached. Where else do you want to go? The exploration-based park showed that it was completed, and the progress increased to 60%. Qian Hui was in a good mood. She held Nan Tingjin's sleeve and said, "It's all right." Where else? Before he finished speaking, he was kissed on the side of his face. It happened that the wind blew in the park, and the gravel on the ground was blown. It sounded like someone was passing by in the distance. Qian Hui hurriedly got into Nan Tingjin's arms and asked anxiously, "Is there anyone over there?" Nan Tingjin glanced at the empty street and said, "Yes." Qian Hui became even more nervous and wanted to push Nan Tingjin away. Nan Tingjin did not move at all. His slight struggle was too weak, and he was kissed on the cheek again. Qian Hui had no choice but to shrink into Nan Tingjin's arms, whispering, "It's okay." He felt his collar being pulled again. It should be chilly hiding in the hood. Qian Hui vaguely noticed it, pulled off the cloth strip and looked outside. There was no one at all. He was a little angry, glared at Nan Tingjin, sat down by the flower bed, and kicked him again. Nan Tingjin rearranged the cloth strip for Qian Hui, and asked softly, "Carry you back?" Qian Hui responded slowly, and stretched out her arms to hug him. He looked too well behaved, and when he returned to the modified car, Nan Tingjin put him down and kissed him again. Qian Hui couldn't dodge, wrinkled her nose. "Why do you always kiss me?" Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes and said, "Can't my boyfriend kiss me? It seems that it is possible. But when they were together before, they didn't do it so often. They used to see each other once every 6 days. And even if they did, it wouldn't be like this." The car door was opened. Nan Tingjin didn't carry Qian Hui in for a while, and asked, "Can I?" Qian Hui hesitated, "Yes." Chapter 32. The modified car left the park. The plot point progress was 60%, and there were 2 places left to go. The front hall, which was responsible for receiving and arranging various delegation bounties, and the base training ground, were both in the area outside the inner gate. Usually, there were the most people in these 2 places. Even if they had been instructed in advance, Qian Hui would be seen by many people if she appeared with Nan Tingjin. But before leaving the inner gate, Nan Tingjin roughly explained the delegation-related procedures, and Qian Hui could understand the meaning. When the modified car arrived at the front hall door, the progress bar increased by 20%. Listening to the footsteps coming and going on the roadside and in the hall, Qian Hui turned his head and leaned towards Nan Tingjin. "We won't go here," Nan Tingjin replied. "Okay," and drove the car away. The modified car was moving slowly. Qian Hui raised his hand and touched the cloth covering his eyes, and quietly lifted it up a little. After confirming that there was no one around, he quickly said to Nan Tingjin, "That day, the one who delivered food, could it be related to the zombies?" Qian Hui remembered that one of Nan Tingjin's subordinates mentioned the assignment of delivering food that day, and the task of quietly approaching the zombie camp and seeing what they are doing suddenly increased by 10%. Qian Hui didn't quite understand, nor did he know the cause of the incident. But he felt that it must be the zombies who did something bad again, and it might be related to the escaped zombie King 03. He wanted to complete the plot points first, and did not choose to go to the front hall now. So he wanted to tell Nan Tingjin about it. "Zombies?" Nan Tingjin asked. "Why do you say that?" Qian Hui couldn't answer for a while, and buried his head. "It's just, I suddenly thought of it." He himself hasn't figured out many things, and the reason why the plants came here, whether he can return to the plant courtyard. So he never mentioned the existence of the game. Qian Hui told the 3 plants that he had a way to revive the mushroom, and the plants never seemed to doubt it. If he really had to say it, how would he explain it? A game that appeared out of nowhere gave him a lot of supplies, and all kinds of strange information. Nan Tingjin didn't ask much. "I'll let them pay attention." The task of transporting food had been accepted. and Yuanji led the team in person. He sent a message to Nan Tingjin before leaving. When he arrived at the entrance of the training ground, Nan Tingjin stopped the car, took out the transmitter, and sent a message to Yuanji. A subordinate came to greet him outside the training ground. Seeing him raise his hand to stop him, he left tactfully. Qianhui got out of the car and asked curiously, "What is this place for?" "Training. Getting familiar with superpowers." Nan Tingjin stood beside the car and seemed reluctant to take Qianhui in. "There are too many people inside. Do you want to go?" But there was only this one place left. And after going there, the plot point should be unlocked. Qianhui unconsciously leaned towards Nan Tingjin and grasped his sleeves. "Yes." So Nan Tingjin took him by the hand and went in through the iron gate at the entrance. When they came inside, the surroundings were noisy, mixed with various indistinguishable sounds. Qianhui couldn't see, but felt that it was very noisy. At least dozens of humans gathered here. The breath of human superpowers was very strong, and they were all in high spirits. The two plants in the hoods were on guard. However, there was no one beside Qianhui. Nan Tingjin should have led him to the least crowded section. About a few minutes later, a subordinate hurried forward and whispered, "Chief, this way." After turning 2 corners, the noise became weaker, and Qianhui was taken to a chair and sat down. Nan Tingjin let go of his hand and walked not far away. After a while, the sound of closing windows and pulling curtains was heard. "Okay." Qianhui pulled off the cloth strip in front of her eyes and looked around carefully. This was a room, with the door and windows closed and a gap in the curtains. The previous subordinates had left, leaving only Nan Tingjin and Qianhui inside. The room was simply decorated, with only tables and chairs. Qianhui stood up and walked around, and came to the window. He hid behind the curtains, looking outside, and slightly widened his eyes. Outside, the layout was similar to that of a coliseum. From top to bottom, the stands were filled with about half of the people, more than the previous estimate, with hundreds of human superpowers. In the open space in the center below, for people were attacking each other. They had different superpowers, and they were holding simple weapons. They all looked like they were trying their best, and it didn't look like they were training at all. Soon, one of them was injured in the abdomen and fell to the ground. His life or death unknown. The dark ground couldn't even tell how much blood he had lost. Seeing him being knocked down, there was a burst of noise in the stands. Some people were cheering, some were cursing. There was a table in a corner below the stands, and several people were gathered around it. It should be a place for betting or something like that. Qianhui's light-colored eyelashes trembled, and his expression was a little dull, as if he was frightened. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and his eyes were covered by the cloth again. Nan Tingjin hugged him from behind. "Okay, don't look." Qianhui turned around slowly, and hugged Nan Tingjin tightly. He was still frightened, and couldn't help asking, "Is that person dead?" "No." Nan Tingjin stroked his hair. "After it's over, someone will treat him. In a battle of this magnitude, it's not that easy for a psychic to die. The training grounds of the base have always been like this. Not only are they for combat training, but they also have to decide the winners and rankings. Only those with strong strength can have everything. If they can't handle it, they can leave and go to another base at any time." Qianhui responded softly, "Then were you the same as them before?" Nan Tingjin was silent for a moment. "Yes." Before him, there were 2 other leaders. All the superpowers who joined the base had to enter the training ground. However, in the entire base, there were not many people who could hurt him. Qianhui also knew that Nan Tingjin was very powerful, but she still felt bad in her heart, and she buried herself in his arms tightly. So this is how Nan Tingjin spent the 6 years apart. There were also piranha plants, carrots, sunflowers caught by zombies, nuts sleeping in the back mountain, and small mushrooms that had not yet resurrected. He didn't like this place at all, and he wanted to find all the plants immediately and bring them back to the yard. Qianhui was unhappy, and when she heard Nan Tingjin ask, "Go back?" the prompt that the plot point progress reached 100% just popped up, and he said, Afterwards, Nan Tingjin led Qianhui out of the room and left along the outermost route of the stands. The battle in the field continued. Qianhui tried not to listen, and only opened the game interface after returning to the car. The exploration of the Black Ridge Mountain base is complete. Obtained a hidden plot point. The modified car began to move forward, preparing to return to the low building. Qianhui opened the plot point. The Black Ridge Mountain base is of medium size, ranked in the top 3 in comprehensive strength, and is criticized by the outside world for not accepting any ordinary humans. He makes a living by accepting various commissions and offering rewards. He is not very disciplined on weekdays, but he is honest in business. A few years after the apocalypse, they were jointly encircled and suppressed by several major bases in a dispute, and eventually lost, and were taken over by the Sky Base. Qian Hui frowned as she finished reading, and another message popped up. Obtain the original ending of the important personnel of the base. Nan Tingjin, then the leader of the base. The superpower is the rule system, level SSS. He is cold-blooded, ruthless, likes killing, has been single for many years, does not like to be with others, but it is rumored that he once pursued a person of the same sex, which ended in failure after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Since the base was captured and taken over, he suddenly disappeared, at the age of 26. Yuan Ji, then the main captain of the base. The superpower is the natural system, level SSS. There are still several unfamiliar names left. Qian Hui did not continue to slide. He read the part about Nan Tingjin over and over again, and felt confused. Long-term single. Qian Hui knew the meaning of these words, but wasn't she Nan Tingjin's lover? Could it be that there was a mistake in the information, or maybe they were together secretly, and no one had ever found out? Once pursued? What did that mean? Who was that? Qian Hui's mind became more and more confused, and she didn't notice that the modified car had stopped. The car door opened, and he was carried out of the car by Nan Tingjin, and walked towards the low building. Qian Hui was silent in his arms. After going upstairs and entering the room, he took off the cloth strip and stared at Nan Tingjin in front of him. Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. Qian Hui replied vaguely, and couldn't help but get close to sniff his scent. From the side of his face to his collar, she sniffed carefully. Could it be that I made a mistake? The Nan Tingjin here is not the same as the Nan Tingjin in the cabin in the woods. But how could it be? They look the same, and smell the same. And the other plants in the courtyard are here, and I am here too. Qian Hui couldn't figure out what went wrong. He had always trusted the game prompts. The original endings of the previous 2 plot points, the descriptions in the first half can all match. For example, the piranha plant was hunted by human superpowers, and the sunflower was imprisoned by zombies. This time was different. But even so, Qian Hui was still very worried. He pulled Nan Tingjin's sleeve and frowned. You have to be careful about the Sky Base. They are definitely not good people. Nan Tingjin took Qian Hui's hand. Yeah. Okay. He agreed too quickly. Qian Hui emphasized again. Really. The plot did not specify the cause of the dispute. Thinking of Nan Tingjin's original ending, Qian Hui did not forget to remind him. Also, you have to be careful. Don't run around casually. He looked nervous and worried, and his words became halting. Nan Tingjin raised the corners of his lips, bent down and hugged him. Okay. I know. At this moment, Nan Tingjin's communicator rang twice in succession. He let go of Qian Hui, took it out to check, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. In front of the base gate, several modified cars were parked on the roadside. The body of the car was printed with the logo of the Sky Base. Several people got off the car and handed a paper product to the guard in charge. The guard's face was not very good and replied, "Wait a moment, we are reporting to the leader." The leader on the opposite side was called Zhao Xing, one of Wenju's confidants. He took the paper product and put it away and said slowly, "The seal and signature on the search warrant are complete. Even if your leader disagrees, you have to open the door." The search warrant is a rule jointly formulated by several major bases. Once several responsible persons have approved it, this thing can be used to enter any human territory. If they refuse to resist, Zhao Xing could immediately lead his men to force their way in, and the Black Ridge Mountain base would be judged and punished later. The guard suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Last time, your commission was not completed, and the deposit was returned. Wasn't it received? Besides these, what else is in the Sky Base?" But even the guards knew that with Wenju's status and position, whatever he said was the final word, and he could easily obtain a search warrant. Zhao Xing also smiled. "Then, there is no need to worry. We just want to go in and take a look. If we make a mistake, we will definitely give enough compensation." Wenju was sitting in the back seat of a car in the back. He closed his eyes and rested, slowly turning a string of sandalwood in his hand. After a while, Wenju whispered, "The piranha plant is actually here. How interesting." He didn't care much about the durian that Qiyu lost. It was just a high-level alien plant. If it wasn't that serious, he would have come here too. As he gradually approached the target, Wenju's foresight in his mind began to become clear, but he still couldn't see much. Some fragments flashed by. Not only the piranha plant, there should be other plants. The pictures that followed were even more chaotic, and finally fixed on a blood-stained, lifeless face. It was Zhao Xing. Wenju paused, and slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the outer door of the Black Ridge Mountain base had been opened. Zhao Xing came to the car window and asked, "Sir?" Wenju's face was not very good. He thought for a moment, and said, "Go in." Inside the base, Shan Jun stood on a high place. He put down the telescope in his hand, and murmured, "You came so quickly." He sent a message that day, but the other party did not reply. And Shan Jun thought they had given up. Nan Tingjin never liked the sky base. And who could enter the base just because they wanted to? You don't need to ask to know that he would refuse. But it's only been 2 days, and the sky base has already obtained a search warrant. I guess they must have been preparing before asking me. In the distance, the curtains on the second floor were closed. Qianhui was hiding in the back, also observing with a telescope. He counted. There were a total of 10 modified cars entering the base, and there were 4 or 5 parked outside. Thinking of the description in the plot point not long ago, Qianhui felt uneasy. The rest of the plants were in the back mountain, and there were only Chili and Piranha around him. Chili came out of the hood and took the telescope from Qianhui. It looked carefully for a while. When it put down the telescope, it suppressed anger in its eyes and handed the telescope to the Piranha plant. The Piranha plant's head rested on Qianhui's other shoulder, shaking its head to indicate that it didn't need it. Its black eyes stared into the distance, and its nose sniffed. The Piranha plant let out a series of low roars from its throat, and sharp teeth were sharpened fiercely. Chapter 33. Sky Base. They hurt the little mushroom, and sent people to hunt the Piranha plant. Even when Qianhui found Chili in the crevice of the ruins, its wounds were also caused by the Sky Base. And Mimosa. Qianhui has not asked the Piranha plant what happened to the little mushroom, because he is afraid that the Piranha plant will bring up the past again and be even more sad. He also promised that, if he meets those humans again, he will never let them off easily. Qianhui calmed the 2 plants around her, let them hide in their hoods again, and followed Nan Tingjin downstairs. The purpose of those people coming here is still unclear. Maybe it's for the lost durian. They may have noticed something, but Qianhui couldn't find a chance to let the plants in the backpack slip out at that time, and wanted to rescue the durian, so she could only leave Qiyu behind. Nan Tingjin also said they were holding something, and the Black Ridge Mountain base must let them in, otherwise there would be a lot of trouble. Nan Tingjin was going to refuse, but was persuaded by Qianhui. If they were refused entry, the 2 sides would immediately clash, which is likely to be the dispute described in the plot point. And even if they wanted to avenge the plants, choosing the Black Ridge Mountain, the territory of human superpowers, was not a wise move. So Qianhui made a decision quickly, and went to the restricted area in the back mountain first, and joined other plants. There were giant nuts there, and the breath of special plants could serve as a cover. Qianhui and the plants hit first, and waited until the sky base left, then quietly followed them, and found an opportunity to attack on the way. The downstairs was empty, and there was no one nearby. Before the sky base entered the inner door, a modified car drove away quickly. Arriving at the back mountain of the restricted area, Qianhui checked the status of the plants one by one, confirmed that they were all fine, and explained the current situation. Carrot held a carrot thorn in his hand, broke it in half with force, and gritted his teeth. Woo-woo. If it hadn't taken the overall situation into consideration, it would have wanted to fly over right now and stab all those humans to death. Seeing its angry face, Durian also got angry and hit the tree trunk next to it hard. Be careful, Qianhui warned. Be patient. Wait until they leave. But he held the sunflower in his arms and looked up at the giant nut. The nut still showed no signs of waking up. He would have to leave again, and he was not sure when he would be back. Qianhui thought about letting 2 or 3 plants guard here, or staying here by himself. But if the plant team was split in half, he would not be completely at ease no matter which plants were not around. The nut was too big, and there was no way to take it away. Thinking of this, Qianhui felt depressed. He turned around and found that Nan Tingjin had not left yet. Xiao Jin. Qianhui put down the sunflower and walked over quickly. Aren't you going back? Nan Tingjin leaned against the tree trunk and looked over. No need. He didn't seem to care what would happen in the base. He just wanted to stay with Qian Hui and ensure his safety. Qian Hui's mind moved and he thought of the plot point again. About Nan Tingjin. His original ending was to disappear suddenly, which was at least much better than being confirmed dead. If Nan Tingjin disappeared on his own initiative, where would he go? But now is not the time to think about these things. Qian Hui took a half step forward and hugged Nan Tingjin. Then, you hide with us? Nan Tingjin narrowed his eyes slightly. Hide? Qian Hui nodded. Yes. These 3 words. Probably not in his dictionary. But since it is Qian Hui's request, he can try. Nan Tingjin was quiet for a moment. And agreed. Okay. Xiao Baokai took out the cabbage shell. And the piranha plant looked for a suitable place to put it nearby. The traces around were cleaned up. Nan Tingjin used his special power to move the modified car to the foot of the other side of the mountain. He restored the road surface he had driven on when he came. At this moment, almost nothing could be seen on the other side of the iron gate. Then, Qian Hui pulled Nan Tingjin into the cabbage shell. With one more person. The cabbage shell seemed very crowded. Qian Hui stayed close to Nan Tingjin and tried to adjust his posture. The rest of the plants came in one by one. Those without fighting power hid in the innermost part. And the main output, such as the carrot piranha, was on the outside. Cabbage shells have stealth capabilities. Even if the sky base really comes here, with the cover of the giant nut scent, they may not be able to find any clues. If they can't find the mutant plants, Nan Tingjin is nowhere to be found. And they may leave as soon as possible. But if they are really discovered, then they must get rid of those humans. And the plants still need to be prepared for the battle. After experiencing the siege of a large number of zombies, the plant team has already accumulated a lot of experience. The difference is that this time, the pepper will be the most critical existence. Its violent skill can make the human supernatural powers within the range invalid for 3 minutes. 3 minutes is not long, but it is enough. As for the newly added durian, its size can be tripled. It can fight in close combat and also eject spikes for long-range attack when it bursts. Carrot asked it to follow the bamboo shoots for a while. Durian and the bamboo shoots are not familiar with each other, and it was not very happy at first. It saw Carrot staring at it seriously, and nodded quickly, pulling out 2 thorns from its body and holding them in its hands. In the dense forest, the piranha plant is the most restricted. The giant nut is relatively open around it, so it is left to it to play freely. Finally, Carrot planned the escape route, ensuring that every step was perfect. The sky base came suddenly, and the plants hid, seemingly under control. But the other side didn't know the number of plant teams, and their overall combat power, even if they were discovered. It was not certain who would be the besieged party. Of course, it would be better if they were not discovered. After leaving here, there would be more ways to sneak attack those humans. The warm light of the sunflower illuminated the shell, and Qian Hui held the cabbage and apple, looking at Nan Tingjin. He hesitated, and whispered, "If you don't have to worry about it, just say I kidnapped him." Unlike the last time he encountered the zombies, Nan Tingjin is a human, and the human camp should be his companions. He is not going to return to the base, and will stay here. If the plants fight with the sky base, he has found the nuts, and it is Qian Hui's decision to save Durian and avenge the plants. Qian Hui does not want Nan Tingjin to be embarrassed. Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes and looked at him, without responding for a while, and raised his hand to touch Qian Hui's cheek gently. His actions were ambiguous, and his expression was unclear. Perhaps he simply felt that Qian Hui was hiding him, and that she was cute when she said such things. Meanwhile, inside the base, Zhao Xing got out of the car and looked around. Where is Chief Nan? Yuan Ji was out on a mission, and there were 2 other captains left in the base. But Nan Tingjin was nowhere to be seen. He should be busy. One of the captains said calmly. Why? Is it that the thing you lost was our leader? The base was inexplicably broken into with a search warrant, and no one would be in a good mood. Especially because of Nan Tingjin, they didn't have a good relationship with the sky base, except for a small number of people who secretly bought medicines from the sky base outside. Most of the superpowers around looked unfriendly. Zhao Xing didn't care, and smiled. Then let the 2 of you take us for a walk. The search warrant can only allow the base to let them in, and after entering, Nan Tingjin can indeed not show up. Zhao Xing looked back, when Zhu was still in the car, with no intention of showing up. The captain turned sideways and said lazily, "Please." Xiao Xing got back in the car, led the team to follow the two captains, and began to search along every road. All cars are equipped with energy detection instruments. When encountering a small road that a modified car cannot drive into, Xiao Xing will get off the car to check it out personally, not leaving out any blind spots. When arriving at the low building where Nan Tingjin lives, the pointer of the detection instrument moves slightly, and then returned to calm in an instant. When the plants hid inside, they all tried to restrain their breath, and the light of the sunflower had some dispersing effect. There was very little breath left in the low building. But the pointer moved, and Xiao Xing wanted to go in and take a look, but was stopped by the captain. "What are you looking for?" The captain was a little impatient. "It's the leader's residence. You are not afraid of death." "But I am not." Xiao Xing frowned slightly. He stood in front of the low building and looked back at where Wenju was. Wenju still did not make any expression, and sat quietly in the back seat. "Isn't it here?" Xiao Xing said, "Then don't go in. Let's look somewhere else." Until the end, all places in the base were searched, including the training ground, the basement where sundries were stored, and the almost abandoned square park. Nothing was found in the sky base, and Xiao Xing's face was not looking good. The captain crossed his arms and asked, "It's almost done. Is there anything else you want to see?" At this moment, they had come to the back of the base. Going forward, they would be in the direction of the restricted area. Xiao Xing looked around and pointed to the distance. "Over there." The captain snorted coldly. "Over there is a restricted area. Without the leader's consent, no one can go in. We have a search warrant." Xiao Xing did not give in at all, since it belongs to the scope of the Black Ridge Mountain base. "Why can't we go there?" The captain could not refute this, and turned around with displeasure. "Take them to the back mountain." When the group arrived in front of the restricted area of the back mountain, the captain unlocked and opened the iron gate. "You guys go in by yourselves," he said with a fake smile. "There's nothing in there anyway, so we won't follow you." Xiao Xing didn't care about that. After asking Wenju about his opinion, the 8 modified cars entered the iron gate together. There was a forest on the other side of the iron gate. They didn't have the ability to move on the road. The modified car only drove a short distance forward before it was blocked by the dense woods. Everyone got out of the car and started walking. Next to the iron gate, the captain looked into the distance. They really went there. There should be only a sleeping special grade alien plant there. And it has been there for a long time. It is definitely not something from the sky base. Shan Jun was also there at this time. And he stepped forward and asked, "Is the leader also inside?" "Leader?" The captain was confused. "Why is the leader there?" At the same time, Qian Hui received news that the restricted area was broken into. Even if Nan Tingjin was not there, the captain would send him a message at any time to report the movements of the sky base. Qian Hui became nervous. They are really here. Nan Tingjin beside him did not seem surprised. He put away the transmitter and whispered, "The hearing skills of the sky base. The supernatural power is precognition." "Precognition?" Qian Hui was stunned. Then, "Will he know that we are hiding here?" Nan Tingjin said, "Not necessarily. His ability is limited." Qian Hui was worried. If he knew, the other side must be well prepared. Was it really just for the lost durian? Or was it because of something else? In any case, the plants were doubly vigilant, and were ready to fight at any time. The mountain road was not easy to walk on, and Wenju was in average physical condition, so the team needed to take care of him. There were 4 psychics around Wenju who were responsible for protecting him. He leaned against the tree trunk to rest for a while, and said to Xiao Xing, "You take the people up first, and don't worry about me." Xiao Xing replied, "Yes," and immediately turned around and sped up. Wenju looked at his back, with a complicated look in his eyes. After entering the base, he couldn't see anything again. The only information that could be confirmed at present was that the piranha plant was hiding here and Xiao Xing would die. But Wenju could sense that there was a very important existence on that mountain. More important than Nan Tingjin. And he had to know what it was. If he left at this point, he didn't know when he would have the next chance. Soon, Xiao Xing and the team disappeared in the forest. The group of superpowers who followed him this time were all very strong. They moved quickly and soon arrived at the halfway point of the mountain where the giant nut was. Xiao Xing raised his hand to signal, looked down at the message, and ordered, "Search." Wenju said, "What they are looking for should be hidden here. The giant nut is a special grade alien plant, and the smell it emits will affect the judgment of the instrument, so they can only rely on themselves. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Since I saw this alien plant 2 years ago, its condition seems to have improved a lot. Zhao Xing stared at the giant nut, stepped back a few steps cautiously, and went around to the back. The team dispersed, first took a rough look around, and found nothing unusual. Then, one of the team members came out alone and raised his hands. His ability was natural, and he could control airflow, which was different from ordinary wind blades. The moment the team member raised his hands, the air around him suddenly solidified, and even the fallen leaves were suspended in the air. He put his palms together, and layers of airflow quickly rushed in all directions, like ripples on the water. The forest was too suitable for mutant plants to hide, and this method could quickly find the target. The others had already dodged in advance, and the ripples passed the giant nut, and were about to reach the position of the invisible cabbage shell. Nantingjin raised his eyes, and whispered in Qian Hui's ear, "We are about to be discovered." Before he finished speaking, the airflow outside suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible wall. The team members immediately looked up. Yes. He had just said one word when his body was suddenly knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. The rest of the people immediately retreated. Zhao Xing looked at the empty woods. Is it Nantingjin? Where is he? At this moment, orange raindrops fell from the sky. A large number of radish thorns fell, attacking all the team members directly. Carrot stood on the top of the giant nut and snorted coldly. The moment Nantingjin made his move, the plant team also began to move. Carrot was the first to get out of the cabbage shell and flew to the highest point with its spikes. The opponent's reaction was also very fast. Someone in the team had a defensive ability, similar to the skill of the fortune tree, and quickly raised several layers of protective shields to protect everyone in the team. The first round of carrot thorns did not work, and the carnivorous plant followed closely, and its body size instantly enlarged several times. It swam over like a snake, opened its mouth and bit hard, and the shield broke. All kinds of plant attacks came: potato bombs, chili seeds, corn balls, or any combination of 2 or 3, trapped the team in place for a while. The bamboo shoots took the durian and hid behind the giant nut, waiting for an opportunity to move. But the team had 30 people, and after withstanding the first round of attacks, the team retreated into the woods under Zhao Xing's command. The mutant plants should be hiding behind the giant nut, and there is another one on top. The piranha plant is extremely powerful, but hiding in a narrow space, its attack will be weakened a lot. And Nantingjin. Zhao Xing confirmed that Nantingjin was here, and urged the team member, who had fallen to the ground before. He was protected by others, raised his hands, and tried to use his supernatural power again. This time, the airflow was more solidified, and it was more solid, and it actually blocked Nantingjin's control of the surroundings. No matter how powerful the supernatural power is, there will always be a time to be restrained, even if it is a rule-based one. Even if the time to resist is very limited, it is enough. The team member's forehead rolled down with beads of sweat, and he forced his palms together. The airflow swept around instantly, hitting the cabbage shell. The cabbage shell lost its stealth effect and split into 2 halves. Qian Hui almost fell to the ground, but was protected by Nantingjin in time. Taking advantage of the few seconds of gap, the human psychic adjusted his state and launched a large number of long-range attacks, but was blocked by the defense shields of the giant nuts and the money tree. Zhao Xing stood on the side and saw Nantingjin finally appear. He didn't have time to care who was next to Nantingjin, and pressed a device in his hand. The device can emit elusive sound waves, specifically targeting psychics, and was something that Wenju happened to develop when he was looking for a cure for the lost state. Everyone in the team was prepared, with sponges in their ears. Although this thing was used for the first time, I am not sure how effective it will be. In Wenju's plan, Nantingjin will always be the most difficult one to deal with, and those plants are not important. The supernatural power forced him to show up, and then use the device, and it was done in a very short time. By restraining Nantingjin, they can buy more time, and they have a chance of winning. When the sound waves of the device sounded, Nantingjin's breathing became heavier, and his eyebrows frowned. Qian Hui was in his arms, and was keenly aware of his abnormality, and worriedly said, "What's wrong with you?" The vibration of the ground stopped, and the plants fought back vigorously. Only Chili's attack slowed down, ready to explode at any time. I don't know if the other side guessed Chili's presence, and always kept a distance, and has not found a suitable opportunity yet. At the same time, they were slowly moving, trying to go around to the other side of the giant nut. If it weren't for the giant nut, the fortune tree might not be able to withstand all the attacks. Zhao Xing kept pressing the device in his hand and waved to the team members. Several people were attacked by the piranha plant, and the increasing number of radish thorns penetrated the defense shield. Most of the opponents were injured while taking medicine. 3 more people quietly bypassed the giant nut, trying to get closer to where the plants were hiding. The little bamboo shoots discovered it in time and prepared to go to meet the enemy with the durian. But there was a 4th person standing on the side. He condensed dozens of fireballs in one breath, and after his companions penetrated the defense shield of the fortune tree, he threw them all out. There was no giant nut blocking that direction, and the lush vegetation would burn quickly when it came into contact with the fireballs. The carrot also saw a large number of fireballs, and immediately wanted to turn the carrot thorns around and knock the fireballs elsewhere. Suddenly, it felt the nut under its feet moving. The giant nut was huge, but it was agile and nimble when it moved. It slid to the side lightly and stopped all the fireballs. The fireballs hit the nut shells and went out directly. Chapter 34. Already bonded with the special mutant plant. Round nut. Round nut. Loyalty has greatly increased, reaching 100%. Qian Hui looked up in surprise. Little fruit. The giant nut's assistance was very timely. A bunch of extinguished fireballs fell one after another, without any effect. Then it slid again. Bang. And laid down with the bushes. The oval shape allowed more area to resist attacks, just like a thick wall. Seeing this scene, all the mutant plants were stunned for a moment. And then, they launched a more fierce attack. The nut woke up. Carrot was almost thrown off by the nut, and quickly changed his position. But he was extremely excited. It activated the violent skill on the spot, and the more dense spikes were like an orange rain curtain. And the hit rate ignored any obstacles, and aimed at every attack target. There are mutant plants in the violent state near you. Please be careful to avoid them. From the illustration Carrot, Pepper's violent skill cannot be used for the time being. So it jumped off the ground and joined the battle. Potato pinched out a tracking missile, Corn threw corn balls crazily, looking up and cheering, "Awoo!" The bamboo shoots and durian approached the remaining 3 people, and slashed with the knife. It was small in size, but had excellent jumping ability. The thin bamboo knife seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it could throw out a copy knife at any time, catching the opponent off guard. The durian doubled in size, and its thorns became sharper, and it suddenly knocked one of them down. It had only joined the plant team for a few days, and followed the carrot all day long, and was not even close to Qian Hui, but at this moment, it seemed to be inspired by the warm atmosphere, and was also very excited. In addition, seeing the rain of radishes all over the sky, it got excited, and used its own energy storage attack. There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them. From the illustration durian, it shook its body, releasing a colorless and odorless gas, with a 95% hit rate, and quickly locked onto the target. 3 or 4 people on the opposite side fell one after another, still resisting tenaciously. When they noticed something was wrong, it was too late. Zhao Xing felt dizzy. His vision began to blur, and he vaguely saw a group of durians rushing towards him. He forced himself to tell the others, "Cover your mouth and nose. Take the medicine quickly." Who would have thought that the charge attack of a durian would be a colorless and odorless poisonous smoke? There was no defense at all. The previous team member swallowed an antidote, trying to use airflow to disperse the poisonous smoke. His companion was stabbed by a tracking missile, and he was distracted for a while, and his arm was bitten off by a carnivorous plant that forced its way into the woods. The screams resounded all around, awakening Zhao Xing's chaotic brain. His ability is a relatively special physical system, which can transform his limbs into metal that is invulnerable to swords and guns. He has the strongest overall strength and the ability to command a team. Originally, this time, he brought with him a superpower and a sonic device to target Nanting Jin. He felt that his chances of winning were at least 70%. Moreover, being in the restricted area gave them an advantage. The other people from the Black Ridge Mountain base did not follow him. What happened here was still up to them. Zhao Xing even had a backup plan. One of the team members hid a small alien plant on his body. When the time came, he would take it out and say that he had found it in the base. In short, before leaving, Zhao Xing thought he had made sufficient preparations. And when Zhu also agreed with his plan, the team that went out to track Sunflower last time brought back photos and some debris from plant attacks. They actually had guesses about the number of alien plants that worked together. But many of the debris were intermediate mutant plants, even with the addition of the two special-grade alien plants, the piranha plant and the carrot. It would be impossible for them to repel the zombies. So when Zhu guessed that it must be Nan Tingjin, for some reason, he helped them. Zhao Xing was also wary of Chili Pepper. He had already warned the team members in advance to be careful. Once they noticed something wrong, they should immediately retreat out of the range of its energy-accumulating attack. However, he seriously underestimated the opponent. The plants cooperated well, and showed combat power far beyond their level. For example, the mutant pepper, Zhao Xing had seen it many times before, and he was quite familiar with it. But it had only been a short time, and its strength had at least doubled, and it had also learned to attack in groups. And that giant nut? It had clearly been wandering here for several years, and often fell into a deep sleep, and even when Zhu had given up the idea of taking it back to the base for research. But how did it wake up and quickly united with the plants? Having maintained its huge size for several years, it did not seem to be consumed at all. Its hard shell could withstand everything, and it was much stronger than ordinary energy shields. Seeing two more team members fall, the rest were injured to varying degrees. Zhao Xing's hands trembled, and he said in the real-time communication, "Retreat immediately. Escape from here quickly, and return to the Black Ridge Mountain base to gather more people. Or find another way later." Zhao Xing also had no time to investigate why the people from the Black Ridge Mountain base had not come up until now, and the giant nut had moved. They should not be unaware of it. He led the remaining team members, while resisting the attacks, trying to retreat in the direction they came from. Discovering that they were trying to escape, Carrot shouted, "Woo!" But the plants were on the other side, and the long-range attack was too late to stop them. The next second, the giant nut suddenly stood up, and then jumped easily, blocking the team's way. Carrot was caught off guard, and fell to the ground. Durian happened to be nearby, and rushed over to help it. The nut shook its body, preparing to crush these humans. Zhao Xing's arms turned into metal, forcibly supporting its huge body. The rest of the team members reacted quickly. Since the nut had left its original position, they could attack other plants and force it back. At this time, Corn couldn't help it. It was inexplicably anxious. It felt like there was a fire in its stomach. It wanted to blow it out in one breath, and pounded its chest hard. When Potato saw this scene, he quickly walked away a few steps, fearing that Corn had accidentally inhaled the poisonous smoke of the durian, and was a little unconscious. But then, Corn's body size instantly increased by dozens of times, and vomited a large yellow object. "There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them." From the illustration corn, it was a huge piece of corn, with a crystal-clear outer layer, and it looked like jelly, and it smashed towards the human team on the opposite side. The corn jelly exploded into pieces, and the sticky and corrosive colloid stuck to their bodies, greatly affecting their movements. After vomiting this large ball, the corn returned to its original appearance and touched its stomach. Finally, it felt better. At the same time, Chili came not far from the team and looked at Zhao Xing and other humans. Chili remembered Zhao Xing. There happened to be a few people in the team who had participated in the mission to capture it. The period after being captured was the most painful time for it. It was locked up for research, and its skills were forced to develop with drugs. After that, those people tried to tame it, which made it suffer a lot. When it successfully escaped, Chili secretly made up its mind that it would definitely seek revenge on these humans. Chili's eyes were angry, and the bushes under his feet cast a large shadow. The piranha came behind it, and let out a low roar from its throat. Seeing them appear together, Zhao Xing realized something, and his face showed despair. "There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them." From the illustration Chili, "There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them." From the illustration Piranha Plant, 2 layers of strong shock waves swept around, and Nut jumped away in time, blocking Qianhui and other plants. The forest was blown by the strong wind, and a large number of broken branches crackled, and the fallen leaves floated high. Qianhui was held in Nan Tingjin's arms, closing her eyes and clutching his sleeves. When everything finally stopped, the surroundings suddenly became very quiet. It was over. Qianhui raised her head and saw Carrot jumping over the human corpses on the ground and rushing in another direction. Durian followed closely behind, and the 2 plants disappeared in the forest in a blink of an eye. "Carrot!" Qianhui hurriedly caught up, and saw Carrot and Durian not far from the mountain road below, attacking another wave of humans. There were 5 people in total, and they were also dressed in the clothes of the sky base. They were not walking with the team in front, and they looked a little strange. One of them seemed to be protected by the rest of the companions. The man had gray hair, and his face looked younger. He was about 50 years old, and was wearing a light-colored coat. Qianhui looked over, and happened to meet Wenju's eyes, being stared at by him. Although he was a stranger, Qianhui felt a sense of fear for no reason. He began to have difficulty breathing, and his shoulders trembled slightly. These 5 people should have witnessed the battle just now, but because they were not far away, they were not affected by the charged attacks of the pepper and the carnivorous plant. Carrot was the first to spot them, and thought they were the backup or remnants of Zhao Xing's team, and wanted to quickly deal with them. But it soon discovered that these 5 people, no, these 4 people were very strong. Carrot had just exploded with a charged attack, and the number of carrot thorns was not large enough. But durian could also attack from a distance. It jumped up and turned around, and the thorns on its body shed layers of shells and flew out. The remaining plants also rushed over, and with Sunflower, they still had the energy to continue fighting. However, the other side reacted very quickly. One of them raised his hand, and 2 thick boulders popped out from the ground, blocking all attacks in front. His ability was similar to Nantingjian's, except that he could only control inanimate objects, such as stones. Then, 2 people carried Wenju and another companion on their backs, and with the last person left, all 3 of them were physical ability users. They didn't want to fight at all. Their leg muscles swelled, and they suddenly jumped down the forest. After landing steadily, they jumped again and arrived directly at the location where the modified car was parked at the foot of the mountain. The few of them were well trained, and they moved quickly, and they escaped very quickly. The giant nut was ready to move, and wanted to try to stop them, but suddenly heard the scream of the cabbage. Qianhui was pale at this moment, and was almost fainting. Nantingjian frowned, and helped him to sit under the tree. The plants quickly surrounded him, and the cabbage got out of his pocket and hugged a part of Qianhui's clothes. The sunflowers were still shining, and Potato frantically took out the unfinished panacea from his backpack. The giant nut shook its body, and it became smaller, and rolled over. Qianhui took the medicine given by Potato, and his body was still shaking. I don't know. It seemed that after seeing Wenju, he felt very uncomfortable. Disgust, fear, and other negative emotions were mixed together. At the same time, some fragmented, unclear double images flashed before his eyes, making Qianhui's breathing more difficult. He took a break for a while, and barely cheered up. Maybe I'm tired. It's okay. I'm not injured. Carrot came over and touched Qianhui's cold hand. It looked worried, looked at the direction where Wenju fled, and quickly made a decision. Woo woo. Carrot waited to call the piranha plant, letting it prepare to take everyone away. The 5 people looked very sinister. When their companions were in trouble, they didn't even come up to help. I don't know how long they hid in the dark and watched, but even if they chased them at the first time, it would probably be too late. The parked modified car was very close to the iron gate. Don't forget, they are still in a base full of human superpowers. Being able to successfully eliminate Zhao Xing's team was far beyond Carrot's expectations. It originally thought that halfway through the fight, reinforcements from the Black Ridge Mountain base would arrive. Carrot had already thought about it, and it would hold Nanting hostage at that time. But this step of the plan was not used. At its urging, the plants hurried to pack up their things. The little bamboo shoot passed by the corpses of the team members, and its steps suddenly stopped. It turned its head and saw a small pink object, which had half emerged from a human's pocket and looked out timidly. Under the tree, Qianhui leaned on Nantingjian's arms. When she looked up, she saw Wu was standing alone not far away. After it shrank, it was about the size of a palm. It did not have the hands and feet that were rolled up by leaves like other plants. Its dark eyes were small and round, and its mouth was pursed into a line. It was probably because it had just woken up not long ago, and it had participated in a battle in a daze, and saw many unfamiliar plants. It was a little confused, and did not come forward directly. Qianhui's nose was sour, and she reached out to it. Little fruit. Wu Guo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he jumped into Qianhui's arms in a few seconds. Qianhui hugged it tightly. Don't be afraid. Did Xiaodui hear us coming? Wonder rolled back and forth happily in his palm, and finally said softly It heard Qianhui's voice, and maybe sunflowers. But the body of the nut had been hidden in the shell for a long time, and it felt like it was about to collapse, and it was not sure if it was an auditory hallucination. Later, there were sounds of fighting around, which reminded Walnut of the days in the botanical garden. At first, it was still very slow, until the fireball was thrown at it, and it moved over like a conditioned reflex, and woke up completely. "I'm glad you're okay." Qian Hui caressed Wugwa with heartache. "We'll take you away from here," Wugwa said to him again, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up a little bit. Qian Hui held him tightly, and turned to look at Nanting Jin. "Little Jean?" He leaned into Nanting Jin's arms, and asked nervously, "Will you come with me?" Qian Hui initially planned to hide first, so as not to be discovered by the people in the sky base, and because of the description in the plot point. She wanted to avoid the mentioned dispute as much as possible. But things went against one's wishes. Those humans died here, which would bring trouble to Nanting Jin, and his final original ending. Qian Hui was very worried. Only if Nanting Jin stayed with her could she feel at ease. With hope in his eyes, he asked again, "Okay, I can protect you too." Nanting Jin raised his eyes, and after a moment, he whispered, "Okay." Just as the giant nut woke up, someone outside the iron gate saw it from afar. "Am I dazzled? Did the alien plant move?" "I seem to. Look, it's really awake. What's going on?" The captain frowned. "Are they coming for the alien plant?" "But it doesn't make sense. The giant nut has been there from the beginning. And the other bases also know that it is definitely not something from the sky base. Or, did Zhao Xing and the others do something to deliberately awaken the giant nut? When Zhu came here in person this time." And the captain was very surprised. However, Nanting Jin did not want to show up. So he and another captain did not bother to care too much and wanted to send these people away quickly. The current situation was beyond expectations. Soon, someone took out the telescope he carried with him, and saw the radish rain falling continuously. He said in a serious tone, "Something is wrong. There are other plants. Let me take a look." The captain immediately took the telescope and checked the situation halfway up the mountain. The giant nut really moved, lying in the forest, crushing many trees. A large amount of radish rain fell, and a flash of purple flashed in the camera. "Piranha plant?" The captain was shocked. "What is going on? How can a piranha plant appear in the restricted area of the base?" At this time, Shan Jun said in a deep voice, "They may be in danger. Go and have a look." A small number of people agreed with him, and wanted to reopen the iron gate. "Wait." The captain stopped in front of the iron gate. "Why are you in such a hurry? They are here. They can go wherever they want. And now they want us to help clean up the mess." The captain was already angry. No matter how high Wenju's status was, he abused his power and treated other people's bases as his back garden. Besides, they were fine before they came, and the alien plants that broke into the restricted area might be their fault. Anyway, no one has set foot in the restricted area for many years, and they insisted on entering. If something really happened, then it could be blamed on the negligence of the Black Ridge Mountain base, and the alien plants sneaking in by accident. Shan Jun couldn't say anything to refute for a while, but there were still people standing on his side. The remaining part of the idea was basically the same as the captain, and the other part thought it would be better to ask the leader's opinion first. And Shan Jun's position was slightly lower. He was only one of the team leaders, and with the captain there, he had no right to open the iron gate. Just when the stalemate was about to begin, a modified car drove up quickly and stopped on the side of the road. Yuanji opened the car window. "Why are you all standing here?" The captain was surprised. "You were not on a commission. Why are you back so soon?" Yuanji replied vaguely. "Something happened. The commission was withdrawn." He looked up at the distant mountains and forests, and keenly noticed something strange. "What's going on over there?" The captain walked forward and whispered a few words. Yuanji rushed back, and must have known about the intrusion of the sky base. Nanting Jin was not there, and he was the one who could make the decision. Everyone around was waiting for his decision, Yuanji thought, and glanced at the communicator in his hand. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. "The restricted area is so large. If they want to search, let them search it carefully. Just leave one person here to guard it, and the others can do whatever they want." "Captain Yuan," Shan Jun said anxiously. But what?" Yuanji's eyes swept over, with a biting coldness. "Think about it first." Shan Jun took a few deep breaths, lowered his head. "No." Seeing this, the others had no objection. They pretended not to see or know the situation in the back mountain. Yuanji picked a subordinate to guard the iron gate. Once the people from the sky base came out, he would send a message immediately. Then, the crowd left. After an unknown amount of time, only one modified car returned. The subordinate hurriedly opened the iron gate. The psychic who was responsible for protecting Wenju looked around and looked unhappy. "Where are your people?" Shortly after the giant nut woke up, they planned to come back to inform the Black Ridge Mountain base to send more support and assistance. But at that time, there was only one person left outside the iron gate, and Wenju was still unwilling to leave. There were 4 superpowers protecting him, and each of them played a crucial role. If he sent anyone away, he might be in danger. So the few people had to continue waiting, and it was delayed until now. "Oh!" The captain said that the back mountain is too big, and you will definitely be delayed for a long time. The subordinate looked confused. "So let the others go back first." As soon as the voice fell, the communicator in the subordinate's hand rang. He looked down and was shocked. A special-grade alien plant escaped from the restricted area. On the other side, the giant carnivorous plant shook off the people chasing behind it, and easily climbed over the wall. It moved swiftly, landed steadily, and quickly disappeared at the end of the abandoned street. The rest of the plants were hidden in the mouth of the man-eating plant as usual, and taken away from the Black Ridge Mountain base. Qian Hui held a few plants, leaning in Nan Tingjin's arms. His brain was still groggy when he received a prompt from the game. "The 5th faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 500. This message means that they are safe now." Qian Hui finally relaxed. He closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep in the slight bumps. In a daze, he had a dream. There was Nan Tingjin in the dream, but the surrounding scene was a little strange. Qian Hui looked around blankly and couldn't remember where he was. Nan Tingjin was right in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Why don't you want to see me? Do you hate me?" Qian Hui was stunned for a moment and wanted to ask what happened. But everything that happened in the dream was out of control. He felt very nervous and quickly answered, "No." Nan Tingjin asked again, "Have you thought about it? Be with me." Qian Hui lowered her head, and her heartbeat accelerated. "It's only been 1 day. I haven't thought about it yet." Chapter 35. Black Ridge Mountain Base, in the restricted area. Yuanji stood in the forest, looking around at the mess on the ground. The piranha plant escaped in full view of everyone, and the people sent to track it returned empty-handed. More than 30 people from the sky base, who entered the restricted area. Now only Wenju and the 4 bodyguards around him are left, and the team led by Zhao Xing are all dead. The giant nut that was originally sleeping on the hillside also disappeared, suspected to have been awakened and taken away by other alien plants. After receiving the news, Yuanji brought people to check. Even though they had known that there were mutant plants in the back mountain, and they were confronted by the people from the sky base, everyone was still shocked. They originally thought that at most a few people from the sky base would be seriously injured and suffer a little. But they didn't expect that the entire team would be wiped out. Wenju and the 4 bodyguards were a distance behind, and they escaped in time. Otherwise, they would probably have the same fate as the team. Yuanji frowned and ordered his subordinates to search everywhere, looking for any useful information. The other half of the team that was stranded outside the sky base also came in, and they joined the search together, and moved all the bodies on the ground away. Wenju ignored his body and insisted on going to the back mountain with the team again, sitting on a chair prepared for him. Glancing at Zhao Xing's blood-stained face, he calmly withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. After Zhao Xing's death, another subordinate was in charge of this operation. He found Yuanji and said with a cold look, "Someone saw Chief Nan here, and he seemed to be with the alien plant. I hope you can give an explanation." "Explanation? What explanation do you want?" Yuanji stood against the tree trunk. "Does it look like our leader has used his supernatural power here?" The subordinate frowned and did not respond for a while. The area was roughly searched, and most of the traces of battle left behind were long-range attacks. Not only from alien plants, but also from Zhao Xing's team. Nan Tingjin's ability is special, and it is indeed impossible to tell anything from these. According to what you said, Chief Nan is fully capable of covering his whereabouts. The subordinate said again. In short, Mr. Wen needs to see your leader. The team of 30 people died in the back mountain of the restricted area. With such a big thing happening, the Black Ridge Mountain base cannot stay out of it. Yuan-ji sighed, to be honest. I also want to know where our leader is. He showed worry on his face. And his tone became serious. I have a reasonable suspicion that the leader was kidnapped by the group of plants. The subordinate sneered. Kidnapped again? Leader Nan is really loved by the alien plants. Yuan-ji was not to be outdone. I don't know whether they like him or not. Anyway, you came at a good time. Oh, by the way, what are you looking for with the search warrant? The subordinate was silent for a moment, and then asked Qian Hui, where is the boy with heterochromatic eyes next to Leader Nan? Was he also kidnapped? At that time, when Ju was at a distance from the bodyguards around him, and Qian Hui was standing in the shadow of the tree. Her eyes were a little dark, and looked almost the same rust color as her hair. Although when Ju had a hunch that his identity was not ordinary, he did not associate it with the characteristics of zombies. Like Nan Tingjin. When Ju could not see anything related to Qian Hui, there was no future that could be glimpsed, and no past that could be experienced. And those plants around him, as if protected by some kind of barrier, could not be seen. And there was no way to know where the carnivorous plant had escaped. The boy with heterochromatic eyes? Yuan-ji reacted quickly. He has not officially joined the base yet. I am not sure. Okay. The subordinate knew that he could not ask anything, and barely maintained his expression. If there is any whereabouts of Chief Nan and those heterochromatic plants, I hope you can inform us as soon as possible. That's what I want to say. Yuan-ji smiled. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. The subordinate left in response, and the smile on Yuan-ji's face disappeared. He snorted coldly, and then continued to look around. He really didn't know what happened here, and whether it had anything to do with Nan Tingjin. But in front of the sky base, he would of course protect his own people first. However, they ignored the situation at that time, which now seems to be wise. Otherwise, their people would probably be attacked by alien plants when they came up. In general, except for the disappearance of Nan Tingjin and the need to investigate the lurking of alien plants, the Black Ridge Mountain base did not suffer much loss. The sky base wanted to come in, and the door was opened. They were not stopped from searching everywhere, and they were allowed to enter and exit the restricted area freely. However, no one expected that something like this would happen later. Yuan-ji thought about it, took out the communicator, and sent a message to Nan Tingjin. He had sent several messages before, but none of them received a reply. This message was sent, but there was no reply. Yuan-ji didn't care, put away the communicator, and told his men to hurry up. The piranha plant did not stop all the way, and it was getting farther and farther away from the Black Ridge Mountain base and the safe zone over there. It turned back along the way it came, trying to choose a secluded ruin. After confirming that it was safe, it slowed down a bit, occasionally stopping to sniff, looking for a wooded area nearby. Through the gaps between the teeth of the piranha plant, Carrot looked outside for a few times. Qian Hui was still sleeping. His breathing and body temperature were much more normal than before, and he was leaning safely in Nan Tingjin's arms. Sunflower stood in the center. The light of its petals slowly shone around. Xiao Jusun stood by, holding a few pills that Qian Hui had bought in advance, and fed one to Sunflower. Next to the little bamboo shoot, there is a pink succulent. The pink succulent is very small, about the same height as an adult's finger, with thin branches on its hands and feet, and a pair of sesame-sized eyes at the root, which are almost invisible if you don't look carefully. The succulent petals on its head occupy half of its height, but there are only 3 petals in total, small and fat, squeezed together, and are tender pink. The little succulent is timid and reserved, squatting in place and not daring to move. It was discovered by the little bamboo shoot, and it should be a low-level mutant plant, brought by the people in the sky base, and it is unknown what its use is. At that time, Qian Hui was not feeling well, and did not notice the strange plants nearby. Xiao Jusun asked Carrot, and agreed to take Xiao Duo succulent with him temporarily. Later, Qian Hui was sleeping all the time. Xiao Baokai and Apple were responsible for comforting it for a while, and then they were busy taking care of other plants. Ruanteng took out the food stored in the backpack and distributed it. Xiao Baokai and Apple delivered it to the plants participating in the battle one by one. Potato came quietly and stole half a bag of sugar from the backpack. Corn burst into a stored energy attack for the first time, tired and excited, and pulled the fortune tree next to it back and forth. As it was talking, it couldn't hold on any longer, so it lay down. closed its eyes, and fell asleep in a second. Durian was also very tired, and rested next to Carrot. Pepper was in the other corner, stretching out his arms and legs and lying comfortably. Nut was in Qianhui's arms, and Xiao Baokai also brought it food. Looking at the 2 biscuits in Xiao Baocai's hand, Nut didn't move, except for the 3 special exotic plants. It was not familiar with other plants, and it seemed that it was not willing to take the initiative to get close. Seeing that it didn't take it, Xiao Baokai scratched his head and took the biscuits to find Carrot, hoping that Carrot would deliver them. As a result, Carrot came over with the biscuit, but Nut still refused to take it. He huddled in Qianhui's clothes and looked at him silently. Carrot was used to it and ate the biscuit by himself, crunching a few times. In the past, Nut had this kind of personality in the botanical garden. It's not that he was timid. After eating the biscuit, Carrot touched the cabbage's head and took it away. Nut still watched quietly, turned over and turned his back to Qianhui, and continued to sleep, until the piranha plant arrived at an unfamiliar forest and was about to stop inside to rest. Qianhui finally woke up. He was carried out by Nanting Jin. Looking at the unfamiliar woods around him, his consciousness was still a little dazed. There was a stream next to him, and Carrot soaked the stream water with a towel, and then let the pepper help heat it up, and came to wipe Qianhui's face. After wiping his face, he finally came to his senses, and looked at Nanting Jin blankly. Nanting Jin sat under the tree, holding Qianhui's hand. Better? Qianhui was still half leaning in his arms, and nodded slowly when she heard it. He had just woken up not long ago, and the Nanting Jin in front of him was almost the same as the one in his dream, and he could hardly tell which one was real. Qianhui couldn't help but reach out and gently touched Nanting Jin's face with his fingertips. This time, he found that Nanting Jin's body temperature was very high, which seemed abnormal. No wonder he felt very warm when he was held on the road. Thinking of the brief discomfort of Nanting Jin in the back mountain, Qianhui immediately came back to his senses and asked nervously, "Are you injured?" Nanting Jin pulled down his hand and paused. No, he was not injured, but Zhao Xing should have used something. At that moment, Nanting Jin had a splitting headache, and the supernatural power he was about to use was forced to stop. Now they left the restricted area and came to this forest. The impact on him still had not completely subsided, but from the outside, nothing could be seen. His ability had returned to normal. Qianhui touched Nanting Jin's face and forehead again, and bought 3 panaceas from the game and fed them to him. At this time, other plants also came over. Qianhui checked their status one by one, and fed them some newly bought food and pills. This time, fighting against a large number of human superpowers. The plant team consumed more than last time. Several plants used energy-charged attacks, but the one that surprised Qianhui the most was the corn. He picked up the corn and praised it. Now it's a very powerful corn. The corn was very excited and wanted to perform the corn jelly again on the spot. Potato was a little envious and wanted to learn it. He chewed the candy in his mouth and ran to find the small backpack that Qianhui had prepared for them. There were still some crystal cores left in the potato's small backpack, and he took them out and ate them all in one go. Nut successfully awakened, and also became a member of the plant team. Qianhui introduced it to everyone. "Xiaobu is my old friend," he said, holding the shrunken nut. Also very powerful. Qianhui took the time to look at Nut's illustrations. Its skills can change size at will. Its shell has 3 different defense methods. Its huge size does not affect its agility at all, and it can copy 10 copies of itself when it explodes. And its existence time is 20 minutes. It has super high defense, and can also actively attack, rolling and crushing in giant state, and can break even the thickest wall. It was precisely because of this that the zombie swarm that besieged Black Ridge Mountain failed. Nut was silent, looking a little dazed, and did not say hello. Xiao Baokai suddenly squeezed over, passed the biscuit in his hand to Qianhui, and then quietly gestured to give it to Nut. Qianhui fed the biscuit to him. Nut sniffed it, and leaned over to eat it. Xiao Baokai was finally happy to see this, and ran to get another piece. The surrounding environment was not bad. There were no wandering zombies, and there was a water source nearby. The rest of the plants were resting or playing on their own. Qianhui fed Nut the biscuit, and put it on the grass, letting it play too. At this time, the little bamboo shoot led the little succulent over, and Qianhui realized that there was another new plant. Huh? Qianhui picked up the little succulent, and looked at it curiously. Is it brought by those people? The little succulent stood obediently, and seemed to like Qian Hui very much. It boldly rubbed his fingers. Its illustration showed that it had formed a bond with Qian Hui. It was a low-level mutant plant. It probably thought that Qian Hui and the plants had saved it. Its loyalty was already 50%. Variety, pink succulent. Level, low level, docile and cute. Status, good. Loyalty, 50%. Basic skills, breath hiding, acts on itself, lasts 50 seconds. Advanced skills, breath hiding, acts on all creatures within a radius of 2 meters, lasts 50 seconds. Frenzy skills, unknown. Preparation details, loyalty 80% unlocked. Seeing the skill description, Qian Hui was very shocked. Isn't this similar to the effect of the camouflage potion? Within the range and time limit, it can hide the smell of the alien plants around it, so that it cannot be detected by the instrument. No wonder the sky base can bring it into the Black Ridge Mountain smoothly. If other alien plants are caught, they can still be taken away quietly with the little succulent. Although its level is low, it is very useful. Qian Hui touched the petals on the top of the little succulent's head and asked, "Are you willing to follow us?" The little succulent hummed softly and hugged Qian Hui's fingers, indicating his willingness. Not far away, the piranha plant watched the scene silently. There was a new plant added, and it was pink. The little mushroom was also pink. If it was here, it would definitely like the little succulent. It watched for a while, then turned its head and laid down to sleep. Nut was also watching from the side. Feeling that Qian Hui was a little busy now, it jumped to the stream alone, leaned over and drank a few sips of water. Potato came over curiously, lying on the side to observe Nut. The two were about the same size, and the color was also similar. At first glance, they looked quite similar. Potato quietly moved closer and sniffed the smell of the nut. After the nut shrank, there was not much of the strong smell of the special plant left, but there was a very fragrant nut smell. While smelling, the potato could not help but move closer, and finally got close to the nut. The nut slowly turned and looked at it sideways. The two plants looked at each other for a moment, and the potato almost stuck to the nut's face to lick it. The nut shook suddenly, pushing it away a little, and then turned its body quickly a few times, standing on the shore without moving. The potato moved closer again and found that the nut's eyes and mouth were gone, as if they were hidden in the shell. But now, it looked more like a big, fragrant nut. The potato looked around the nut, looking around furtively, trying to take the nut away. It stretched out its thin hands to hold it, but found that it couldn't hold it. The potato stepped back in confusion, looked around again, and didn't see anything stuck. It tried again, but it used all its strength, but couldn't move the nut at all. Soon after, Corn noticed the situation here and came to join in the fun. So the two plants tried every possible way, pushing directly, moving from the bottom, but all failed. Potato borrowed the knife of the bamboo shoot, but found that it couldn't be pried. So he finally brought the soft vine over, tied one end of the branch to the nut, and the other end was grabbed by the plants and pulled hard. Corn, potato, bamboo shoot, pepper and durian came later, holding the branches and forming a line. After pulling for several minutes, the nut didn't move at all. When he was about to give up, Walnut suddenly fell down, and several plants on the other end of the branch fell into the grass. Then, it stood up again, shaked off the soft vines on its body, and recovered its original appearance. Walnut glanced at the fallen plants, turned around and jumped away. On the other side, Qian Hui opened the game, looking at the current information. With the addition of nuts and durian, Corn successfully gave birth to the violent skill, and the team's combat power has improved by leaps and bounds, and it has reached 16,000. The camp value is 3,500, the prestige value is 1,540, and the balance is about 130,000. 3,500 camp value can be exchanged for 70,000 balance, which adds up to 200,000. Still 100,000 short. Unfortunately, the battle with the human superpower only rewarded prestige value, unlike the last time with the zombies, which earned a lot of balance. When the prestige value exceeded 4 digits, there was an extra line of small words at the bottom. You can build a camp base when the prestige value reaches 3,000, and open a new prestige mall camp base. Can plants also have a base? Qian Hui was confused, clicked a few times at random, and couldn't see what the prestige mall looked like. There are some building materials for sale in the general mall of the game, but they are all relatively basic, such as bricks, cement. As Qian Hui was browsing, Sunflower suddenly came to his side and touched his hand with its leaves. Qianhui looked up. Xiaokui? Mimosa was there too. A small piece, attached to the petals of the sunflower. It moved, jumped to the palm of Qianhui's hand, became slightly larger, and rubbed Qianhui's fingertips. Under the transmission of the sunflower's light, Qianhui sensed that Mimosa was not in a good mood. It was terrified, helpless, and finally mustered up the courage to ask Qianhui to help it. A lot of plants are locked up. After learning what Mimosa wanted to say, Qianhui frowned, angry and worried. He should have thought of it earlier. Small mushrooms and piranhas, peppers, mimosas, and durian. Those humans have a lot of bad deeds. And there must be more plants that have encountered similar things. Mimosa nodded its leaves lightly, feeling uneasy. This thought has been buried in its heart for a long time, since seeing Qianhui rescue Sunflower and keep Apple by her side. He also found a way to rescue Durian. Until recently, the plant team encountered the human superpowers in the sky base. At that time, Mimosa hid in Qianhui's sleeves and trembled the whole time. There were too many familiar smells. There must be several humans who had seen it, and maybe used it as a hound. If it was discovered. If it was caught again. But the plants were very strong and successfully eliminated the human team, leaving only a few people who escaped. Mimosa could no longer bear it, and quietly told Sunflower about her worries. After Sunflower found out, she immediately went to find Qianhui. Qianhui stroked the leaves of Mimosa, and said with great distress, "Let's go and rescue them." He agreed so quickly that Mimosa didn't even react. It turned out that it was really possible to rescue its friends. It raised its leaves and indicated a direction. Even though the distance was a little far, Mimosa could lead the way accurately. The other plants didn't know what Qianhui was talking about, and they gathered around one after another, and learned the cause of the matter from Sunflower. For a moment, they were equally shocked and angry. Corn waved his fist, indicating that he would quickly rescue the plants and teach those humans a lesson. Pepper was not surprised by this, because it was locked up alone due to its special ability, and he had heard of other plants being caught. Carrot picked up a branch from the ground and broke it hard. Woo! Go! Of course I have to go. Durian beside him also picked up a branch and broke it, scratching his back with a fierce expression. Woo! Seeing the reaction of the plants, Mimosa was moved and happy, and clung tightly to Qianhui's fingertips. But it was getting late now. It would be dark in 2 hours, and the plants had not yet fully recovered their energy. Carrot made a decision to rest in the woods for one night, and set off tomorrow morning. Mimosa was responsible for leading the way. When they got there, they would make a detailed battle plan. A group of plants gathered together and made some suggestions, such as whether to steal or rob directly, and what to do when running away. Nut stayed aside for a while, and couldn't help but squeeze over to listen. On the other side, Qianhui came to Nanting Jin. "Xiao Jin," Qianhui asked, "will you come with us?" In fact, he brought Nanting Jin out of the base. He had no other choice. He couldn't just leave him alone on the way. Nanting Jin didn't refuse, and said, "Okay." He reached out his hand. Qianhui hesitated for a moment, and got into his arms. After taking the panacea, Nanting Jin's body temperature gradually recovered. Qianhui raised her face, and rested her chin in front of him. "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah," Nanting Jin replied. "Don't worry." Qianhui looked at him for a while, and hesitated to speak. Soon it was night, and the plants finished their dinner, and went to bed early. The piranha plant and Carrot took turns to keep watch as usual. Nut had just woken up, and could rest for a few more days. There was also a durian behind Carrot. It was so sleepy that it wanted to go with him. Carrot couldn't drive it away, so it had to let it go. In the second half of the night, the dark forest was silent. Durian yawned, came to Carrot, and asked it shyly when it would turn back into a durian. Carrot's expression was hard to describe. "Woo. We'll talk about it later. It will change when needed." Durian nodded, not quite understanding. The piranha plant and the Carrot switched shifts, and went back to the cabbage shell to sleep. Nanting Jin stayed outside. The other plants were all in the cabbage shell, lying in all directions. 2 of them squeezed into Qianhui's arms. Only the mimosa was still awake. Its leaves moved quietly. It was so excited that it couldn't sleep at all. It silently recited all the plant friends it wanted to rescue several times, fearing that some would be missed. At the same time, in the distance, a few lights were still on in a base somewhere. The sign at the door was a white cloud. It was a small base branch of the sky base used to imprison alien plants. It was late at night, and the guard at the gate suddenly received an alarm. He checked immediately and found that it was the instrument on the side of the wall that detected energy. The energy was not stable. It suddenly rose and fell, and it was suspected that a zombie or alien plant of a high level was approaching. But it was night. It should not be a zombie. The guard immediately contacted the patrol team over there and asked them to go over and take a look. A few minutes later, the patrol team replied that they did not find anything, and there might be an alien plant passing by the outside of the base, approaching and escaping. The pointer of the instrument stopped moving. Confirming that it was safe, the team continued to patrol in other directions. After they left, beside the low wall of the ruins in the distance, a piece of cabbage leaf was quietly poked out, observing secretly. In the woods, before dawn, Qianhui woke up. He had another dream, which seemed to be the same as the previous one, but it was clearer. The plants beside him were sleeping. Qianhui slowly sat up, put the nuts and peppers in his arms aside, and put them away. He opened the cabbage shell and crawled out quietly. Nanting Jean was under a nearby tree. He opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. He had just sat up when Qianhui groped her way into his arms and hugged him tightly around the waist. Nanting Jean stroked his hair. "Are you awake so early?" Qianhui replied vaguely. "I had a dream. I dreamed of you." Nanting Jean kissed his cheek and asked, "What dream?" I dreamed of you." Qianhui looked confused and lost, and whispered, "You are not my boyfriend." Nanting Jean was silent for a moment, and his breath was slightly tense. "What?" Chapter 36. A dim light appeared in the sky, and a cool breeze blew through the woods. Nanting Jean lowered his head and leaned closer, and stared at Qianhui with his dark eyes. "I'm not your boyfriend." "Who is?" Qianhui was still being held by him, and the force around her waist tightened. Until now, Nanting Jean's expression was cold and hard, and he spoke softly. "Tell me, did you recognize the wrong person?" No. He held her too tightly. Qianhui reached out to push him away, and her wrist was grabbed, and she could hardly move. Qianhui's slight struggle was completely ineffective. Sensing Nanting Jean's unstable mood, he timidly shrank back. Such a reaction made the haze in Nanting Jean's eyes even darker. He placed his palm on Qianhui's neck, leaned closer, as if to kiss her. Qianhui was forced to raise her face, subconsciously trying to dodge. His hot breath was close at hand. Seeing his face of grievance and panic, Nanting Jean paused and kissed his cheek. This was really hard. With a hint of ferocity, Qianhui trembled when kissed, and her fair skin immediately turned red. He felt even more wronged. No. Not far away, the piranha heard some noises, and quietly poked his head out to look. Qianhui had her back to it, staying with Nanting Jean, and no one knew what she was doing. The piranha suspected that Qianhui was bullied, but it didn't look like that after a closer look. It watched silently, and decided to observe for a while. Under the tree, Nanting Jean stared at Qianhui for a while. He adjusted his posture, hugged Qianhui again, pinched the tip of Qianhui's chin. "Speak." Qianhui sat on his lap, her thick eyelashes trembling. "No mistake. I dreamed." He hesitated for a while, and said slowly, "You wanted to be my boyfriend, but I didn't agree." After a moment, Nanting Jean repeated in a low voice, "Dream?" "Yes." Qianhui looked at him, relaxed a little now, and gradually immersed in her thoughts. Looking dazed. "You like me." The scenes in the dream were intermittent, and there were almost only Nanting Jean and Qianhui. He participated in it, and was like a bystander, who could see everything, but could not control his behavior. The first time he dreamed yesterday, Qianhui was still a little dazed and unsure of what the dream meant. The second time he dreamed, the scenes in the dream were repeated, and the conversations were clearer, which made him feel more familiar. As for the content of the dream, it should be that Nanting Jean said that he liked him and confessed to him, but he did not agree for the time being. In the dream, Nanting Jean was pursuing him, but he was not his boyfriend yet. Nanting Jean would often wait for him somewhere, as if to send him home. He would buy him some gifts and cakes, and he would ask him to accept them. Otherwise he would throw them away. Qianhui in the dream was a little helpless. He put away the gifts, and if he couldn't finish the cakes and snacks, he would give half to Nanting Jean, asking him to eat with him. Otherwise, He would be unhappy if he knew about it. Nantingjin was strong, stubborn, and would never give up until he achieved his goal. It was impossible for Qian Hui to hide from him. He would always find a way to find her. Qian Hui also dreamed that one day, he seemed to be angry, and threw something at Nantingjin. Nantingjin did not hide, and then came over to hold his hand, and asked him if his hand hurt. Qian Hui pulled his hand back with force, and said with a straight face, "It doesn't hurt." But I don't know if there was any emotional influence outside the dream. Qian Hui could feel that he in the dream should also like Nantingjin. But later, the dream came to an abrupt end, and he did not see the day when the two of them really became lovers. There were no zombies or mutant plants in the dream, and many passers-by with blurred outlines flashed by. It was not a world where doomsday was coming, but it was far less pure than the doomsday. After waking up from the dream, his mind was still full of Nantingjin, and he wanted to see him immediately, so he came here. Although he was sometimes slow and ignorant, and simply seemed to know nothing, he was not stupid. After coming here from the botanical courtyard, his every move became closer to humans, and his mind became more flexible. Qian Hui had no memory before the botanical courtyard. He was different from other zombies, and was close to plants. He thought he was also grown in the mud. But if everything in the dream was real, and he just forgot it, then it should have happened before the botanical courtyard. This also corresponds to the description of Nantingjin in the plot point. He has been single for many years, and does not like to get close to others. But he once pursued a homosexual. Isn't that himself? Then, Nantingjin appeared in the forest near the botanical courtyard. When the two met, he said he was his boyfriend. Even though Qian Hui still had some things he couldn't figure out, such as what happened later. How could he forget the past? And why Nantingjin had forgotten him now? But he was very clear about the fact that Nantingjin is not yet a boyfriend and had his own logic. Anyway, Qian Hui said vaguely, "You like me, you are not my boyfriend yet." Hearing this, Nantingjin remained silent. He rubbed Qian Hui's cheek skin with his fingertips, and said lightly, "Really? I don't remember." Qian Hui was stunned. She never thought Nantingjin would say this. Is it that she doesn't remember whether she is a boyfriend or not? Or that she doesn't remember that he liked her in the past? Nantingjin's eyes were dark, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He asked again, "So, you want me to leave?" Qian Hui was even more at a loss, and quickly answered, "No." He suddenly realized that Nantingjin agreed to go with him yesterday because they were lovers. If Nantingjin wasn't her boyfriend, he would have a reason to leave her at any time. Qian Hui panicked at this time, pulling Nantingjin's sleeve. "You can't leave." Nantingjin said expressionlessly, "Why? Do you like me?" Qian Hui thought about it seriously, nodded, "I like you." "What do you like about me?" Qian Hui opened her mouth, but couldn't answer. Nantingjin slowly let go of him. "Answer the previous question, I'll think about it." Qian Hui retreated from his arms, feeling inexplicably lost. Okay. He regretted it a little at this moment. He should have kept it a secret earlier. But the two repetitive dreams almost became memories, making him uncontrollably think that Nantingjin was another protagonist in the dream. Qian Hui subconsciously wanted to tell him this, without too much scruple. He vaguely felt that he had done something wrong, but it was indeed like that in the dream. Nantingjin really couldn't remember anything, and couldn't remember that he had liked him before? Qian Hui glanced at Nantingjin quietly, and clenched her sleeves with her fingertips. He lowered his head and said, Then I'll go back to sleep first." It was not yet completely light, and it was still early to get up. Nantingjin raised his eyes, quietly silent. Qian Hui said she would go back to sleep, looking aggrieved, and also like she was acting like a spoiled child to him. He took the initiative to come over, and when he was hugged and kissed just now, he did not resist much, and there was still a faint red mark on his cheek. Nantingjin suppressed himself and looked away. Seeing that he did not speak, Qian Hui slowly stood up, turned around and left. He returned to the cabbage shell, got in and lay down, and picked up the pepper and potato and held them in his arms. The potato was sleeping soundly, and the pepper opened one eye, and then closed it again. Nut rolled over from the side, also wanting Qian Hui to hold it. Qian Hui took it into her arms, and whispered to herself, "Forget it if you don't remember." Anyway, he didn't agree to be with Nantingjin before, and then in the botanical courtyard, it shouldn't count, right? For Nantingjin, he had already lost his memory, forgot everything that happened in the botanical courtyard, and also forgot that he had loved her. Now Qian Hui remembered it first, and it all seemed to have become a misunderstanding. But he just said that he liked Nan Tingjin, and Nan Tingjin didn't seem to believe it. Apart from their relationship, Qian Hui was worried and didn't want Nan Tingjin to leave. He was unhappy, turned over, and quietly pushed the cabbage shell leaf door open a little. The door had been opened before, and the invisibility effect had long been gone. The woods outside were covered with thin sunlight. Through the gap, Qian Hui saw Nan Tingjin sitting under the tree, looking over here. His hand trembled, and he closed the door again. Qian Hui turned over again, silently saying in his heart, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. As long as I can confirm Nan Tingjin's safety, it will be fine. If he must leave, I can't stop him. Qian Hui closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. He didn't know how long he lay there. The plants around him got up one after another, but he was still not sleepy at all. Qian Hui had no choice but to sit up and get ready to get up. The cabbage shell was opened, and several plants took the initiative to fetch water from the stream, saving some money for buying water. Qian Hui washed up, and then wiped the plants' faces and leaves, and took out breakfast. The plants lined up, took their share of food from him, and found a place to sit down at random. The new little meatball has a small appetite, only received half a biscuit, and followed the most familiar little bamboo shoot obediently, and sat next to the sunflower. What is a little special? It has no hands or feet, and its body cannot bend, so it is not convenient to eat. In the past, in the plant courtyard, it would nibble on the flowers and plants beside the courtyard to satisfy its hunger. After Qian Hui found out, she would feed it some other food from time to time. Now, what can change its body shape freely, and has become much smaller, but Qian Hui still intends to feed it. Little Baokai ran over in time, and took a biscuit considerately, and held it to What's mouth. Nut looked at it, his eyes slightly alert, and then looked around. Qian Hui didn't stop him, and touched Nut's head. Little fruit? Nut hesitated for 2 seconds, and took a bite of the biscuit. With Xiao Baocai's help, Qian Hui was temporarily free, and took out another pack of biscuits and looked at the stream. Nan Tingjin came back from the stream alone, and Qian Hui took the initiative to step forward and handed him the food and water in her hand. He glanced at it, and didn't take it. I'm not hungry. Qian Hui pinched the biscuit and whispered, Are you still angry? He thought about it seriously again. Nan Tingjin didn't remember the past, so he couldn't blame him. Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, the boyfriend's identity no longer exists. Just think that I recognized the wrong person. Qian Hui lowered her head. It's my fault. But I don't want to drive you away. He continued, We will leave in a while. Have you thought about it? Just think that you recognized the wrong person? Nan Tingjin said in a deep voice, and stepped closer to Qian Hui. His face was not very good. Qian Hui subconsciously stepped back, until her back was against the tree trunk, and there was no way to retreat. Nan Tingjin bent down and whispered 2 words. No. He was too close, and his aura was overwhelming. Qian Hui was very nervous. Then, what should we do? Nan Tingjin stopped talking again. Qian Hui carefully grabbed his sleeve. Xiao Jin. The other plants were on the other side, and didn't pay much attention to this side. The piranha plant had to be responsible for the journey, and now it was busy eating. Carrot urged Durian to clean up the biscuit crumbs on the ground. Nan Tingjin lowered his gaze, grabbed Qian Hui's wrist with his backhand, and pulled him into his arms. Qian Hui was hugged tightly, and the things in his hand almost fell. He heard Nan Tingjin whisper in his ear, Little liar. He was stunned, and began to struggle. I didn't. Qian Hui understood what Nan Tingjin meant. He might not believe those dreams and past likes, and he might even think that he had other intentions and deliberately tricked him out of the base. Nan Tingjin was too strong. Qian Hui couldn't push him away, and she complained and retorted, You are the one who lied to me. Qian Hui's beautiful eyes glared at him, like a fierce little rabbit. Nan Tingjin smiled instead. Okay. I lied to you. He said it casually, obviously trying to coax her, and came closer to kiss her. Qian Hui refused, and stretched out her hand to push his face hard. No. You are not allowed to kiss me. Nan Tingjin didn't continue, and patiently coaxed him. Didn't we kiss before? He seemed to have figured it out, and just thought Qian Hui was talking nonsense this morning. He must have been angry. But after an hour or two, when he saw Qian Hui approaching him again, his anger had mostly subsided. Qian Hui said confidently, You are not my boyfriend. Nan Tingjin's face darkened. Then who is your boyfriend? Qian Hui lowered her eyes. Her eyelashes cast a fixed shadow. I don't. At this time, Carrot suddenly jumped to the tree above and poked his head. Woo? It didn't know what the two were doing here. It looked a bit like a quarrel, but not really. The things had been packed up, and they had to rush to the place where the plants were imprisoned as soon as possible to see what was going on. Carrot came over to urge them. It was time to set off. Nan Tingjin glanced at Carrot, obviously a little unhappy, and slowly let go of Qian Hui. Carrot didn't take it seriously, turned his head to look at him, and then looked at Qian Hui. Not far away, the piranha plant grew larger, allowing the other plants to get in one by one. Qian Hui was still a little unhappy, and threw the biscuit in her hand to Nan Tingjin. Are you going or not? Nan Tingjin caught the biscuit, and replied slowly, Go. Everything seemed to be paused, and he and Qian Hui entered the mouth of the piranha plant together. After confirming that everyone was seated firmly inside, the piranha plant raised its head. A small piece of mimosa, sticking to one of its teeth, lifting its leaf to point the direction. On the other side, the branch of the sky base is located. The ruins outside are quiet, not even wandering zombies. The patrol team quickly passed by the wall. They didn't notice that. A cabbage was hiding in the dark and observing. The cabbage is not big, about the height of an adult's calf, and its body is round and flat. Its facial features are on one of the wide sides. The hands and feet made of leaves are very thick, and the ends of the hands are even thicker, like wearing two gloves. Watching the patrol team go away, Cabbage began to move. It jumped up, crossed the ruins in a few steps, and quickly came to the wall outside the base. Then, Cabbage's raised right hand suddenly became dozens of times longer, easily grabbed the top of the wall, kicked his legs, flying directly up. The alarm sounded immediately. The energy displayed by the instrument was extremely high. The guards hurriedly notified everyone. There is a special plant. At this time, Cabbage had climbed to the other side of the wall, and landed steadily. However, the human superpowers also came quickly. In addition to the patrol team outside, there were also many people guarding inside. Cabbage dodged several ranged attacks, shattered a layer of defense shield with one punch, and rushed into the crowd. It was very brave and agile. The gloves on its hands became 2 sizes bigger. It can be stretched freely, and the opponent will scream in pain. But the number of human superpowers kept increasing. When a few fell, someone quickly replaced them. They also took out tranquilizer guns, trying to capture Cabbage alive. The cabbage kicked, and the syringe containing the anesthetic broke in two. It looked around, bared its teeth fiercely, waved its fists wildly, and threw out dozens or even hundreds of replica boxing gloves. The copied boxing gloves are Cabbage's long-range attack. The damage is much lower than the real fist, but it is enough. While the human mutant on the opposite side was dodging the boxing gloves, Cabbage turned around and fled, extending his arms again to hook the wall and fly up, and his figure quickly disappeared. The base sent people to chase him out, searched carefully for a long time, but returned empty-handed. After a long time, Cabbage sneaked back again. It continued to hide in the dark, looking at the heavily guarded base. Just a few days ago, Cabbage passed by nearby and found that humans were chasing 2 mutant plants. The 2 plants seemed to have escaped from the base here. But unfortunately, they failed to escape and were quickly captured. Cabbage originally planned to help, but it was too late. It wanted to sneak into the base. But as soon as it approached the base wall, a human team would come to check the situation. And it could not find a chance at all. After squatting for 2 days, Cabbage could not think of a better way. So it prepared to force its way in. However, it still underestimated the number of human superpowers inside. It could not deal with so many humans by itself. And it could not even see the terrain clearly, let alone find the location of the 2 plants. Oh, Cabbage sighed. What should I do? Should I just leave like this? Cabbage hesitated, decided to wait for 2 more days. If I still couldn't get in, I could beat up a few more people patrolling outside. Then, Cabbage turned and left, retreating to a place farther away from the base, so as not to be discovered. It was very quiet around. There were no zombies. It should be safe. It lay on the ruins, touched its stomach. Oh, I haven't eaten for several days. I'm hungry. Chapter 37. This branch of the sky base was built in a remote low-risk area. It was surrounded by urban ruins that had not yet been cleared. Other humans rarely approached, and even zombies did not come. The cabbage lay for a while, then got up and looked around nearby. It barely found 2 or 3 wild fruits growing in the cracks of the rocks. They were no bigger than a little finger and tasted very sour. It ate with its eyes closed, and returned to its original place to lie down again. The special grade alien plant was strong, and it would not have any problem not eating for a month or two. It was just that the cabbage itself was not very tolerant of hunger. Looking at the cotton candy like white clouds in the sky, Cabbage wondered when to leave. Wait 2 more days. No, or a day and a half. Mutated plants were born after the apocalypse, and generally don't have much desire to help their own kind. Cabbage is not familiar with those plants. It's just that it ran into them, and couldn't pretend not to know. Last month, it helped a winter melon drive away the zombies that wanted to attack. But later, the winter melon was very grateful to it, and wanted to follow it, but was ruthlessly rejected by the cabbage. It still likes to be alone, and doesn't want to have any companions around. After confirming that Dongguo is safe, it quickly slipped away. This time, it's just that it tried its best. Thinking of the miserable appearance of the 2 plants when they were caught, the cabbage sighed again. The plants it knows shouldn't be so miserable. Right? At the same time, in the base far away, everyone still dared not relax, and checked the base inside and out again, confirming that only the cabbage had broken in addition to several people being injured. Some surrounding buildings were destroyed in the fight, and there was no other loss. It came for unknown reasons. Probably because it found that there were too many people inside, and there was no absolute chance of winning. So it left quickly. On weekdays, it is normal for human mutants to clash with alien plants outside, but it is rare for them to attack the base directly. The person in charge of the branch base immediately sent a message to the main base, reporting the situation and asking what to do next, whether it is necessary to strengthen defense, etc. The main base received the message and passed it to Wenju. Wenju was still at the Black Ridge Mountain base and had not returned. He took a lot of drugs and tried to keep himself from getting lost. He took the communicator from his subordinates and thought, another special grade alien plant. The piranha plant had just escaped not long ago. Even if it knew the coordinates of the base branch, it would not arrive so quickly. So this alien plant was not with them. Wenju slowly closed his eyes and sat in the chair motionless. The subordinate knew that this was the state when he used his superpowers, and retreated quietly. After a long time, Wenju opened his eyes. It didn't leave. Hiding in the southeast. He said, "Don't alarm it first. Find a way to capture it alive." The subordinate quickly responded, "I will notify them immediately." Since it was delivered to the door, there was no reason to miss this opportunity. However, in the scene that Wenju predicted, the special grade alien plant was found, and the base sent people to quietly surround it. What happened afterwards? We can't see. Wenju pressed his brows. His face showed deep fatigue. He was too tired these days, and the use of his supernatural power should also be affected. It was unknown where the carnivorous plant had fled to, and no more plants had been found to cooperate with each other. In theory, there would be no accidents. Unless, Wenju glanced sideways, and there was a portrait at hand, which was Qian Hui's. Several bases had never seen Qian Hui before, and in the last few years, the previous information could not be found. But he could not predict, and could not see any useful information, but Wenju had a hunch. The mutant plants suddenly began to work together, because of Qian Hui. His ability must be very important. In short, although many people were killed, I still gained something from coming here in person this time. Wenju was even curious about how far the team composed of alien plants could go. It's a pity that they sneaked into the base to kill people. No matter what their purpose was, they had to be dealt with as soon as possible to avoid causing greater threats. The portraits of Qian Hui and several alien plants had been sent to various bases this morning, including the giant nut. Once anyone discovers his whereabouts, they must report it immediately. The primary goal is to capture Qian Hui alive. Other alien plants can be killed on the spot if necessary. This is a commission issued by the Sky Base to all bases. Even if you only provide clues, the reward is very generous. As for Nanting Jin, the Black Ridge Mountain Base insisted that he was kidnapped by alien plants. Before there is definite evidence, he was not included in the commission list. But it is only temporary. On the table, next to Qian Hui's portrait, there is also a small red device. This is exactly what Zhao Xing used. He wanted to target Nanting Jin. It should be useful according to the situation at that time. The blood on the device has been cleaned, and it is ready to be taken back to the base to make more. Qian Hui woke up too early in the morning. He sat in the mouth of the piranha plant and yawned one after another. He was very sleepy and wanted to sleep for a while. Nut made its body bigger, and wanted to be a pillow for Qian Hui. But although it was warm, it was a bit hard. Qian Hui finally used it as a pillow and slept against the backpack. In the past, when he wanted to rest, he would go to Nanting Jin, and Nanting Jin would hug him. Today, the two of them were very far apart. To be more precise, Qian Hui deliberately stayed away from Nanting Jin. Carrot looked at the two of them and recalled the scene before they set out. Did they really quarrel? Carrot looked around and began to estimate the success rate of the team joining together to beat Nanting Jin. It was like this in the botanical courtyard before. There was nothing that could not be solved by a fight. If there was, then they would fight again. But now there are serious things to do, and we can't waste time on the road. In a corner, Qian Hui was holding a big nut in her arms, and seemed to have fallen asleep. In the dim light, Nanting Jin watched quietly. After a while, he stood up and came to Qian Hui. The surrounding plants were used to the closeness of the two, and took the initiative to give up their positions. Nanting Jin slowly picked up Qian Hui, and let him lean on his arms. Qian Hui was startled and opened his eyes in a daze. Finding that it was Nanting Jin in front of him, he subconsciously moved over, hugging him tightly, and continued to sleep. Carrot watched quietly, and reluctantly felt relieved. The piranha plant kept moving forward. One of the leaves of the mimosa became the largest, guiding the direction, trying to explore the smell of the outside world, and choosing the best route for the piranha plant. Suddenly, the leaves of the mimosa shook violently, indicating that there was movement ahead. The piranha plant also smelled something strange, stopped moving, and looked around, in order to reach the destination as soon as possible and rescue the friends of the mimosa. The plants originally decided to speed up their journey and avoid anything they encountered. But in this area, it seems that there is only one road ahead. If you want to go around it, it will take more time. After learning the situation, Carrot glanced at Qian Hui, who was sleeping soundly, but did not wake him up. It took durian out of its mouth, planning to go and see what was going on first. So the piranha plant lowered its head, hid behind a high wall that had not collapsed, and waited for a while. Carrot took out a carrot thorn and glided high into the sky, and durian grabbed its feet and hung below. After flying forward for a while, the two plants landed on the ruins high up, observing secretly. Carrot took a closer look and found that it was a human team being attacked by several zombies. The team should be out transporting supplies. There were 3 modified cargo trucks parked on the roadside, one of which had a broken wheel and fell to the side. The 6 or 7 humans in the team resisted stubbornly, but they also needed to protect the supplies. There was a high-level zombie on the opposite side, and the remaining 5 or 6 were all intermediate. The high-level zombie had fire abilities, and was very powerful. Its skin was burning, and the flames it spewed were 2 meters away. Carrot roughly understood the situation, and took durian back the same way. After returning to the piranha plant, it told the other plants everything it saw. The human team was obviously at a disadvantage, and it was estimated that it would not be long before they were besieged and killed by zombies. Carrot had never seen the logos on the human clothes, but they were not from the sky base. They could ignore the strange human superpowers, as the plants did not have much affection for all humans, and discussed whether to wait for the zombies to leave before continuing on their journey. If they went straight over, the 3 parties would face each other head-on. The best result would be to eliminate both the human team and the zombies. A few plants gathered together to talk, and Nut opened his eyes, wanting to listen. When it moved, Qian Hui woke up. He found himself in Nanting Jin's arms. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the carnivorous plant had stopped. Qian Hui pushed Nanting Jin away, and raised her head in confusion. "Where are we?" Seeing that he was awake, Carrot came over, using the light of the sunflower to tell him the situation, and ask for his opinion. The zombie and human teams. Qian Hui frowned her delicate eyebrows. If it's not easy to take a detour, then killing zombies can get a balanced reward, and those zombies must be dealt with. The other human team. I heard from Carrot that they are not from the sky base. Qian Hui had very little contact with other humans, except for Yuan Ji, a subordinate of Nanting Jin. When she first sneaked into the safe zone 5, she only said a few words to a guard. The same goes for the plants. Without any enmity, those humans are not companions, and there is no way to say that they are disgusted or hateful. But Luo Bo also said that the team should be responsible for transporting supplies. Some flour and cloth fell out of the overturned car. Qian Hui thought about it, and quickly made a decision. Kill the zombies first, and ignore the human team for now. In this way, it is equivalent to helping the human team in disguise. However, Qianhui felt that there was no need to kill all the human superpowers at present. If they tried to attack, they would make another plan. Moreover, transporting supplies might also be related to the hidden mission of the zombies. Carrot nodded and rubbed Qianhui's hand. It knew Qianhui was kind and soft-hearted. It was for this reason that the plants liked him and followed him. Then, Carrot waved his hand and called everyone to set off. The piranha plant and some plants that would not fight stayed behind to guard Qianhui and Nanting Jin. Walnut didn't need to go. Carrot didn't even plan to bring the money tree and sunflower, preparing for a quick battle. But Walnut jumped closer, looking at him silently, obviously wanting to follow. Carrot scratched his head. Woo! Okay. After everything was ready, Carrot led the plant team and rushed to the destination quickly. When they arrived, the human team was about to collapse. There was only one person in the team who had defensive abilities. He quickly swallowed a few pills, and the defensive shield he cast was quickly shattered by the zombies. The flames of the advanced zombies spit out, and 2 or 3 people were unable to dodge, and their bodies were directly burned. The captain on the side heard the screams, but had no time to care. Sweat rolled down his forehead, and his injured arm was bleeding. If nothing unexpected happened, they would all die here today. At the beginning, only a few intermediate zombies appeared, trying to rob the supplies in their car. If they had abandoned the car and escaped directly, they might have had a chance of survival. However, they made a wrong judgment and thought they could get rid of the intermediate zombies. What they didn't expect was that behind the intermediate zombies, there was a high-level zombie with fire ability. Now several people are trapped here, and it is too late to escape. At this moment, a hot wind suddenly blew from the narrow street. The ground shook slightly, as if a large wave of beasts was about to come. The attention of several zombies was distracted, and they turned their heads. They smelled danger in the air, and before they could react, they saw a 2-story-high nut rolling over. The high-level zombie roared, and retreated from the center of the road with the rest of the zombies in time. The human team was on the outermost side, and the nut rolled over with a gurgle sound, and no one was crushed. The wind from the shell just happened to extinguish the flames on several humans. It stopped, and suddenly stood up. At the same time, a bunch of plants fell from the air above. There were potatoes, corn, peppers, and durian and a bamboo shoot, which were tied together in a string, and on the top was a carrot. The strong breath of the special grade alien plants attacked, and the zombies realized that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and escape. However, the plants were faster, and after standing firmly on the top of the nut, they threw a large number of long-range attacks. The high-level zombies roared angrily, and the flames in their mouths had no killing power at all against the giant nut. In order to prevent them from escaping, the bamboo shoots and durian soldiers split into 2 groups, blocking the rear and sides. In a blink of an eye, 3 intermediate zombies fell to the ground one after another. Taking advantage of the gap, the human team retreated behind the modified car. Finding that the plants only attacked the zombies, they quickly bandaged their companions and took the medicine they carried with them. One of them was the most seriously injured, with his legs burned by the flames and unable to walk. He urged his companions, "You go first. Don't worry about the things in the car." But except for him, the rest of the people were also injured. Without the modified car, the group could not escape far. To drive the car away, they need to go around to the side of the big nut. Just when the captain hesitated, the plant's fighting power was amazing, and they had killed all the zombies. The nut lay down again, gurgle gurgle, and rolled away. A team member quietly looked out and saw the mutant plants gathered together. A carrot threw a carrot thorn into the air and jumped up to grab it. The rest of the plants followed closely. The durian grabbed the carrot, the corn grabbed the durian. A big green pepper hurriedly dug out the crystal cores of all the zombies and landed on the last one, and grabbed the foot of the little bamboo shoot. They flew away again, in a string, just like they came. Everyone saw the scene, and thought they would be attacked by mutant plants later. But they didn't expect. These plants? The captain frowned. Do they look familiar? They hid behind the car, not daring to act rashly. Not long after, a huge figure appeared at the end of the street. The figure moved quickly, passing by the modified car without even looking at them. One team member whispered, "It's the piranha plant." The appearance of the piranha plant was too prominent, and they all remembered it. Not long ago, everyone received a message, which contained descriptions of several mutant plants. The specific portraits could only be seen after returning to the base. The captain opened the message and compared them with the plants he had just seen. Carrots, corn, durian. They matched perfectly. So, they encountered the plant team mentioned in the commission. They were all injured. With their current strength, they couldn't even track them. But they could provide the coordinates of the plant team and get commissions. Several team members looked at each other. And someone asked the captain, "Do you want to tell me?" But judging from the results, they were saved by this plant team. Those alien plants are so powerful. They can easily kill a few zombies. And of course they can kill them. The captain thought for a moment. Looking in the direction where the man-eating plant disappeared, he put away the communicator, lowered his voice and instructed, "Don't say anything. We will pretend that we didn't see anything." The Sky Base likes to capture alien plants the most. And they all know it. The commission for providing clues was not much, not as good as saving a life, and the commission involved the Black Ridge Mountain Base. It was better for them not to get involved, just as if they had encountered an ordinary plant that is willing to help others. The rest of the team members also agreed. They lifted up an overturned car, cleaned up the surroundings, and left the area as soon as possible. On the other side, Carrot squatted on the head of the piranha plant. After confirming that the humans did not catch up, it turned its head and crawled into the gap between its teeth. Qianhui took a nap and recovered a lot of energy. He opened the game and saw that the hidden mission to approach the zombie camp had indeed made some progress. A human team transporting supplies. And zombies? Could it be that the zombies wanted to steal those supplies? But they couldn't use those things. Recalling that the Black Ridge Mountain Base had also received similar commissions, Qianhui subconsciously looked at Nantingjin, wanting to ask him. When he met Nantingjin's eyes, he remembered that the two had a quarrel before setting off. Qianhui turned his head suddenly, turned off the game, picked up Nut, and turned his back to Nantingjin. Anyway, the mission can't be completed for a while. I can ask him later when I have the chance. Chapter 38. The gaze behind him was like a substance. Feeling that Nantingjin was still looking at him, Qianhui ignored him. After the battle, the plants habitually surrounded Qianhui, asking him to wipe their faces. There were not many zombies this time, and there were nuts to help. They were not dirty, except that the nuts had rolled on the ground twice, and were covered with a lot of dust. Qianhui carefully wiped the nuts several times with a towel, and then wiped the leaves of other plants. Chili squatted aside, breaking the excavated crystal core into small pieces, trying to distribute them evenly. At this time, a game prompt came belatedly, and appeared in front of Qianhui. The 6th faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 400 so much. Qianhui thought he had seen it wrong, and then carefully confirmed, it was indeed 400. Every time a zombie is killed, there is a prompt for the balance to increase. There are only 8 zombies in total, but there are 400 prestige points, and the last victory in the battle only rewarded 500. Is it because these zombies are related to the hidden mission? Or is it because there is a human faction present? Qianhui can't quite figure it out, but anyway, it's a good thing to have a reward. However, he has been here for so long, in the main interface of the game, the column of host strength has changed from weak to relatively strong, and faction strength is still weak, ranking 3rd. There are more and more mutant plants around him, and their comprehensive combat power is getting stronger and stronger, but the plant team alone seems unable to affect the overall situation. After agreeing to rescue Mimosa's friends, realizing that more mutant plants are in danger, Qianhui has been worried in her heart. The number of plants is not as large as that of zombies. Do they need to gather in large numbers, like humans, and build a base? But can mutant plants also have a base? If so, what would it look like? The prestige value is not enough for 3,000. And the new mall is not open. Qianhui has no idea how to build a base. He subconsciously thought of Nantingjin. As the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain Base, Nantingjin must know a lot. Qianhui pursed her lips and resisted turning back to look at him. Let's save the locked up plants first. If the prestige is not high enough, it's no use asking. It was noon in a blink of an eye. The piranha plant found a safe place to stop and rest, and had lunch. The plants lined up to receive food. Qianhui asked Xiao Baokai to help deliver the portion for Nantingjin. The journey was long. Based on the direction and distance determined by the smell, Mimosa estimated that it would take 2 days to arrive. But these 2 days did not include rest time. Even if it had to eat on the way, the piranha plant had to sleep, and it was exposed alone, so it had to maintain enough energy so that it could respond to emergencies in time. So including sleeping. And occasionally stopping to rest. It would take at least 3 days. But Carrot felt that it couldn't delay. After reaching the destination, it had to investigate the situation and improve the battle plan. The sooner it arrived, the better. So it proposed that when the piranha plant rested, everyone could fly together on the carrot thorns. Carrot put his hands on his waist. Woo! As soon as it said this, all the plants, including Qian Hui, fell silent, flying together on the carrot thorns. How to fly? Like before. One by one. In a chain? The plants might not be a problem. But there were still Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin in the team. Carrot was still very confident, pointing at the cabbage. Its radish thorns had a strong load-bearing capacity and could accurately control the direction. When the time came, he would ask the soft vine to help and just tie the cabbage shell to it. The only slightly troublesome thing was that the radish thorns had a limited flying time, and every once in a while he had to find a good place to land and then start again. Durian was the first to raise his hand to agree, and the other plants looked at each other and thought it might work. Qianhui was hesitant and still not quite reassured. At this time, the nut also jumped out. It enlarged its body, put the cabbage on its head and jumped around, and came to Qianhui. Nut jumped on the spot. It thought it could help, just put the cabbage shell on its head. However, Nut could only walk by jumping, which made a lot of noise, and was not stable enough. The cabbage almost fell off several times just now, and now it was clinging to Nut's head tightly, and dared not move. Compared like this, Carrot's suggestion was safer. The other plants had limited abilities, and there was no better way. Qianhui picked up the little cabbage, and then picked up Walnut, and praised him first. Little fruit is very powerful. So we need to protect everyone. The two combat-type special-grade alien plants took turns to travel, and the task of ensuring safety was assigned to Walnut. Qianhui said tactfully, and asked Walnut to stay by the side of the plants. Walnut thought about it, and his eyes lit up slightly. Yes, this matter was settled. If we travel continuously and uninterruptedly, we will definitely arrive in 2 days. Taking advantage of the short rest time after the meal, Carrot called the soft vine and opened the cabbage shell to try it out. When the cabbage shell is tied up and flying, it cannot maintain invisibility and will be very conspicuous in broad daylight. So Carrot was arranged at night. After getting into the mouth of the piranha plant and setting off again, Carrot quickly went to sleep. Mimosa pudica enlarged its body and took the initiative to come to Qianhui. Qianhui fed it a few pills and touched its leaves. You should go to rest too? Xiaozi just needs to know the direction. In fact, Mimosa pudica is the most tired one. In order to detect the direction and distance, it needs to concentrate highly at all times. Otherwise it may be disturbed by other smells along the way and affect its judgment. Mimosa shook its leaves, indicating that it was fine. It was just 2 days without sleep or rest. It had been in the hands of human superpowers before. It had gone without sleep for up to 4 days. Although it was tired this time, it was very happy and looking forward to it. Mimosa rubbed Qianhui's hand again, rolled up the pill with its leaves and ate it, and went outside again. Qianhui couldn't stop it, and felt a little distressed. He opened the illustration to check the status of Mimosa, and found that its loyalty had risen to 50%. Wanting to save the friends who were locked up was what Mimosa had been thinking for a long time. Even if the result was still unknown, it still trusted Qianhui and the plant team very much. We continued on our journey in the afternoon. The plants were getting bored in the mouth of the piranha plant, and would play with each other from time to time. The corn told the potato for the 6th time how it felt when it used the energy accumulating attack. The potato could no longer bear it and punched it, and ran to play with the nut. The nut looked at the potato and blinked. Although the nut didn't make much noise, and didn't seem to care about other plants, it didn't stop other plants from approaching. The carrot was sleeping, and the durian was guarding it. Next to it were the quiet sunflowers and bamboo shoots. The soft vine needed help at night, quietly wrapped around Qianhui's wrist, and fell asleep. The little succulent quickly became familiar with the little cabbage apple. The 3 of them gathered together, and then pulled up the fortune tree. The fortune tree made a mini defense shield, and the apple kept blowing smoke into it, while playing hide-and-seek. The pepper sat at the gap between the teeth of the piranha plant, looking out from time to time. When the carrot rested, it became the substitute captain, helping the piranha plant keep an eye on the situation outside. After dark, the piranha plant went into a forest and found a lake. At night, Xiao Baokai took out the cabbage bowl, and Qian Hui took a bath in the lake water. After leaving the base, without a hair dryer, Chili used chili seeds to dry his hair as usual. Chili's movements were meticulous, and he also imitated Nantingjin's movements before, combing his hair with his hands from time to time. After several days, the dye on the hair gradually fell off, and the original color began to show. Qian Hui called Xiao Baokai and asked it to take Nantingjin to the cabbage bowl. Since Nantingjin did not leave, he stayed in the team, and he could not be treated too badly. The cabbage nodded and ran quickly to a tree not far away. It tugged at Nantingjin's clothes, pointed at the lake, and made 2 whoops. The carnivorous plant had refilled the cabbage bowl with water, and the newly bought clothes were placed on the grass beside it. Nantingjin raised his eyes and stood up and walked over after a moment. When the 2 of them and all the plants were cleaned up, they entered the cabbage shell. Carrot was full of energy and took out a carrot thorn. The soft vine gave birth to 4 branches, which tightly tied the cabbage shell and the carrot thorn together. Mimosa sticks to the carrot's forehead. It grabs the radish thorn and waves violently. The radish thorn takes off with the cabbage shell. The cabbage shell suddenly rises to the air, shakes for a while, and then stabilizes. The carrot stands on it, holding the radish thorn to adjust the direction. It looks calm and relaxed. But the plants in the cabbage shell are panicking, afraid of falling. Although the initial shaking stops quickly, the wind at night still makes the cabbage shell shake slightly, and the plants inside will also shake if they move slightly. Potato was a little afraid of heights, and curled up tightly in Qianhui's arms with the cabbage. The piranha plant was sleeping in the corner, and the money tree was protecting a few of them. Gradually, the plants breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the cabbage shell was flying smoothly. Qianhui was the same. He moved his legs and accidentally touched Nantingjin. Nantingjin was also taken away, and the space inside the cabbage shell seemed even narrower. Qianhui pretended not to see him, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep sitting there. Time passed by, and the plants around her fell asleep one after another. Qianhui didn't sleep for too long. She was awakened by the shaking. It should be that the radish thorns had reached their limit of flight. The carrot stopped and landed, preparing to replace it with a new one. Qianhui yawned and rubbed her eyes. The carrots outside should have replaced their thorns. The cabbage shell took off again, shaking again, taking advantage of this gap. Nantingjin opened his eyes and approached Qianhui. He touched Qianhui's palm and gently held it. "Hug you." Qianhui was afraid of waking up other plants, so she didn't push him away directly. She turned her head and said, "No." But he said no. Nantingjin still hugged him, together with the sleeping plant in his arms, and his movements were very gentle. Qianhui moved a little, and gave up struggling. His vision was dim inside the cabbage shell. He raised his head, and smelled the scent of lake water between Nantingjin's collar. Qianhui whispered, "You? Don't you think I lied to you?" Nantingjin stroked his hair. "No. But you still said." Qianhui said again, "You don't remember liking me?" Nantingjin still answered, "No." He lowered his head and moved closer, kissing Qianhui's cheek. It was not easy to push him away at this time. Qianhui was not able to completely calm down, and couldn't help but bite Nantingjin's chin hard. After biting him, he felt a little regretful, and said anxiously, "Will you be infected by me?" Strictly speaking, he should be considered a zombie. If he is bitten by a zombie, he may also become a zombie. Nantingjin curled his lips, raised his hand, and touched Qianhui's blunt fangs with his fingertips, and kissed him again. "No." Qianhui was relieved, and said unhappily, "You are not allowed to kiss me again." Nantingjin responded with a "okay," and hugged him in his arms. "Go to sleep." Qianhui leaned against him, rubbed unconsciously, and closed her eyes quietly. After a night, when it was just dawn, Carrot found a place to land, and took over the shift with the piranha plant. They kept going forward like this, and they didn't encounter any problems. Flying with carrot thorns can save some time for detours, and approach the destination faster than Mimosa expected. A day and a half later, around 3 p.m. in the sky base, 3 teams quietly went out from different directions, and took a long detour, and approached the same target. When Ju predicted the cabbage had not left, so the base sent people to search secretly, and they found it in the southeast direction. It stayed there for a long time, and seemed to be observing the base. looking for an opportunity to act again, in order to capture this special plant alive. The base first set up traps inside, waiting for the cabbage to come to the door. However, I don't know if it noticed something, and the cabbage only appeared once afterwards. It injured several people in the outer patrol team, and then quickly slipped away, and did not choose to break into the base again, worried that the cabbage would choose to leave, and it would be difficult to act if it went to a farther place. The team at the base discussed and decided to take the initiative to attack. The afternoon sun was warm. The cabbage stretched out its fists, stripped off 2 leaves from the shell, and half lying on the stone, to bask in the sun. It decided to wait until the sun went down, beat up a few people outside the base, and then leave. Unable to save the plants in the base, Cabbage sighed silently. There was no other way. It tried its best. If there is a chance in the future, I will come back to take a look. Wait, there seems to be some movement. The cabbage instantly turned over and stood up. The shell, leaves and gloves returned to their original state. Looking around vigilantly, it seemed to hear faint footsteps, and the smell in the wind seemed to have changed. The cabbage felt something was wrong and wanted to hide somewhere else to observe the situation. It jumped off the stone and took a few steps when 2 huge fireballs came from a distance. The cabbage dodged quickly, and the fireballs banged and suddenly hit the ruins behind it. At the same time, the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, with lightning and thunder. The cabbage dodged the 3rd fireball, and several wind blades attacked from another direction. Dark clouds gathered above its head, and several lightning bolts fell instantly. Cabbage raised the stone slab with one hand to block the wind blade, and ran all the way to avoid the pursuit of lightning. It quickly found a shelter nearby, and finally got a temporary respite. Oops. It seems to be a human mutant, and they must have discovered that Cabbage is better at close combat, and deliberately surrounded it and stayed away, using only long-range attacks, hoping to consume it first. Soon, more than 10 fireballs fell, damaging the ruined shelter where Cabbage was hiding. The cabbage was forced to leave, looking around, judging which side had the least number of people, and was suitable for breaking out. In a short period of time, more dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the thick clouds flickered from time to time, and it seemed that they were about to explode. Suddenly, a large amount of orange radish rain flew from one side of the sky and crashed directly into the dark clouds. Chapter 39. Just a few minutes ago, the piranha plant came to a location a few hundred meters away from the base, and saw a large dark cloud gathering in the sky from afar. The weather around was clear, and the existence of that dark cloud was obviously abnormal, and it was very likely created by a human with superpowers. The piranha plant stopped vigilantly, hiding on one side of the ruins and observing secretly. Then, it and several plants that poked their heads out, saw the fireball flying into the air and hitting somewhere, and concentrated on attacking a certain place. Carrot estimated that they were about to reach their destination. At this time, he just woke up and came over. Woo! The piranha opened its mouth wide. Xianhui moved to the edge of its teeth and took out a telescope. Are there humans there? All the plants were looking around. At this time, the mimosa shook its leaves nervously. The light of the sunflower conveyed information. The mimosa told Xianhui and the plants that it smelled the scent of a special grade alien plant. The human superpower over there is likely to be attacking an alien plant. Woo! What? Carrot reacted the fastest, touching his head and throwing out a carrot thorn, which flew out directly. Before leaving, it did not forget to woo, indicating that the 2 vice captains, the piranha plant and the chili pepper, would take charge, and he would go over first to take a look. The distance was too far, and it was impossible to judge the situation over there, but the ability of the Mimosa pudica was very outstanding, and it was almost impossible to be wrong. If it was a special grade alien plant, then it must have been known in the courtyard before. This news came unexpectedly. Qianhui was both surprised and extremely worried, and shouted to Carrot's back, "Carrot! Be careful! Be safe!" Carrot left first, and Chili Pepper quickly arranged the next action. The plants came out of the mouth of the piranha plant one after another, and they still stayed by Qianhui's side without fighting, including Sunflower. Still unsure of the situation, Chili felt that they could not separate, and had to go together, wait until they met humans, and find out where Carrot and another special grade alien plant were. So, all the output forces of the plant team gathered together and set off together. Several plants waved at Qianhui, and Nut was among them, turning around and jumping quickly between the ruins. The piranha plant also followed, shrinking its body and following at the back. As soon as it left, the task of protecting Qianhui fell on Nanting Jin. Qianhui could only stay where she was for the time being, feeling anxious, and continued to use a telescope to check the situation in the distance. At this time, Carrot had already approached the dark cloud. The wind in the air was too strong, and it could hardly open its eyes. It saw the lightning accumulated in the clouds about to strike. Carrot held its strength, and quickly split hundreds of carrot thorns in one breath. The carrot thorns went backwards from the side like raindrops, and at a very fast speed. They crashed into the dark cloud one after another. With a muffled bang, the inside of the large dark cloud flashed, and the cloud layer was actually dispersed a little. The attack of the human mutant below was forced to be interrupted, and he was shocked. What's going on? Carrot found that this trick was useful, and split another wave of carrot thorns to hit the dark cloud. While looking for it, seeing a light green cabbage running among the ruins, Carrot was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be a cabbage. It didn't have time to think more, and controlled the spikes in its hand to fall down. There were continuous long-range attacks from all directions, and the cabbage was busy dodging, and didn't notice the top of its head at all. It was puzzled for 2 seconds. The dark cloud was so big and thick just now. Why didn't it fall down now? Another fireball was thrown from the side, and the cabbage dodged it, glimpsing a flash of orange flying towards it. It subconsciously thought it was another long-range attack from a human superpower, and raised its fist to hit it, wanting to resist it directly. Unexpectedly, the orange object would move, and it dodged for a while, and hurriedly landed on the ground. The carrot was very dissatisfied, and shouted loudly, "Woo!" The cabbage put away its fist, and was stunned. "Woo! Huh? Carrot?" At this time, some burnt carrot pieces fell from the sky. The two plants stared at each other with their eyes wide open. Both were a little stunned. The relationship between carrots and cabbages is not very good. They used to fight often in the plant yard. They are both output-type plants. One is good at close combat, the other is good at long-range combat, so they are often arranged together, cooperating to resist the invasion of zombies. Over time, they always dislike each other. Carrots say that cabbages are as slow as old lady zombies in boxing, and cabbages say that carrot spikes are as soft as noodles that have been cooked for too long. In fact, they are both very powerful. Carrots have a wide attack range, and cabbages disdain to hide behind nuts, and often stay in the front, preventing any zombies from approaching. Every time the two plants clashed and fought, Qianhui would come to mediate and coax them. After coming here, Qianhui was nowhere to be found, and the plants in the yard left one by one. Carrot and cabbage never met again. Carrot looked over and scanned the cabbage from head to toe. Humph. Its eyes seemed to say, "It's been so long since we last met. How did you become like this?" Cabbage showed no weakness and raised its fist gloves to gesture beside Carrot. "Woo?" It was still as thin as noodles, and barely as thick as its fist. Did it not eat for a long time? For a moment, the two plants stared at each other fiercely, and at this moment, 3 or 4 wind blades flew in from a distance. The cabbage reacted faster, pulling the carrot behind a half-low wall. The second wave of carrot thorns was consumed, and the dark clouds above began to gather again, pressing down darkly. Now was not the time to reminisce. The carrot patted the cabbage on the shoulder, and asked it to follow him. The team must be on the way. The cabbage was puzzled. "Woo? Team? What team?" The carrot hummed a few times, meaning that the cabbage would understand when it saw it. It patted its forehead a few times, and the third wave of carrot thorns that split out circled around it, spreading out and flying in all directions. The human mutant on the other side was very cautious. The distance was too far, and the hit rate of the carrot thorns would be reduced, but it was enough for the time being. The cabbage nodded, carried up a stone slab for self-defense, and followed closely behind the carrot. Although it always quarreled and fought with the carrot in the past, it was still very happy to see the plants in the yard again. Especially since the situation was critical just now, it was no wonder that the lightning was slow to strike, and this time it was the carrot that came to save it. The cabbage was even more curious about the team mentioned by the carrot. The two plants walked together. Carrot identified the direction, and guessed which direction the plant team would come from. The counterattack of radish thorns slowed down the offensive of the human superpowers. They walked together, and shuttled between the ruins. After a while, Cabbage saw a familiar figure from afar. It exclaimed in surprise, "Woo! It's the piranha plant." "Huh?" It seems that there is more. Beside the piranha plant, a brown object kept growing, until it became a medium-sized nut, and stood in the ruins. Bang! On the other side, after the nut grew bigger, it rolled half a circle, forced the human mutant on the opposite side to retreat, and crushed one person's right foot. After they came as a group of plants, they found a human team nearby. The base sent out a total of 3 teams, guarding in different directions. Each team had no less than 20 people, to ensure that the cabbage would not sneak away. Without further delay, the piranha plant immediately grew bigger and rushed over first. The human team carried instruments to detect energy with them, and when they sensed the extremely high energy, they thought it was the cabbage approaching, and did not pay attention to what was behind them. By the time they heard the noise, it was too late. The giant carnivorous plant swung its stem, biting 2 or 3 people in one bite. The rest of the plants followed closely, launching long-range attacks continuously. The team quickly retreated, and informed the other 2 teams of their encounter through real-time communication. Although the incident happened suddenly, they had a large number of people and were well prepared, so they could temporarily resist. "It's those alien plants from Black Ridge Mountain," said the captain. "They actually came here." The delegation had already been sent to various bases, but for 2 or 3 days, no one had provided any clues, and no one could find out the whereabouts of the alien plants. And no one expected them to be so fast. And in Wenju's instructions, he never mentioned it. Isn't his ability to predict the future? Why did he make mistakes repeatedly in front of these alien plants? In the 3 teams, many people thought of this, but no one dared to be the first to bring it up. After a brief discussion, the 3 captains quickly made a decision, and everyone immediately retreated and returned to the base. Those alien plants united together, but killed all the 30-man team led by Zhao Xing. They had more people this time, but they were scattered in 3 different directions, and it might be too late to rush over. In order to capture the cabbage alive, almost all the people in the base were mobilized, and no more reinforcements could be sent. This was originally just a branch of the Sky Base, and there were still a small number of staff without superpowers. In short, leaving as soon as possible was the most important thing. The base walls had more complete defense equipment and weapons, which could resist these alien plants. After everyone received the order, they gave up attacking the cabbage and began to retreat to the base, including the team that was being attacked by the plants. Feeling that the human team wanted to escape, Nut couldn't help it. There were ruins all around, and there were enough shelters. It was not originally assigned to fight, and Chili asked it to stay behind and wait and see what happened. Nut was not afraid of attacks, so it simply jumped to the highest point of the ruins to help keep an eye on the surroundings. It waited patiently for a while, and finally found an opportunity, and suddenly jumped out. The size of medium and large nuts is several times smaller than that of giant nuts. It is not the strongest, but it is also very scary. It watched helplessly as a large nut jumped over, blocked the retreat route, and rolled forward. The team hurriedly retreated, and ran into the piranha plant again, attacked from both sides, and followed by a long-range attack from the side. There was only one direction left to go. However, a moment later, a layer of carrot rain fell, stabbing several people. In the ruins, a light green cabbage rushed over with a fist, and a carrot behind it. The captain was the first to encounter the cabbage. The boxing gloves made of cabbage leaves looked green, but they seemed to be wrapped in heavy iron blocks. A punch broke the bridge of his nose. Seeing this, the piranha plant swung its flower stem and growled, welcoming the arrival of the cabbage. Within half an hour, all the human superpowers in the team were eliminated. These people were from the Sky Base, and they often participated in the capture and domestication of alien plants. The piranha plant was merciless and killed the last one. It was a pity that the remaining 2 teams were far away and should have fled back to the base. Carrot did not plan to stay nearby for too long. He did not know what was going on inside the base. He went back to find Qian Hui first, and then found a safe place to rest and think about how to rescue the locked-up alien plants next. The plant team left as quickly as possible under its leadership. The piranha plant shrank in size and followed the end of the team. It swept its flower stem and cleared away the traces left on the ground. On the way, Cabbage looked left and right, with a strong desire for knowledge. Not only was the piranha plant there, but Nut was also there. It touched Nut's head, but Nut dodged it. There were also a few plants that it had never seen before. Green peppers, potatoes, corn. They were all intermediate, but they were very brave in the battle just now. Not at all like the intermediate alien plants that Cabbage had in mind. There was also a small bamboo shoot and a durian on the side. The durian seemed to have a good relationship with the carrot. It trotted closely after it, while nervously looking at the carrot, as if it wanted to know if it was injured. The unfamiliar plants were also quite friendly. When they met the cabbage's eyes, they would wave and say hello to it. The cabbage turned its head to look at the piranha plant at the back, and came close to the carrot, and touched it. Woo! 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 It wanted to ask, these plants were the team that the carrot mentioned before. Where did it find them from? And when did the carrot meet the piranha plant and the nut? Did it encounter any other plants in the yard? The carrot was a little impatient with the series of questions, and pushed the cabbage. Humph. It still didn't say anything, letting the cabbage see for itself for a while. The cabbage scratched its head, and suddenly seemed to realize something, and looked forward. A very familiar figure appeared in the distance, and the cabbage suddenly stopped and rubbed its eyes. After confirming that it was not mistaken, it took a step and ran forward quickly. Qian Hui held the sunflower in his arms, and waved to the returning plant team. Seeing the cabbage running over, he said in surprise, "Little Juan, the 7th camp conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 50. Already connected with the super mutant plant cabbage. The loyalty of cabbage has been greatly improved, reaching 100%. The little cabbage was also in Qian Hui's arms, and he pulled apart the leaves of the sunflower and looked around. That strange special plant must also be Qian Hui's friend. What kind of plant is it? When the cabbage came closer and saw its appearance clearly, the cabbage was stunned. With eyes wide open, huh? It hesitated and lowered its head, and looked at itself again. Chapter 40. Qian Hui leaned over and squatted, and the cabbage that ran over suddenly jumped into his arms. The cabbage was strong, and much heavier than other plants, and Qian Hui was almost knocked down by it. Xiao Wan. He hugged the cabbage tightly. So it's you, the cabbage whispered. Woo woo, and looked at Qian Hui with wide eyes, and wet eyes, as if it couldn't believe it. It loosened the gloves on both hands, and the leaf hand clenched the hem of Qian Hui's clothes tightly, and kept sniffing, and gently touched his cheek and hair. Qian Hui still looked the same as in memory, and his aura had not changed, except that his silver hair had turned light orange. Looking more closely, his hair was uneven in color, and it smelled like carrots. Seeing the cabbage was curious about his hair, Qian Hui explained, "This is dyed by the carrots for me, and it will fall off in a few days." Dyed? Cabbage was full of curiosity, and it only then realized that there were a few unfamiliar plants around Qian Hui. It turns out that the sunflower is also there. Next to it is a money tree, apple succulent. There is a vine wrapped around Qian Hui's wrist. A thin branch is exposed from the cuff. A fingernail-sized mimosa is attached to a leaf. Woohoo! Long time no see. Qian Hui is still so popular with plants. Cabbage feels a little aggrieved, and very annoyed. If only he could have met Qian Hui earlier, after leaving the plant courtyard. A lot of things must have happened to Qian Hui. It held Qian Hui tightly, burying its head and rubbing it. It's okay. Don't be afraid, it's alright. Qian Hui was still frightened. Luckily we came here in time. Why did those humans attack you? The plant team that lagged behind also came back, surrounding Qian Hui. The cabbage. Woo! Said, and the sunflower that was squeezed aside helped translate and convey. All the plants were listening, and the carnivorous plant raised its head, checking the surrounding movements, confirming whether it was safe. At this time, the leaves of the sunflower moved, and the cabbage that was almost buried underneath quietly poked its head out. It looked at the cabbage, and its eyes lit up slightly. The cabbage and the Chinese cabbage looked very similar. The difference between the two plants was that the top of the cabbage was darker, like a round ball. The cabbage was a lighter green, and its body was slightly flat. The size of the two plants was also very different. The cabbage could stand up to the height of an adult's calf, while the cabbage was only the size of a palm. Very mini. But other than that, the patterns on their leaves and the way they wrapped their bodies were exactly the same. Even the slightly raised arc of the top of the leaves was the same. Plants that look very similar, even if they are not exactly the same species, are basically related. For example, peppers and radishes have different colors. The little succulent once lived on a balcony with many succulents. It said that the other succulents on the balcony were its brothers and sisters. So, the little cabbage thought, with the cabbage. But the cabbage is so powerful. It is a super mutant plant, and its own level is the lowest, and it can't fight. The light in the eyes of the little cabbage dimmed a little, and it hid behind the sunflower unconsciously. and continued to observe the cabbage. After listening to the whole story of the cabbage attacking the base, Qian Hui frowned. It's too dangerous. Don't do this again next time. Cabbage always likes to do dangerous things. Its leaves are very fragile, and its defense is not high enough. But it still has to stand at the front to fight zombies. Fortunately, it is strong enough to escape successfully after the first attack on the base. Fortunately, the plant team arrived in time. Otherwise, even if the cabbage broke through by force, it would definitely be seriously injured. Carrot stood aside. Huh? It dared to break into the human base by itself. It is quite capable. Why don't you thank it quickly? It didn't sleep all night. And if it came a little later, something would happen. The cabbage did not refute. It was too lazy to pay attention to the carrot for the time being. It buried itself in Qianhui's arms and hummed. It wanted to know Qianhui's previous experience. But the ruins here were close to the base, and were not safe enough. Moreover, the base had just lost a team. Knowing that the plants were coming, they would be more vigilant. To rescue the plants trapped inside, a more detailed plan was needed. So the piranha plant grew larger, let Qianhui and the plants in, and prepared to retreat to a farther place. The cabbage refused to come out of her arms. Qianhui picked it up and touched the top of its head. Xiaowen seems to have become heavier. Hearing this, the cabbage raised its head embarrassedly and pointed to its stomach, indicating that it was actually very hungry now. Qianhui quickly took out half a bag of dried meat from her pocket and fed it to cabbage. Sighing with heartache, the surrounding area was full of city ruins, and there was not much food to be found. Cabbage probably stayed outside the base for a long time. But if it hadn't tried to help the two plants, it wouldn't know when it would meet Qianhui. Qianhui held cabbage and got into the mouth of the piranha plant. After Nanting and other plants came in, the piranha plant turned around and left quickly. The sunflower increased the light of its petals, replenishing energy for the plants that had finished the battle, and illuminating the surroundings. The cabbage was really hungry. It wolfed down the dried meat, and ate 4 or 5 packs of biscuits and dried fruits. Qianhui prepared some water for it, and touched it lovingly. Slow down. I still have a lot. To show its friendship to its new partner, Potato also took the initiative to give the cabbage a candy. After giving the candy, Potato ran back to Corn and asked it quietly, "Why does the cabbage look so similar to the small cabbage? Are they relatives?" Corn looked left and right and shook his head. It didn't think they were relatives. But the small cabbage might be the boxing gloves that the cabbage had dropped before. Potato said "ah" and fell into deep thought. Finally, the cabbage drank the whole bottle of water in one breath, and lay with its head up for a while. It stretched out its hand to scratch its face, vaguely feeling the gaze, and subconsciously looked over. A small plant hid under the leaves of the sunflower, revealing half of its body. When it found that the cabbage was looking at it, the small plant quickly hid behind. The small plant stood with its back to the light, and quickly hid behind the leaves. The cabbage didn't see what it looked like. It recalled, and thought it was the red apple. The cabbage turned its head again, and glanced at Nanting. It remembered that this was Qianhui's boyfriend. It had seen him 2 or 3 times before when it sent Qianhui to the forest hut. Nanting looked over, and the cabbage raised its hand and waved, as a greeting. 10 minutes later, the piranha found half of the building, picked a clean and empty room inside, and opened its mouth. The plants participating in the battle had almost rested, and Qianhui called everyone over and introduced the cabbage first. The plants lined up and approached one by one, smelling each other's scent, and they were considered to know each other. When it was the last turn, Qianhui suddenly found that Xiao Baokai was not there. He looked around. Where is Xiao Bao? At this time, Xiao Baokai should be more active. Qianhui shouted again, and almost thought that Xiao Baokai had been left behind, but saw Sunflower lift its leaves, revealing a small figure. Come here. Qianhui waved at Xiao Baokai. Xiao Baokai hesitated for a moment, and walked forward slowly. It looked timid, and the look it gave the cabbage was full of expectation and longing. The cabbage took a closer look and was surprised. Huh? This little plant. How could it be so similar to itself? The two plants, one big and one small, approached each other, and Qianhui was also stunned. Previously, because he had found the cabbage, he didn't care about anything else. Now looking back, when he first met the small cabbage, he had the idea that the small cabbage looked very similar to the cabbage. The cabbage was big and flat, and the small cabbage was round and small. almost as big as the cabbage's boxing gloves. The small cabbage stood there nervously, with two thin leaf hands that didn't know where to put. It saw the cabbage approaching, and suddenly became more nervous, closing its eyes, and almost daring to breathe. The cabbage curiously came closer, circled around the little cabbage, stretched out its boxing gloves to compare, and smelled the smell of the little cabbage. The little cabbage couldn't help but open its eyes and looked up. It found that the cabbage didn't seem to dislike it, and its eyes lit up. And it took the initiative to run to the cabbage and hug the boxing gloves. The little cabbage was full of admiration. Woo! The cabbage was stunned, and it was actually a little nervous, although it is strong and good at fighting. Whether in the plant courtyard before or after coming here, other plants have always expressed gratitude and praise to it. However, the little plant in front of it looks very similar to it, and the feeling is different. It's as if I suddenly saw myself in another world that is similar but different, and showed absolute recognition of myself. A subtle feeling. The cabbage looked down at the little cabbage, and liked it more and more. He opened his fists and hugged it. The little cabbage was flattered and too excited. He accidentally vomited a cabbage light. The mini cabbage lamp was the size of a finger, and it rolled to the ground. The cabbage picked it up and looked at it. Woo! It was so small. It could also glow. The little cabbage spit out several more on the spot, wanting to give them to the cabbage as a gift. The cabbage was not polite, and took them all, stuffing them into the gaps between the leaves above its head. Then, it held its breath for a while, took off the gloves on one hand, and gave the gloves to the little cabbage. The cabbage's gloves, which needed to be shed and replaced every once in a while, were now taken off in advance, so the gloves were complete. Xiao Baokai carefully took the boxing gloves, and was so happy that he almost fainted. Woo woo! Seeing the two plants getting along harmoniously, Qian Hui did not disturb them. He opened the game by the way, and the cabbage's illustrations had been lit up, with the addition of a new combat-type special-grade alien plant. The team's combat power increased to 19,000. The balance was 150,000, and the camp value was 4,000, which added up to 230,000. Only 70,000 was left. If possible, after rescuing the plants in the base, they might try to find the zombies. And the Zombie King. Number 03. Kill a Zombie King. How much balance will be rewarded? Qian Hui glanced at the cabbage playing with the little cabbage, and closed the game interface. He and the plants were very tacit, and no one took the initiative to mention the situation of the little mushroom. It's already very close. Save another 70,000. And the little mushroom will be successfully resurrected. And then there will be no need to be sad. Carrot on the side waited for a long time, and interrupted the cabbage and the little cabbage coldly. Woo! It was getting late, and they still had to discuss the battle plan and figure out how to rescue the plants in the base. The little cabbage was very sensible, and took the initiative to jump down from the top of the cabbage. It rubbed the cabbage for the last time, picked up the boxing gloves, looked around, and ran away quickly. The boxing gloves were soft when pressed hard, and the little cabbage was afraid of damaging them, so it took off a layer of hard cabbage shell. As long as they are not used in large quantities, 2 cabbage shells can be kept as spares. The little cabbage opened the shell and put the boxing gloves in it, which was just right. After doing all this, the little cabbage opened the shell a little more and touched the boxing gloves inside. When will it be as powerful as the cabbage? On the other side, the plants sat together. Qian Hui asked Cabbage to describe the scene he saw the last time he broke into the base. Cabbage scratched his head. Huh? It was too chaotic at that time, and it didn't see clearly at all. It only remembered that there were a lot of humans, and they were equipped with a lot of weapons. Carrot punched Cabbage in dissatisfaction. Wasn't it in vain? Durian sat next to Carrot as usual, a little absent-minded, glanced at the cabbage, and then looked at the cabbage opposite. Cabbage was innocent, and it didn't know what would happen later. However, it probably remembered the number and frequency of patrols outside the wall, which should be useful. But to break into a base, it is much more difficult than to deal with the same number of human psychics. Carrot thought about the possibility of breaking in directly. It would be better to let the nut grow bigger and break the wall directly. In several battles, the plant team won, and it was very confident in everyone's strength. Now there is another problem. The other side has already known the arrival of the plants, and will definitely respond in advance. In this case, the difficulty will increase a bit. Carrot thought hard. hoping to come up with a perfect rescue plan. The plants also quieted down for a while, and their expressions were solemn. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from behind. Nan Tingjin approached, came to Qian Hui, and bent down. He asked, "Do you need help?" Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes and looked at Qian Hui. His tone was light, as if he was talking about today's weather. The atmosphere around was vaguely solidified, and all the plants looked at Qian Hui. Qian Hui was stunned for a moment, and hesitated. Is it possible? Hearing this, Carrot quickly overturned all previous ideas and began to conceive a new plan. If Nan Tingjin can make a move, the chances of breaking through the base will be very high. Yes, Nan Tingjin replied in a low voice. But I need a commission. Qian Hui was stunned again. Commission? The Blackridge Mountain base makes a living by accepting various commissions and bounties. If Nan Tingjin wants to help the plant team, and the other side is a human in the same camp as him, it seems that he should pay a commission. But Qian Hui does not have a universal currency, and the supplies he can provide are only those in the game. He thought for a moment, and asked nervously, "How much do you want?" "Not much." Nan Tingjin raised his lips. "You can owe it first." Far away in the center of the city ruins, in the Sky Base branch, after confirming the death of an entire team, everyone returned to the base as soon as possible, as if they were facing a great enemy. The person in charge of the base here activated the strongest level of protection of the wall, asked several psychics to keep an eye on the situation outside at all times, and also moved out the guns and weapons in the warehouse. But the outside was very quiet, and the plants seemed to have left. This is not good news. The plants came here just for that cabbage? Many people have heard about the combat power of those alien plants. If the news is correct, among them, there are 2 combat-type special-grade alien plants, a sunflower with super healing ability, a giant nut that just woke up, and a mutant pepper with special abilities. Add to that several other middle and high-level alien plants with outstanding strength, gathering together to cooperate with each other. They have unimaginable potential. The person in charge of the base broke out in a cold sweat, and contacted the main base from time to time, hoping to get action instructions. However, when he learned that the plant team had arrived and the cabbage had escaped, when Ju's body could no longer hold on, he passed out, and it was not known whether he had just fallen into disorientation, and his subordinates had not woken up after giving him medicine. In this way, only the other managers of the main base were left to discuss and decide. They first thought of the plants imprisoned in the base branch, and speculated whether the alien plants came for this purpose. But if the imprisoned plants are secretly sent away, once discovered, the risk is even greater. If the base is defended, it is likely that it will not be able to be defended. The main base is too far away from the branch, and it is impossible to rush over. Finally, several managers sent a second delegation to each base, requesting nearby teams to come to support. Although there are risks in doing so, but as long as you are careful, no one will find the plants imprisoned in the base. After receiving the order, the head of the base branch immediately began to prepare. He urged his subordinates to clean up some debris and move all the cages of the plants to a more hidden basement. The subordinate led people to rush over and open the locked door. Crossing the corridor, there were many large and small iron cages in the room, each of which contained a mutant plant. Most of them were in a listless state. When they saw someone coming, they hid in the corner of the cage and trembled, not daring to make a sound. When the subordinate walked in, a cage by the door was suddenly hit, making 2 loud bangs. He looked down and saw a huge cherry, which was a circle larger than a basketball. Cherry was tied with several wires, and she glared at the human in front of her with her teeth bared, and roared in her throat. The subordinate frowned. Has it not been tamed yet? The person next to her answered, No. It is very stubborn. Cherry had been captured for a while, and no matter how she was treated, she would rather die than surrender. If she could not be tamed and used again, she would probably be sent to the main base and handed over to the staff of Wenju for processing. Cherry bumped a few more times, and her fangs bit the metal bars of the iron cage hard. The subordinate was impatient and pressed the device above the iron cage. Cherry was immediately stunned and fell unconscious. Chapter 41. The plants locked in the room are of intermediate and advanced levels, including the unconscious Cherry. Special-grade plants are hard to find, and even harder to catch, and low-grade plants are too weak unless they have special abilities. And those that are caught are generally used for 3 purposes. The first is to try to find out why the plants will not get lost. They will use various methods constantly force the plants to attack, and then use instruments to observe and study their physical condition. The second is to pick out some with outstanding abilities and tame them for use in the base. However, most of the alien plants are unwilling to obey human orders, so strong measures must be taken, and they must be controlled at all times. As for the third use was approved by the main base some time ago. They recruited a small group of volunteers to receive the transplant of plant abilities. When Ju had speculated that humans would fall into a state of loss while plants would not, and the problem might be with the abilities. When ordinary humans reach a certain age, they have the hope of awakening their abilities, but this process is completely random and irreversible, and it is impossible to strip away the abilities. If the superpowers of plants can be successfully transplanted to humans, there may be different effects. But even in the doomsday, the other two major bases will not agree to this research. So the first batch of volunteers are selected from within the base. This matter is absolutely confidential and will not be known to outsiders. However, so far, the experiment has progressed very slowly, and one volunteer and 2 plants have died accidentally. When Ju's physical condition is getting worse and worse, if he can't wake up one day, the sky base may not last long and will be swallowed up and taken over by other bases. The subordinate standing in the middle of the room looked around, confirmed the number of alien plants was correct, had people move all the cages away, temporarily placed in a more hidden basement, and assigned people to guard them strictly. Some tools, records, and other miscellaneous items were also collected, waiting until this crisis was over. Before leaving the corridor, the subordinate looked down at the transmitter in his hand. Among the instructions from the main base, there was one last one. If they failed to hold on, the base's self-destruction program must be activated, turning this place into ruins. In the afternoon, Qianhui bought a lot of supplies in advance. Food and water, and various pills. The plants rested and replenished themselves, and prepared to act tonight. The time was a bit tight, but in order to avoid more trouble, they had to act as soon as possible. And with Nan Tingjin's joining, Carrot's confidence increased by 2 degrees. The plants no longer needed any tactics of making a feint to the east and sneaking in. They could just rush in. After going through so much, the team had accumulated a lot of tacit understanding and could deal with various situations. As for Nan Tingjin, he will be freer, not cooperating with the plants, and just needs to be careful not to hurt them by mistake. The only thing Carrot is worried about is Qianhui. To raid the base, the plants need to go all out, and Nan Tingjin is not with Qianhui. He is hiding in the cabbage shell with sunflowers alone, and he doesn't know if they will be in danger. Qianhui comforts Carrot, with Xiao Duo here, nothing will happen. Xiao Duo's skill can hide the breath of himself and the creatures around him, which lasts for 50 seconds each time, and can be used up to 10 times in a row. Once it hears movement around, the little succulent will help hide its breath, so that it will not be discovered by zombies or other humans. Carrot is still worried, so he asks Potato to make a few bombs, and asks Qianhui to take them with him, so that he can protect himself in any situation. The explosion of the bombs makes a lot of noise, and it can hear it in the middle of the explosion and rush back. Potato quickly made 5 of the largest bombs, which can be used as soon as they are thrown out, and buried 2 large mines near the entrance of the low building. Qianhui is also very worried about the plants. Sunflowers and money trees will not follow, so he filled the small backpacks of several plants with pills, which can replenish their physical strength and energy in time. In addition, Qianhui browsed the game store, trying to find out what else to buy. Medicine should be enough. Food is not needed for the time being. Building materials and weapons. Qianhui hesitated and opened the last column to check the weapons inside. There are many types of weapons, a small number of which can be used by humans and plants, such as knives, hammers, and defensive ones include helmets and shields. The rest are exclusive to plants, and the names are very unfamiliar to Qianhui, such as missile head and jet gun. You can't see how to use these weapons before you buy them, and they are also very expensive. There are no strategies or instructions. Qianhui doesn't understand these. Plants are more used to their usual attack methods. They may not be used to using those weapons. In addition, he had to buy resurrection beans before. Apart from daily expenses, he never spent the remaining money. This time, he was going to attack the human base. The difficulty was much higher than before, and there was more time to prepare. Qianhui thought he could buy some to try. He bought a few helmets and shields first. When buying, He selected the plants in the illustrations, and the size would be automatically matched. The piranha plant and nuts didn't need these. Qianhui bought all the remaining plants that participated in the battle. When Korn found the new stuff, he ran over first, picked up his helmet, and couldn't stop looking at it. The helmet was very mini, adapted to different plant shapes. Some could directly cover the front and back, like a small armor. The only difference was that Korn and Durian's were different. They would change their shape when using skills, and the helmet used less material, just a small piece, covering the most vulnerable part of the head, and it was also the cheapest. Qianhui used the cloth strips given to them to fix the iron sheets, and picked up the potato whose entire body was almost covered. Is it heavy? The potato shook his head, jumped down and picked up a shield, and waved it vigorously. Woo! The durian was still in Qianhui's arms. It shook its head. It felt good, and rubbed Qianhui's palm with its thorns. It has the best relationship with carrots now, and the second best is Qianhui. Its loyalty is already 70%, but it is not as clingy as potatoes and peppers. Qianhui touched the top of Durian's head and bought it a bottle of evolution water. Durian curiously sniffed it and drank it in one gulp. A few seconds later, it rolled to the ground, growing bigger as it rolled, and the spikes on its body became sharper and sharper, until it stopped growing as high as the door frame. Durian was excited to feel his new skills, and Carrot put on his helmet while telling him to get familiar with it as soon as possible, because it would be used at night. The rest of the plants also put on their helmets one after another. Some took shields, and some did not. Qianhui browsed them all and bought 2 more plant-specific weapons. One was a 3-shot machine gun, and the other was an electromagnetic induction gun. He spent a long time choosing and thought that these 2 names should not be difficult to use, and spent a total of 8,000 balance. After the balance was successfully deducted, with a click sound, the items were temporarily stored in Qianhui's game backpack. He immediately opened it to check, and the 3-shot machine gun showed that there was no plant adaptation for the time being, and there were several plants that were adapted for the electromagnetic induction gun, including carrots, peppers, corn, durian. All of them could be used. Looking at the 3 machine guns in the backpack, Qianhui felt a little sorry for his 4,000 balance. He didn't dare to buy the remaining weapons randomly, and decided to wait until he bought the resurrection beans. Moreover, such an expensive weapon, it is not known whether it is easy to use. Qianhui took out the electromagnetic induction gun, thought about it, and decided to give it to Carrot, which is smart and clever, and has the widest attack range. Carrot! He waved to let Carrot come over. Take a look at this. The electromagnetic induction gun is very small. It is called a gun, but it looks like a round mini pendant. It is very simple to use. Just wear it on your body. Carrot took it and looked at it carefully, took off the helmet, and tied the mini gun to his neck. It put on the helmet again, touched its forehead, and found a carrot thorn in its hand. At first glance, the radish thorn was no different from usual. The color seemed to have darkened. There was a sizzling sound between the 2 green leaves on the top, which was similar to an electric current. Carrot's eyes lit up, and he took the radish thorn to a corner to study it alone. All the plants were preparing nervously. The little bamboo shoot adapted to the helmet, and drew his sword to cut the air for a while to confirm that his movements were still agile. Cabbage sat aside, applying a mixture of pepper seed fragments and corn balls to the gloves. Cabbage held up a small brush made from a corner of a towel to help, carefully applying a thick layer. Qianhui turned off the game and came to Nantingjin. You have to be careful too, he said nervously. Last time in the back mountain, Qianhui actually felt a little strange at that time, but it was very shallow, not enough to be affected. He didn't know what made Nantingjin uncomfortable, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong, worrying that the sky base would find Nantingjin this time and use the same method. I know, Nantingjin responded. I'll keep an eye on it. Don't worry. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Qianhui into his arms. Qianhui was very well behaved at this moment, and took the initiative to move over. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of commission do you want? I can prepare in advance. There can be many types of commissions, such as currency, food, medicine, or other supplies. Qianhui thought. He didn't have any currency, but he could take out a lot of food and medicine. Not knowing what Nantingjin meant by not much, he prepared a balance of about 10,000 yuan. Nantingjin hugged Qianhui and whispered, kiss first. Qianhui was stunned, vaguely aware of something wrong. But after dark, Nan Tingjin and the plants would set off. Qianhui had hugged the plants one by one not long ago, comforting and encouraging them. Leaving Nan Tingjin alone, Qianhui stared at Nan Tingjin for a while, slowly approached, and kissed him on the side of his face. He hugged Nan Tingjin's waist tightly and whispered, "Come back soon." When it was getting dark, Qianhui hid in the cabbage shell with the plants around him. The cabbage shell completely closed, entered the invisible state, and disappeared from the spot. Nan Tingjin waited outside the low building, while the plant team was ready to set off. Before leaving, Potato reminded them not to step on its mines, and lowered his head to carefully tidy up the soil around the mines. The mimosa stuck to the eyelids of the man-eating plant, and was responsible for finding the location of the trapped plants. Qianhui stayed in the cabbage shell, listening to the movement getting farther and farther away. The sunflower in his arms glowed quietly. He took a few deep breaths, and waited anxiously. The cabbage stood guard for a while, then quietly ran to the backpack. It crawled into the backpack, and pulled out 2 leaves from the corner. The leaves were given by the fortune tree, which were torn into thin strips. The cabbage picked 2 and rolled them into a ball, tied them on its hands, and looked a bit like cabbage gloves. It punched hard, hammered the backpack zipper a few times, and turned itself invisible again. However, its body was invisible, but the 2 gloves on its hands were still there. The cabbage was stunned, scratched its head with the gloves, and thought it was okay. It punched the zipper again after the invisibility ended. It got out of the backpack, put on the boxing gloves, and stood guard beside Qianhui again. At the same time, inside the base, it was about to get dark. The guards guarding the wall were replaced by a new batch, still keeping a close eye on the outside. After the daytime assignment was sent out, 2 or 3 teams responded one after another in the surrounding area, but it was uncertain when they would arrive. Everyone was in a state of tension, ready to welcome the arrival of the alien plants at any time. When it was completely dark, a gust of hot wind blew in the distance. At the same time, several people heard strange noises, like waves of beasts, and the noise gradually approached and magnified. One of the guards raised a night vision telescope to check the direction of the noise. After a moment, his lips trembled. "They are coming." In the distance, a giant nut rolled quickly from the ruins. The base immediately activated the mechanical protection of the wall, and several psychics guarded the inside, covering the entire base with a thick protective shield. The ground was shaking faintly, and the giant nut was getting closer and closer, until it hit the base wall with a loud bang. The defense shield was broken into 3 layers, and then quickly repaired. The wall was temporarily intact. It was quiet outside. Everyone looked at the wall. "Is it blocked?" Then, they heard the giant nut retreating. It retreated a little, and slammed into it again, repeating this action, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Bang! Bang! After the 6th hit, cracks began to appear on the wall. The head of the base saw the scene, and looked unbelievable. This giant nut had been sleeping in the Black Ridge Mountain base for several years. No one knew its true strength, and underestimated it. Bang! The 9th time, one side of the wall collapsed with a loud bang, and a gap was knocked down. The giant nut rolled in directly, finding a good position and staying still. Then, radishes began to rain down from the sky. Each radish thorn was like a sharpened iron cone, still flashing faintly, smashing on the ground or on the human superpowers, and then suddenly exploding with considerable power. Everyone hurriedly retreated again, and raised the defense shield again. A large number of attacks were also coming towards the giant nut, but falling on its hard shell, it seemed to have no effect at all. Under the moonlight, someone saw a string of objects gliding down from the sky, standing on the giant nut. That was a group of mutant plants wearing mini helmets. Carrot held the helmet, summoned the second wave of spikes, waved and shouted, "Woo!" The battle was about to start. A corn beside him shouted in response, throwing out a large ball of corn balls, followed by potato bombs and pepper seeds of various sizes. Another figure quickly landed, and in the blink of an eye, it grew in size, and was as tall as 7 or 8 stories. The giant carnivorous plant lowered its head and roared, with a strong airflow bursting out of its mouth, instantly knocking down several human superpowers on one side. On the other side, Cabbage led the durian and the small bamboo shoots, and quickly rushed into the crowd. The cabbage knocked down one with 2 or 3 punches, and the durian couldn't wait to use the newly evolved skills, and its huge body rolled back and forth in the open space. The small bamboo shoots were small in size, but they were agile and unexpected, and they swung their knives to injure the calves of several people. The plants came fiercely, and were very brave. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people wanted to escape through the gap in the wall. While resisting the long-range attack, they quietly went around to the back. At this time, a figure walked in from the gap in the collapsed wall. The few people thought that the support team had arrived and were happy. However, when they saw who was coming, the leading human mutant changed his face. Leader Nan? He covered his injured arm and stepped back without making a sound. What are you doing? Nan Tingjin looked over and raised his right hand slightly. Before the few people could react, their bodies were immediately blown away by an invisible force. He stepped forward, killing anyone he saw, with no intention of hiding his intention. Seeing that Nan Tingjin was also there, and indeed, he was helping the alien plant, the head of the base looked grim. He opened the communicator with shaking hands, wanting to ask when the support would arrive, otherwise they would definitely die here tonight. Just after a message was sent, the head of the base suddenly felt that he could not move. The next second, he screamed, and his hands and feet were broken one by one. Nan Tingjin approached, and picked up the communicator that had fallen to the ground. A reply came from the other side, right away. Nan Tingjin crushed the transmitter, and looked around. The plants had dealt with a human team during the day, and the base's wall was successfully breached, much easier than expected. Confirming that the plant team was in an absolute advantage, Nan Tingjin returned to the gap in the wall. He looked at the carrot standing on the nut. I'll go out and take a look. The carrot nodded. Woo! Okay. It trusted Nan Tingjin, and didn't ask any more questions, and was busy summoning a new round of carrot thorns. Not to mention, the new weapons given by Qian Hui are quite useful. At the same time, several modified cars drove over not far from the base. They were the team coming to support, from two different bases, and happened to meet in the same area, so they came together. Used by the person in charge of the sky base, the captain stepped on the accelerator and rushed over at a faster speed. When the modified car approached and saw the gap in the collapsed wall of the base, everyone looked solemn. Are those plants crazy? What do they want to do? Be careful, there are several special-grade alien plants. But don't you think it's strange? Why? Before he finished speaking, the modified car suddenly stopped, and the front part was squeezed, as if it hit a wall of air. There were ruins all around, and the cars behind were also forced to block the road, and almost collided with each other. What's going on? Who's there? The captain looked up, and through the glass window, a man was standing in the middle of the road. He frowned. It's Nan Tingjin. It is said that the leader of Black Ridge Mountain has disappeared again, and it is very likely that he is with the alien plant. But his name is not on the list. Now, what is going on? Seeing this, everyone was a little hesitant. Suddenly, the surrounding ruins and debris kept shaking, and at the same time hung in the air, and smashed towards several modified cars. The car window was instantly shattered, and a large amount of dust and flying sand poured in. The captain hurriedly shouted in the real-time communication, "Go! Get out of here! This is a low-risk area that has not been cleared. There are a lot of movable objects in the ruins." The modified car in the back was less attacked and retreated first. They reacted quickly and moved away from Nan Tingjin as soon as possible. The modified car in the front took the attack and half of the car body was lifted up again. The co-pilot team member got out of the car directly, grabbed the damaged car window, and used his supernatural power to pull it back forcefully, breaking away from Nan Tingjin's control. Then, the team members jumped onto the roof of the car, and all the modified cars quickly retreated to a safer distance, and turned back. When Nan Tingjin's figure was completely out of sight, the captain looked into the rearview mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was in a complicated mood. Nan Tingjin was obviously trying to stop them, and he was ready to kill them. He knew Nan Tingjin's terrifying strength. The two teams were blocked here, and it was unknown whether there were any alien plants nearby. Their chances of winning were very small, even if they could force a breakthrough. When they arrived at the base, everything would be unknown. Neither team belonged to the sky base. They were assigned to come here for a mission. It was reasonable for them to retreat when they encountered obstacles. But Nan Tingjin's doing this was tantamount to telling everyone that he, a human with special abilities, was really helping the alien plants. But why? The captain thought about it and stepped on the brakes. He looked at the dark night behind him and said, "Let's go back and take a look. We are farther away. Don't help yet." The rest of the team members and the other team had no objections. They changed a route and quietly went around to the side. On the other side, the situation in the base became increasingly chaotic. Nanting-Jin was nowhere to be found. But the support team did not come either. The only people left in the base could not withstand the fierce attack of the alien plants and were defeated. Several people tried to hide inside the base, finding a secluded place to hide. The cabbage had sharp eyes and chased after them and punched them. Outside, the piranha looked around. It was almost done. Other plants could be given this place. It and the mimosa had to go find the locked-up plants. The mimosa on its eyelids raised its leaves to guide the piranha, which shrunk in size and quickly came to a low building in the corner of the base. The door of the low building was locked, and the piranha plant smashed it open. With the help of the mimosa, it found a relatively hidden basement. It sniffed the door handle and used brute force to smash the basement door open again. The noise was so loud that it startled all the plants inside, and they curled up in the cage and trembled as if by reflex. However, the smell coming from the door was not that of a familiar human superpower. With dim vision, a few plants looked over bravely and saw a piranha plant with a huge head, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and almost as tall as the door frame. Chapter 42. The aura of the special grade alien plant was overbearing and powerful, pouring into the narrow room. It was not a superpower from the base, but a plant? The plants were confused and very afraid and timidly shrank back. Only 2 or 3 of them were brave enough and stared at the man-eating plant at the door. At this time, a small leaf fell from the man-eating plant. The leaf grew rapidly and turned into a mimosa, shaking its branches excitedly. The nearest pumpkin saw this scene and opened his eyes wide. Woo! The mutant plants behind also recognized the mimosa one after another, and looked at the edge of the iron cage in disbelief. After the mimosa was taken away by the human superpower, it didn't come back for a long time. The plants here thought it was in trouble, and were sad for a while. Now seeing it again, I am happy and curious. How could the mimosa be with a special grade alien plant? Could it be? This special grade alien plant was also caught by humans. It does have the smell of humans, mixed with a strong smell of blood. The pumpkin next to it used to have the best relationship with the mimosa. It kept making a woohoo sound, and its thin leaf hand stretched out from the gap in the iron cage. Mimosa came closer, and the branches gently held its hand. Before Mimosa could find a way to open the iron cage, hurried footsteps sounded in the stairwell outside. There were originally 2 subordinates in charge of guarding here. After the base wall was breached, one of them was called up to help, and the other was really worried about the situation and couldn't help but leave halfway. When he returned, he saw that the gate above was damaged, and it was obviously knocked open. The subordinate was immediately panicked and hurried in to check the situation. He had just walked down the stairs when a thick flower stem swung out of the darkness, like a python's tail, and tightly wrapped around him. The piranha plant suddenly exerted its strength, easily crushing the defensive abilities around its subordinate, and wrapped him up and threw him against the wall, and he died in a few seconds. Then, it threw away the body of its subordinate and turned its head to look inside the door again. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and the plants were all stunned by the piranha plant's actions, and it was difficult for them to express their feelings in any way. Then, the piranha plant used its leaves to pull the mimosa behind it. It looked around, buried its head, and growled a few times, and the air from its mouth swept the whole room. Pop! The electronic locks outside the iron cage were destroyed, and they all became ineffective. In the corner by the door, a big cherry suddenly opened its eyes. It moved, its eyes became more and more excited, and it tilted its head and bit off the wires on its body. All the iron cages could be opened directly. With the help of the mimosa, the pumpkin came out first, and then went to help urge other plants. Without time to explain more, the piranha lowered its head, opened its mouth, letting them all in, so that it could take them away quickly and safely. But the plants were unfamiliar with the piranha plant after all, and they were naturally afraid of the special plants. With such a big mouth, would it swallow itself accidentally? Even with the mimosa's comfort, only the pumpkin and the other 2 plants took the initiative to get in, and the rest gathered in the corner, not daring to get close. The piranha plant didn't have much patience, and it just pressed its eyelids and made a fierce look. Woo! It threatened the plants to come quickly and not to waste time. This trick really worked. The plants trembled in fear and ran quickly to the piranha plant's increasingly low roar and got into its mouth. Mimosa stood by her teeth and counted them one by one. All the plants she had noted down before were there, without missing any. There were 12 in total, 2 of which Mimosa had never seen before, and they must have been caught later. After counting the number of plants, Mimosa went back into the house to check carefully, making sure that all the plants were rescued. The piranha plant was still waiting with its mouth open, when it suddenly caught a glimpse of a red shadow, which rushed out from the corner of the door, pushing through its leaves and rushing out. Why didn't this one hide, and not come in? The battle outside was not over yet, and these plants were imprisoned in the basement, and their overall condition must be bad, and running around would easily lead to danger. The piranha plant quickly took the mimosa, and a bunch of plants in its mouth, and turned to chase after it. It walked down the steps to the ground, and in the night, it saw that it was a big red cherry. The big cherry had no long legs. Its hands were thin branches, and a short and thick cherry stem stood on its head. When it saw the situation outside, its eyes were very shocked, and there was a hint of excitement when it found that the piranha plant was chasing it. The cherry picked up a piece of glass on the ground to protect itself, turned around and ran away. Hopping away. The surroundings were in chaos. Most of the people in the base were eliminated. There was still a small group of people who resisted stubbornly. They just retreated to the side, where the basement was. They were all superpowered people, and they carried firearms with them. The burst of firepower temporarily prevented the plant team from approaching, and the long-range attack thrown over was intercepted halfway. At the critical moment, the nut shrank its body size, rolled in with a gurgle, and lay down in the middle. With it, the plant team rushed forward again. The cabbage and the bamboo shoots were cleaning up the lone people a little further away. The durian was also there. It relied on its huge body and thick skin and flesh to withstand the lightning attack of a superpower and rolled over directly. The human superpower was stabbed by the durian, and radishes rained down from the sky. The radish thorns with electromagnetic cannons exploded on the ground. He was protecting a few ordinary humans behind him, researchers from the base laboratory, who were fleeing in panic and fell under the thorns of the durian. The big cherry rushed into the battlefield, with several unhealed scars on its body, and wanted to attack the human on the opposite side. But it was not stupid, knowing that it might not win, and picked a researcher without superpowers. Cherry grinned, clenched the glass fragments in her hand, rushed over to knock the opponent down, and stabbed the forehead directly with the sharp tip of the glass, killing the human in the same way as killing a zombie. The piranha plant chased after it, and Cherry quickly slipped away again, clearly resisting to get into its mouth. But it was injured, and the surrounding area was a wasteland with few resources. Even if it could escape successfully, it would be very dangerous and could not be left alone. At the same time, the remaining humans also saw Cherry and recognized it as one of the alien plants imprisoned in the basement. This cherry was the most stubborn among the plants, and refused to cooperate no matter what methods were used. Many people were familiar with it, and the researchers at the base still did not know its ability. It actually escaped. Did the rest of the plants escape as well? One of the subordinates looked at the miniature nuclear bomb in his hand with a stunned expression. This was given to him by the head of the base before he died, and he was asked to use it in time to destroy all the items in the base. The nuclear bomb was specially made by the superpowers in the main base, and it was very precious. As long as one was detonated, the other nuclear bombs buried in various parts of the base would explode immediately, raising the place to the ground. The support has not arrived yet, and they can't hold on by themselves. The subordinates' eyes gradually became solemn, and they quietly retreated to the back. The battle was coming to an end. Everyone was forced into a corner by the plant team, and there was no way to retreat. While they were gathered together, Pepper stood on Nut and burst into a charged attack. Voila! The invisible airflow spread instantly, and the wind and sand were blown up, and the broken stones, glass and other debris on the ground were blown away. A large number of radish thorns fell immediately, hitting every target accurately. Without their superpowers, these humans were no different from ordinary people, and they fell to the ground and died one after another. The cabbage not far away punched hard and eliminated the last 2 people. It turned its head and saw that one of the people who fell to the ground threw the object in his hand before dying. The micronuclear bomb fell to the ground and rolled outward for a distance. Not only the cabbage, but many plants present also sensed the energy contained in the nuclear bomb and were about to explode. The potatoes smelled a familiar smell and shouted, "Woo! It's a bomb!" At the critical moment, The cabbage called the bamboo shoots and durian to leave the vicinity quickly. And the carnivorous plant closed its teeth to protect the plants inside. Carrot led the other plants to retreat. Nut grew a little bigger, squeezed into the narrow aisle, and tried to block the power of the nuclear bomb with his body. It was the closest, and the nuclear bomb on the ground was covered by a layer of light. Nut estimated the degree of danger in his mind, and the shell turned into another material. It was fully prepared, and the next second it suddenly saw a big cherry jump over excitedly, picking up the nuclear bomb on the ground and putting it in its mouth. Nut? Other plants who witnessed this. It ate it. It ate it. The plants waited quietly for a few seconds, but saw that the big cherry was fine. It glanced at the nuts for a few times, turned its head, and jumped away again. 3 minutes later, little bamboo shoots put a knife against the back of Big Cherry and caught it back. Big Cherry was reluctant and threatened fiercely, but when it saw more and more plants approaching it, it shut up again. It touched its stomach, thought seriously, and did not attack these plants for the time being. Cabbage and carrot searched all over the base, and the piranha plant retreated to the door with other plants. When they came out, Big Cherry was forced into the mouth of the piranha plant and taken away together. The piranha plant crossed the collapsed wall and happened to run into Nanting Jean, who was returning. Carrot came out from the gap between the piranha plant's sharp teeth. Woo? It asked where Nanting Jean had gone. The latter seemed to understand and replied, it was a little trouble, which has been solved. The two teams that came to help knew the situation very well. After leaving, they never appeared near the base again. Carrot did not ask any more questions. Nanting Jean left halfway, but he also helped solve many problems. It nodded and waved to Nanting Jean. The piranha plant lowered its head, let Nanting Jean sit on the back of its neck, took him back with it, and quickly shuttled through the ruins. In the distance, a modified car was parked in a hidden position. The captain held a telescope and saw this scene. He made a gesture. The team member beside him turned the steering wheel and followed quietly. On the other side, Xian Hui was still hiding in the cabbage shell. It was very quiet outside. It was night now, and there would be no wandering zombies passing by here. He waited anxiously and kept checking the status of the plants in the illustrations. Fortunately, everything seemed to be going well. As time went by, the plants' physical strength and energy were consumed. They carried pills with them, and they could quickly replenish some of it. The overall condition was good. In the end, several plants were slightly injured. They may have eaten all the pills and could not get treatment. Xian Hui waited for a while and saw Chili use the violent skill, and his condition turned into fatigue. But the game did not have any news of winning the faction conflict. Not even losing. He became more and more worried and wanted to go out to take a look. The soft vines can help him on his way, and he could also deliver some medicine to the plants, and then leave. Discovering Qian Hui's intention, Xiao Baokai grabbed his sleeve and shook his head. Cabbage said that Qian Hui must be hidden, and his mission is to protect him here. Qian Hui understood what Xiao Baokai meant, and picked it up, but I'm worried. It was the first time he was so far away from the fighting plants, and he didn't know what was going on, and he was really worried. Xiao Baokai rubbed Qian Hui's fingers, and hugged them with his hands wearing mini boxing gloves. To express comfort, sunflowers and money trees also came closer. Qian Hui hugged them together, and continued to wait silently. Time passed by minute. Finally, there was a noise outside the low building. Corn couldn't hold it back any longer. He poked his head out from the teeth of the piranha plant, and shouted loudly, "Woo!" When he arrived in front of the low building, the piranha plant put down Nanting Jean, and several plants came out of its mouth one after another. Potato jumped off the ground and carefully dug out the large mine outside the entrance of the low building. He slapped it a few times to extinguish it, and stuffed it into his backpack for use next time. Qian Hui heard the sound of corn, and immediately opened the door of the cabbage shell, and saw carrots and peppers running in together. They ran towards Qian Hui, threw themselves into his arms, followed by cabbage, then corn, potatoes, durian. The light of the sunflower illuminated the whole room, and Qian Hui hurriedly checked the plants in his arms one by one. Are they all okay? Carrot took off his helmet, and said happily, "Woo! It's okay." And it went smoothly. Seeing this, Qian Hui breathed a sigh of relief, and looked up to see Nanting Jean. He temporarily put down the plants, stood up and walked forward quickly, hugging him tightly. "What about you?" Qian Hui asked nervously. "Are you injured?" Nanting-Jean lowered his head and couldn't help kissing the tip of his nose. No. The piranha plant stood at the back, still maintaining its size without shrinking. Qianhui saw it waiting, let go of Nanting-Jean, and came to the front of the piranha plant. The mimosa on the eyelid of the piranha plant jumped down, landed in his palm, and then became a little bigger, and its body was wrapped around Qianhui's wrist, rubbing him affectionately with its leaves. Mimosa loyalty has reached 80% at this time. The mouth of the piranha plant slowly opened, revealing all the plants inside. The plants were not sure what was going on at this moment, and were uneasy all the way. When the piranha plant opened its mouth again, warm light immediately poured in. A young man with very special hair and eye color stood outside. He was very handsome, and the smell he exuded was as soft as the light in the house. The pumpkin closest to him sniffed gently, with a curious look. Not like a human, nor a zombie. Qianhui reached out, touched Pumpkin's head, and said gently, "Don't be afraid, come out." Pumpkin did not resist. It looked at the enlarged mimosa wrapped around Qianhui's wrist, rubbed it carefully, and took the initiative to show goodwill. It was only slightly higher than the palm, and there were several scars on its forehead, which seemed to have been there for a while, and had not yet completely healed. Qianhui felt a little distressed, and took Pumpkin out, and fed him half a biscuit. The alien plant that had been locked up for a long time had never eaten any decent food, and Pumpkin's eyes immediately filled with tears, and he ate while whispering, "Woo woo," with the comfort of the sunflower's light, and the closeness of the mimosa and Qianhui. Seeing the pumpkin being fed with cookies, the other plants also slowly moved forward. Cherry squatted in the corner, and found the right opportunity to rush out quickly. It was the most courageous of these plants. It walked around the room in a familiar manner, and its eyes fell on the potato not far away, staring at it. Potato was tearing the candy wrapper, and thought that the big cherry wanted to steal its candy, so it quickly hid behind the durian with its backpack. The plants in the mouth of the piranha plant came out one after another, and Qianhui squatted down and bought a lot of food for them in one breath. Carrot took off the electromagnetic gun from his neck and carefully put it into his backpack. He put the electromagnetic gun away and suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at a damaged window on the side. Carrot turned and jumped, and quickly came to the window, took out a few spikes and threw them out. There was a light pop sound, and it seemed that something iron object in the distance was hit by the spikes. Is there anyone? Qianhui thought that the humans from the base were chasing after them, and subconsciously protected the plants around her. Nanting-Jean also came to the window and frowned and said, "It's from the surrounding base." Carrot opened his eyes wide and looked around, pointing in a direction, indicating that those people should drive away immediately. Nanting-Jean said gloomily, "I'll go kill them." It was learned that those people were originally going to support the sky base, but left because of Nanting-Jean's obstruction, but did not go far. They must have followed quietly, and saw the light in the building, and wanted to get closer to observe, but were discovered by Carrot. Wait. Qianhui hesitated. Have they left? When Carrot attacked outside, Qianhui originally wanted Sunflower to extinguish the light, so that everyone could hide. But he hesitated, since he had chosen to attack the human base, and had made such a big noise in Black Ridge Mountain before, there was nothing to hide. It didn't matter if he was discovered, no matter what his identity was. He had already been a member of the plant camp. But the team that Nanting-Jean mentioned was not from the sky base, and they did not choose to go to support. Now they left quickly again, obviously not wanting to conflict with the plants. Just like the last time on the road, when he saved the team in disguise. Qianhui did not want to conflict with other humans for the time being unless it was necessary. Forget it. He pulled Nanting-Jean. Let's go quickly. Nanting-Jean's expression softened a little, and he held Qianhui's hand with his backhand, and said, "Okay." At this time, several game prompts popped up one after another. The 8th faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 500. 50 mutant plants have been bonded. The main task has been completed. Weapons have been purchased. 3/3. The main task has been completed. You seem to have done something unusual, which will have a great impact on the human faction. Reward prestige value 500. Faction value 500. Prestige Mall has been opened. Come and explore new fun. Rescued more than 10 mutant plants at one time. Several rows of lit illustrations have been added. All have been bonded. The previous main mission was successfully completed. The new one was related to weapons. The helmets and 2 guns that Qianhui bought for the plants were enough to complete the mission. The 2 missions rewarded a total of 2,500 faction points, and an extra 500, which suddenly increased by 3,000. And probably because the number of plants around suddenly increased, although their loyalty was generally low, the faction value still increased automatically, and it was already 8,000. If all of them were converted into the balance, plus the original 140,000, it would be just enough to buy a resurrection bean. Chapter 43. Looking at the numbers in the game interface, Qian Hui was stunned. The surprise came too suddenly. I thought that after rescuing the plants, I would have to wait for a while to save enough money for resurrection beans. Qian Hui immediately converted all 8,000 faction points into balance, opened them all, and was about to press the purchase button when 2 prompts popped up in front of her. It will take some time for the resurrection beans to take effect. Do you want to buy now? The resurrection beans have been added to the shopping cart. The host's current balance is tight. It is recommended to buy when the balance is sufficient. Qian Hui saw the prompt and hesitated again. It was exactly 300,000. I bought the resurrection beans. If the little mushroom cannot be resurrected immediately to light up the illustration, the balance will only be a few hundred. The surrounding area is all ruins. There are few zombies. The plants that were rescued are not in good condition. The plant team participating in the battle also needs to be replenished. Even if there is sunflower, Qian Hui still has to buy food and water. A few hundred is not enough. So don't rush. At least, save another 10 or 20,000. Qian Hui took her eyes away from the resurrection beans in the mall with difficulty, and didn't buy them immediately. She often waited a little longer. It will be soon. He thought silently. His palm was suddenly squeezed. Nan Tingjin asked, "What's wrong?" Several plants also noticed that Qian Hui was distracted, and surrounded him with concern. Chili thought Qian Hui was scared, jumped on his shoulder, touched his hair to comfort him. Cabbage looked worried, raised his head, and grabbed his clothes. Qian Hui shook his head. It's okay. The balance was enough, but he couldn't revive the little mushroom. He didn't tell the plants about it for the time being, and planned to save up some money and buy it directly. And the cabbage probably doesn't know yet. The most important thing now is to leave here and find a safe place to rest. Qian Hui squatted down and touched the top of the cabbage's head. Let's go. The number of plants suddenly increased, adding up to a total of 29. But fortunately, most of the plants are small in size, and they can fit into the mouth of the piranha plant. Qian Hui did not go in again, choosing to sit outside with Nan Tingjin. He left his backpack behind, which contained enough food and pills. All the plants went in one by one. Qian Hui carried the last big star fruit in and whispered, "Okay. Don't be afraid." Sunflower stood in the center, treating and replenishing the plants, and calming their emotions. The dozen or so plants that had just been rescued also needed extra care, and this task was given to the fortune tree and the cabbage. Carrots and cabbages guarded the edge of the sharp teeth, and nuts and corn were also there. Corn quietly pinched a ball of corn, looking at the newcomers, and if anyone was not honest, he would beat them up first. But those plants have been locked up in the base for a long time, and they are still a little confused and uneasy. With 4 special grade plants around, they are all very well behaved. Even the big cherry that was running around before now looks honest, following behind the potato, and actively jumps into the mouth of the man-eating plant. After confirming that nothing is left out, the man-eating plant closes its mouth, lowers its head, and lets Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin sit on its neck. Then, it crawls out of the low building and quickly leaves in the opposite direction of the base. The wind is strong at night. Qian Hui curls up in Nan Tingjin's arms and continues to check the game interface. The prestige value is already 3,000. There is an additional column of prestige value mall above. There are only 2 categories in it: base weapons and props. Qian Hui looked carefully. Base weapons are different from those in ordinary malls. Base weapons are almost all large-scale, and all used by plants. There are double plant modified cars, 3-barrel mortars, powerful energy shields, multifunctional ground spikes. There are even 2 types of aircraft, which are single plant and double plant controlled. Qian Hui is dazzled. It feels that these are all very powerful things, and they don't seem to be expensive. A double plant modified car costs 500 prestige points. But base weapons need to be equipped and used after the base is established, otherwise they can only be stored in the game backpack and cannot be taken out. As long as you have a base, there are no restrictions on the use of weapons such as vehicles and aircraft. The main taskbar also has an extra line. Base details. Qian Hui clicked it. Base details. None. Base establishment conditions. 1. Comprehensive combat power 25,000. 2. Stored prestige value 5,000. 3. The number of residents in this camp reaches 30. 4. Stored balance 100000. 5. Site selection passes game evaluation. Xianhui, read it carefully. It doesn't seem difficult. There are 29 plants around me now. If all of them are willing to stay, plus myself, there will be 30 plants. If I cultivate them, their fighting power will definitely be able to improve. As for the location, Xianhui doesn't know much about it. The base of plants must be different from that of humans. Plants are more suitable for living in densely vegetated forests. Xianhui thought for a while, opened the ordinary mall again, and took a look at the resurrection beans. There are more and more plants around me. I can't always let the piranha plant stuff them into its mouth and take them away. He needs to build a base. And he also hopes to build a base, even if it is not large, like a small plant courtyard. So now he not only has to work hard to save the balance, but also earn prestige points. 5,000 is required to meet the conditions for building a base. And the prestige points are obtained almost all from winning every faction conflict. Killing 10 low-level zombies will give him a balance of 10,000. Xianhui suddenly remembered something and opened the task bar. He almost forgot that he had a side quest to complete. Raise the loyalty of 3 advanced alien plants to 40%. And the loyalty of 6 intermediate alien plants to 50%. The 3 advanced alien plants have been completed. And there are 2 intermediate alien plants left, which can be selected from the newly brought back plants. After this side quest is completed, the 2,000 camp value reward can be exchanged for 40,000 balance. At that time, he can buy resurrection beans first, and then save up 100,000 balance to complete all the conditions for building a base. Cultivate new plants, buy resurrection beans, save prestige points, and build a base. Among these 4 steps, saving prestige points should be the most difficult, and you need to actively find the enemy camp and provoke conflict in order to get more balance. The first choice is of course the zombie camp. At this time, the main task has also been refreshed. The new task is to light up 100 plant illustrations, and no affinity is required. After completion, 10,000 balance will be rewarded. Xianhui thought about it, bent down and stroked the top of the piranha plant. Xiaozi, can you find a forest around? The piranha plant blinked, slowed down, kept sniffing the air, and then rushed to the side. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, the sky was covered with a layer of faint moonlight, and the wind gradually became smaller. Nan Tingjin hugged Xianhui again, and straightened his collar. Sleep for a while? Xianhui yawned, but shook his head. I'm not sleepy. His body began to feel tired, but his spirit was very good again, and his mind was full of resurrection beans and Xiaofen, and when he could build a base. Xianhui took the panacea and some food, and opened the prestige mall again, wanting to see what was in the prop column. To his surprise, there were only 2 items in it. One was a camouflage potion, and the other was a blind box. The disguise potion is the same one he used before. Both the host and the plant team can use it, and the time limit is still 2 hours. The blind box is randomly drawn. You may draw items from the 2 malls, or hidden items may appear. The items from the 2 malls. Xianhui saw the description and was very excited. A blind box only has 10 points of prestige. What if you can draw a resurrection bean? He immediately bought one, clicked to open it in the game interface. It was a low-level panacea. Xianhui put it in his backpack, and bought 5 more at once, and finally took out 5 cement bricks from the building materials. He stared at the cement bricks in his backpack, a little unhappy, and casually fed the panacea to Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin didn't know what Xianhui was doing, but he could see that he was distracted. He obediently took the panacea, and lowered his head to kiss Xianhui's cheek. With Nan Tingjin's help, the plants were successfully rescued, and the awkwardness between the 2 of them before seemed to have never happened. And everything went smoothly, and the balance for buying resurrection beans was enough, and he just needed to save a little more for backup. Xianhui was in a good mood at the moment. He reached out his arms to hug Nan Tingjin tightly, and closed his eyes. In the mouth of the piranha plant, the plants were also resting. Little cabbage and soft vine helped distribute food and pills to the plants. After filling their stomachs, the new batch of plants curled up on the same side. They were more familiar with each other, and slept close together. The mimosa also went there, became the size of a palm, and stuck to the top of the pumpkin's head. Only the cherry was an outlier. It seemed to be very interested in the potato. As soon as it came in, it followed the potato. It didn't eat the food, and only swallowed a few pills. It couldn't change its body shape. It was considered big among them. It pushed the bamboo shoots aside and came closer. It almost crushed Potato's feet. Potato pursed his lips and moved to the other side. Cherry also moved over and tried to smell it. Her black eyes were full of curiosity. Woo! Potato was not happy. He punched it directly, hugged his small backpack tightly, and ran to Nut. Cherry was beaten, but she reached out to touch it without caring, and followed it. Seeing a strange big cherry coming, Nut opened his eyes and looked over. It knew that the potato was hiding behind it, and when the big cherry came closer, it suddenly enlarged its body. The Nut stood in front, just a little taller than the cherry. Looking down at it, the cherry looked left and right, and found that it couldn't get through. At this time, the carrot came over and grabbed the cherry stem on its head. The carrot was only a little taller than the cherry, but it was very strong, and it lifted it up with one hand. The carrot said with a straight face, "Woo!" It had been paying attention to the big cherry for a long time. Among the new plants it brought back, it was the one that loved to move around the most. It was the same before, and it also ate a nuclear bomb. If it hadn't seen that cherry was really fine, Carrot wouldn't have wanted to let it in. The big cherry swayed in the air for a while, and looked at Carrot. It looked well behaved, as if it knew it was wrong, and touched its belly. "Woo! Is it hungry?" Carrot took it to the backpack and took 2 pieces of dried meat. Cherry came close to smell it, but didn't eat it. "Woo!" It looked at Potato again, looking aggrieved, but it didn't dare to go over there again. It turned its head and jumped to the corner and stayed quietly. On the other side, several modified cars quietly drove into the base with a damaged wall. They were the 2 teams that had been commissioned to come to support. They had previously followed the piranha plant and Nantingjin all the way, and saw a warm light in a low building. The captain bravely approached and observed carefully with a telescope. He didn't know what the warm light came from, and it didn't look like an ordinary light. Through the broken window, he saw that there was another person next to Nantingjin. It was too far away, so he couldn't see Qianhui's appearance. He only saw the piranha plant bowing its head in front of Qianhui and opening its mouth. More plants came out of the mouth of the man-eating plant, and they did not attack the 2 people at all. After that, he was discovered by the alien plants inside, and the door of the modified car was accurately hit by a carrot thorn. The captain did not dare to stay any longer, and drove away immediately. On the way, a team member remembered that Qianhui should be the person who was with the alien plants in the previous assignment issued by the Sky Base. So all the actions of the alien plants were manipulated by him. But those alien plants, how could they be so obedient? The team member asked, "Should we report Nantingjin's behavior?" No matter what the reason, it is a fact that he prevented the team from going to support. The captain frowned, and said after a while, "Let's go to the base first." When they arrived at the branch of the Sky Base, even though they had been mentally prepared in advance, they were still shocked when they saw the scene inside the base. A huge gap was knocked out of the wall, and there was blood all over the ground, and there were corpses and traces of battle everywhere. A group of people walked in carefully, trying not to destroy the scene, and searching for useful information. The ones who attacked the base should be the alien plants in the delegation. They made a commotion at the Black Ridge Mountain base, and quickly rushed to such a far place. The 2 dead were only from the Sky Base, and the captain always felt that this was unusual. Both teams were from nearby bases, and had contacts with the Sky Base. They knew that they were capturing alien plants alive, and said they wanted to find a way to solve the problem of aliens getting lost. No one knew how they did it. Passing by a large number of corpses, the 2 teams looked around and saw a door with a broken side edge. This door was in a relatively hidden position. Although it was damaged, the captain still wanted to go in and take a look. Maybe he could find survivors. However, when he came to the basement, he was shocked again. The narrow and dark room was full of opened iron cages, which were obviously used to lock up alien plants. This scene reminded the captain of the plants hidden in the mouth of the carnivorous plant. Did they break into the base to take away the locked plants here? The captain and several team members beside him were silent for a while, and their expressions were a little subtle. Judging from the environment in front of them, the imprisoned plants must not be doing well, and they are likely to be abused. The captain remembered that, when the Sky Base first started to capture alien plants, some people objected, saying that alien plants were also intelligent life forms, and could be studied. But there had to be a limit, especially since they captured only medium and high-level plants, and occasionally low-level ones. The difference between these plants and special-level alien plants was huge, and they could be considered two different categories. At that time, the Sky Base responded that they were very measured in everything, and that all the captured alien plants would be released safely under normal circumstances. Now it seems, at this time, a team member found a pile of paper materials in the corner of another small window next door. The team member flipped through a few pages, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Captain!" The piranha plant went south and arrived at the nearest dense forest before dawn. There was a sign outside the forest that said high-risk area, which was exactly what Qianhui wanted. After entering the forest, the piranha plant found a water source and stopped beside a large lake. The plants came out one after another. Qianhui first fed the shrunken piranha plant some food and pills, and let it rest quickly. Afterwards, Qianhui sat under a tree and checked the status of the plants one by one. After taking the medicine, and after Sunflower's treatment, some of the wounds on all the plants have healed, and they are in good condition. Almost all the plant teams participating in the battle have used the energy accumulating attack, and are now slowly recovering. Carrot is still energetic. It takes durian with it, and uses carrot thorns to fly to the periphery for patrol, to ensure the safety of the surrounding area. There are 13 new plants left, and they are still a little timid, and they are close together, and dare not move. Qianhui also hugged them one by one, fed them some snacks, and bought a guide to take a look. Among the 13 plants, there are cherries, pumpkins, cacti, eggplants, crisp peaches, morning glory, carambolas, pitayas, four-leaf clover, pomegranates, watermelons, green radishes, and yellow tulips. There are 4 advanced plants, 9 intermediate plants, and both attacking and auxiliary plants. Qianhui didn't have time to look at their skills carefully for the time being, and wanted to try to keep them all by his side. He held the most timid tulip, touched its leaves, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. It's safe now. Follow me. Okay? I can protect you." The tulip curled up timidly, and its leaves carefully touched Qianhui's palm. Not far away, Nan Tingjin looked up. His eyes were dim, and he did not know what he was thinking. With Qianhui's gentle comfort, the plants were in much better condition. They had been locked up for a long time, and escape was a luxury. They could not imagine that anyone would come to rescue them. Although Qianhui looked like a human and had a pair of red eyes, she smelled very good. After a while, a carambola came forward bravely and took Qianhui's wrist. Qianhui smiled and reached out to touch her. He picked up the carambola, turned his head, and looked around. It seemed that another cherry had gone somewhere. Suddenly, Potato shouted. In the woods not far away, a big cherry was jumping with a small backpack, and Potato was chasing closely behind it. As the cherry ran away, he opened the zipper of the small backpack. Potato was anxious and angry, and quickly made a bomb and threw it over. Woo! Candy thief! Smelling the smell of the bomb, Cherry turned around, opened her mouth to catch it, and swallowed it. Potato was stunned for a moment, and saw it take out 2 large mines from its backpack. Cherry was so excited that she was about to cry, and chewed and ate the large mines. Potato ran over quickly, snatched the small backpack, and found that the candy inside was not missing. Cherry buried her head and sniffed it, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 44. Potato protected his backpack and circled around Cherry. He touched Cherry's belly, patted it twice, and leaned over to listen carefully. Qianhui noticed the movement of the 2 plants, and turned to look over. What's wrong? Potato quickly ran to Qianhui, grabbed his sleeve, woo woo, and pointed at Cherry and complained, saying that Cherry had stolen and eaten his mines. But fortunately, the candy in the bag was not missing, otherwise he would have beaten Cherry severely. Big Cherry followed and jumped over, and also came to Qianhui, looking innocent and pure. It was a little more obedient at this time, but its attention was still on Potato, and it was obvious that it had not eaten enough. The new plants were all nearby, and Sunflower was also there. Qianhui understood what Potato meant. He was thoughtful, and roughly guessed it. After arriving at the woods, Chili told Qianhui that the plant team was lucky this time, and that Cherry swallowed a nuclear bomb directly. Otherwise they would probably be injured again. But the cherry was not very honest on the road, and it didn't eat anything, so we need to observe it more. It can swallow nuclear bombs, but it doesn't eat normal food, and now it has eaten potato mines. This is probably the unique skill of the cherry, but its loyalty is not enough, so Qianhui can't see more details. He put down the plant in his arms, and picked up the cherry. The big cherry is quite heavy, and the color of the shell is slightly dull, and there are several scars on its body that look like it has been tied up. Qianhui touched its head and asked, "Have you been hungry for a long time?" The cherry made a woo, and shook the handle in the middle of its head. Qianhui asked Potato to make a few more mines. Bombs would also work. Cherry needs to eat these. Potato and Cherry were not familiar with each other, but he listened to Qianhui very much, and he obediently pinched 2 larger bombs and handed them over. This would only consume a little energy for it, and it would not have much impact. Qianhui fed the bombs to Cherry, and Potato watched from the side, and took the initiative to pinch several more. Cherry ate them all in one breath, while eating. Woo woo, and took the time to rub Qianhui's palm. The people in the sky base should not have discovered its ability, otherwise they would have paid attention when using nuclear bombs, and Cherry didn't know how long she had been hungry. The potato gradually figured it out. It turned out that cherries eat bombs. Its gaze towards the big cherry became subtle, and it continued to pinch some other kinds. Bombs and mines of different sizes, and missiles in the shape of potatoes. Cherry accepted them all. Watching it eat them all, the potato put his hands on his waist and hummed. Twice, and for the first time. He felt a sense of accomplishment in feeding the poor little plant. Although the big cherry is advanced, its level is higher than it, and its size is also larger. The potato pinched the last bomb, and waved to the big cherry, wanting it to follow him. Corn and the others were resting by the lake. Potato wanted to show them how to feed Cherry with bombs. Big Cherry licked her lips, and looked at Qianhui. Qianhui put it in the bushes. Go play. Big Cherry happily followed Potato. Starfruit quickly jumped back into Qianhui's arms. A dragon fruit followed closely behind. There was also a cactus nearby that wanted to get closer. But it had too many thorns on its body. It had been forced to use attack skills too many times before. And it was not easy to retract. Just now, Qianhui just touched its head. It was afraid of hurting Qianhui, and was also afraid of being punished, hated, and separated from the plants by a certain distance. Qianhui had been paying close attention to the new plants, and was keenly aware of the cactus's emotions. He thought about it, opened the game store, and bought a helmet for the cactus. The cactus's current loyalty was only 10%. The game reminded him once whether to confirm the purchase, and Qianhui chose yes. The helmet was tailor-made for each plant. Sturdy but not heavy, like a small iron garment. Qianhui asked the cactus to come over and help it put on the helmet. The body of the cactus was a little higher than an adult's palm. Flat, with a pair of thin and long legs that looked like they were made of intertwined roots. And the same with its hands, without thorns. It hesitated for a moment, then walked forward cautiously. When it saw Qianhui holding up the helmet and reaching out to it, it closed its eyes and dared not move. Qianhui put the helmet on the cactus, adjusted the position, and then fixed the buckle at the bottom. There was a square gap on one side of the helmet, which could reveal the eyes and mouth, and the 2 small holes on the edge were just right for putting hands. Feeling something on his body, Cactus opened his eyes, reached out his hand, and touched the cool outer shell of the helmet. Now he didn't have to worry about being pricked by thorns. Qianhui picked up the cactus and kneaded its slightly wider palm. Okay. Cactus was not used to it yet, moved his body. The helmet was specially made a little bigger, and a layer of cloth was padded inside, so that the thorns would not make any noise. It was very nervous at first, but slowly came to its senses, and was flattered and clutched Qianhui's sleeve. With the helmet, Cactus's loyalty suddenly increased to 40%. It is a mid-level mutant plant, mainly attack type, which just meets the requirements of the side quest. One step closer to the resurrection of the little mushroom, Qianhui was quietly happy, and yawned while holding the plants in his arms. On the way, the plants could rest in the mouth of the piranha plant, but he really hadn't slept all night, and now he couldn't hold on any longer. It was already bright. Qianhui ate some biscuits casually and replenished enough food in his backpack. He didn't take out the cabbage shells, and just laid down in the soft and dry grass. Qianhui closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. The new plants gathered around him, each finding a good place to lie down, and the brave ones would walk around a few steps. Soon after, Chili and Bamboo Shoots also came to sleep together. Chili was not very happy to find that Qianhui's arms were full, and squatted beside him and glanced at him. The dragon fruit and carambola quietly moved to the side, making room for it. Qian Hui slept for a long time, until he was awakened by hunger at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He opened his eyes in a daze, and found that there were many plants lying around him, and there were also a few in his arms. Carrots and durian came back at some point, and the piranha plant was replaced to guard and patrol the surrounding area. Looking at the plants all over the ground, Qian Hui felt as if he was in another world, as if he was still in the plant garden. He sat up and was stunned for a while, and ate something to replenish his energy. When Qian Hui woke up, the plants woke up one after another. Corn lay on his legs, raised its head, and opened its mouth, asking for food as usual. Qian Hui fed it half a piece of dried meat. After feeding all the plants, Xiao Baokai took out the cabbage bowl while the weather was good, and let Qian Hui take a bath. The rest of the plants washed themselves obediently, and jumped directly into the lake. The dozen or so new plants, led by cabbage and apple, also went into the water one after another. The plants took a bath very quickly, swimming 2 laps in the water. Watermelons and pumpkins were not good at swimming, and it was not convenient for the cactus to wear a helmet. The soft vines helped to entangle the 3 plants to prevent them from drowning accidentally. 2 large towels were laid on the shore. After washing, they rolled up, and that was it. Qian Hui took a slow bath. After he changed his clothes, Chili helped dry his hair. A group of plants began to play in the woods. Little Apple and Little Succulent took the newly added plants, wanted to stroll around, picked a few super small wild fruits and brought them back, wanted to give to Qian Hui. Pumpkin sat quietly under the tree, with a small piece of mimosa on its head, and it didn't move until the mimosa woke up. Potato and Big Cherry were completely familiar with each other, sitting on the top of the cherry, holding its handle with both hands. Big Cherry jumped, like a fruit mount, taking Potato through the woods. Corn also wanted to play, chasing them. But Big Cherry feeds itself, so of course it has the best relationship with itself. Potato hasn't played enough, patting the cherry's head and asking it to jump faster. Big Cherry gathered all her strength and quickly threw the corn away. Potato laughed, hee hee, and soon heard other noises behind him. He turned his head and saw that the corn was sitting on Nut's head. Nut had grown a little bigger and was jumping around, but it had no handle on its head, so the corn was almost thrown off. It jumped very high, and the corn hurriedly lay down and clung to it, with a panicked look on its face. Woo woo. Nut jumped twice and finally stopped. The corn trembled and came down from its head, and never thought about this game again. Under the tree on the other side, Cabbage and Small Cabbage were together. The Small Cabbage was considerately rubbing the cabbage's arm, and asked it if it had rested well. There were too many new plants, and it had to help take care of them, and had no time to accompany the cabbage. The cabbage nodded to show that it had rested well, and it was holding a branch and writing on the ground, calculating how many human mutants it had killed last night. After counting, it seemed that it was still less than the carrot, but the group attack of the carrot was originally more advantageous. The cabbage sat aside, listening to it describing the battle, and couldn't help but take out the 2 small gloves stuffed inside the shell. This method of stuffing things it learned from the bamboo shoots. The cabbage put on the gloves and held them up to show the cabbage. It was still a little nervous, afraid that the cabbage would laugh at it. The gloves made of leaves were too small, and the cabbage got closer to see clearly, and understood. It beat its chest. Woo! Want to practice boxing? I'll teach you. The cabbage's eyes widened immediately, and it was so happy that it didn't know what to do. Afterwards, it was led to a more spacious tree nearby. The 2 plants, one large and one small, stood face to face, so that they could see more clearly. The cabbage waved its fist and made a gesture, and the little cabbage immediately followed suit. Although the left and right were opposite, it didn't seem to matter. Gradually, the cabbage sped up, and the little cabbage also sped up. It didn't matter if they didn't see clearly or made mistakes, as long as they had the right momentum. The cabbage used the tree trunk as a sandbag, and the little cabbage used the branches of the bush, and successfully broke 3 of them. Finally, the leaf gloves broke, and the cabbage immediately changed to a new one. Looking around confidently, it wanted to find a plant to try, and first set its sights on the nut not far away, because it was the hardest and not afraid of pain. The cabbage encouraged, woo! The cabbage mustered up its courage, turned itself invisible, and ran over quickly. Its body disappeared, and only 2 gloves could be seen hanging in the air. It slipped behind the nut, threw a punch, and then ran away in a panic. The cabbage hid behind a tree and looked around. But the nut was motionless, as if it had fallen asleep and didn't notice. In fact, when it approached quietly, Nut had already spotted it. But he didn't know what it was going to do. So he closed his eyes, and was too lazy to move. Without getting any feedback from his boxing practice, Little Cabbage was unwilling to give up. After observing for a while, he set his sights on Corn, who was eating snacks on the other side. He waited until his skill could be used again, and then he ran over in stealth for the second time. Corn was busy chewing biscuits when he heard a burst of hurried footsteps. He turned his head and saw a pair of small balls flying away inexplicably. He wiped his mouth in confusion. Woo! Who poked it? Corn vaguely smelled the scent of Little Cabbage, but didn't care and continued to chew biscuits. Behind the tree, the Little Cabbage took off the boxing gloves and held them in his arms. Feeling that he was still too weak and a little depressed, the cabbage comforted him, saying that he had only learned for one day and was already very good. At least the Little Cabbage could make boxing gloves by himself. Hearing this, the Little Cabbage felt happier, stuffed the boxing gloves back into the shell, and followed the cabbage to play somewhere else. In the corner on the other side, the durian squatted in the grass, watching the cabbage and the Little Cabbage run away together. He was very envious. Although the cabbage and the Little Cabbage were different in size, they looked very similar and could barely be considered the same kind. But his durian brother hasn't changed back for a long time. Durian looked up, looking at Carrot sitting on a branch and enjoying the breeze, with a lonely look in his eyes. By the lake, Chili helped Qianhui dry his hair. After taking a shower, the original dye on his hair completely fell off, returning to its original color. A few new plants were basking in the sun nearby, and saw that he seemed to have changed, and couldn't help but get closer to take a look. Eggplant circled around Qianhui, with a dull look in his eyes. Silver hair and red eyes. This is the appearance of a zombie. Eggplant was horrified, turned around and ran, but after running a few steps, he found that he was the only one who reacted strongly, and the other plants were standing still. It scratched its head, and walked back slowly, its eyes still blank. Qianhui was amused by it, and patted its head. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. After another nap, all the newly added plants seemed to have no intention of leaving, and were willing to stay with Qianhui. Perhaps it was also because of the sunflower and mimosa. The comfort brought by a healing special plant greatly alleviated their panic and tension. And the mimosa was by Qianhui's side, so it was obviously well taken care of. Qianhui opened the atlas and looked around. The loyalty of the new plants had increased, but it had only been less than a day, and it had not yet reached the conditions for completing the side quest. He thought about it, and got up to find Nanting-Jin. Nanting-Jin sat alone under a tree to rest. He was completely different from Qianhui in terms of his gentle aura. At first, the new plants were very afraid of him. Later, they saw that they were not afraid of peppers at all, and were not afraid of even low-level plants like cabbage, so they reluctantly accepted it, but they still would not get close. Only Nut was closer to him, standing quietly not far away, as if secretly guarding against him. Qianhui came under the tree and sat next to Nanting-Jin. Xiao Jin, the commission you mentioned last time, he asked proactively. When will I give it to you? Qianhui wanted to arrange all the balances in advance and make preparations to buy resurrection beans. The piranha plant didn't know that the balance was enough, just a little bit short. When the little mushroom was successfully resurrected, it would be very happy. Nanting-Jin looked at Qianhui. His eyes swept across the faint dark circles under his eyes. Apart from the hair color and pupils, Qianhui looked more and more like a human. Her skin was more radiant than at first, and her fatigue was more obvious. He didn't close his eyes all night, and took a nap during the day, but he still didn't fully recover his energy. I'm not in a hurry, Nanting-Jin said slowly. I'll give it to you when the time is right. Qianhui was quite happy. Is that okay? He moved closer, and said vaguely, then I'll owe it to you first. Nanting-Jin was not in a hurry, so he could buy the resurrection beans first, and then find a chance to pay them back later. In fact, Qianhui wanted to ask how much commission is needed, since he had a dream last time, remembered some memories, told Nanting-Jin that he was not his boyfriend, and then it seemed to be left unresolved. Nanting-Jin still hugged him and kissed him, but never mentioned the boyfriend again. But Qianhui was even more embarrassed to ask, feeling like using their relationship, trying to pay less commission. Qianhui quietly looked at Nanting-Jin, and hesitated to speak. He silently struggled for a while, and got up and left. The afternoon passed quickly. Qian Hui accompanied the plants. Later, he felt sleepy, and went to sleep again. When he woke up again, it was almost dark. Carrot and Piranha planned to rest in the woods for another night. It was safe here. Qian Hui could get close to the new plants and improve their loyalty. He would go to the surrounding area to look for zombies tomorrow, and try to earn some balance. However, there were too many new plants. The forest was so big that Qian Hui was afraid that if one of them got lost, he would not know it. So he divided the 13 plants into groups, and let different plants take care of them. The big cherry and potato are on very good terms now, so it follows the potato and corn. The 4-leaf clover, the cactus, the eggplant, the watermelon, and the pumpkin are output type, among which the 4-leaf clover is a high-level plant, so it is given to the carrot and the cabbage. The pomegranate, the starfruit, and the pitaya are also output type, all of which are intermediate, so it is given to the pepper and the bamboo shoot. The green radish and the tulip are auxiliary high-level plants, so it can follow the sunflower and the fortune tree. The remaining crisp peach and the morning glory are left to the cabbage and the apple. After all the distribution is completed, Qian Hui reminds them not to run around alone, and if they encounter any situation, they should find the plant in charge of taking care of it, or talk to themselves. The plants all responded obediently, received dinner from Qian Hui one by one, and followed their team leader to leave. The soft vine was the last one, digesting the biscuits with its leaves, and then wrapped around Qian Hui's wrist. Qian Hui counted the number of plants, and found that there was still one missing. Looking around, she saw the durian staying alone under a tree. It curled up its arms and legs, rolling back and forth in place, bumping into the trunk and bouncing back, and bumping into it again. Qian Hui walked over, knelt down to stop the durian's movements, and picked it up. "Why don't you go over, aren't you hungry?" The durian looked at him, and shook its head to indicate that it didn't want to eat. Qian Hui saw that it was a little listless, and quickly looked down to check around, frowning and saying, "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Durian still shook his head, hesitantly looked at the carrot, and then looked at the location of the cabbage and small cabbage. All the plants were eating dinner nearby, and there were so many new plants. None of them looked like themselves. Even the watermelon and pumpkin looked a bit similar, and the morning glory and soft vine also looked similar. Although the cactus had thorns, it was completely different from itself. Qian Hui followed Durian's gaze, and thought at first that it might have a quarrel with the carrot. But then she remembered that it was written in the guide of Durian that it was very eager for its own kind. Durian was willing to follow the plant team at the beginning, and it was indeed because Carrot used the camouflage potion. But if it was really because of this, where would he go to find the second durian? Qian Hui hugged Durian, and saw that it was unhappy, and felt a little distressed. Suddenly, she remembered something and opened the Prestige Mall. Camouflage potion. The last 2 bottles were given as gifts for hidden tasks. If you buy 1 bottle directly from the mall, it will only cost 5 prestige points. The balance should be saved for buying resurrection beans. It will take a while to collect the extra 100,000 and 5,000 prestige points to build a base, so you can use them first. Qian Hui put down Durian and gave it a pack of biscuits. "You should eat some. I'll go over there and take a look, and come back later." Durian thought he was busy taking care of other plants, and silently took the biscuits. Carrot now has a new follower, and some of them are only advanced, and they probably don't have time to take care of it. Durian sat down with his back to the plants and ate biscuits alone. It was actually very hungry, and ate half a pack in one breath, and heard movement in the bushes behind it. Durian didn't pay attention to who it was, and continued to eat with his head down, and suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar yellow flashing from the side. It was stunned for a moment, turned its head, and saw a durian hiding behind the tree, sneaking out half of its head. With a click, the biscuit in the durian's hand fell. It thought it was hallucinating, closed its eyes, and shook its head, then opened its eyes again. The durian beside the tree had become 2. The durian was shocked, and was poked on the back of its head. It slowly turned its head, and saw a durian standing behind it. The durian stood with its hands on its waist, and laughed twice. Durian was stunned for half a minute, and then he came closer to smell it. "No. Why does this durian smell like potato?" Then, a bamboo shoot-smelling durian appeared behind the potato-smelling durian. The 2 durians behind the tree also ran over. One smelled like corn, and the other smelled like chili. Except for the different smells, they all looked exactly like durians. and it was impossible to tell them apart from the outside. Looking at the 4 durians surrounding him, Durian was at a loss, and felt that happiness came too suddenly. Isn't this the scene it has seen in its dreams many times? At this time, more Durian ran over, smelling of cabbage, nuts, small cabbage. The piranha plant was responsible for patrolling, sunflowers and apples were taking care of the new plants, and almost all the idle plants drank the camouflage potion. The small cabbage was the slowest one. It suddenly became bigger, feeling a little dizzy and uncomfortable, opening its eyes wide to find the durian with the cabbage flavor. The sky gradually darkened. Some cabbage lights that had been placed in advance were lit in the bushes, and the light of the sunflowers gradually spread. Finally, the 8th durian appeared. Durian recognized it at a glance. It was transformed from a carrot, including itself. There were 9 of them. It excitedly stepped forward and hugged the carrot-flavored durian. Woo woo woo. The carrot-flavored durian patted the durian's head and waved, woo. Let's go! Let's go for a walk around the area. So, 9 identical durians set out together, preparing to catch fish by the lake, or to find out if there were any strange plants that dared to approach, and bring them back to light up the illustrations for Qian Hui. They looked spectacular in a large group, wandering around the lake. When they couldn't catch any fish, they started playing durian bumping into each other. The nut-flavored durian was the strongest, and remained silent throughout the whole process. It almost knocked the cabbage-flavored durian away. The cabbage-flavored durian quickly came over to stop them, and protected the cabbage-flavored durian behind him. Qian Hui watched them playing together from a distance, and seeing that all the durians were very happy, his mood also improved a lot. Originally, he also wanted to drink the camouflage potion, but he had never tried the feeling of turning into a plant, and everyone went to accompany the durian, so he stayed with the sunflower. The potion can last for 2 hours, which is enough for them to have fun. Qian Hui looked at it for a while feeding the cactus in his arms. The new plants around him were very well behaved. He opened the illustration, and found that the loyalty of the cactus had reached 50%. If the loyalty of another intermediate alien plant reached 50%, it could be exchanged for a reward of 40,000 balance. Qian Hui quickly flipped through it. The loyalty of the star fruit and pumpkin was already 35%, and it felt like it would reach 50% soon. He was secretly happy, opened them all, and looked at the resurrection beans for several times, and then heard the voice of Nan Tingjin behind him. Qian Hui. Qian Hui put down the cactus and stood up and went over. You're looking for me? He sat down next to Nan Tingjin, his eyes still showing the joy from not long ago, his beautiful red pupils slightly shining. Nan Tingjin looked over, raised his hand, and touched his cheek. So happy, Qian Hui replied vaguely, and couldn't help but tell Nan Tingjin, because Xiufan will be back soon. He lowered his voice and whispered, Xiaozi and Luowu don't know yet. Nan Tingjin guessed a little, and didn't ask more questions. He stared at Qian Hui for a while, and suddenly leaned closer. Nan Tingjin's action was a little forceful. He held Qian Hui's lower back and hugged him. Qian Hui was caught off guard. He sat on Nan Tingjin's lap. The two of them became very intimate. Then, the surrounding trees suddenly began to move slowly. Many trees in the distance also moved closer, arranged in sequence and close together, and the branches at the top were twisted and crooked, gradually forming a small wooden house. The moonlight sprinkled through the gaps between the branches above, and Qian Hui looked around, surprised and curious. It turns out that Nan Tingjin's ability can do these things. He wanted to get up and take a closer look, but Nan Tingjin held him in his arms, and he couldn't move. Qian Hui didn't understand, and looked at him in confusion. Xiao Jin. Nan Tingjin responded slowly, and leaned in to kiss his cheek. At this moment, Qian Hui realized that there were only Nan Tingjin and herself in the wooden house. Ruantong had just helped to take care of the new plants and had left his side. This might be one of the few times the two of them were alone in a long time. Qian Hui didn't hide. He vaguely noticed the change in Nan Tingjin's mood and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Nan Tingjin pinched Qian Hui's chin and kissed him hard again. Now, he whispered, tell me clearly, who is your boyfriend? Chapter 45. Qian Hui was stunned. What? He didn't expect Nan Tingjin to bring this up suddenly. It had been a few days since the last time he mentioned the topic of boyfriend. Nan Tingjin's eyes were heavy. Don't want to talk? Qian Hui lowered her eyelashes, and was silent for a long time, and said in a somewhat awkward tone, I don't have a boyfriend. This was the last time the two of them failed to continue the conversation, if this is what Nantingjin wanted to hear. No! When I first met you, you came over to hug me. Nantingjin's eyes were dark. Tell me, we are lovers. He reminded Qianhui that, all along, it was Qianhui herself who said yes or no. Qianhui stammered, didn't I say, I had a dream? But Nantingjin still didn't remember any of his past experiences. To him now, it was indeed Qianhui who took the initiative to tease him. Later, he took Nantingjin away from the base for the second time, and denied their relationship as soon as he woke up. But Qianhui also felt wronged. He suddenly recovered some of his memories at that time, and didn't think so much. As a result, Nantingjin was unhappy, and didn't believe that he liked him. Nantingjin also pinched Qianhui's chin, watched quietly for a moment, and moved closer to kiss again. Qianhui reached out to push his face, turned her head away, whispered, You don't believe me again. Nantingjin grabbed Qianhui's wrist, and patiently coaxed, Okay, I believe it. His tone became softer, but his movements were still strong, and he kissed Qianhui's cheek firmly. I believe it. Nantingjin repeated, and paused. But don't worry about the past. Qianhui looked at him, and her expression was dull again. Nantingjin continued to kiss him, while saying, I am your boyfriend. Then you. Qianhui thought for a while, and hesitated. Do you want to date me? After regaining some of his memories, in his subconscious, the two had not confirmed their relationship before, so everything that happened later became a misunderstanding, and it didn't count. If they want to be lovers again, they have to ask clearly, to avoid any misunderstandings. Nantingjin smiled, took Qianhui's hand and stroked it gently, and replied, Yes. He couldn't help but kiss her again. Qianhui didn't hide, but said, I need to think about it. Qianhui felt that she couldn't agree too quickly, because Nantingjin had coaxed him when he lost his memory. And a few days ago, he hoped that Nantingjin would not leave, and Nantingjin also said that he would think about it. At least, wait until tomorrow morning before agreeing. Nantingjin stared at Qianhui and said slowly, Okay. His expression did not change, as if he really wanted Qianhui to think about it seriously. And he also let go. Qianhui quickly stepped back, sat half a step away, and took out a mini cabbage lamp from the grass. With the help of the light, he finally had time to look at the little wooden house where he was, and stood up and walked to the edge of the arranged tree trunks. Qianhui raised his hand and touched it carefully, and heard movement outside. Woo! It seemed to be the sound of the money tree and the little apple. They saw the abnormality here, and didn't know what happened. Sunflower said Qianhui was fine, but several plants were still a little worried. The little succulent ran around the tree trunk, trying to find a gap to get in and take a look. The new plants also gathered outside. The green ivy climbed up the tree trunk, but was stopped by an invisible force halfway up. The four-leaf clover tried to force the trees apart, but failed after trying for a long time. Qianhui squatted down, holding the cabbage lamp in her hand close to the gap in the tree trunk, and comforted her. Is Shikue there? Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Then, a ray of light from the sunflower shone in. Hearing his voice, the plants felt relieved and continued to guard outside the tree house. Not long after, a group of durians also came. They were too engrossed in playing by the lake and jumped into the lake to swim, scaring away two dwarf trees that came to drink water quietly. Carrot wanted to chase them, and bring the two dwarf trees back to Qianhui. It didn't know what the game and the illustrated book were, but it only knew that Qianhui needed more new plants now. As a result, it turned around and found that Qianhui was missing. Carrot hurried back with the durians to see what happened, worried that Qianhui would be bullied if she stayed alone with Nantingjin. Nut and Cabbage were a little anxious and started to collide directly, but they were now durians. After using the camouflage potion, their main body's skills were greatly restricted, and they could not use Durian's skills. Carrot slapped his forehead several times. All he saw were strange-looking yellow mini-carrots. He was very angry, and punched Durian. Durian didn't feel any pain at all. At this moment, he was still immersed in the joy of having a durian army. It rubbed the carrot, and enlarged its body, and also rushed towards the tree house. Qianhui took a step back and looked around, only to hear bang bang several times, and the whole tree house shook slightly, but it was extremely solid under the control of the supernatural power. Don't hit it. Qianhui hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry about me. He turned his head and asked Nantingjin behind him, Can't this be opened? Xianhui remembered that when they were at the Blackridge Mountain base, Nantingjin's supernatural power could restore the moved trees to their original positions. Okay. Nantingjin stood up and walked slowly towards Xianhui. As he approached, Xianhui felt a little nervous and tried to hide aside, but was grabbed by the wrist and pulled over. Nantingjin said, "When you agree, you can open it." Xianhui was stunned, and then reacted. He struggled slightly, and the cabbage lantern in his hand almost fell, and was caught by Nantingjin. Nantingjin lowered his eyes and handed him the cabbage lantern. "What about me?" Xianhui took the small glowing lamp away, and he couldn't say anything, but stared at Nantingjin with a pair of beautiful red eyes. If he keeps refusing to agree, will Nantingjin keep himself trapped? Outside, the durians have stopped hitting each other, and are watching from nearby. They didn't continue playing, but the durians are more excited than before, and they hide in the thick grass and show half of their heads, asking the carrots when they will continue to attack. Inside the treehouse, Xianhui can't break free from Nantingjin's restraints, and is held tightly in his arms. Nantingjin bends down, and kisses the tip of his ear. "Open it if you agree." Xianhui's cheeks were also kissed a few times, and the number of times Nantingjin kissed him that night, which is probably more than the previous half-month. He couldn't resist, and he wanted to agree in the first place. So he had to compromise. "Okay. I agree." Xianhui's voice rose a few notes. "Open it quickly." Nantingjin's breathing stagnated, and his breath suddenly became heavy. He didn't let go of Xianhui, and said half-coaxingly, "Kiss again." Since the relationship was confirmed, Xianhui was much more obedient, and they had kissed many times before. He took the initiative to kiss the side of Nantingjin's face, as if to comfort her. Nantingjin didn't seem satisfied, and gently touched Xianhui's chin with his fingertips. "Can you kiss?" Xianhui looked up in confusion and answered, "No." Long before the end of the world, Xianhui was a little different in age from Nantingjin, and she probably had never been in love before. He didn't have much memory to recover, and his body was still like a blank sheet of paper due to the zombie transformation. Moreover, he had silver hair and red eyes, and he didn't look like a human being. Xianhui remembered that when they were in the botanical garden, she was afraid that she would accidentally bite Nantingjin, so she only kissed him on the face. Xianhui was still thinking hard, and Nantingjin lowered his head and kissed him. His strength was not light, and he probably didn't have much experience, so it seemed like a simple kiss. But it was just a simple touch, and it hadn't gone deep, and Xianhui's cheeks quickly flushed. This level of intimacy had never happened before. The two were too close. He almost felt difficulty breathing, and his heart was beating fast. Nantingjin kissed her again, but Xianhui couldn't help but reach out to push her away. He looked confused. I don't feel well." Noticing Xianhui's nervousness and uneasiness, Nantingjin held back and didn't continue, whispering, "Okay. No more kissing." He gently stroked Xianhui's silver hair, and after a while, he kissed the red corners of her eyes again and asked, "Why did it become like this?" "I don't know. I forgot." Xianhui buried her face in his arms, raised her head and whispered, "Can I go out now?" Nantingjin was silent for a moment, and then replied, "Okay." Finally, the whole treehouse began to move. The trees were moved away one by one, and the damaged grass was barely restored to its original appearance. The time for the camouflage potion had not yet expired, and seeing Xianhui appear, a large group of durians rushed over. Xianhui could not recognize who was who, and picked up two of them casually. "Okay. It's okay." There was still a faint blush on his face, and his body temperature had risen a little. Carrot hurriedly approached to take a look, touched Xianhui's palm, and confirmed that he was safe. At this time, Nantingjin walked out from the shadows behind, and Carrot glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for the fact that he and the cabbage had turned into durians, and couldn't show their true strength, how could Nantingjin be so arrogant? Xianhui sat on the grass, put down the durian in his arms, and picked up the other two. Through some movements and sounds, he distinguished the subtle differences between the durians, and touched one of them. "Is it a potato?" The potato-flavored durian's eyes lit up, and nodded continuously. The chili-flavored durian next to him also came over quickly, pointing at himself. "Woo!" Xianhui heard the sound, and said with certainty, "It's Xiaojiao." The chili was also happy, and was squeezed away by another durian. The durians seemed to have discovered a new fun. They asked Xianhui to pick them up one by one and guess who they were. After trying several times, Qianhui did not make a mistake. Finally, Corn deliberately put his hands on his waist and imitated Potato's usual behavior. Woo? Qianhui hesitated. Yes. Potato was standing next to them. Seeing this, he was not very happy. He punched him. The two durians immediately started to fight in the grass. After 2 hours, the camouflage potion lost its effect, and the plants changed back one by one. Carrot took out a carrot thorn and looked at it. The little bamboo shoot ran to the tree to pick up his bamboo knife. The cabbage became smaller, and it felt a little dizzy, and it walked in a daze. The durian was still a little reluctant to leave, and it rubbed against Qianhui and hugged his hand. Although it knew that it was not a real durian, it was still very satisfied. When it closed its eyes, it could only see a group of durians playing in its mind. After playing for so long, the plants were hungry, and they had some midnight snacks. It was late, and the sunflower had already taken the new plants to rest. There might not be enough space in the cabbage shell, so the new plants slept directly in the grass. Qianhui went over quietly to take a look. The piranha plant just came back to take over from Carrot. It stayed close to Qianhui for a while, and then lay down beside Sunflower. Not far away, Little Cabbage opened the cabbage shell, and all the plants went in, waiting for Qianhui. The cabbage poked its head out to wave at Qianhui, but saw that he had gone to Nantingjin's side. Qianhui came to Nantingjin, hesitated for a while, and hugged him, and said vaguely, "Xiao Jin, I'm going to sleep. Good night." Nantingjin lowered his head, and kissed his forehead. "Okay, good night." Qianhui let go of him, and quickly returned to the cabbage shell. Carrot might come back to sleep in the middle of the night. It was safe nearby. The door of the cabbage shell was not closed tightly, leaving a gap, and it did not enter the invisible state. The little cabbage also thoughtfully opened a cabbage bowl, which was covered with a soft towel. If the new plant woke up in the middle of the night and felt cold, it could also sleep in the cabbage bowl. After doing all this, it patted its body, turned off all the cabbage lights in the woods, and finally got into the cabbage shell. The surroundings returned to silence, and the leaves were occasionally blown by the breeze. The eggplant in the grass turned over, hugged the tulip beside him, and muttered a few words in his sleep. At the same time, in the sky base, it was late at night, and the lights in the attic were still bright. Dozens of guards were guarding the outside, and subordinates kept passing by in a hurry. On the top floor, Wenju sat on the sofa, looking tired. He had just woken up from the lost state at noon, and learned the bad news. The base branch in the low-risk Zone 3 was breached, and all the alien plants imprisoned inside disappeared. And for some reason, the last self-destruction plan of the base failed to be implemented smoothly. The surrounding teams that were supposed to come to support were a step late. Not only did the rescue fail, but some documents were also found in the base. The team immediately brought the documents back and reported them to Yunchuan base as soon as possible. Soon, the other large-scale bases also learned about it, and many leaders joined together to question the matter. Wenju said at the beginning that any research would not be tested on humans, let alone such an incredible thing as transplanting superpowers. The only thing to be thankful for is that the data found showed that the research was difficult to progress, and there were very few humans involved, only a few in the single digit. But this also gave the Sky Base an opportunity to defend itself. One of the managers of the main base replied that the participants were completely voluntary, and the research was originally planned to be terminated. As for the imprisoned alien plants, because the branch base did not have enough funds, it could not provide a better environment. These words did not convince others, and the Yunchuan base immediately arranged a team to come, wanting to see the Zhang Wenju in person. At this time, Wenju woke up. After listening to the report from his subordinates, he had a gloomy face and gave 2 orders. One was to send someone to blow up the captured base, and the reason could be made up at will. The second was to inform all bases that he had been feeling unwell recently, and the staff at the factory had accidentally messed up twice. In the next 3 months, the production speed of various medicines would be slow, and there might be insufficient inventory. And 90% of the medicines sold by the Sky Base were used to suppress and alleviate the lost state of human superpowers. This statement was nothing more than a disguised threat. If they kept on holding on to this matter and angered Wenju, they might not be able to buy a single pill if there were no relief drugs. In 3 months, it was estimated that 1/4 of the psychics would be in a depressed state. Their overall strength would decline, and they would not be able to guard the base at all times and prevent any accidents from happening. The other bases were indeed wary of this, and immediately quieted down when they received the news. But the people from Yunchuan base were already on the way. And the leader was Qiyu. He still chose to enter the base and asked to see Wenju. After the guard went to report, he took Qiyu to the attic alone. It was already dark when Qiyu arrived, and Wenju was still in the room meeting with other managers. He waited for a long time and finally saw Wenju come out. Wenju closed his eyes and raised his hand to press his forehead. Have you searched everything? Did you find what you want? Qiyu said. I didn't search. He knew that the sky base would be prepared and hide things in advance. Besides, Wenju had already started to threaten with drugs, and he was not afraid of being found with any evidence. Looking at Wenju sitting on the sofa, Qiyu felt mixed emotions. As one of the captains of the Yunchuan base, he always had a good relationship with the sky base. And Wenju was also a person he respected very much. However, at this moment, Qiyu suddenly felt that Wenju was a little strange. He threatened with all the materials needed by the base, trying to quickly calm the matter down. Maybe Wenju didn't want to waste his words. Or maybe he didn't care about other people. But the other bases were caught off guard, and they hadn't discussed how to deal with it yet. They were worried that Wenju really wouldn't sell the medicine, so they could only endure it for the time being. In addition, the actions of the alien plants are becoming more and more frequent. The sky base seems to be the victim. The other bases are also likely to be attacked by alien plants. Under such circumstances, it seems that the most appropriate thing to do is for all bases to unite to fight against the alien plants. Qiyu frowned, recalling the 2 consecutive noises made by the alien plants. Wenju sighed and opened his eyes. He looked out the window at the dark night and suddenly asked, Did you meet someone around Nantingjin last time? Qiyu said carefully, Yes. But we had very little contact. He remembered Qian Hui, the blindfolded boy who had a close relationship with Nantingjin. In his impression, Qian Hui was gentle and weak, with a gentle and harmless temperament. Before the accident at the Black Ridge Mountain base, Qiyu could not connect him with the alien plants. He even thought it was a rumor at first. But Qian Hui's hair color was special, so it should be difficult to mistake her. Wenju glanced at Qiyu and said, I am indeed unwell recently, and my supernatural power has been affected. I don't know why this person can drive a large number of alien plants. I am afraid that in the future, he seemed to be talking to himself. His voice became softer and softer, and he did not continue to speak, vaguely revealing a bit of fatigue and deep worry. Qiyu guessed what Wenju meant. If the Qian Hui and the alien plants were not dealt with quickly, all bases would be in danger. He did not respond, but said cautiously, Please take more rest and take care of yourself. Wenju nodded, raised his hand to signal his subordinates to lead Qiyu away. Just as Qiyu turned around, Wenju spoke again. By the way, in the previous assignment, he said, one more person was added. Nantingjin. Not long ago, Wenju issued 2 orders to his subordinates, who went to blow up the base branch. And by the way, asked why the surrounding base teams failed to provide timely support. They went too late, and any explanation was pale. So they told the story of their encounter with Nantingjin. At that time, Nantingjin was alone, and it didn't seem that he was coerced by the alien plant. Moreover, he had disappeared for a long time, and his behavior was suspicious. He was regarded as one of the culprits of the fall of the base branch, and was added to the list of delegates. Up to now, Nantingjin and Qian Hui, as well as several alien plants with clear characteristics, have become the primary targets of the sky base. If anyone discovers their whereabouts and reports them in time, all bases willing to accept the delegation can participate in the encirclement and suppression. Qiyu was silent for a moment, and replied, I know. He turned around and followed his subordinates to leave. Wenju looked at his back, and calmly withdrew his gaze, and picked up a picture on the coffee table. The picture showed a cabbage, which was a special-grade alien plant that had not been successfully captured. It seemed that it had also joined the cooperation team of the piranha plant. Piranha plant. Wenju muttered in his heart, recalling its appearance. He had actually guessed that the piranha plant would find a chance to take revenge on the base. At the beginning, there was a mushroom, which was also a special-grade alien plant. It was always inseparable from the piranha plant. They should have a very good relationship, which was extremely rare among the alien plants. Unfortunately, the mushroom was later caught and accidentally killed by the people in the laboratory, and they didn't even know what its ability was. Wenju put down the portrait casually and closed his eyes again. Weeds are endless, but special grade exotic plants can be killed. Then there is nothing to be afraid of. Just find the breakthrough point. Qianhui slept late the night before, and didn't get up until almost 10 in the morning. The plants had woken up long ago, and the cabbage had already been responsible for feeding them once to prevent everyone from starving. When Qianhui woke up, Carrot happened to come back from outside, and caught 2 nearby dwarf trees. The 2 dwarf trees looked exactly the same, a little taller than the bushes, crouching on the ground and shivering, and Carrot grabbed one with each hand, excitedly lifted them up to show Qianhui. Qianhui sat at the door of the cabbage shell. He was stunned, and quickly said, "Let go of Carrot, you scared them." Carrot immediately let go, and the 2 dwarf trees crouched in place, and dared not move. Qianhui stepped forward to try to comfort them, and took out some food, and Sunflower also came over. The 2 dwarf trees felt the gentle breath, gradually relaxed a little, accepted Qianhui's feeding, and then quickly slipped away. Qianhui looked at Carrot again, and warned him, "Don't do this in the future. Be gentler." But there were too many special-grade alien plants around Qianhui. And there were also several combat-type alien plants with strong auras. Now the strange mutant plants would not approach at all, and would quickly run away when they smelled the scent. If they were not caught directly, it would be difficult to be seen by Qianhui. Carrot thought about it, and reluctantly nodded. "Forget it. Let's talk about it when we meet them. They don't have a base like humans. There is no way to let the plants know that this place is safe." Seeing that the carrot was well behaved, Qianhui touched the leaves on its head, and went to the lake to wash. Nantingjin was waiting under the tree behind. Qianhui packed up, and walked over quickly to take the food and water he handed over. He opened the game illustration, wanting to see the loyalty of the new plants. Potato and Cherry were playing not far away. Cherry was a sleepyhead, and woke up the latest. It didn't have time to eat breakfast, so it jumped around on the grass, and opened its mouth to catch the bomb thrown by Potato. Pumpkin had a mimosa on its forehead, and sat quietly next to the Sunflower. There were also a few new plants. They have the best relationship with Mimosa. At this moment, they are listening to Mimosa continue to tell everything that happened after being taken away from the base by humans through the light of sunflowers. In fact, when they first met Qianhui, the new plants didn't know him very well, nor did they know his relationship with the plant team. They thought that the special plants were the ones who gave orders. But after a whole day of getting along, they found that the leader of the team should be Qianhui, and Mimosa also mentioned this. It was Qianhui who saved Mimosa, kept all the plants by his side, and saved all the plants in the base. As Pumpkin listened, his eyes began to moisten. He felt sorry for Mimosa for working non-stop for humans, but was also glad that Mimosa met Qianhui in the end. Woo-woo. Pumpkin reached out and touched Mimosa, tilted his head, and looked at Qianhui, his eyes full of admiration. At this time, Qianhui received the news that the task was completed. He was slightly stunned, and calmly exchanged the 2,000 camp points rewarded for 40,000 balance, and then bought a resurrection bean. The total balance was 340,000. The game still prompted whether to confirm the purchase, but there was no warning like last time. This time, Qianhui chose yes. The balance suddenly decreased by a full 300,000, and a small green bean appeared in the game backpack, showing Resurrection Bean, waiting to be used. Qianhui looked around anxiously, looking for the figure of the piranha plant. "Xiao Zi!" he shouted excitedly. Radish. Chapter 46. Carrot heard Qianhui's voice, and thought something had happened. It immediately glided over with its thorns, and looked around vigilantly. Woo! The piranha plant also came quickly. It half crouched on the grass, and raised its head. When it looked at Qianhui, it saw his trembling breathing and excited expression, and vaguely guessed something. It slowly opened its eyes, stepped forward and hooked the hem of Qianhui's clothes with its leaves, and whispered in its throat. Woo-woo. Qianhui leaned over and squatted, hugged the piranha plant and Carrot tightly, and called the other 3 special plants over together. When all 5 plants came around, Pepper and Corn were very curious, and they also came closer to look, wanting to know what was going on. Sunflower had sharp senses, and had already sensed Qianhui's emotions, but Nut and Cabbage were the only ones who didn't understand. Until Qianhui's instruction, the piranha plant lowered its head, and spit out a small object wrapped in dead leaves from its throat. Cabbage sat next to Nut, and sniffed it with a confused look on its face. Then, it saw Qianhui carefully spread out her leaves, revealing a small, lifeless figure. The cabbage was stunned, and suddenly stood up, and his clenched fists creaked. Nut was also stunned, and stood there like a stone. His eyes slowly moved away, and then moved back again, as if he didn't want to believe what he saw. Fortunately, with Sunflower's explanation and comfort, the cabbage quickly calmed down. Its mood fluctuated greatly, from shock and anger to joy and impatience, which diluted the sadness of learning that the little mushroom was in trouble. Nut was still a little stiff, and the cabbage next to it accidentally bumped into it, but it still didn't move. Qianhui held the small mushroom in her hand, as if to comfort the plants, and also as if to talk to herself. It's okay, finally it's okay. After so long, the accumulated balance of 300,000 yuan, as if all the previous efforts were for this moment. Qianhui placed the small mushroom on the leaves of the piranha plant, and took out the resurrection bean from the game backpack. The resurrection bean is very small, green in color, and the shell emits a faint halo. The method of use is very simple. Just place the resurrection bean on the target's body, and the function will be automatically activated. Qianhui followed the instructions of the game, and carefully placed the green bean on the chest of the little mushroom. The plants around him stared at his movements. After a moment, the resurrection bean emitted a dazzling light, completely covering the body of the little mushroom. When the light slowly faded, the little mushroom on the leaves of the piranha plant turned into a palm-sized egg. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Qianhui. Resurrection bean has been used. Current progress, 1%. Estimated time required, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The usage method also mentioned that the time when the resurrection bean takes effect will depend on the specific situation of the target. When it died, the volume and weight, and ensure that the body is intact. A whole day shouldn't be considered slow. Qianhui gently lifted the egg to check. The eggshell was translucent white, with some glittering liquid inside, looking crystal clear in the sun. Through the eggshell, you can see the little mushroom inside, wrapped in liquid. Its dry body quickly filled up, recovering a light pink color. It closed its eyes, swayed slightly in the eggshell, looking like it was asleep. The progress suddenly increased to 20%, and then became slow again, probably just repairing the appearance of the body first. We have to wait a little longer. Qianhui stroked the eggshell, murmured, "We'll be successful soon. When the little mushroom wakes up, it will be very happy to find many friends around it." The plants were very excited, and came to touch the Easter egg with the little mushroom. Nut had no hands, so he jumped into Qianhui's arms, and rubbed the Easter egg gently. The piranha plant happily spun in circles, and the cabbage learned some things from the sunflower, and secretly wiped his eyes with his boxing gloves. Carrot was a little more stable, and also excitedly flew half a circle in the air. The other plants came over, wanting to take a look. Looking at the little pink mushroom in the egg, Potato whispered "wow," and couldn't help but reach out to touch the eggshell, and then quickly retracted it. At this time, Chili came to Qianhui and rubbed his arm with his head tilted. It noticed that Qianhui's face was a little pale, and thought that he was still a little sad when he remembered the experience of the little mushroom, and wanted to comfort him. Qianhui held the Easter egg and turned his head slowly. He didn't feel well just now, and now he felt even more dizzy. Before she could utter a word, Qianhui's eyes went dark, and she completely lost consciousness. La Jiao panicked. Ouch! Nan Tingjin was not far away, and immediately hugged the unconscious Qianhui. The plants didn't know what happened, and gathered around the two of them anxiously. The Easter egg was temporarily given to the piranha plant for safekeeping, and the sunflower immediately lit up, and tore off 2 petals, and stuffed them into Qianhui's palm. As the light healed, Qianhui's complexion improved slightly, but it was still very pale. His skin was bloodless, and his knuckles were visibly blue-gray. Nan Tingjin frowned, and used his hands to feel the temperature of Qianhui's forehead and palms, and glanced at the resurrection egg held by the piranha plant. Nan Tingjin never asked much about the secrets of Qianhui, but his sudden coma and changes in his physical condition were probably related to this egg. If he guessed correctly, Qianhui wanted to bring an alien plant back to life, no matter what method he used. The price he paid would definitely not be easy. Several plants were extremely anxious, seeing that Qianhui still showed no signs of waking up. The sunflower's skill exploded, and enveloped him with energy. But there was too much energy, and Qianhui could not absorb it all. This seemed to be the limit of his physical condition, and no matter how hard he tried, it would not get better. In desperation, the plants had to continue to wait anxiously. Fortunately, half an hour later, Qian Hui finally opened his eyes, looking at everything in front of him. He looked dazed, and subconsciously asked, "Where is Xiaofan?" The piranha plant hurried forward and showed him the Easter egg in his arms. Qian Hui leaned in Nan Tingjin's arms, reached out, and touched the eggshell, and saw that the progress in the game was increasing, and felt relieved. Carrot looked worried, and hugged his sleeves. "Woo woo." Qian Hui comforted him. "I'm fine, I'm better now." "It should be fine." He felt very tired now, with little strength, and his voice was also soft. Especially when he just woke up. Even his consciousness was dull and vague, and he thought for a while before remembering what happened. Xiao Baokai brought food for Qian Hui, and Nan Tingjin fed him slowly a little, and drank half a bottle of water. Nan Tingjin held Qian Hui's cold palm, and asked, "What did you exchange for that egg?" He didn't know the existence of the game. But this question was very accurate. Qian Hui hesitated and answered, "I saved it. I saved it for a long time. And resurrection beans are very expensive," he explained intermittently. And Nan Tingjin also guessed that the supplies he usually took out were also exchanged for the currency he saved. But the currency required for resurrection beans is very high, and ordinary supplies cannot be compared at all. He resurrected a plant, at the cost of draining his own vitality. This is somewhat similar to the symptoms of loss of human superpowers. Once the superpowers are overused, and not treated and comforted in time, they will eventually die from their own superpowers. Nan Tingjin's expression was cold and hard, and asked again, "Is there any way to save some more as soon as possible?" In the current situation, he can only hope that Qian Hui's physical condition is indeed related to the amount of money, otherwise he doesn't know when he can recover. Qian Hui just said a few words, and now he is a little tired and sleepy. He said weakly, "Zombies? Kill them." Then, Qian Hui closed her eyes, and fell asleep again. Carrot, who was standing by, heard it, and waved his hand immediately. "Woo! What are they waiting for? They should go kill the zombies." The plant team responded immediately, and quickly gathered together. But now the number of plants has increased. Qian Hui is not feeling well, and it will be more troublesome to take them all with them. In order to save time, Carrot only planned to take the original team members out, and the carnivorous plant and sunflower stayed with Qian Hui, including the remaining plants and Nan Tingjin. Without further ado, Carrot took out his spikes, and prepared to fly. Nut was unable to move, and was picked up by Pepper with one hand. Seeing that Potato was about to leave, Cherry approached and eagerly said that he wanted to go too. Carrot looked at it, and hesitated for a moment. Cherry's rations were special. It was estimated that it had never been full before. After being fed by Potato, it became much more obedient. After breakfast today, its loyalty directly increased to 80%. Carrot didn't know what loyalty was. He found that Cherry had become obedient, and intuitively felt that its strength should not be low. So he nodded. The big Cherry jumped over happily, and was picked up by Carrot with one hand. The remaining plants were grabbed one by one, including cabbage, peppers, nuts, potatoes, corn, bamboo shoots, carrots and cherries, and they flew away from the woods quickly. This forest is a high-risk area for alien plants. There are still too few zombies. We have to look for them in the ruins. Carrot flew in the air, looked around, and chose a direction. In the woods, all the remaining plants stayed by Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin's side. The Venus flytrap held the Easter egg and curled up on the side. Little Succulent and Tulip crawled into Qian Hui's arms and found a good place to lie down. Nan Tingjin held Qian Hui and sat on the grass, lowering his head to stroke his soft hair. On the other side, the plant team quickly arrived at the ruins of the city. They deliberately made some noises to attract the zombies wandering around. Cabbage punched one by one, and Nut became 2 meters high and jumped over it. But these zombies were too scattered and not high in level. It was fast to kill them. But it should not be possible to save much currency that Qian Hui needed. But where can we find a large number of zombies? Carrot suppressed his anxiety, and took the plant team to fly to a farther place to search. Time passed by, and it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. The team stopped to rest. Cabbage took off the backpack behind him, and took out food and some panacea. Fortunately, Qian Hui had prepared these in advance, so they took them and left, and they could get timely replenishment outside. Carrot squatted on the high ground of the ruins, eating biscuits and looking around. So far, the team has killed 12 low-level zombies, and 4 mid-level zombies. This is the other side of the high-risk area. The wind in the air smells more turbid. There should be more zombies. However, The surroundings are very quiet. It is not the time for zombies to hibernate yet. Why don't any of them come out? Carrot feels something is wrong, but becomes energetic, urging the team to continue. Going around several abandoned buildings, they shuttled through the ruins to search, and finally saw the figures of 2 zombies. Cabbage asked carefully, his eyes lit up, they are advanced. Under normal circumstances, advanced zombies will not act alone. There must be low-level and medium-level zombies around them to drive them. Cabbage and Carrot looked at each other, and quietly followed in tacit understanding, preparing to investigate the situation first, so as not to alert the enemy. Carrot waved his hand to the team members behind him to follow, while looking at Cabbage. Woo-woo. Don't eat so much next time. It's so heavy flying all the way here. Cabbage snorted, picked up a brick, and easily broke it in half. The plants in the team tried their best to restrain their breath, and followed secretly. The 2 high-level zombies did not notice their existence, and climbed the ruins and jumped forward, without stopping. A few minutes later, the zombies came to a ruined street. Carrot stopped and looked far away. He saw that there were indeed many zombies gathered at the intersection of the street. At least 20 or 30 of them. They seemed to be carrying something. And there were 2 human-modified cars parked in the distance. The modified cars were damaged on the outside. Obviously hit. And stained with a lot of dark red blood. The humans inside must be in danger. But Carrot didn't have time to care about this. All he could see was the large group of zombies. After estimating the overall combat power of the opponent, Carrot felt that he could win, and called the Cabbage. Woo! The 2 plants were about to lead the charge, but the big cherry suddenly grabbed the carrot. It looked excited, looked at the potato, and pointed at itself at the carrot. Woo! The big cherry felt that the opportunity to show off had finally come, and told the carrot that it was enough for it to go alone. The carrot didn't believe it, and looked at the big cherry. Woo? Just you? The big cherry patted its belly, and its eyes lit up. Carrot thought of how it had swallowed a nuclear bomb, and how it had eaten so many potato bombs, and was lost in thought. So, the plant team stayed put for the time being. And Carrot followed Cherry's instructions, and flew over alone with Cherry. The 2 plants quickly approached the street in the air, and came under the zombies. The high-level zombies also immediately discovered them, and roared one after another. Carrot found the right time, grabbed Cherry's hand and pushed it, then turned around and flew away quickly. Cherry fell down, closing his eyes and shouting, "Ouch!" Its body swelled twice, and before it was about to land, a ball of white light came out of its mouth. Bang! With a loud noise, it was as if a powerful nuclear bomb exploded in the zombies. The carrot in midair was lifted by the airflow, and almost fell down. It stabilized the spikes and turned its head to look, and its eyes widened. Good guy. Big Cherry probably vomited all the nuclear bombs it had eaten in one breath, and was able to control the range of the skill. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a huge pit appeared at the intersection of the street. Almost all the zombies that had gathered on the street died, and there was only one high-level zombie left, who hid quickly, and was injured and tried to slip away. The hiding plant team quickly caught up. The zombie was hit by nuts several times, and its neck was twisted by the cabbage hammer. Potato hurried to the giant pit, and found the exhausted Big Cherry in the middle of the pit. Big Cherry had its eyes closed, and its body was covered with dust. Potato fed it 2 big mines with heartache, and carried it on his head by the handle. And most of the abilities of Cherry need to be accumulated. After using it once, it needs to eat a lot of bombs to recover. Also because of its assistance, the battle was quickly resolved. Chili and bamboo shoots dug out all the crystal cores. Carrot took the corn and cabbage to a farther location, and killed 2 or 3 lone low-level zombies. Seeing that it was getting dark, the team thought that it was almost over for today, and prepared to return to the woods. On the way, Chili counted the crystal cores in the backpack, still worried. More than 40 zombies. I don't know if it's enough. Looking in the direction they came from, a bunch of plants hanging on the radish thorns flew away quickly. Soon after the plant team left, a thin high-level zombie came nearby. It approached the giant pit, sniffed everywhere, and found the remaining smell of alien plants. It raised its head and roared. 2 high-level zombies sent signals before they died. But the alien plants slipped away too quickly, and they arrived too late. On the tall building in the distance, there stood an unusually tall figure. Familiar black skin, scarlet pupils, and a long and flat skull. It was Zombie King 03. Its lips moved, and a low muffled sound came out of its throat. It summoned the high-level zombies back, and then turned and left. Just as the explosion sounded, A large pea heard the noise in another high-risk area far away in the adjacent area and turned its head to look over. It was fighting with a high-level zombie, and it copied itself many times for fun, so there were 20 huge peas of the same size scattered all over the ruins. The zombie picked one of them, and raised its claws and swung it, and the fake pea was injured and exploded like a ball, and at the same time, it made a sound. Hee. The fake pea didn't have much killing power when it exploded, but it sounded very annoying. More peas rolled over, and the zombie swung its claws wildly, and was surrounded by Hee. As soon as the explosion sounded, the attention of the zombie and the peas was attracted. The big pea turned its head subconsciously to check. It was this action that exposed itself. The zombie saw a pea moving not far away, and immediately pounced on it. The big pea dodged quickly, collected all its clones, and kicked the zombie on the head with its leafy feet. It was actually very good at close combat. It picked up 2 bricks and chopped the zombie's legs with a few blows. It then spit out a green pea from its mouth. The green pea seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and directly knocked the zombie to the ground. The pea jumped in and directly dug out its crystal core. The zombie immediately lost its breath. Pea wiped the crystal core with disdain, and did not eat it immediately. It looked at the source of the explosion again, with a dissatisfied expression. Who is it making such a big noise? Otherwise, I could have played for a while longer. Big Pea kicked away the zombie at his feet, humming a song, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. When the plant team returned to the woods, it was already night. Seeing the faint lights by the lake, Carrot controlled the spikes to dive. It was too fast, and it rolled directly into the grass with the team. The plants turned over and got up, and saw Qian Hui sitting under the tree after waking up. Qian Hui's energy had obviously recovered, and he said in surprise, "Carrot, Xiao Wan." He stood up to greet them, and hugged the returning plant team. Chili said worriedly, "Woo?" Qian Hui touched its head. "I'm really better." He woke up again, and received a message from the game, which prompted that the 9th camp conflict had ended, and he had won successfully, and his balance had increased by more than 60,000 at once. Qian Hui then learned that the plant team had gone out to kill zombies for him, and they should have been successful. From the status of the illustration, it can be seen that there was no injury. Only the big cherry was suddenly exhausted and urgently needed to be replenished. With Potato, it ate some big mines and recovered a little, but its skills could not be used in the short term. Carrot touched Qian Hui's palm and found that the body temperature was gradually returning to normal, and finally felt relieved. Then, the plant team went to the piranha plant again to visit the little mushroom in the Easter egg. The progress of the Easter egg has reached 60%. The eggshell has become no longer transparent, and it is impossible to see what is inside. The piranha plant is the most anxious one. It asks Qian Hui for help from time to time, wanting to know how the little mushroom is doing. Qian Hui hugs it and the egg in its arms, and comforts it, "Don't worry. The little mushroom will wake up tomorrow morning." The other plants stand by quietly, although they don't know the little mushroom. They are also full of curiosity and expectation. At night, the piranha plant crawls into the cabbage shell with the egg early. It doesn't need to take turns patrolling today. This job is temporarily handed over to carrots and cabbages. There is also a cabbage bowl placed next to it. The plants are ready to rest, and they can sleep on either side. Only Qian Hui is not there. He went alone not far away, together with Nan Tingjin. This is Nan Tingjin's request, in order to check Qian Hui's condition at any time, to prevent him from feeling any discomfort again. It is more reassuring to keep him by his side. Qian Hui lay on the soft grass, curled up in Nan Tingjin's arms, and was kissed on the cheek. He hugged Nan Tingjin's waist, and said sleepily, "Xiao Jin. Good night." The next day, Qian Hui and the plants woke up early, and watched the Easter egg together. In a corner of the game interface, the countdown came to the last minute, and the progress showed 99%. Qian Hui held his breath, and the other plants noticed his emotions, and waited nervously. Finally, the progress bar was full of 100%, and a prompt popped up. Resurrection beans used successfully. The white egg was held in Qian Hui's hand, and with a click, a crack appeared. Then, the crack began to gradually increase, and a large piece of eggshell fell off with a click. A small pink mushroom stood inside and yawned. It reached its hands to rub its eyes under the umbrella cap, and tilted its head to look over. Chapter 47. Already bonded with the super mutant plant. Little pink mushroom. Little pink mushroom. Loyalty has greatly increased, reaching 100%. Through the broken hole in the eggshell, the little mushroom just opened its eyes and saw Qian Hui. It was stunned for 2 seconds and immediately grabbed the edge of the eggshell, trying to turn out from inside, while happily waving its thin arms. Perhaps because its consciousness had been asleep for too long, the little mushroom's body was a little stiff, and its movements were a little clumsy, not very agile. Qian Hui was afraid that it would fall. So she quickly held it with her hands. Slowed down. Slowed down. Carrot helped to take away the eggshell. And the little pink mushroom hugged Qian Hui's fingertips. Rubbed them hard. And kissed them again. It was small and cute. And when it stood up, it was only about the same height as an adult's finger. It had a round and plump body, a full curved cap, a small white pattern on the edge, and pink hands and feet. After kissing the fingertips, the little mushroom came to the edge of Qian Hui's palm and raised its head to make a hugging gesture. Qian Hui brought her hand closer, and the little mushroom kept rubbing against him and kissed him on the cheek. Xiaofan, I miss you too. Qian Hui held the little mushroom and touched its cap with heartache. How do you feel? Is there anything else that is uncomfortable? The little mushroom thought about it and shook his head. But it remembered that it seemed to be caught by humans, obviously. The little mushroom's eyes began to be confused, and it didn't remember much about what happened after being caught by humans, and then it seemed to have a very long sleep, and saw Qian Hui when it woke up. It shook its umbrella cap, and then stood in Qian Hui's palm and looked around, only to find that it was in an unfamiliar forest. And there were many plants there. The piranha plant had been waiting for a long time, and saw the little mushroom waving excitedly at it, and walked forward to hug it with its leaves. The little mushroom rolled several times in the leaves of the piranha plant, and came close to kiss its nose, and then turned its head to go to the cabbage. Not only Qian Hui and the piranha plant, but also cabbages, carrots, sunflowers, nuts. They were all there. The little mushroom was very excited, and he hugged every plant, rubbed its leaves or cheeks, and kissed it twice. Nut had no leaves and no hands, so he laid down in the grass. The little mushroom touched his belly and leaned over with his arms outstretched. The cabbage couldn't help crying and was about to cry again. It got the news too late. Although the little mushroom had been successfully resurrected, it hadn't recovered yet. It was relieved and sad. The carrot patted it quietly to calm it down. The little mushroom was still in the grass with Nut, surrounded by sunflowers and piranhas. It looked up and saw several strange plants. Potatoes and corn squatted close to the mushrooms, and peppers and durians were there too, and waved to the mushrooms in a friendly manner. There were more plants behind them, small bamboo shoots, apples, tulips. There were so many unfamiliar plants, all of which the mushrooms had never seen before, and it looked around curiously, and took the initiative to move forward. Nuts helped to push down the weeds, and the potatoes watched the mushrooms approach, and stood with their hands behind their backs nervously, wanting to touch them but not daring to. In contrast, the mushrooms were much braver, and sniffed the potato scent, and touched it with its umbrella cap, and treated it as an acquaintance. It also smelled the remaining plants, and touched the caps. When it was the turn of the cabbage, the little mushroom made a hum sound, and looked at it with wide eyes, and then turned its head to look at the cabbage. To be precise, it was looking at the cabbage's gloves. The cabbage stood shyly, and greeted the little mushroom, woo! Next to the cabbage was the little succulent. When the little mushroom saw it, his eyes lit up. He circled around it, and took the little succulent's hand. The two plants were about the same size, and the colors were similar. The little mushroom had a cap on its head, and the little succulent had succulent petals on its head. They were quite similar. The little succulent seemed to like the little mushroom, too. It came close to smell it, and touched the pattern on the edge of its cap, until the little mushroom recognized all the strange plants, and finally stood in front of Nanting-Jin. The little mushroom did not approach, but looked up at Nanting-Jin and looked at him carefully for a long time. And then it seemed to remember who he was. It shook its cap, hummed, and turned away. At this moment, the little mushroom was a little tired, yawned and rubbed his eyes, and looked for Qian Hui's direction. The piranha plant picked it up and sent it back to Qian Hui. Are you hungry? Qian Hui took the food handed by Carrot and fed it to the little mushroom. The biscuits were broken into pieces, and the dried meat was torn into small pieces. The little mushroom didn't have a big appetite, so it was full after eating a little. Qian Hui used the bottle cap to feed it water and a high-level panacea. After filling its stomach, the little mushroom became even more sleepy. It sat in Qian Hui's palm, looked at the piranha plant and other plants. And after struggling, it finally chose Qian Hui and wanted to sleep with him. There happened to be a small pocket on the chest of Qian Hui's coat. The sunflower stuffed 2 petals into it. The little mushroom went in and rolled around, and then came out and waved to everyone. The plants also waved, and the little succulent waved the most vigorously. It climbed on the top of the little cabbage, for fear that the little mushroom couldn't see it. Qian Hui touched the little mushroom's cap. Go to sleep. Yeah. The little mushroom went back into the pocket, moved and quieted down. Qian Hui raised her hand through the fabric of the pocket and gently stroked it, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The plants around him were the same. The piranha plant came close, and Nud jumped into Qian Hui's arms. All the plants, who were seeing the little mushroom for the first time, felt the atmosphere, and were happy and excited, but they tried not to make any noise, so as not to disturb the little mushroom's rest. Xiaofan is probably just sleepy. Qian Hui comforted the still somewhat nervous piranha plant, whispering, It's fine, it's in good condition. The little mushroom had no scars on its body, and remembered all the plants, and the condition in the illustrations showed it was good. However, the skill bars in its illustrations were all covered in gray. When Qian Hui wanted to see it, a message popped up saying the alien plant has been dormant for a long time, and is recovering. This was probably because of the death of the little mushroom. Although its body was well preserved, the resurrection beans took effect in just 1 day, and it only successfully repaired its body. Moreover, after the little mushroom woke up, it looked energetic, and was obviously more tired than before. I wonder if feeding it some pills or zombie crystal cores would be helpful. Normally, special grade alien plants do not need crystal cores, but the little mushroom situation may be special. Qian Hui was thinking, and Chili seemed to know what he was thinking, and brought a small backpack over. He opened the backpack, which was full of crystal cores, which were the results of the plant team yesterday, because they were anxiously waiting for the little mushroom to wake up, or worried about Qian Hui's health. The crystal cores had not been distributed in time. Just now, seeing that the little mushroom fell asleep so quickly, Chili thought he could give it some crystal cores to try. Chili reached out and gently touched the pocket where the little mushroom was sleeping, and then raised a crystal core to show Qian Hui, his eyes full of expectation. Okay. Qian Hui picked up Chili. Thank you, Xiao Jiao. The crystal core in the backpack was temporarily stored, and she would wait until the little mushroom woke up. It was almost noon, and the plants were hungry. Chris Peach and Morning Glory followed the soft vine, and distributed the food they were holding to everyone. The new plants still followed their team leaders according to the previous distribution. Qian Hui habitually flipped through the status and loyalty in the illustrations, and came to Potato and Cherry. Potato was feeding Cherry, pinching out a tracking missile and throwing it back. Big Cherry was lying on the grass with its back facing up. The missile turned a corner from behind, and fell back into its open mouth. Qian Hui walked over and sat down, and picked up Cherry on the ground. Are you feeling better? Big Cherry used the Berserk skill yesterday, and it has not fully recovered yet. And its basic and advanced skills are to swallow and digest various bombs, and convert them into its own energy, without any active attack ability. So every time Cherry really participates in the battle, it needs to directly activate the Berserk skill, and spit out the digested energy at once to cause an explosion. Such skills are very powerful, and have a very high upper limit. But the violent skills cannot be used continuously. If there were no potatoes, Cherry would not be able to find so many bombs to eat. Because of the potatoes, Cherry's loyalty has reached 80%, which is the fastest among the new plants. The big Cherry made a whoosh sound, and opened its mouth to catch another missile. While eating, it rubbed Qian Hui's palm, indicating that it was better. Now the balance has increased by tens of thousands. Qian Hui bought it some skill points, and a bottle of evolution water. However, I don't know if it's because of her special skills. Cherry only ate the pills for her skills, and smelled the evolution water, but didn't drink it. Okay. Qian Hui put it away. Touched Cherry. So good. This bottle of evolution water was finally given to Mimosa. Qian Hui had planned to buy it for it before, but Mimosa was worried about the plants locked up in the base, so she didn't accept it. Until now, Mimosa's loyalty has reached 85%, and it has completely become a member of the team. After it drank the evolution water, its skills were not added, but greatly strengthened, and its various senses of smell became more acute. The Mimosa pudica grew a little bigger. Its branches wrapped around the empty bottle. Its leaves shook, and pointed to the distance. It told Sunflower that there should be 2 strange plants in that direction. They were intermediate, and they smelled of flowers. Carrot heard it from the side, turned around and sneaked away, preparing to catch them and give Qian Hui a surprise. Qian Hui did not notice Carrot's actions. He lowered his head and bought some skill points and evolution water from the mall. In the original team, Apple and Succulent were low level, but they were very special in 1 level, and their skills were very useful for hiding. Qian Hui hoped that all plants could continue to grow stronger, so she bought some for them. Among the new plants, except for the big cherry, the cactus and pumpkin had the highest loyalty, so they also got some. The remaining plants did not have any evolution water for the time being, but they all received a skill point pill. After Qian Hui finished her work, she opened the illustration book and saw that the combined combat power of the plant team had soared to 26,000. 26,000, which had already reached the combat power requirement for establishing a base. However, Qian Hui felt that the current combat power value should not include the mushroom, probably because its ability had not yet recovered. In the past, in the plant courtyard, the little mushroom hardly had to participate in the battle. It only had to stay in the wooden house and hide. But when it came here, it was like other plants in the courtyard, and it was all special grade, and its ability must be outstanding. Qian Hui looked at the illustrations of all the special grade plants again. 6 of them were lit up, and there were 5 left. From the faint silhouettes in the illustrations, Qian Hui could recognize that the remaining 5 should be red pepper, peas, grapefruit, cattail grass, and lettuce. The red pepper was different from the pepper next to Qian Hui. It was a fat sweet pepper, together with peas and lettuce. The 3 plants had a good relationship with Qian Hui in the past. As for pomelo and cattail grass, in Qian Hui's impression, cattail grass is aloof and indifferent to everyone. Pomelo is a little withdrawn, likes to hide in a corner, and often does not appear for most of the day. But Qian Hui thinks that if she finds them, they will definitely be willing to stay with her and rebuild the plant garden. Qian Hui turned off the game and lowered her eyes to look at the pocket where the little mushroom was sleeping. In fact, she has been doing well all the time. The plants have been found one after another, and the little mushroom has been successfully resurrected. Until now, he is not satisfied with this, and wants to work hard to build a base for the plants, continue to earn more balance, and retrieve all the special plants. Qian Hui leaned against the tree trunk in a daze, and the footsteps suddenly approached. Nantingjin came under the tree and raised his hand to touch Qian Hui's slightly cold cheek. Qian Hui took the initiative to move over, carefully leaning sideways so as not to press the small mushroom in her pocket, and hugged Nantingjin. Nantingjin stroked his hair. "How do you feel now?" Qian Hui knew what he meant, and said vaguely, "I'm really fine." When Big Cherry killed 20 or 30 zombies in one breath yesterday, his spirit immediately recovered by half. The connection between the two is amazing. No wonder his physical condition gradually improved after coming here. The most obvious thing is the bones and joints. Qian Hui originally thought that it was Nantingjin who rubbed his hands that made him better. Nantingjin seemed to be still worried, and whispered, "Next time you do this, tell me first." Hearing this, Qian Hui felt a little guilty. He remembered that the game had prompted that one resurrection bean cost 300,000, and the best time to buy it was when the balance reached 600,000. He was a little anxious, but if he was given another chance, he would still buy it without hesitation. "But," Qian Hui whispered, "Xiufan is my friend. If—" He stopped talking halfway, his expression showing a little confusion and hesitation. Qian Hui wanted to say that the resurrection beans could be used for any creature, and if Nantingjin met with an accident one day, he would buy it. When this thought came to his mind, Qian Hui felt a little familiar. It was as if this kind of thing really happened, or he had thought about it once before. Nantingjin noticed Qian Hui's distraction and squeezed his palm. "What's wrong?" Qian Hui shook his head. "No." He threw all the messy thoughts behind him. In the game description, Nantingjin's original ending was missing, and now he is still staying by his side. But to the Black Ridge Mountain base, he does look like he is missing. Qian Hui raised her head and asked, "Will you going back to Black Ridge Mountain?" Nantingjin was silent for a moment, not for the time being. At the same time, inside the Black Ridge Mountain base, in front of the outer door, bang! There was a loud noise. A figure fell heavily to the ground, and could not get up for a while. Yuanji walked forward slowly, raised his foot, and stepped on the chest of the person on the ground, looking around coldly. Who else wants to rebel? The person who fell to the ground was Shan Jun. He was vomiting blood, and had many wounds on his body. The rest of the people around did not dare to speak, and watched Shan Jun being beaten by Yuanji until he was only left with one breath, and was carried into the dungeon. A few days ago, Yuanji discovered that Shan Jun was secretly contacting people in the Sky Base, and summoned a group of superpowers in the base to plan to nominate another captain as the new leader. Shan Jun knew that Yuanji had no idea about the position of leader, and planned to get rid of Yuanji directly. But he didn't expect the plan to fail. He was dealt with, and the people who originally followed him turned against him, and expressed their loyalty to Yuanji. Yuanji wanted to lock up all these people, but Nan Tingjin had not returned yet. The current situation was unclear. If a group of people were locked up today, when Ju would send someone to the door tomorrow, Nan Tingjin was added to the list of delegates. The Black Ridge Mountain base was already in an awkward position. It could be besieged and annexed by other bases at any time. There were so many powerful high-level psychics in the base. Even if they were dispersed to various bases, using some special means to force them to obey the takeover, they would be of great use. What's more, Yuanji heard that when Ju was secretly doing some kind of psychic transplantation, the drugs produced by the Sky Base are probably not safe either. Fortunately, Nan Tingjin always hates pharmaceutical products and does not allow his subordinates to use them. It is really unbearable. Not many people buy drugs secretly. Most of the superpowers in the base are still trying other methods to relieve the symptoms of being lost, and do not rely on the things in the Sky Base. After dealing with Shan Jun, Yuanji returned to his residence, seeing that no one else was around. His trusted subordinates bravely asked, "Captain, you really have no idea. Without Nan Tingjin, Yuanji is the most likely to succeed the leader. He is fully qualified in all aspects, and will definitely be supported by more people." Yuanji entered the room and lay down on the sofa. He closed his eyes. No idea. What's good about being a leader? He just likes being the second in command, having real power, and not having to take responsibility for anything that happens. As a result, Nan Tingjin disappeared inexplicably, and seemed not to come back. Yuanji was upset, sighed, and took out the communicator. He found Chiyu's contact number, and wanted to find out indirectly what Yinchuan and the other bases were thinking now, and whether they still listened to Wenju's words. However, after dialing the real-time communication, there was no response for a long time. Busy? Yuanji sighed again and threw the transmitter away. On the other side, Chiyu heard the vibration of the transmitter, but he didn't care at all. He shouted anxiously, "Retreat quickly!" A large group of zombies appeared at the intersection ahead, led by 3 high-level ones. After returning from the Sky Base, Chiyu led the team to do other tasks, and searched for the traces of the alien plants and Nan Tingjin. Late yesterday, they heard movement in this direction, like an explosion, and planned to come over to take a look. I didn't expect there were so many zombies here. There were more than 20 people in the team. In order to get closer to here, the modified car stopped at a farther intersection. Originally, there was still a chance of winning, but the instruments in the hands of the team members detected the emergence of higher energy, suspected to be the Zombie King. If the Zombie King is really nearby, there must be more zombie groups. Chiyu led the team to retreat immediately, not to face the zombie group head-on, hoping to get back to the modified car and leave quickly before the Zombie King appeared. He stayed behind, ordered the team members to move quickly, and the wind blade in his hand hit the nearest high-level zombie, delaying its action. In the distance, there was also a round shadow, crouching in the ruins and peeking. Big P poked his head out, while gnawing on the crystal core in his hand. Fight! Fight quickly! Chapter 48. As a special-grade alien plant, P doesn't actually need a crystal core, but eats it as a snack. It's very crispy, and can also fill the stomach. It ate it in a few bites, patted the crumbs on Lee's hand, and continued to look around. In the distance, under continuous long-range attacks, the zombie group slowed down, and the human team successfully retreated to the back of a low building. Seeing this, P looked disgusted. There were quite a few humans. They should all be superpowered, but they couldn't beat a group of zombies? As it observed, it thought about doing something bad, and delaying the human team. When the zombies catch up, the two sides will fight. And the explosion yesterday, it was caused by these people, so arrogant in the zombie territory. Big P was ready to move, Suddenly his eyes were alert. He looked up and sniffed. It seemed to smell like a zombie king. Which zombie king was it? Big P became alert, temporarily gave up the previous idea, and quietly hid in the corner of the ruins. Since the zombie king was also here, he couldn't approach rashly. It would be bad if he was besieged by human superpowers and the zombies. Big P calmed down and patiently observed for a while, and saw the human team gradually retreat to another intersection. There were several modified cars parked at the intersection, and they got in and drove away immediately. After the humans left, the zombies also stopped and did not intend to chase. The leading senior zombie roared, and the zombies slowly dispersed and retreated. From beginning to end, the zombie king did not show up. Big P was very confused and felt a little strange. It had come into contact with a zombie king in another distant area before, and had a fight with the other party. Evolving to the level of zombie king, the zombie's intelligence will reach its peak, no longer have the low-level desire to kill and eat, but try every means to expand their zombie group. If those human superpowers just now can be transformed into zombies, they will most likely be medium and high level with superpowers, and the nearby zombie kings are not tempted, and do not come out to stop them from escaping. Although the apocalypse has been several years, now many humans will choose to kill themselves at the last moment, or die with the zombies, in order not to become zombies. Without the last breath, they will not become zombies. But the zombie king was clearly there, and so many human superpowers broke into his territory, but he was not moved at all. Unless, he had other important things to do, and was guarding something more important. Big P's eyes immediately became excited, and he tried to restrain his breath as much as possible, and followed one of the high-level zombies from a distance. He wanted to see what exactly this zombie king was doing. Big P remained cautious, and did not get too close, and saw two high-level zombies walking through the ruins together, and entering a collapsed building. It quietly hid in the place, pulled two weeds nearby, and put them into its mouth to chew. Inside the building, two zombies dug through the ruins, and came to the more spacious space inside. The zombie king was also here. Its skin was pitch black, almost blending into the shadows beside the wall. The two zombies knelt in front of it, buried their heads and growled, reporting the situation outside. The human team must have accidentally entered. They quickly retreated, and ran away directly. And the alien plant that attacked the zombie group yesterday has not appeared yet. Those alien plants, yesterday they killed some wandering zombies in the surrounding area. The smell left on the corpses is very familiar. It was the mutant plants that took away the sunflower, successfully resisted the siege of the zombies, and injured the zombie king 03. Now they came here, and blew up a lot of zombies provocatively, leaving a conspicuous huge pit, and slipping away in time. The zombie king was very angry, but also very calm, and did not choose to track. The alien plants are likely to be the same as the human team, and do not know the situation here. The zombie king raised his hand, and gave orders to the two senior zombies. They led the rest of the zombies to continue guarding the outside and try to hide. The senior zombies received the order, and turned to leave the low-rise building. Outside, Big P saw the nearby zombies gradually disappearing into the ruins. There were 3 or 4 zombies carrying things on their bodies, and also crawled into the half-collapsed low-rise building. What was that? A human corpse? Could zombies store food? A completely dead corpse would rot after being left for a long time. But zombies probably wouldn't mind. The more Big P thought about it, the more disgusted he felt. He patted his head, and threw away this terrible idea. Anyway, the behavior of these zombies was very strange. They must be planning something. Big P became more and more curious. At this moment, it was a little hungry. It looked around and wanted to find a lone zombie to kill, and dig out the crystal core to eat. On the other side, several modified cars were parked in a hidden corner. The zombies did not chase them. After confirming that they were safe, Chi used the communicator to contact the base, and inform them of the progress of the mission. They came here this time to search for a missing team. 2 days ago, the team was responsible for transporting supplies to another base. On the day they passed by here, they suddenly disappeared. Similar things have happened several times recently. The strangest thing is that not only did the people in the team disappear, but the supplies they carried in the car also disappeared. At first, some traces were found, which seemed to be caused by zombie attacks. But zombies could not be interested in those supplies. So some people suspected that it was done by a superpower from a certain base to steal supplies. In the apocalypse, supplies are very important, especially food, which is one of the most expensive goods. At present, The environment in various places is not good. Only 2 or 3 bases have stable food production, which needs to be delivered to other bases regularly. Now that this has happened, more than one base has been affected, and even the commission for transportation has increased a lot. After that, all major bases received requests for help, and Yunchuan base was no exception. It happened that Chi Yu didn't want to care about the dispute between Sky Base and Alien Plants recently, so he accepted the commission and came to check. It is basically certain that it was done by zombies, Chi Yu said to the other end of the communicator. The specific reason is still unclear. The Zombie King is also there, but it is not clear which one it is. According to different appearance characteristics, all recorded Zombie Kings have their own code names, and their abilities are also different. Hearing Chi Yu say that there is also a Zombie King, the person on the other end of the communicator was worried. Then you should come back as soon as possible. The mission does not have to be completed. Moreover, Chi Yu's discovery of the existence of the zombie group and the Zombie King is already a great progress. They come back first, and it will not be too late to bring more people to investigate again later. Chi Yu responded and cut off the communication. He looked in the distance, frowning. The zombies had no intention of chasing them, and the Zombie King did not even show his face, which was very unusual. Chi Yu instinctively knew that he could not leave like this. He thought for a moment and made a decision. Go back and take a look. Be careful this time. Stay away. He was the captain, and the others had no objection to this. To be cautious, several modified cars circled half a circle and prepared to approach from another direction. In the woods, Xianhui was helping Cactus take off his helmet and wiping it with a thick towel. Cactus was playing by the lake not long ago and accidentally fell into the lake. Fortunately, Morning Glory reacted quickly and pulled it up in time. But it was wet, and the flannel inside its helmet was also wet. It ran to Qianhui with a grievance. Cactus has many thorns. Qianhui wiped them and let it dry in the sun. Chili also came to help, using the hot chili seeds to dry the helmet. Cactus sat obediently and waited. It likes its helmet very much now, and has to wear it all the time. After the helmet was completely dried, Cactus couldn't wait to put it on, hugging Qianhui's hand and rubbing it, and also hugged Chili. Qianhui watched it turn around and run away happily. At this time, Carrot came back from the other side of the woods. It quickly jumped and shuttled between the branches, then suddenly landed, stood steadily in front of Qianhui, raised the 2 strange plants in its hand. Woo! Qianhui, let go. This time, Carrot brought back a mango and an asparagus. The asparagus was caught by the leaves above its head and didn't move, looking stupid. Mango was small in size, and his entire back of the neck was in Carrot's hand. He twisted his limbs with his teeth and claws, trying to break free. Carrot let go obediently, and Asparagus sat on the ground, looking around blankly. Mango was very brave, and rushed towards Carrot with his fist, hitting its waist hard. But Mango's level should not be high, and his attack had no lethality to Carrot. Carrot pointed to the distance and gestured a few times. Woo! It was amazed at the ability of Mimosa after its evolution. There were indeed 2 mutant plants in the direction it pointed. When it went there, the 2 were fighting next to a bush that had bloomed, and they were indeed covered with the fragrance of flowers. Qianhui was afraid of scaring the 2 strange plants, so she quickly took out some food. Didn't I tell you not to just catch them? Carrot quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't catch them directly. He first asked Mango and Asparagus if they wanted to go with him, saying that there would be delicious food there. The 2 plants didn't believe it at first, but then Asparagus was tempted, and Mango didn't let him leave and wanted to continue fighting with him. Carrot then brought the 2 plants together, and was very careful on the way, so he didn't hurt them. Asparagus' eyes lit up when he saw the cookies, and he came over and ran away quickly with 3 cookies in his arms. Mango wanted to chase him, but Qianhui stopped him. She punched the cookie in his hand, making a small hole, and then sniffed it, finding it was food. It took it, looked around cautiously, and hid in the dense grass while chewing. Anyway, the illustration still successfully lit up 2 new ones. Qianhui picked up Carrot and said, "Next time, be more gentle." Carrot nodded and reached out to touch the pocket of his coat. There was a movement in the pocket, and the little mushroom just woke up at that moment. The carrot made a whoosh sound. Qianhui lowered his head, and the little pink mushroom came out from the edge of the pocket and yawned loudly. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Qianhui touched the little mushroom's cap. "Are you awake?" The little mushroom hugged Qian Hui's fingertips and kissed him, and climbed onto his palm. The piranha plant had been waiting by the side, and when it saw this, it quickly took out the food it had prepared. It was still crushed biscuits, dried meat torn into thin strips, and dried fruit. The little mushroom ate a little bit. It was difficult to break the dried fruit into small pieces, so it picked up one, took a big bite, and gave the rest to the piranha plant. It found that the little mushroom had woken up, and the other plants also came around. After another nap, the little pink mushroom was in better spirits, and jumped down the bush flexibly. The piranha plant watched nervously, and was ready to catch it with its leaves at any time. Only when it saw the little mushroom land steadily, it was relieved. Apple and the little succulent ran over quickly, and the little succulent circled around the little mushroom, wanting to play with it. The little mushroom turned his head, and looked at Qian Hui. Qian Hui said, "Go ahead." After getting Qian Hui's approval, the little mushroom was led by the little succulent, and the two plants ran away together. The piranha plant and the nut would stay by the little mushroom, and the peppers were also there. The surrounding area was very safe. But even so, Qian Hui was still not reassured, and looked around quietly for a long time. The little mushroom first walked around the area, watched the little cabbage learn boxing from the cabbage, and opened the cabbage shell that was not magnified and went into play. Afterwards, Corn took it to the lake, and watched the four-leaf clover and pumpkin catch fish. The little pink mushroom was cute and well-behaved. He would hug anyone he met. There was no plant that didn't like him. After that, Potato showed him how to feed cherries. 2 mines were thrown out, and the cherries jumped up and caught them accurately. The little mushroom clapped his hands in a respectful manner, ran over and climbed on top of the cherry, hugged its stem, and swung it back and forth. When night came, the little mushroom sat on the leaves of the tulip, holding the biscuit crumbs and chewing them. During this short half-day, seeing that it was familiar with the plants, Qian Hui finally felt relieved. Chili also gave the stored crystal core to Little Mushroom, but Little Mushroom only took 2 bites and stopped eating, and there was no sign of recovery in the skill bar. But as long as it was safe, it didn't matter if it couldn't use its skills. Qian Hui handed over the bottle cap filled with water, while feeding the carambola and dragon fruit in her arms, and Potato lay beside her humming. It had fed Cherry too many bombs and mines in the afternoon, and its energy was almost drained. Qian Hui also picked it up and fed it 2 mana recovery pills. When preparing to go to bed at night, the little mushroom followed the piranha plant to the cabbage shell. It slept in Qian Hui's coat during the day, and slept with the plants at night. The cabbage used the softest layer of its gloves to make a nest, and the little mushroom and the little succulent could just lie in it. Before going to bed, the little mushroom yawned, came to the door of the cabbage shell, and waved to Qian Hui to say good night, MMM. Qian Hui was staying with Nanting Jean, and the little mushroom glanced at Nanting Jean, and turned his head back to sleep. The cabbage bowl next to him was also full of plants. The light of the sunflowers completely dimmed, and the cabbage lights in the bushes also went out one by one. Qian Hui leaned on Nanting Jean's arms, not yet sleepy. The game interface in front of him was open, and there were 72 illuminated illustrations in total. Many of them were plants in the woods where the piranha plant was found. At that time, Qian Hui only had the piranha plant around him, and he encountered the most plants. Some plants that he had only seen, and had no affinity with, could also light up the illustrations, and there were still 28 plants left to complete the task. It was not a good idea to let Carrot go out every time to catch plants. Qian Hui thought that he could find a time to go to another part of the forest alone, or take only 1 or 2 plants with him. The more plants he knew, the more plants he would be willing to follow him. However, as more plants needed to be taken care of, the balance would also be more. Qian Hui also tried to select this forest as the site for the base, but it showed that the safety index was low and did not meet the standards. In addition, there could not be any strange plants, zombies or humans in the site for the base. In other words, he had to drive away the other plants in the forest and come back after the base was built. Noticing that Qian Hui was distracted again, Nanting Jean whispered, "What are you thinking about?" Qian Hui whispered, "I want to build a base. A base for plants." He raised his head and said seriously, "Xiao Jin, how did you build your base?" Nanting Jean answered truthfully, "I don't know." He was not the first leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base, but Qian Hui needed a base, and the quickest way was to select a ready-made target and directly capture it. The branch of the sky base last time could have been borrowed reluctantly, But the message sent by Yuan Ji said that the base was later blown up, and the traces left inside also disappeared completely. Attack conquer? After hearing Nantingjin's words, Qian Hui's voice became smaller and smaller. This is not good. The base where humans lived may not be suitable for plants, but he also knew that he couldn't be impatient. Nantingjin stroked Qian Hui's silver hair. Don't be impatient yet. Qian Hui responded vaguely, reaching out to hug him. These 2 nights, he accompanied Nantingjin, not with the plants. Chili and Corn complained about this, but because they couldn't beat Nantingjin, they had to compromise temporarily. Since the two reconfirmed their relationship, they seemed to be closer than before. But Qian Hui didn't really know how to fall in love, and she just relied on her intuition. Qian Hui rubbed Nantingjin's neck and whispered, "Xiao Jin, you are so warm." He put his palm into the hem of Nantingjin's coat, and instinctively wanted to get closer to the warmer direction. Nantingjin held Qian Hui's hand and kissed his cheek. "Sleep." Qian Hui didn't know, and she said him obediently, and huddled in Nantingjin's arms. His whole body was enveloped by the familiar scent, and he soon fell into a deep sleep, breathing smoothly and evenly. The next morning, when Qian Hui woke up, she found Chili and Xiao Baokai beside her. They probably came at night, and treated Nantingjin beside them as if he didn't exist, and skillfully got into Qian Hui's arms to sleep. A moment later, the piranha plant came with a little mushroom. The little mushroom probably just woke up, and it hadn't seen Qian Hui all night, and missed him very much. The piranha plant put the little mushroom down, and the little mushroom lay down on the side of Qian Hui's neck, hugged a strand of his hair, and continued to sleep. Not long after, Carrot came again. It looked anxious, tugged at Qian Hui's sleeve, pointed in a direction, and had a shrunken mimosa on its head. Qian Hui asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Sunflower followed closely behind, using light to transmit the information of Mimosa. Just now, it sensed that a large number of zombies were gathering in the distance, and the breath of human psychics was also mixed in. The scene seemed a bit chaotic, with the zombies and human psychics attacking each other. It seemed that there was also a strange special-grade alien plant, which might be in danger. Chapter 49. After drinking the evolution water yesterday, Mimosa felt its power enhanced, and was excited and curious. It would probe the outside world from time to time, trying to confirm where the farthest distance was. When it woke up this morning, Mimosa tried again. It gathered all its strength, and its perception suddenly reached an unprecedented strength, and it immediately discovered a large number of mixed breaths in the distance. Among these breaths, there were zombie groups, human teams, and special-grade alien plants. The zombie groups and human teams were attacking each other, and the special-grade alien plants seemed to be involved. It was startled at first, and almost thought it had made a mistake. But although the scent of the plant was relatively faint, it should be acting alone, and its level was correct. Qian Hui was surprised and uneasy. Which special-grade alien plant is it? Mimosa shook its leaves, indicating that it didn't know. The scent of the alien plant was completely unfamiliar, and it could only confirm the level, but couldn't know the type or ability. However, Mimosa vaguely felt that there was a familiar smell in the human team. The familiar smell in the human team. When Carrot heard it, his first reaction was those people from the sky base. In addition, it didn't know which special plant was there, so it was anxious and wanted to rush over to take a look. Qian Hui was also very worried. He tried to calm down and made a decision. Let's go together. Carrots can fly faster using their spikes, but only Mimosa knows the specific direction. If the team is separated, some of them must be left in the woods. In the current situation, Qian Hui also wants to go, but he is worried about either side, so he might as well take them together. In the past 2 days, the new plants have followed their respective team leaders and have become more familiar with them, and can try to join the battle. Without further ado, Potato uttered 2 whoops at the top of his voice, waking up all the plants that were still sleeping. The cabbage ran to put away the cabbage bowl and cabbage shells. The soft vine quickly sorted out all the items and zipped up the backpack. The piranha plant expanded its body size and opened its mouth to let the plants in one by one. The little mushroom was the most confused about the situation. It hugged Qian Hui's fingertips and looked at the busy plants. Qian Hui protected it and carefully comforted it. Don't be afraid, Shifan. We will protect you. The little mushroom nodded and said and obediently crawled into the pocket of Qian Hui's coat to hide itself. When everything was ready, Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin also entered the mouth of the piranha plant. The piranha plant closed its mouth, and the flower stem swept, and the wind blew through the grass, trying to disperse the remaining smell. The woods are very suitable for plants to hide and rest. They may come back after the matter is resolved, but they still have to be cautious when necessary. Then, the piranha plant turned around and left quickly, and the mimosa stuck to its eyelids to guide the direction. A total of 30 plants were brought, plus Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin, squeezed into the mouth of the piranha plant. Before leaving, Qian Hui took the time to wash his face by the lake, but he didn't have time to eat breakfast. The plants were also hungry, so he opened his backpack and asked Cabbage and Apple to share food with everyone. Carrot grabbed 2 packs of biscuits, crawled out from between his teeth, and sat on the top of the piranha plant to look into the distance. Pepper and Bamboo Shoots called all the output-type plants among the new plants and roughly explained the combat deployment. In fact, every time the plant team fought, there was no detailed arrangement or plan. Anyway, those who could attack from a distance hid behind nuts, and those who could fight in close combat followed Bamboo Shoots and Cabbage. And Durian. Make sure nothing is missed. Take some pills in time to replenish. If Sunflower is here, don't worry about physical energy consumption. Potato is feeding mines to Cherry next to him. Let it stay with Qian Hui for a while. Cherry's charge attack has not recovered yet. Cannot participate in the battle. Cherry nodded obediently, tilted her head and rubbed Potato. Knowing that they might have to fight zombies or humans in a while, the new plants are a little nervous. I don't know if it is affected by the atmosphere of the plant team, but none of them are timid. The cactus unbuttoned the button under the helmet, making it easier to wave his hands to throw away the thorns. The leaves of the 4-leaf clover closed, the edges stuck together, slid like sharpening a knife. The skills of the watermelon and pumpkin were similar to those of the durian, sitting next to the durian. All the output-type plants joined the team, and the remaining auxiliary plants stayed beside Qian Hui as usual. The piranha plant acted according to the situation, and Nan Tingjin also stayed to protect Qian Hui. After barely finishing breakfast, the arrangements of the plant team were basically completed. Qian Hui moved to the edge of the teeth, and the piranha plant slightly opened its mouth, revealing a wider gap. He took out the telescope and tried to look forward, but the place that Mimosa sensed seemed to be some distance away. All he could see through the telescope was ruins. Qian Hui put down the telescope. Worried, there were still 5 special-grade alien plants left to be found. Which one would Mimosa find? Before leaving, Carrot told Qian Hui that the plant team had gone to the direction that Mimosa pointed to once that day in order to help him recover, and indeed found many zombies. Qian Hui just accidentally flipped through the game interface and saw the hidden task about zombies. She didn't know when the progress had increased. After leaving the Sky Base branch, they had not come into contact with zombies, probably because of the time when Carrot led the team out. So no matter what, they should go and take a look this time. Finding special-grade alien plants is the primary goal, followed by killing zombies to accumulate balance and prestige points, and completing tasks. As for hidden tasks, the appearance of zombie groups may not be that simple. Qian Hui called back the Carrot on the top of the piranha plant, as well as the newly formed plant output team, and carefully instructed them. At the same time, the piranha plant continued to move forward, heading towards its destination. On the other side, half an hour ago, Big P hid in the ruins for a night and was awakened by hunger. It poked its head out and looked around, finding that all the weeds that could be pulled out had been pulled out. Big P didn't have any requirements for food. It had eaten burnt tree bark a few months ago. It was fine as long as it could fill its stomach. However, there were ruins all around, with few vegetation and only stones and soil. Big P looked around and decided to do as he did last night, secretly catching 2 zombies and digging out the crystal core. As long as the zombie bodies were disposed of in time, it would not be discovered that it was hiding here. It left its original place, and kept alert while wandering around, and spotted 2 wandering intermediate zombies. P found the right time, picked up the tiles on the ground and rushed forward, cut the throats of the 2 zombies with a few strokes, preventing them from making any sound, and then directly dug out the crystal core. This set of actions was smooth and flowing. Big P wiped the crystal core with his hand, still felt a little disgusted, and did not eat it immediately. It was about to drag the corpse to a farther place to throw it away, when it heard a noise not far away. P quickly hid his head, and glimpsed a high-level zombie coming out of the low building. It was carrying something on its back, and threw it on the ground, and roared to attract several nearby zombies. The zombies gathered around, all excitedly pounced on it, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. P sniffed carefully, and it should be a human. Being eaten by zombies, there was no sound at all, most likely fainted, or was dying. But it was strange, the high-level zombie came out of the low building, and did not go out hunting. And the one it was carrying on its back did not look tall. P frowned, and began to search in the memory in his mind. About 3 months ago, a small base in the south fell due to the siege of zombies. At that time, P was not far away. He saw the movement and ran to take a look. He overheard the conversation of the humans, who came to clean up the aftermath. They said that most of the base was destroyed and buried in ruins everywhere. Not many people were willing to dig out all the bodies. It was also because of that incident that the number of new zombies in the vicinity increased, and they quickly evolved into medium and high-level ones. The sign of safe zone on the periphery of the area was changed to high-risk zone. Big P didn't know the way very well, and didn't know how far the high-risk zone was from here. It had some bold guesses in its mind at this time, and was eager to get confirmation. It didn't care about the corpses on the ground. After all the zombies had eaten the food thrown on the ground and gradually dispersed, Big P approached secretly with 2 crystal cores in its hands. It climbed up a low wall, just poked out half of its head, and before it had time to carefully examine the corpses on the ground, a roar suddenly sounded from the side. The previous high-level zombies came back and found the sneaky Big P. It jumped to the top of the ruins and rushed forward angrily to attack. Along with its roar, another high-level zombie emerged from the low building. Big P thought to himself that something was wrong, and reacted very quickly. He opened his mouth and spit out 2 green peas, which knocked the 2 zombies to stagger. At the same time, the surrounding zombies, with lower levels, heard the noise and gathered around. Big P stepped back slightly, and with a sway of his round body, he threw out 20 or 30 copies. These copies were different from the last time. Once they were broken, a green pea would pop out, which could directly penetrate the zombie's body, with a hit rate of 100%. A large number of clones successfully confused the zombies. 2 high-level zombies were smarter. They took a detour from both sides and tried to surround P. One of them was burly and had strong physical strength, and the other had fire ability. They worked well together. However, as a special grade alien plant, Big P was also very powerful. It could attack from a distance and was good at close combat. Its clones temporarily delayed the rest of the zombies, and the green peas it continuously spit out hit the arms and legs of the high-level zombies. For a while, the 2 high-level zombies could not even get close to P. They found that they had underestimated the fighting power of the peas, and they raised their heads and roared. The zombies' cries spread all around, conveying the information here. A special alien plant broke in, alone, and smelled strange. The Big P could not understand the conversation between the zombies, and it became more and more courageous. In a blink of an eye, it threw out a large number of clones. This time it was different. The zombies did not need to attack actively. They would explode automatically as soon as they landed. With a hee sound, a green pea was fired like a bullet. Some zombies could not dodge in time, and their heads were pierced. They fell to the ground and died completely. Under such an attack, the high-level zombies immediately called the zombies to retreat. Seeing this, Big P was feeling proud, and wanted to dig a few more crystal cores and run away. It hid nearby, just to watch the excitement, curious about what the zombies were doing. Now that it was discovered, it would not watch anymore. Big P was looking for a handy tool to dig crystal cores, and suddenly it keenly sensed a murderous intent, and the breath of the zombie king. The body reacted faster than the brain, and P dodged and retreated several steps. The ground where it passed was smashed by the wind blades, leaving several deep pits. P steadied himself, raised his head, and saw a dark shadow standing on the top of the low building. This was a strange zombie king, and a zombie king with wind power. P had never encountered it before, but as soon as it appeared, the oppressive feeling that could not be ignored made P sense the danger and be highly alert. Oops. It seems that I accidentally provoked it. The zombie king looked down and raised his hand gently, and another series of wind blades came. Big P continued to dodge, turning his head to escape. Before he could run a few steps, there was a bang in the ruins, and the zombie king jumped down from the low building and landed in front of P. Then, 2 new high-level zombies followed the zombie king. Big P remained calm and threw out a large number of clones, trying to break through by force. Damn! It hadn't had breakfast yet. The crystal core it had dug not long ago also fell. While avoiding the zombie king's attack, P rushed directly into the zombie group on the side. It chose a wise direction, using other zombies as shields, and actually resisted the wind blades and fireballs, and took advantage of the impact of the clone splitting, jumped dozens of meters away, leaving the zombie group behind. Watching the fleeing figure of Big P, the zombie king growled. All the zombies received the order and chased after him. This special plant acted alone, and it was uncertain whether it had any connection with the group of piranha plants. But since it broke into this place, if there was a chance, we had to catch it to prevent it from informing the other plants. Moreover, eating a special plant could bring extremely high nutrition to the zombies. Then, the zombie king slightly bent his legs, suddenly jumped up from the spot, and also jumped dozens of meters away. Big P turned around and saw the zombie king and the zombies chasing after him. He was so frightened that he almost slipped. He quickly threw out his clones and continued to jump away. If there was no zombie king, he felt that he could still win. But with the zombie king leading the zombies, plus 4 high-level zombies, his chances of winning were probably not high. Big P felt a little regretful at this moment. He should have known not to join in the fun. He was not very familiar with the road in the first place. And in this situation, he didn't care about the direction, and he shuttled around the ruins at will. About 10 minutes later, when the zombie king behind him was about to catch up, Big P smelled a familiar smell nearby. There are humans. It seems to be the same group from yesterday. They haven't left yet. Its eyes lit up, and it kept looking around, while smelling the smell and looking for them. The wind blade behind it also followed closely, just brushing against the top of Big P's head. The P rolled on the ground, and finally found a small piece of human clothing in a corner of the ruins. It was overjoyed, and rushed over directly. At the same time, the team members around Chiyu looked panicked, and said in a low voice, "Captain." They did not leave yesterday, and they were divided into 2 teams to stay nearby, wanting to continue observing the behavior of the zombies. However, today, just as the day had just begun, the zombies had woken up one after another, and something unexpected had happened. Seeing a strange alien plant suddenly appear, followed by a large group of zombies, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? What did it want to do? Chiyu also frowned, feeling that the alien plant must have discovered them. He held the energy detector in his hand, and the shaking pointer suddenly rose. This was a special grade alien plant. Chiyu's heart sank, and he saw a tall dark figure appear among the zombies behind Big P. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately notified everyone in the real-time communication. Black Lagoon found. Pay attention to defense. Black Lagoon is the code name of the zombie king. Not only does it have wind-related abilities, but it also has a strong physique and extremely high overall strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Big P was already standing on the ruins where the team was hiding. It made 2 woohoo sounds, and looked down. Chiyu actually saw some apology in its eyes. Before everyone could react, the advanced zombies in the distance threw 2 fireballs. The fireball was thrown at Big P, but it just happened to hit the ruins where the team was hiding. Chiyu and the team members around him were forced to show up. He glanced at Big P and continued to say in the communication, "Retreat." In a short time, the zombies led by the zombie king approached. Fortunately, the 2 teams were on alert throughout the whole process, and were able to respond to the crisis in time. They raised the defense shield at the first time, and began to retreat. Big P shamelessly hid in it. It saw that you should be the leader of the team. Tears welled up in its eyes, and it looked at the other party pitifully. Chiyu's ability is also wind-related. He waved his hand to try to drive Big P away, but Big P obviously refused to leave. He took 2 steps back to dodge, and came back again. A high-level zombie happened to approach from the side, and waved his claws to break through the defense shield. Big P opened his mouth to fight back in time, and protected the team members on the other side in disguise, until the defense shield rose again. Chiyu saw the scene, and weighed the pros and cons, and stopped caring. There were a lot of zombies, and there was also a zombie king. At this time, he had to ensure his survival first and fight against the zombies together. Discovering that there were still human psychics hiding here, the zombie king's scarlet eyes revealed anger. Its roar continued to summon more zombies nearby, ordering them to attack humans together. These human psychics were obviously well trained, not just a passing team. With their assistance, the zombie horde was temporarily stopped. The zombie king raised his hand, and the defense shields of the two teams were instantly broken again. It stared at the P, and its target was still on this special plant. Big P really regretted it now. It wanted to take this opportunity to run away and let the zombies and humans fight. It originally thought that zombies were not good things, and neither were humans. But these zombies were all attracted by it, and the captain of the opposing team actually let it stay in the defense shield to hide. It felt that it might not be good to leave directly at this time and put these humans in danger. Big P had never experienced such a thing before, and scratched his head hard, not knowing what to do. At this time, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the ruins not far away. Seeing the zombie king approaching suddenly, the team also attacked it as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The zombie king did not dodge at all, and raised his hand to swing the wind blade, not only in the direction of P, but also in the range of the other humans in the team. In a hurry, Big P threw out a bunch of clones to block the wind blade in advance. However, it failed to dodge in time, and was cut on its side. P covered the wound and retreated, pouting. Woo-woo. Can this be considered even? Even if I am not here? These people hiding here will be very dangerous if they are discovered. It gritted its teeth and really planned to leave. But the black shadow in front of it flashed again. The zombie king was getting closer, and raised his hands. A large number of wind blades were about to be released. A copy of the Big P was suddenly thrown over, hitting the side of the zombie king's face. The Big P exploded like a ball, and a hee sounded. It really sounded like it deserved a beating. The zombie king paused and turned his head slowly. The Big P stood on the ruins and stared at it angrily, and threw another copy at it. This successfully attracted the hatred of the zombie king. The bones of its folded palm made a crisp sound, and the accumulated anger was about to explode. The Big P's body let out a hee sound, turned around and ran away, taking the initiative to step out of the protective shield. But it still underestimated the speed of the zombie king's action. The black shadow jumped to the front in a blink of an eye, and more zombies gradually gathered around, surrounding all the humans and the Big P. Chiyu's face was solemn, estimating the chance of a successful escape. At this time, the zombie king raised his hands again. A large number of wind blades swept indiscriminately. The human team was busy with their own affairs, and the P had no room to hide. A second wound was cut on its body, followed by a third. A fourth. P held his breath, roared, and launched a charged attack. Layers of clones were thrown out of it. Hundreds of them, accurately thrown outside the human team's defense shield, attacking only the zombies. Most of the zombies fell down immediately, and when all the clones exploded, P leaned on the ground, panting, and saw the zombie king reappear nearby. It seemed unharmed, with anger in its red eyes. And then it jumped up, smashing the defense shield the moment it landed, and was only a few steps away from P. Chi was also leading his team to fight back. But the defense shield was as fragile as a piece of paper to the zombie king. Once it attacked, it could not be maintained at all. Seeing that P was exhausted, he hesitated for 2 seconds and stepped forward to help. The bloodthirsty killing intent in the zombie king's eyes became stronger, and he raised his hand again. At this moment, radish rain began to fall from the sky. The tip of each radish thorn was faintly shining, and it exploded when it fell, immediately repelling the remaining zombies. P raised his head, smelled a familiar smell, and widened his eyes. After a while, the ground shook slightly, a brown nut rolled over, and grew larger, flattening the ruins along the way. The giant carnivorous plant followed closely behind, opening its mouth and roaring, and its sharp teeth flashed coldly. The sudden appearance of the alien plant shocked the human team, and they subconsciously tried to evade defense. While P was still in a daze, he saw a bunch of plants falling from the sky. Among them was a familiar cabbage, and he ran a few steps closer, pulled it up, and protected it behind him. Chapter 50. P was still in a daze, staring at the cabbage in front of him. Was it injured? Was it hallucinating? How did it seem that he suddenly returned to the plant courtyard? Cabbage, carrot, nut, piranha plant. Just as P was in a daze, the giant nut rolled closer, and the carrot was the last to jump off the ground. Woo! It waved and shouted, and the plant team that fell from the sky with the cabbage began to move. The giant nut rolled over and stood in front of the zombie king, forcing it to retreat, and threw various long-range attacks from behind. There were potato bombs, corn balls, pepper seeds, pomegranate seeds, cactus thorns. Too many to count. The zombie king moved slowly and seemed to be confused by the sudden situation. He immediately had several wounds on his body. He didn't care. He raised his hand to pull out a carrot thorn on his shoulder and jumped with his legs bent. The giant nut also jumped, and its extremely tall body knocked the zombie king down from midair. The zombie king was forced to retreat again, and 2 more wounds appeared on his body. On the other side, the durian increased its size, followed the giant carnivorous plant, and repelled the zombies with its spikes. The new plants were also there. When they came, one group hung on the radish thorns, and the other group lay on the top of the piranha plant, and they were divided into 2 groups. The nuts were located further out, so that they could move around at any time to stop the zombie king. The watermelon and pumpkin became more than 10 times bigger. The watermelon bounced around like a huge elastic ball, and the pumpkin had thick skin and flesh, which was equivalent to the second medium-sized nut. The 4-leaf clover shook its head crazily, blowing up gusts of wind blades, and the gaps on the edges of its leaves, and it was also very brave in close combat. The fortune tree opened a huge defense shield, and stayed in a safer position inside with the tulip and the green radish. The green radish and tulip are also auxiliary types. One can continuously release air waves to slow down the movement speed of the zombies around, and the fragrance of the other can increase the attack of its companions by at least 20%. The cabbage was temporarily responsible for guarding the pea. It took out a few spare pills from the gap between the leaves above its head and stuffed them into the pea's mouth. The pea ate them stupidly, and finally came to its senses and hugged the cabbage. Woo woo. The cabbage pulled it away with a look of disgust and hummed. It turns out that the one trapped here is the big pea. I didn't expect it to end up like this. In the past, in the courtyard, the pea was very naughty, always loved to tease other plants, and had a lot of fights, but he was more obedient in front of Qianhui. The cabbage still remembered that in order to make a small bed for Qianhui, the pea came to pull out the leaves of its shell, making it lose a lot of weight. But the situation is special, so now he doesn't care so much. The cabbage clenched his fists and looked around, watching the human team behind him vigilantly. When he met its gaze, Qi retreated without a sound. P had previously launched a charged attack, causing a large number of casualties in the zombie group, which was then filled by the zombies that were summoned one after another. The plants that arrived were busy killing zombies, and the team was surrounded tightly, unable to leave immediately. And for the first time, they saw the cooperation between plants to resist the enemy, and everyone present was stunned, unable to describe their feelings at the moment. No wonder so many people died in Black Ridge Mountain, and no wonder the branch of the sky base was easily breached. Many people know the strength of the special grade alien plants, and the middle and high level alien plants that they originally thought were not to be feared can also exert a very high upper limit. When so many alien plants gather together again, it's simply unimaginable. Realizing that the plants had no intention of attacking the team for the time being, Qi recalled many things that had happened recently and made an extremely bold decision. He said in the real-time communication, "Kill the zombies with all your strength, and if necessary, you can assist the alien plants." Qi also knew that doing so would ensure the highest possibility of the team's survival. Otherwise, if they really had to fight these alien plants, even with the interference of zombies, they might not win. And Nanting Jin is nowhere to be found. Was he held hostage by the alien plants before? Has he left now? The team members who followed Qi this time were the ones he was most familiar with, and they cooperated with him very well. They roughly understood Qiyu's idea and made adjustments immediately. However, assisting the alien plants in the battle was too sudden. The team members were not used to it, and they still tried to avoid the plants as much as possible. A few people wanted to go around in another direction, but accidentally approached the carnivorous plant and almost passed by it. The giant carnivorous plant looked over with a cold look, and several people felt a chill on their backs. Fortunately, the carnivorous plant did not do anything to them, and turned around and slid away. On the way here, Carrot found the modified car parked outside by these humans, and the logo on it was not from the sky base. Since it was not, according to Qianhui, their mission was to save plants and kill zombies, and not to conflict with the human team when it was not necessary. And these humans seemed to be quite sensible. Seeing the arrival of the plant team, they did not take the initiative to attack. That's enough, other things can't be counted on. After they deal with these zombies, then we can consider how to deal with these human superpowers. Cabbage felt relieved when he saw this. After P's wounds healed after taking the medicine, patted its head. Woo! It told P to stay in a safe place inside, and not run around, then turned around, rushed out suddenly, and punched a high-level zombie, biting the root of the Venus flytrap to the ground. Zombies continued to pour in from all directions, and the zombies in the entire area were summoned by the Zombie King. Gradually, the carrot team, the piranha team, and the human team split into 3 different directions. Plants and humans basically did not interfere with each other, and they fought against the zombies together. The Zombie King stood in front of the giant nut, slightly bent over, and his chest rose and fell like breathing. The giant nut was huge, but it was very agile and flexible, and it could be blocked every time. And once the Zombie King moved, the nut would roll over with it, and the zombies would be crushed. It was the plant with the highest defense attribute among all plants, and with such a simple combat method, it trapped the Zombie King in place. But it was different from the battle in the woods. The ruins were not in good condition, and could not provide help to the plants. The most important thing was that the Zombie King had been here from beginning to end. The wounds on his body increased, and more wind blades oozed out of his skin. The wind blades kept flying in the air, almost forming a defensive wall to protect the zombies. The long-range attacks of the plants and human teams would be blocked by the wind wall, but the zombies were not affected, and the 3 parties were in a stalemate for a while. On the side, a high-level zombie was ready to move, finding the right opportunity to pass through the wind wall, swinging its claws to break the defense shield, and pounced on the nearest team member. The team member couldn't dodge in time, and saw his throat was about to be cut by the claws. A bamboo knife flew in from the air and cut the zombie. The bamboo knife seemed to be rubbed with pepper water or something. The zombie screamed and retracted his hand, and took 2 steps back. Just then, a new round of radish thorns fell, and the electromagnetic waves attached to it exploded, knocking it to the ground. A green shadow jumped in, as fast as lightning, and directly cut off the zombie's neck. The little bamboo shoot landed and stood firm, and met the team member's eyes. It put away the knife and nodded, looking both cold and polite, as if saying you're welcome. The team members were still in a daze. The little bamboo shoot turned around and ran away to help other positions. The carrot used the energy storage attack directly, and the carrot rain was still falling, forcibly offsetting the wind blade. Taking this opportunity, the potato threw 2 big bombs, and the corn grew bigger and spit out a large ball of jelly. The jelly was cut in half by the remaining wind blade, but it did not affect the effect at all, and directly smashed 7 or 8 zombies to lose their ability to move. Seeing that the corn used the energy storage attack again, the potato looked envious. It held another bomb, and roared with all its strength, and threw it out with force. The bomb was not big, and it passed through the wind wall smoothly. It suddenly split into dozens of pieces, connected into a long strip, and exploded like firecrackers. Potato was stunned. Excitedly grabbed Corn's hand and shook it. Woo! 3 plants exploded in succession, and the zombies suffered more casualties. There were no more zombies to be summoned nearby. A high-level zombie turned around and roared, asking the Zombie King whether to evacuate. Plants and humans formed a united front. If this continued, only the zombies would be consumed. However, the Zombie King did not respond. It was full of resentment and stared at the giant nut in front of it. Twice in a row, it was this group of plants. But Qian Hui and the human mutant beside her were not here. Even if they couldn't kill all of them, killing 1 or 2 would be fine. Then, the Zombie King growled from his throat, ordering all the zombies to retreat to a safe distance. The zombies stopped attacking, but used the wind wall to trap all the plants and humans. The Zombie King stood up, toughly withstood all the attacks, and walked to the front of the nut. It raised its hands, and covered the hard shell with its palms. At the same time, Qian Hui received a reminder that Potato had the berserk skill. He was standing in the ruins, holding a sunflower in his arms, turning off the game reminder, and confirming the status of the plants again. The little mushroom poked its head out of the coat pocket, looking around cautiously. The cabbage, apples, and succulents also stayed with Qian Hui. Some in Qian Hui's pocket, some in the backpack, and Nan Tingjin was responsible for protecting them. Nan Tingjin was beside Qian Hui, looking around. Where is it? The mimosa stuck to the petals of the sunflower, and raised its leaves to point. Not long ago, Qian Hui separated from the plant team and originally planned to hide in a safer place. Qian Hui can see the information in the illustration at any time. As long as the piranha plant does not use the violent skill, it means that Nan Tingjin does not need to help. After he waited for a while with some plants, Mimosa suddenly said that he smelled another smell not far away. It should be human. And there is no smell of superpowers. It is an ordinary human. With zombies around. But very few. Ordinary human? Xianhui subconsciously thought. Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Mimosa's skills have been greatly enhanced. When the distance is sufficient, it can also sense the emotions in the breath. Chaos. Confusion. Fear. Just after Mimosa told Xianhui this information, Xianhui saw in the task bar that the progress of the hidden task of quietly approaching the zombie camp and seeing what they are doing suddenly increased to 60%. Xianhui frowned slightly, hesitating about what to do. Should she wait until the plant team returned successfully before doing this hidden task? Or should she go and take a look now? Mimosa had already smelled the breath of Zombie King 03. It was here, and the mission must be related to it. It just happened that it and the zombies were restrained by the plants, and could not leave for the time being. Nan Tingjin saw Xianhui's hesitation and took the initiative to say, "Want to go? I'll go with you." Xianhui hesitated for a moment and nodded, yes. So, following the guidance of Mimosa, the two came to a low building not far away. Xianhui hugged Sunflower tightly, still a little nervous. How about? He brought a group of plants that would not fight, and also had to protect the little mushroom, and Nan Tingjin was the only one around him. Although she knew that Nan Tingjin was very powerful, Xianhui was still worried, and was afraid that he would be in danger. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, 3 zombies rushed out of the low building. They sensed the approach of a strange breath and immediately pounced on him. The next moment, Nan Tingjin raised his hand slightly, and the bodies of the 3 zombies were blown away at the same time. Their bones made a crisp sound, and their necks were broken and they died. Xianhui opened her mouth, and was about to say something, but stopped, and held Nan Tingjin's sleeve tightly. After Mimosa confirmed that there were no zombies nearby, Nan Tingjin used his supernatural power again to move the ruins pressing on the low building. The intact half below was also forcibly torn apart and gradually dug down. When the 3 zombies guarding the low building died, the Zombie King immediately sensed something. The wind blade that was trying to cut the giant nut suddenly stopped, and it let go and turned to look at the location of the low building. Realizing what might have happened, the Zombie King's body trembled with extreme anger. Then it jumped up, leaving the zombies behind and left. Seeing this, the carrot and the carnivorous plant tacitly chose to chase after it. It was very close to Xianhui, and it didn't feel good. Besides, the Zombie King was seriously injured at this time, and there was hope of killing it. The piranha plant shook off the zombies around it, and the flower stem swam out quickly. Carrot took out its spikes and picked up the nearest cactus. It had already used the charge attack, so it would be safer to take another one with it. Before flying away, Carrot let out a woo and asked the plant team to follow. Don't worry about the remaining zombies. He was still lying under a piece of ruins, resting with his legs up, and saw Cabbage running over in a hurry. It asked curiously, "Woo? What's wrong? Want to kill the Zombie King?" Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. Just get rid of the remaining zombies first. Cabbage didn't have time to explain more. Woo! Big P immediately turned over and stood up, his eyes wide open. What? Dental is there too? Big P pushed Cabbage away, even more anxious than it, and ran in the direction of the piranha plant and Carrot. Chapter 51. The Zombie King left, and the remaining zombies suddenly became chaotic. But the carnivorous plant and Carrot chased after them, and the plant team followed closely behind, leaving the zombies where they were. Only the human team didn't know what happened, and looked at it blankly. Seeing this, the 2 high-level zombies roared loudly, and drove the zombies away. Without the Zombie King, they can take over the zombies. The current situation is not good, and they have to retreat immediately to ensure the survival of the remaining zombies. The zombies received the order, and dispersed in all directions like a tide. Then, 2 high-level zombies also went together, heading towards the direction of the Zombie King. They stayed with the Zombie King for a long time, and were considered to be trained with emphasis. Their intelligence was also higher than that of zombies of the same level. They knew how to save the zombies in time, and instinctively followed the Zombie King. So after just a few minutes, the zombies and mutant plants left one after another. Nut was the last one to fall. It took a breath, looked down at the wound on its stomach, and thought it was no big deal. It rolled away with a gurgle. The remaining human mutants were almost ignored, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the team members asked Chiyu, "Do we want to evacuate?" Although they didn't know what happened. They had to leave now. Otherwise, when the zombies and the alien plants were determined, they would be the next to deal with. Chiyu looked into the distance, hesitant. All this happened too suddenly, including the appearance of the alien plants. And the team was forced to join the battle. But they chose to stay yesterday for the mission. And there was no progress at all. Moreover, the zombie king should not be as simple as just escaping. "Let's go first," Chiyu said. "See what's going on." He arranged a few people and asked them to rush to the place where the modified car was parked. Drive the car over and make preparations. Several team members responded and took action. Chiyu led the rest of the people and carefully rushed to the direction where the zombie king and the alien plants left. On the other side, Qianhui stood in front of the low building. As the torn walls above were moved away one by one, a deeper space was revealed, similar to a basement. A turbid and unpleasant smell overflowed, like a ditch where sewage gathered, and like rotten meat that had been stored for a long time. The little mushroom hiding in the pocket was really curious, and poked its head out, and looked through the petals of the sunflower. The little succulent was with it, and hugged the little mushroom nervously and timidly. The mimosa on the back of Qianhui's hand moved, and sniffed the air carefully. No, there seemed to be another zombie underneath, but its breath was very special, and it smelled different from other zombies, and was previously classified as human by the mimosa. When the deep space was completely exposed in front of her eyes, Qianhui took a deep breath, and was shocked. Hidden mission completed. Get the current plot point. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, in mid-October, a base in the south was attacked by a zombie group and fell, and nearly 20 underage ordinary humans in the base were captured alive. Zombie King 03 secretly hid these humans, and fed them the flesh and blood of advanced zombies, number 2489/special, until 6 months later, 11 ordinary humans successfully evolved superpowers, and were transformed into advanced zombies, with extremely strong combat power, and then assisted Zombie King 03 in 4 raids, and the human camp suffered heavy losses. Obtained the original ending of Advanced Zombie, number 2489. In a battle between the human camp and the zombie camp, Advanced Zombie 2489 was captured alive by humans, and its special abilities were discovered, and its whereabouts are unknown. Some people suspected that they were taken away by a certain base, and secretly used to increase the probability of ordinary humans evolving superpowers. But there is no solid evidence. In the basement with the top cut off, more than a dozen humans were curled up. They looked young. Basically between 12 or 13 to 16 or 17 years old. And the youngest was estimated to be only 6 or 7 years old, wearing tattered clothes. Suddenly seeing the sun again, everyone huddled in a corner and shivered, with expressions of confusion and fear on their faces. The basement was narrow, but there were windows, and the ground was covered with a layer of bedding. There were several cloth bags piled up against the wall on one side, and some raw rice and flour scattered on the edge. Probably because these humans were the ones that the zombie king had focused on cultivating. The room where they were locked up had obviously been cleaned, but the smell was still unpleasant. There was also a zombie in the corner. Its right arm had its flesh torn off, leaving only blackened bones, and it was trying to escape through the hole in the wall beside it. Halfway through its escape, its body suddenly became unable to move, and it was forcibly pulled out, falling to the ground and breaking its larynx, and it immediately lost its breath. Nantingjin's face was gloomy. Even if he didn't know the plot point that Qianhui had seen, he could guess a little bit. Qianhui on the side breathed tremblingly. Xiao Jin. He came back to his senses from the shock, and wanted to get these human children out first. The sunflower was in tune with him, and the light from the petals spread outward, covering the basement. However, before he finished speaking, several strong wind blades attacked this side. Mimosa smelled the danger, and shook its leaves in time to warn, and a half-broken wall rose on the side, blocking all the wind blades. A familiar dark shadow landed immediately, and Zombie King 03 appeared. It opened its mouth and roared, the corners of its mouth stretched to an odd width, its red eyes were bulging, its reason had been washed away by anger, and it rushed towards Qianhui and Nantingjin. But it had been attacked by the plant team for a long time before. Its fighting power had been consumed, and it was injured, not as strong as it was last time. The Zombie King jumped into the air, and was hit back by the suspended wall. When it stood firm, more ruins and debris moved around, trapping its body tightly. It kept struggling, the broken ruins scattered, and new ones filled up. Nanting Jean swept his eyes, and a thin half-long steel bar rose from the ground and fiercely pierced into the gap of the ruins. Seeing that the zombie king could not move for the time being, Qian Hui hurried to the edge of the basement. He leaned over and squatted, placing the sunflower beside him, and whispered to the human child inside, "Don't be afraid. I will rescue you immediately." The basement was more than 2 meters high. Qian Hui stretched out his right hand, and the soft vine on his wrist slid down the wall and turned into a rope. The branches of the soft vine shook, indicating to hold on to him. The light of the sunflower can be soothing, but the group of human children are still very afraid. Coupled with Qian Hui's silver hair and red eyes, they curled up and dared not move, and did not make any reaction. Until the light contact gradually increased, Qian Hui's coat pockets, curious small plants emerged one after another. The small mushroom and the small succulent were on one side of the chest, side by side, clinging to the edge of the pocket, looking outside carefully. In the 2 pockets below, there was a mini cabbage and an apple peeking out on the left, and a peach and a morning glory on the right. The zipper of Qian Hui's backpack on the other side was opened, and the big cherry couldn't help but jump out, and the backpack suddenly deflated. It was a little braver, and it also came to the wall to look. Woo! Seeing these moving plants, a few younger children showed a little curiosity in their eyes. Before they were locked up, they probably stayed in the base and never went out, let alone had the opportunity to see alien plants. Sunflower was still trying to comfort, and the light was sending a constant stream of friendly signals. Qian Hui waited patiently, and said again, "Don't be afraid." Finally, the oldest of the human children moved. She stood up, slowly walked to the wall, plucked up the courage to reach out to the soft vine branches. The soft vine immediately wrapped around her shoulders and waist, pulled upward with force, and brought her steadily to the ground above. After a successful start, it became much smoother, and all the human children approached one after another. They were all very thin, which was no pressure for the soft vine, and it could even pull up 2 or 3 people at a time. Just when half of the human children were rescued, 2 high-level zombies arrived. Discovering that the zombie king was injured and trapped, they subconsciously wanted to help, but were also controlled by Nanting Jean's ability, and were thrown up and smashed into the ruins behind. The zombie king heard the noise, and suddenly burst out with power to shake the stone that was wrapped around him apart, forcing himself to break free for a short time. Wanting to distract Nanting Jean, it growled in its throat, and ordered 2 high-level zombies to kill Qian Hui. The 2 zombies got the order, quickly got up, and rushed towards Qian Hui. Qian Hui supported a human child who had just been pulled up, and subconsciously protected him behind her. However, before Nanting Jean could make a move, dozens of radish thorns fell, blocking the zombies like a wall. The giant carnivorous plant followed closely behind, biting half of the high-level zombie's body and throwing it out. The rest of the plant teams also arrived one after another, surrounding Qian Hui to protect her. Soft vines rescued the last human child. After arriving on the ground, they were still confused and timid, and gathered together without moving. Big P also arrived, shouting woo-woo loudly, and ran quickly towards Qian Hui. Seeing it was him, Qian Hui was surprised. "Daodu." Big P ran closer, and suddenly threw himself into Qian Hui's arms. "We have formed a bond with the super mutant plant Big P." The loyalty of Big P has been greatly improved, reaching 100%. Qian Hui hugged P tightly, and saw the scars on its body that had just healed, and said distressfully, "Why are you here too?" He didn't know the cause of the incident, and thought that the human team and the zombies had fought, and P was accidentally involved. Big P groaned in grievance, hugged Qian Hui's hand and rubbed it. Suddenly, it felt its head being touched, looked up, and saw that it was Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom waved happily. "Ah!" P was also very excited, and moved closer to rub it. On the outside, 2 high-level zombies were quickly killed, leaving only the trapped zombie king. It was very tenacious, and its body was pierced with many wounds by the steel bars controlled by Nanting Jean. But it still had the strength to struggle. Carrot groaned, and Nanting Jean seemed to understand what he meant, and moved the stone on the zombie king's head away, revealing a hole. Several plants were guarding not far away, and a large number of long-range attacks were thrown in, exploding with various noises. The carrot had used a stored energy attack not long ago, and still had some strength left. It held its strength and split the electromagnetic carrot thorns to the limit, and dropped them one by one from the top of the zombie king's head. The zombie king screamed in pain, and the strength of his struggle gradually weakened. But the plants did not relax at all, and the attack continued. After a long time, the stone wrapped around the zombie king began to vibrate violently, and then suddenly exploded. The body and limbs were torn into pieces, and they scattered outward with the last wind blades. This was the last wave of attacks before the zombie king died. The plants dodged quickly, and the giant nut rolled over in time and blocked it with its body. After a while, the surroundings returned to calm. The nut couldn't hold on any longer, so it shrank and jumped into Qian Hui's arms, squeezed together with the big P, and closed its eyes to rest. Qian Hui raised her head and looked around. It seemed it was over. The body of the zombie King 03 exploded into several pieces, and its head rolled not far away, with a pair of red eyes. A few zombies wailed in the distance. I wonder if they sensed its fall. Then, how much balance will be rewarded for killing a zombie king? As soon as this thought came to mind, Qian Hui received a system prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the zombie king, number 03. The reward has been issued to the account. Qian Hui opened it, and saw that the balance had increased by a full 100,000. The 10th camp conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 500. You seem to have done something extraordinary, which will have a huge impact on the zombie camp and the human camp. Reward prestige value 500. Camp value 500. 2 more prompts popped up, adding up to a total of 1,000 prestige points and 500 camp points. Qian Hui stood up with the peas and nuts in his arms. He seemed to have sensed something, looked up to the side, and met Qiyu's eyes. Qiyu also saw Qian Hui, with a very shocked expression. He and his team members were at the ruins not far away, and saw the whole process of the zombie king being killed. He also saw Qian Hui surrounded by all the alien plants in the center, and was obviously protected. A boy with silver hair and red eyes, with zombie characteristics. Qian Hui's hair color changed, and his eyes were no longer covered by the cloth strips. Qiyu recognized him at a glance. But he is not a human, and he can control so many alien plants? Qiyu was shocked, and for a moment, he could not understand what he saw. He forced himself to calm down, and look behind Qian Hui. There was a group of young children there, who should all be ordinary humans. Qiyu's team arrived a little later, and cautiously did not approach, but also saw the scene of a human child being pulled up from the ground. Combined with the recent abnormalities, the strange behavior of the zombies, Qiyu thought for a moment, instructed the team members to stay where they were, and stepped forward alone. Seeing this, several plants stared at him eagerly, as if they would attack in the next second. Qiyu remained calm, walked forward a little, and stood still 2 or 3 meters away. Qian Hui was a little nervous, staring at Qiyu warily. He had been blindfolded before, and did not recognize Qiyu, but he still remembered the base logo on his clothes. He should have seen it somewhere. What was its name? Carrot jumped onto Qian Hui's shoulder, made 2 whoops, and quietly pointed at Durian. Qian Hui remembered that Durian was stolen from this group of people. He suddenly became more nervous, and blocked Nan Tingjin, who came to his side behind him, with a strong sense of protection. In contrast, Nan Tingjin had a cold expression, and did not take Qiyu and the others seriously. Qiyu took a few deep breaths, and cleared his throat. Chief Nan. And this? Hello. We were commissioned by other bases to come here to investigate the reasons for the disappearance of the transported materials. And we happened to encounter the zombies. He was friendly, and took the initiative to state his purpose. We originally planned to leave immediately, Qiyu continued, and looked behind Qian Hui again. Excuse me. Can these children be handed over to us? If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. In any case, these more than 10 children should be taken back to the base by them. Qiyu wanted to try to negotiate with Qian Hui. After the battle just now, he intuitively felt that the other party, and the alien plants around him were not as ferocious and terrifying as rumored. If Qian Hui was willing, they could exchange some supplies or something else, which would also be a token of gratitude. Qiyu knew that without the alien plants, even if they found the hidden human children, they would probably not be able to rescue them in the first place. But the risk of him doing so was also great. If he was not careful, he might not only fail to take the children away smoothly, but also let the whole team die here. Qiyu was anxious, waiting for Qian Hui's response. At the same time, the team members' voices rang in his ears in the real-time communication. saying that they had driven the modified car nearby. Qianhui hesitated, turned around and asked Nan Tingjin in a low voice, "Can we hand it over to them? It would be best if the human camp took over these rescued human children." But he didn't know Qiyu and his team members. Nan Tingjin's eyes swept over Qiyu and said, "Okay." Qianhui was relieved and nodded, "Okay." Hearing the conversation between the two, Qiyu finally let out a long sigh and immediately asked several team members to come over in the communication. He couldn't help but look at Nan Tingjin again, with mixed feelings. Although he had known for a long time that Nan Tingjin and Qianhui had an unusual relationship, that was before. Qianhui now showed zombie characteristics. And standing with Nan Tingjin, she was even more mysterious. Moreover, apart from her silver hair and red eyes, Qianhui looked no different from a human. Why was that? Qiyu was very curious. But he didn't ask any more questions, nor did he dare to look at them anymore. When several team members approached, Cabbage and Chili led all the human children over and handed them all over to them. With Sunflower's continuous comfort, the children's emotions stabilized a lot. Seeing the team of human superpowers again, they realized that they were safe and behaved well. The negotiation went so smoothly. To show his attitude, Qiyu took the initiative to say, "If you have any request, please ask, as long as we can meet it." Qianhui hesitated. "I'll think about it first." "Wait a minute." He turned his head and whispered something to the plants around him. The piranha plant still maintained its huge body and stood by, staring coldly at Qiyu. Not long after, Qianhui raised her head and said to Qiyu, "Tell those people behind to come over." Although Qiyu was puzzled, he still obeyed. He was not worried about the intentions of the plants at the moment. If they wanted to attack them, they didn't have to wait until now. So at Qiyu's request, all the team members came forward together, including the few people who returned to the team after driving the car over. Being so close to the alien plants again, they were far less calm than Qiyu, and they hung their heads and dared not breathe. The human child who had just taken over was also brought back and stayed at the end of the team. After a while, a carrot and a durian came over. The carrot should be the special plant that appeared in the Safe Zone 5, and the durian next to it. Qiyu had personally participated in the capture, and it looked very familiar. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, and watched the carrot and durian come to him. The carrot pointed at Qiyu and asked, "Woo?" The durian nodded quickly and glared at Qiyu. The carrot was fierce, and put on the boxing gloves that he had taken from the cabbage, and jumped up and punched Qiyu. Qiyu was beaten and took a half step back, a little dazed. Then, Carrot led Durian around him and went to find other team members. Durian sniffed the remaining people one by one. As long as it nodded to indicate that it was right, Carrot would punch them hard. All the team members were silent, and did not dare to resist. After a while, a corn and a potato also came. They walked around, and took a fancy to the backpack behind a team member. The backpack was stuffed full. Maybe there was something good hidden. Both plants had used their energy-charged attacks, and were a little tired now, so they didn't want to use force. They came to the team members, and Corn pointed at his backpack. Potato stretched out his hand. "Woo!" The team members understood what he meant, and quickly took off the backpack, and opened it attentively. Cherry also jumped over, and the three plants turned it upside down, and found some bandages, medicines, and food. Corn took a bite of the hard bread, tasted it carefully, and put it back with disgust. It looked at the human in front of it again with a subtle look, shook its head, and left with Potato and Cherry. After Carrot had beaten up the people he should have beaten, he returned to Qianhui with Durian, including Qiyu. Several people had a large bruise on their faces. They were the team members who participated in the capture of Durian. But after this, Qiyu felt a lot more relaxed. Afterwards, the plants no longer paid attention to the humans in front of them. Carrot reorganized a team to search for the remaining zombies nearby and kill all the ones that could be killed. The team was led by the piranha plant and cabbage, and the plants that consume more, such as carrot, pea, and nuts, were left behind. Moreover, while the human team was here, Chili and Bamboo Shoots secretly returned to the previous ruins and dug up all the crystal cores. Among the plants, the one that was most seriously injured was Nut, which was responsible for resisting the zombie king after it became smaller. It still had scars from the wind blades on its body. Qianhui felt very distressed, sat on a stone, and fed it a lot of medicine. The sunflower's light did not diminish. It was still worried about the rescue children, and expanded the treatment range to the widest, and also covered Chiyu and the team members, feeling the soft warm light with healing effects. Everyone was surprised and curious, and their cognition was refreshed again, after learning from Yumi that the human team had nothing good, and even the food was terrible. Qianhui thought about it, and asked Big Cherry to send some biscuits. He deliberately tore off the biscuit packaging in his backpack, and put them all in a towel that had been used for a long time. Big Cherry jumped over with the biscuits on his head, and handed the wrapped towel to Chiyu. Qianhui said, "It's for the ones behind." Big Cherry waved his fist, warning Chiyu not to eat anything carelessly. Chiyu understood and quickly agreed, "Okay. I understand." He handed the towel to the team member behind him, and passed it to the back. When he turned back, Chiyu sighed sincerely, "I really didn't expect." He seemed to be talking to himself, and suddenly thought of something, and looked at Nan Tingjin next to Qianhui. "Chief Nan," Chiyu asked hesitantly, "you have also been added to the list of appointments. Did Captain Yuan tell you?" Without waiting for Nan Tingjin to speak, Qianhui asked, "What list?" "The appointment of the Sky Base." Chiyu answered truthfully, "Any base? The team can accept it. Once you encounter the alien plants and people recorded on the list, you can choose to kill, capture them alive, or report their whereabouts. Don't worry. The two of you," he immediately added, "we will never contact the Sky Base." But Chiyu looked at Nan Tingjin and continued, "The Black Ridge Mountain Base may be attacked recently." Chapter 52. Qianhui was stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Nan Tingjin. "Many bases should have received the news," Chiyu said. "I am leading the team out, and I don't know more about the situation for the time being. Summoning human superpowers, attacking human bases. This kind of thing has not happened for a long time. But in the eyes of outsiders, the Sky Base has indeed suffered heavy losses. If they don't find a way to resolve the crisis, what if it causes a more serious threat? Nan Tingjin has been missing for a long time, and is suspected of assisting the alien plants to raid the branch of the Sky Base. It seems that we should ask the Black Ridge Mountain Base for an explanation." The people who heard the secret still suspected that Nan Tingjin was actually hiding in the base. Even if the base took the initiative to distance itself from him, he would still be in danger. The Black Ridge Mountain Base was very special. All the members inside were superpowers. Even if it was divided into several parts, it could still supplement the combat power of other bases. In addition, the location of the base was very good. There was still a large area of undeveloped land in the back mountain. As for the people in the base, even if they were unwilling to be recruited by other bases, as long as they successfully conquered the Black Ridge Mountain and locked them up for a period of time, there would always be a way to grind them down. Nan Tingjin said nothing. His cold eyes drooped slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't answer, and Chiyu didn't care. In fact, he said this to show his goodwill and remind them what he thought he should do. At this time, the two teams kept their current distance, and the healing light of the sunflower shone over them indiscriminately. Seeing that Qianhui and the plants didn't ask them to go elsewhere, Chiyu didn't leave either. He temporarily went to the back of the team, where two team members knew some medical knowledge and were examining more than a dozen children. The rest of the people stayed where they were, resting and adjusting themselves, occasionally quietly looking at the alien plants on the opposite side. Qianhui fed 2 pills to the carrot that jumped into his arms, and said, "Xiao Jin." He frowned slightly, still thinking about what she said just now. That list of delegates is equivalent to a wanted order. Not only Nan Tingjin, but Black Ridge Mountain may also encounter trouble. However, Qianhui lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, "Why did he tell us this?" He was a little confused, and even felt that Chiyu's attitude was too good. Although Qianhui didn't want to take the initiative to clash with the human team outside the Sky Base, she didn't expect more. For example, Chiyu said that he would not reveal the whereabouts of the plant team to the Sky Base, which surprised Qianhui. "You saved those people." And Nan Tingjin replied in a low voice, "They can't beat them." Chiyu is a smart man, and he knows how to distinguish what to do at this moment. The number of alien plants around Qianhui has increased significantly, and with Nan Tingjin around, they have no chance of winning. In the apocalypse, absolute strength is the only right to speak. In addition, the alien plants have never attacked them, and they were forced to cooperate under the siege of the zombies, showing more goodwill. just for the sake of the sky base and Wenju. Chi would not ignore everything and stand on the opposite side of these alien plants. Qianhui seemed to understand, and nodded then. Can we trust him? The human camp is different from the zombie camp, and Qianhui is clear about this. Just like when he kills a zombie, the game will give him a reward. But there is no reward for killing a human. Nan Tingjin replied, It's okay for now. Qianhui said and was a little worried, if he didn't lie. Black Ridge Mountain Base. He felt that all this seemed to be caused by him. If he hadn't gone to Black Ridge Mountain to look for special exotic plants, it would probably not have happened. But Zhangwa was there, and it just happened that those people came to the door. Nan Tingjin was the leader of the base, and he should go back to take a look. But this might not be one of Wenju's tricks to force him to show up. Don't worry. Nan Tingjin took Qianhui's hand and said, I will contact Yuanji. Qianhui remembered Yuanji's name. He had said a few words to him at the base. He relaxed a little and nodded again. Yeah. The two of them talked quietly. P and Qianhui's arms looked left and right, staring at Nan Tingjin for a long time. After so long, how come Qianhui's boyfriend is still the same person? P made herself smaller. Her body was about the width of a palm, and she retracted her hands and feet, and she was just a round and green bean. It turned around and touched the nut next to it. Woo! The nut closed his eyes and rested, as if he didn't hear it. It stretched out its hand and pulled the leaves on the top of the carrot. The carrot was also very tired and slapped P's hand away. Woo! The piranha and the cabbage were not there, and the sunflower was busy again. Only the little mushroom was willing to pay attention to the pea, lying on the edge of the pocket, bending down to touch its head. The pea also touched the umbrella cap of the little mushroom. Woo! It was just like the cabbage at the beginning, and wanted to know what happened to Qianhui before, and how it met the plants. The little mushroom had also asked Sunflower about these things, and he roughly told Pea about them. But it couldn't remember its last experience, and only said that it had slept for a long time, and had just woken up in the past 2 days. Pea felt strange, but seeing the little mushroom's confused look, he didn't ask much. The plants nearby were all resting, and the cabbage and apple gave them medicine. According to the usual practice, they could also go to Qianhui or Sunflower to seek comfort alone. Durian quietly guarded Qianhui's feet, and a carambola ran over quickly, raised its head, and pulled Qianhui's sleeve, and made 2 woo sounds. Qianhui picked it up, held it in his hands and touched it. At this time, Qiyu came forward with 2 team members. Can we search the basement? He asked. Our mission is related to this, and some information needs to be recorded. Qianhui thought about it, nodded and agreed, and retreated with the plants around him, leaving enough space. Qiyu thanked him, asked the 2 team members to jump into the basement, and stayed outside. The basement was not large, except for the narrow toilet connected to the side. There were 2 tunnels dug through for zombies to enter and exit. The team members collected a little bit of the raw rice and flour piled in the corner, moved the rest out, cleaned up the damp and moldy parts, and maybe they could still be used. If these things were stored in an environment like the basement, they would be completely spoiled in a short time. No wonder recently there have been constant attacks on teams transporting supplies. Most zombies don't have much intelligence. They just follow orders. They don't know how much supplies they need. As long as the attack is successful, all the supplies will be taken away, and no human in the team will be spared. But Qiyu still didn't quite understand. Why did the zombie king Black Lagoon do this? Just to imprison more than a dozen underage ordinary humans. Zombies are hungry all the time. How could they resist not eating? Qiyu looked away, can't bear to think about what those children have experienced. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. The 3 youngest were in very bad condition. If it was a few days later, I'm afraid they would have died directly in the basement. At this time, he saw a strange zombie corpse lying on the ground to the side. Qiyu approached, knelt down to check, put on gloves and grabbed the zombie's exposed arm. He looked carefully, and was about to call another team member to come over and take a look, when a green shadow suddenly jumped over. Qiyu raised his head, and there was a chili pepper standing in front of him, and a small bamboo shoot next to it. The chili pepper looked alert, and together with the small bamboo shoot, they dragged the zombie's body away without hesitation. Qianhui was standing not far away. You can't touch it. I want to burn it. He remembered the description in the plot point, and always felt that using the flesh and blood of zombies to increase the probability of obtaining superpowers, this kind of thing is not good. Chili and bamboo shoots just came back from digging crystal cores, and they could help dispose of the body. Chi-Yu quickly stood up. Okay. The two plants dragged the zombie body to the open space. Bamboo shoots threw out many replica bamboo knives, and Chili ignited the chili seeds. The zombie body immediately burned, emitting a strange smell. Qianhui was finally relieved, seeing that Chi-Yu was very obedient, and his impression of him became better. He took the initiative to say, that is used to raise advanced zombies with superpowers. Qianhui would of course not explain how he knew it, and if Chi-Yu asked, he would just make up a few words. Chi-Yu had no time to care about it. He was shocked. After a while, he murmured, so that's how it is. That would explain it. Human superpowers awaken almost all after they reach adulthood. Minors have poor physiques, and cannot withstand the changes brought about by superpowers. The Zombie King wants to raise advanced zombies with superpowers. It is safest to choose young minors. They are immature and timid. It is difficult for them to commit suicide to avoid becoming zombies. If there is a way to ensure that these minors awaken superpowers, a high-level zombie with superpowers is at least 3 times stronger than an ordinary high-level zombie that only gains physical improvement. The Zombie King Black Lagoon had put so much thought into this. Looking at the flames not far away, Chi-Yu's mood became even more complicated. This time, the accident was more serious than anyone expected. But it was Qianhui and the alien plants around him who successfully stopped the Zombie King Black Lagoon. Chi-Yu raised his head again and said sincerely, thank you. Qianhui hugged the plants in his arms and replied softly, you're welcome. He turned his head to look at the dozen or so human children, and his expression showed some concern. Chi-Yu said gently, don't worry. They all took the medicine for the wounds, and they will be taken back to Yunchuan base and protected properly. Qianhui nodded, and heard him say, this mission involves too much. I must report it truthfully. The team came here to search secretly, encountered alien plants and zombie kings, and finally rescued all the trapped children. It also includes all the actions of the alien plants. And who killed the Zombie King Black Lagoon? Chi-Yu didn't want to take credit. He just wrote what he saw. And whether others believed it or not, that was their business. But I can guarantee. He paused. The coordinates will be kept secret and not known to outsiders. In this way, even if the Sky Base knew that the team had encountered alien plants, they would not know the location. Then, Chi-Yu asked again, I will sort out the remaining information and send it to Chief Nan for review. If there are some that are inconvenient to write in, you can let me delete or modify them. Qianhui looked at Nan Tingjin, and Nan Tingjin responded, okay. Chi-Yu immediately stepped forward and handed over his communicator. Nan Ting received the call, and the two sides recorded the channel numbers on the transmitters and returned them. At this time, the two team members in the basement had finished their investigation, and several modified cars in the back had also driven over. The children were in a bad condition, and they had to return to the base as soon as possible. Chi-Yu said goodbye to the two. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. It happened that the plant team that killed the remaining zombies outside returned, and Qianhui had to leave. He watched Chi-Yu and the team members return to the team, and carried all the human children into the car. Afterwards, several modified cars drove away quickly. The plants also entered the giant carnivorous plant's mouth one by one. Qianhui and Nan Tingjin sat on its neck and headed in the opposite direction. Before leaving, the carnivorous plant wandered around. Potato recovered some energy and threw several bombs to try to erase the traces left by the plants. The corpse of the zombie had been burned beyond recognition. After a few more bombs, no remains could be found. After all the bombs were blown up, Potato fed another mine to Cherry and went back to rest. After leaving the ruins of the city, the piranha plant still chose to return to the previous forest. When it arrived at the familiar lake, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qianhui fed the plants lunch, and then checked the status of each one in the illustrations to ensure that they were all safe. There were 2 or 3 new plants participating in the battle for the first time. They were still a little scared at this time, but they felt much better after being hugged and comforted. Jangwo had rested until now, and his injuries were basically healed. There was only a shallow mark on his stomach, which should be the most serious wound at that time. Qianhui touched it with concern. Nut rubbed his hand to show that he was fine, tilted his head, and bit the biscuit that Xiao Baokai fed him. Xiao Baokai was very busy. After feeding Nut, he went to the cabbage and massaged its arm. The piranha and carrot were taking care of the mushroom. Big P was squatting on a tree nearby, looking around. Not long ago, Qianhui specially introduced it, and all the plants separately, and P understood the current situation better. To put it simply, Qianhui found a few plants in the yard, and kept many new plants with her. So many new plants. Big P, hee, laughed, jumped off the branch. It wandered around, and quietly came to Potato and Corn. In the battle with the zombies, Potato finally exploded with a stored energy attack. It couldn't contain its excitement, and insisted on telling Corn the process in detail, without even eating a few pieces of candy. Corn didn't want to listen, but because it had done the same thing before, it lay on the grass and was distracted. Big Cherry on the other side listened with great interest, and clapped from time to time. Potato said it twice, holding the water bottle and drinking a few gulps. He turned his head, and found a big pea behind him. The pea was Qianhui's friend this time, and it was also a special plant. Potato quickly stood up and greeted it, woo! Corn and Big Cherry came closer, and also woo. However, the big pea did not move, and its round eyes looked dull, as if it was fixed by someone. The three plants waited anxiously for a while, but the pea still did not respond. Corn took a half step back, and couldn't help whispering to Potato, maybe it has fallen asleep standing up? It has no eyelids. So, Potato was inexplicably frightened, and bravely stretched out his hand, and poked the big pea. Just when it just touched the big pea in front of it suddenly exploded like a ball. Hee. Potato and Corn were startled. Especially Potato, who screamed, turned around and ran away quickly. Corn followed closely behind, and the two plants panicked, slipped to Qianhui's side, and climbed into his arms with their hands and feet. Qianhui thought something had happened, and hurriedly asked, what happened? Potato hugged his arm tightly, his eyes terrified. Woo! The big pea exploded. It seemed to be poked by it. But when Potato and Corn carefully poked their heads out, they looked over again, and saw that the big pea was standing behind the tree, holding its stomach and laughing wildly. Hee. Woo ha ha ha. Only Cherry stayed where it was, and did not run away, and circled around the pea. It was very excited when it heard the explosion just now, but it turned out that it was not. The big Cherry was disappointed, turned around and jumped away, and returned to Potato. Qianhui looked at the pea, and then at the frightened Potatoes and Corn, and immediately guessed what the pea had done. He said with a straight face, Bean. The big pea stopped smiling, and came over obediently, and consciously put its round head close to Qianhui's hand. Qianhui hadn't seen it for a long time, and considering that its body had not fully recovered, she was reluctant to say harsh words, and only touched its head. Okay. Don't scare them. The big pea nodded obediently, and stretched out his hand to poke the Potatoes and Corn. Woo woo. The two plants finally recovered, and they both felt that their reaction was a bit embarrassing, and took the initiative to leave Qianhui's arms. The little mushroom was full at this time, and was led by the piranha plant to find Qianhui, and went back to his pocket to sleep. Qianhui packed up his backpack again, and looked up, and saw that several plants had already played with the pea. On the grass by the lake, there were more than a dozen replica big peas scattered around, and Potato carefully shuttled among them, looking for the real one. Eggplant also came to a big pea to look at it carefully, and hesitated to poke it. Paw. Hee. Eggplant was slow for a second, and Ah said, and took a few steps back, accidentally fell into the lake, and was quickly pulled up by the morning glory and soft vines. Corn and Potatoes saw this, pounding the grass and laughing loudly. The remaining plants did not participate in the game, and rested not far away. Qianhui watched for a while, and came to Nanting Jean. Nanting Jean sat under the tree, and stretched out his hand to him. Qianhui leaned into his arms, and closed her eyes to rest. Too many things happened in the morning, and he was a little tired, and fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up again, the sun was no longer strong, and in order not to disturb Qianhui, the plants playing by the lake had gone elsewhere. Qianhui yawned, rubbed his eyes, and saw a transmitter next to Nanting Jean. He asked, Have you contacted Yuan Ji? Nanting Jean was silent for a moment, and replied, Yes. Sensing that Nanting Jean was in a different mood, Qianhui felt uneasy. What's wrong? Is the situation not good? Nanting Jean did not speak, and seemed to hesitate. Qianhui slowly sat up. He thought for a while, and made up his mind. If you want to go back, I will accompany you. Nan Tingjin raised his eyes and looked over. Qian Hui reached out and hugged him tightly. Yes. I took you away from the base. His thick eyelashes fluttered. So, I have to go back with you. As early as when Qiyu mentioned that the Black Ridge Mountain base would be attacked. Qian Hui had this idea. Nan Tingjin was the leader, and he couldn't just abandon the base and the subordinates inside. And? Qian Hui said again, his eyes sparkling. I'll take all the plants with me, and I can still protect you. Hearing this, Nan Tingjin raised the corners of his lips, and his usually cold face softened a lot. He stroked Qian Hui's hair, bowed his head and kissed her. Okay. At the same time, Black Ridge Mountain base. Yuan Ji sat on a chair, with a gloomy face. The subordinates stood aside, reporting to him the current situation. We contacted 9 bases, only 1 responded to us, the rest no news. Yuan Ji couldn't take the initiative to bow to other bases, so he asked his subordinates to test their attitudes first. As a result, there were 9 bases, only 1 responded. Do these people really regard Wenju as a savior? But if he wants to open the gate of the base, and let the people from the sky base come in, unless he dies here. Yuan Ji took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. However, when the sky base gathers enough superpowers to besiege him, he will probably die here. He sighed helplessly, and suddenly heard the communicator on the table ring. Yuan Ji was upset, and waited for a long time before picking it up. He looked down, and suddenly stood up from the chair. The subordinates were confused. Captain? Captain? Yuan Ji swept away his previous boredom and depression, and he held the communicator tightly in his hand. With a distorted expression, finally I'm back. Chapter 53. Deciding to return to Black Ridge Mountain, Qian Hui first asked the new plants for their opinions. Peppers, potatoes, and bamboo shoots have been with him for a long time, but the more than 10 new plants rescued from the base had not been together for long, and their loyalty is relatively low. The incident happened suddenly in the morning, and all preparations were hasty. Fortunately, with the advice of Qian Hui and Carrot, the new plants were taken care of, and at most suffered minor injuries. This time, he decided to go to Black Ridge Mountain, and he could not avoid participating in the battle. Qian Hui thought, if any of the new plants were not used to it, they could choose to leave the team, and he would not force them. They happened to be in the woods at this time, and after leaving the team, they could stay directly. When they built a dedicated base in the future, they would come back to take the plants away. However, it turned out that Qian Hui was completely overthinking. A total of 13 plants were brought back from the base, and all of them were willing to continue to follow him. Big Cherry would definitely not leave, and Pumpkin Watermelon and Mimosa had a good relationship, and they also wanted to stay. Clover, Dragon Fruit and other output-type plants are aggressive by nature, and are not afraid of danger at all. The remaining plants are a little hesitant, but they like Qian Hui and the plant team, and don't want to be separated from Qian Hui. And they were captured and imprisoned by the sky base, and they hate those people very much. Now they have a chance to take revenge. Of course they don't want to miss it. The cactus held the helmet, and waved the branch in his hand vigorously, indicating that he was going to beat them up. Woo woo! Since getting the helmet, it has become much more lively, and its performance in the battle is also good. Carrot praised it, and it was particularly excited. The other plants all raised their hands in response. Green radish and tulips lay in Qian Hui's arms, rubbing against his clothes. There is actually another reason for being willing to go to Black Ridge Mountain. Qian Hui can provide them with shelter, and will not force any plant to do something it does not want to do. Several special-grade alien plants are his friends. Piranha, the combat effectiveness of carrots and cabbages is needless to say. Nuts and sunflowers also have special and outstanding abilities, and now there is a pea. In addition to peppers, potatoes, corn, bamboo shoots, durian. The combat effectiveness of the plant team is obvious to all, as well as sunflowers, and almost unlimited pills. There is no need to worry too much. There is also the most fragile-looking little mushroom. It is cute and lively. The plants like to play with it. In the end, no plant in the team left. They will go to Black Ridge Mountain together. The plants came to Qian Hui one after another. After learning his decision, Carrot and Piranha discussed to divide the team into several teams. It broke off a few carrot thorns and counted them. There can be a light attack team, a heavy attack team, a reserve attack team, an auxiliary team, and a logistics team. As for Nan Tingjin, he is Qian Hui's exclusive bodyguard and boyfriend. Because of his skills, Durian was assigned to the heavy attack team. Led by Piranha, and no longer followed Carrot. It was quite dissatisfied with this, but was afraid that the piranha plant would be upset if it said it out loud. So it came close to Carrot and hummed. Carrot had no choice but to touch its head. Woo! That was the distribution during the battle. And it could still follow me at other times. Durian thought carefully and felt happy again. The little mushroom sat on the flower stem of the piranha plant, and also touched Durian's arm to comfort it. Halfway through the distribution, Carrot suddenly found that the cabbage and the big pea were gone. Qianhui looked up and looked around, and saw two familiar figures sitting by the lake. He handed the rest of the work to Carrot, and stood up to go over. When he got closer, Qianhui heard Cabbage whimpering softly, and raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Big P was trembling all over, pulling the weeds on the ground hard, and almost pulled out a small patch of grass beside him. Little one, Daodu? Hearing the footsteps, the two plants froze, quickly adjusted themselves, and turned their heads to look behind. Qianhui stood not far away, sighed softly, and walked forward to hold them together in his arms. It's okay now, he comforted. Everyone is fine. Cabbage must have told P about the little mushroom. Although P was naughty in the past and loved to provoke other plants, he was also very good to the little mushroom. The little mushroom has now been successfully resurrected. But when one thinks of its death, anyone would be sad and angry. Big P buried himself in Qianhui's arms. It kept humming, the sound getting lower and lower, and gradually turning into gnashing of teeth. It raised its head, with fierce and violent eyes, as if it wanted to tear those people to pieces immediately. Qianhui touched the top of Wando's head. Okay, I know, I'm not sad anymore. Cabbage also lay in Qianhui's arms. The two plants adjusted their moods again and followed him back to the team. After the teams were assigned, Carrot also assigned team leaders, and asked the plants to follow their own team leaders, and get familiar with each other whenever they had time. Carrot was very good at these things, and Qianhui felt relieved. She sat under the tree and opened the game interface. This time, she successfully killed a zombie king, and the zombies in the area near the low building were basically eliminated. In addition to the reward for finding the peas, the balance was 210,000. Not only did it meet the requirements for building a base, but it was also very rich. Qianhui flipped through them all and chose two new weapons to buy. One is called a sprayer, and the other is called a missile head. Just by looking at the names, one can't imagine their uses. After buying the weapons and putting them in the game backpack, Qianhui opened it again to check. The sprayer is only compatible with corn, and the missile head can be used for dragon fruit, cactus, and other smaller bullets. The 3-shot machine gun that I bought last time is still in the backpack. Now it finally has an object to adapt to, which is peas. Qianhui thought about it and bought 3 more electromagnetic induction guns and 3 more missile heads. The previous electromagnetic induction gun was given to Carrot, which is good at group attacks, and the effect is very good when wearing it. The new 3 can be given to Pepper, Durian, Corn. There are 4 missile heads in total, which are given to Cactus, Dragon Fruit, Pomegranate, and Star Fruit. Qianhui called these plants over, and distributed new weapons. Corn is the most special, which is both a sprayer and an electromagnetic gun. It curiously touched the 2 small pendants, and carried them together. Although Durian is a heavy attack team, it can also use long-range attacks, and maybe after wearing the electromagnetic gun, it will have a more unique effect in close combat. Several plants happily received the weapons, and went to study them carefully. There were still 2 or 3 weapons of unknown use left in the mall. But Qianhui spent more than 30,000 at once, and had to reserve 100,000 to build a base. So they gave up for the time being. Potato came to the side, and saw that many plants had new toys. And Corn even had 2. But he didn't have any. He was not very happy, and pulled Qianhui's sleeve with grievance, saying that he wanted it too. Qianhui picked up Potato and coaxed him. You can't use those. Wait. I'll buy you a flying aircraft later. Okay? There are still many things in the base weapons, and there is no limit on the variety of plants. When the time comes, anyone can use it. When he heard that he could fly, Potato's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Qianhui bought him another big bag of candy, and told him not to eat too much at once. Potato made a whoop sound, and happily left with the candy in his arms. With these newly bought weapons, and the addition of P, the team's overall combat power increased to 32,000. Qianhui flipped through the illustrations, and confirmed that the plants were in good condition. Those that had used energy-charged attacks were also recovering rapidly. so he felt relieved. He continued to calculate the balance, thinking about buying evolution water for a few more plants later. It was almost dark. Some plants were researching new weapons, while the rest went to the lake to enjoy the breeze or played nearby. The little mushroom played hide-and-seek with the cabbage. The piranha and peas were watching not far away, taking a look from time to time. The weeds were very tall, covering all the small plants. The apple blew out a few more clouds of smoke to cover them. The last time the apple drank the evolution water, its skills were just strengthened like the mimosa, and the smoke it blew out was thicker and lasted longer. But its level display was very special, rising to level 12 all of a sudden. Qianhui had fed it a few crystal cores before, but perhaps because it was still a little low at level 12, it was hard to tell the difference from before. Qianhui didn't insist on it. Apple was not participating in the battle at the moment. She usually followed Xiao Baokai and was busy. It was enough for her to be stronger than before. The weeds were covered with gray smoke. Xiao Mushroom ran back and forth in it for a long time. He came out tired and laid down on the grass bed made by Xiao Baokai to rest. Next to the grass bed was a mini cabbage bowl with some snacks such as dried fruits. The little mushroom lay down for a while and sat up, preparing to take a bite of dried meat and continue playing, when it suddenly caught a glimpse of a yellow shadow passing by. It poked its head out and saw a familiar mango hiding behind a tree not far away, also poking out half of its head. The little mushroom remembered it, as if it was brought back by Carrot that day. The mango stared at the cabbage bowl, then looked at the little mushroom. It was not panicked or nervous at all because it was discovered, but instead it fiercely hammered the tree trunk twice, as if to show how powerful it was, in order to intimidate the enemy. Then, Mango's body flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Huh? The little mushroom opened his eyes wide, tiptoed and looked carefully, and saw that Mango was already 2 or 3 meters away from the tree trunk, and ran away quickly. The little mushroom jumped off the grass bed, came to the tree trunk, and looked in the direction where Mango disappeared. Then, it took 2 pieces of dried meat from the cabbage bowl and put them behind the tree trunk. After doing all this, the little mushroom returned to the grass and continued to play hide-and-seek, until it got dark. The little mushroom went under the tree and saw that the dried meat was gone. It lowered its head and sniffed, and smelled a little bit of mango between the leaves. It excitedly ran to find Qianhui. Qianhui was preparing dinner, when she heard Little Mushroom say that it had fed a mango. She also looked curiously at the tree trunk and asked quietly, "Is it still there?" Little Mushroom held his hair and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The time to go to the Black Ridge Mountain base was set for tomorrow morning. At night, Qianhui went to the lake to take a bath. When Chili dried his hair, Nantingjin had been waiting under the tree for a long time. Nantingjin used his supernatural power to control the nearby trees and built a small house similar to the last time. Inside was a small bed made by P with leaves and thick towels. But Little Mushroom also wanted to sleep with Qianhui tonight and held his fingertips tightly, wanting to take him to the cabbage shell. Qianhui was a little embarrassed, thinking about waiting for the plants to fall asleep and then going to the hut in the second half of the night. At this time, Big P came over and took Little Mushroom away. It didn't think too much about it. Making the bed for Qianhui was just a habit, and compared with the wooden house, the cabbage shell was a little smaller. If you want to sleep with Qianhui, just go to the wooden house directly, but P also wants to be with Little Mushroom, and doesn't want to be with Nantingjin. It scratched its head and looked around. The little mushroom in his hand thought for a while, and obediently chose the P that he had just met, and waved goodbye to Qianhui. Go to bed early. Qianhui was afraid that they would not want to sleep after playing in the cabbage shell, and warned. The same goes for P. Don't play too long. Big P nodded, and took the piranha plant away. Qianhui then came to Nantingjin, and entered the cabin with him. There was an entrance on one side of the cabin, and after the two of them entered, 3 trees moved closer in succession, blocking the entrance. Thinking of Nantingjin's behavior the last time he did this, Qianhui looked at him, a little nervous. There were 2 or 3 cabbage lights on the edge of the wooden house, and the light was dim. Nantingjin lowered his eyes and said, "Just in case." He hugged Qianhui, bowed his head and kissed her, and took her to the small bed in the middle. The next day, Qianhui and the plants got up early. After a night's rest, the plants were in better condition, and the wound on Nut disappeared, and he was completely refreshed. The cabbage still fed at breakfast, And the Big P took the opportunity to bite off half of the dried meat, and was chased and beaten by Nut. The two plants rolled around in the grass. Big P was hit several times by Nut, and quickly fled to the tree. Nut was still staring at them from under the tree. It rubbed its red back, and jumped to hide next to Qian Hui. Little Mushroom was still thinking about the mango from yesterday. It walked around several trees, trying to find out if it was there. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the mango. It felt a little disappointed and returned to Qian Hui. The plants had almost finished their breakfast. Crisp Peach and Soft Vine packed their backpacks together. The piranha plant shook its head and was about to take everyone away. At this time, the mimosa suddenly raised its leaves and looked into the distance. After a moment, it quickly told Qian Hui and the plants that a human team appeared at the edge of the woods. The smell smelled strange. Not Qi Yu and his team from yesterday. Qian Hui was alert. Did he expose our position? The mimosa carefully explored for a while and confirmed that there were not many humans. About 7 or 8 people, all of whom were superpowers. If they were coming for Qian Hui and the plant team, this number of people would be a complete suicide. Qian Hui felt a little relieved, hesitating whether to leave on her own initiative or go over to see what those people were doing. This forest is a high-risk area, with many alien plants entrenched in it. Ordinary teams should choose more remote low-risk areas. The mimosa landed on the ground, enlarged its body, and its leaves shook gently. It continued to observe, and conveyed everything it sensed to everyone through the light of the sunflower. Humans are using their superpowers, and there is a strange smell of alien plants in the forest. About 2 or 3. They are panicking, and are fleeing. Qian Hui reacted immediately. This team happened to come here. It is very likely to capture alien plants. Carrot could not sit still, and turned on the electromagnetic induction gun on his neck. It took out the carrot thorns, and waved, woo! Several plants were equipped with new weapons yesterday, just in time to try out the effect. In the distance, a winter melon was running in the woods, trying to get rid of the human behind it. However, its leg was injured just now, and it was not moving fast enough, and stepped on the branches under its feet in a panic, and accidentally fell to the ground. Hearing the footsteps of humans approaching from behind, Winter Melon looked terrified, and hurriedly tried to get up. Chapter 54. The edge of the woods is connected to the ruins of the city. Occasionally, there will be low-level and medium-level zombies wandering around. Usually, the stronger plants do not like to be harassed by zombies, and will live in the depths of the woods. The remaining weaker plants, unable to fight for the territory, have to stay on the outside, and have the opportunity to hunt zombies, and eat crystal cores to improve their strength. This human team that broke into the woods, their target is the plants hiding on the outside, and their combat effectiveness is not high, and their abilities tend to be auxiliary. The first thing they encountered was a rose, which was gorgeous in color, but the sharp thorns it threw out had a high hit rate, and also had a paralyzing effect. After identifying the ability of the rose, the team did not waste time, and simply ignored it, and went around to the other side. It was at this time that the winter melon was targeted, and the camouflage barrier it made with its seeds was exposed, and it was injured by a long-range attack from a human psychic. It fled in a hurry, and fell halfway due to inconvenience in movement, and was about to be caught up. The supernatural being behind him threw a translucent net over. The area of the net was not small, enough to cover the winter melon. The net was flashing with electric currents, which was more useful than ordinary anesthesia guns. Even high-level alien plants could not break free, and would pass out within half a minute. Winter Melon was desperate. At this moment, its eyes flashed. A small yellow mango suddenly appeared and grabbed Winter Melon's leaf hand. Then, the two plants disappeared together, and appeared 2 or 3 meters away half a second later. The electric net was empty, and the supernatural person on the other side was a little surprised. It's a mango, small in size, estimated to be below the intermediate level. The captain raised the transmitter and said to the person on the other end, "Is the ability teleportation? But it looks like the distance is very short. It doesn't look like an attacking type. Let's catch it together." The man hesitated for a moment and replied, "Okay." He raised his hand and signaled the others to continue chasing the winter melon and the mango that came to the door. Among all the supernatural plants, it is relatively rare to help the same kind. But it is also possible that these two plants are in the same area and are familiar with each other. Although recently, it was heard that there was a team of several alien plants that not only cooperated and helped each other, but also had extremely high combat effectiveness, and even broke through a branch of the sky base. But they shouldn't be so unlucky. There are not many people in the team going out this time. If they really encounter it, they can only run for their lives and then report the coordinates to the main base. A team composed of alien plants. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it's really hard to imagine. Several people in the team carried the widest range of detection equipment, and 2 modified cars were parked outside. They would leave immediately if there was any abnormality. Their goal was clear: to capture 2 or 3 auxiliary alien plants, low-level or medium-level ones. After the captain gave the order, the others collected the electric nets on the ground and immediately chased after them. With Mango's help, Wintermelon was surprised and moved, sobbing woo. Mango didn't have time to talk, and pulled it to signal it to run. Its ability was limited, and it could only help so much. If it wanted to teleport again, it would have to wait 2 minutes. 2 minutes seemed short, and Wintermelon was injured and couldn't run fast enough. Mango followed it closely, and when the skill time was up, it used teleportation again. But the maximum distance of teleportation is less than 3 meters. There is no way to escape the pursuit of human superpowers. There are 3 people on the opposite side who deliberately come around from the side, trying to surround them. Realizing that there is no escape, Wintermelon pushed Mango beside him, telling it to leave him alone. Mango was not injured. There is hope that it can escape alone. If it is followed, both plants will be caught. Woo! Wintermelon made a soft sound. Then the next second, Mango disappeared, and then appeared 2 or 3 meters away, and quickly ran into the bushes. It really walked away by itself. Mango didn't even look back. In fact, it was not very familiar with Wintermelon. It seemed that they had a fight last month. Anyway, it had tried its best. It would miss Wintermelon in the future. It found that the 2 plants were moving separately. The psychic who was chasing them threw a long-range attack. 2 clods of earth flew over at high speed. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, Mango lay down and rolled to the side twice, and the clods of earth passed by him. It was almost 2 minutes. Just when it was about to use a skill again, the human psychic behind it suddenly shouted, "Go!" Mango turned his head and looked. The human who was chasing just now was in a panic, as if they were the ones being chased. What happened? Mango was confused. Did they finally find out that they are actually very powerful and were scared? Not far away, Wintermelon was covered by an electric net and fell to the ground. His life or death unknown. The human team didn't even have time to put away the electric net, and abandoned the Wintermelon and quickly retreated out of the woods. At this moment, dozens of radish thorns attacked from high altitude, shattering the defense shield raised by the team. Mango in the grass turned over and climbed up, slowly opening his eyes. It saw a series of plants falling to the ground, including peas, peppers, corn, cactus, a total of 8 plants. At the end of the team, there was a familiar carrot. It kicked the electric net that trapped the Wintermelon and shouted, "Woo!" The big pea wore a small and exquisite mechanical mouthpiece. The green peas it spewed out split into 3. The number increased, but the attack power was almost not weakened. The remaining plants also quickly launched an attack. The pepper seeds and corn balls fell to the ground and exploded, doubling the power. The dragon fruit, star fruit and pomegranate also wore mechanical mouthpieces. The cactus buckled on the arm, which was a little different from them. The thorns it threw out increased dozens of times out of thin air, and had extremely strong penetrating power. The forest was inconvenient. Durian only slightly enlarged its body, rolled towards the human. It also had an electromagnetic gun, and several trees were hit by its thorns on the way, immediately leaving a pile of charred holes. Corn had 2 weapons, both tied around its neck, but its sprayer seemed to be effective only when it was charged to attack, and its energy had not been fully recovered at this moment, so it couldn't be used. And there were only 8 people on the opposite side. Carrots and big peas could take care of them all, bringing so many plants here, mainly to try out the power of new weapons. The plant team that came was classified as a mechanical team by Carrot. Durian was very happy to be in the same team with Carrot again, and rushed to the front bravely. Compared with Durian, Big P was lazy and just attacked the opponent. It felt that it didn't need to attack at all, so it retreated to the back and squatted down to check the situation of Wintermelon. Wintermelon had injuries, but it should be fine. Just knocked out by the electric grid. P took out the pills prepared by Qianhui in advance, opened Wintermelon's mouth and stuffed them in. The pill melts in the mouth. Don't worry about it not working. After Big P finished all this, he heard a rustling sound around him. He turned his head and saw a small yellow mango squatting not far away, with sparkling eyes. Carrot led the team to attack with all their strength, beating the opponent without any chance to fight back. These humans wore basically uniform clothes, with 2 icons printed on their cuffs, one of which was from the sky base, mostly from one of their branches, or had a great connection with the sky base. Carrots had no scruples now. They were the ones who provoked them, so they had to pay the price. Finally, the plant team chased out of the woods, blew up all the modified cars parked outside, and completely eliminated all the members of the team. Chili searched the bodies on purpose, found a good transmitter, and prepared to take it back. In the depths of the woods on the other side, Qianhui waited anxiously until Mimosa said carrots were progressing very smoothly, and then he felt relieved. He waited for a long time again, and saw a bunch of plants flying back from the sky, and received a game prompt at the same time. The 11th camp conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 100. The plant team returned. There was a strange winter melon hanging on the end of the radish thorn. It had woken up now, and its leg injury had mostly healed. After being put down, it timidly hid behind the bushes, looking around carefully. In addition to the winter melon, Big P also held a mango in his hand. Seeing the mango, Little Mushroom's eyes lit up, jumped off the head of the piranha plant and ran over. It circled around the mango and passed half a biscuit in its hand. Mango took it without hesitation and stuffed a few bites into his mouth. Chili turned off the electromagnetic gun on his neck, ran quickly to Qianhui, and handed him the transmitter. The transmitter had no password and was easy to use. Under the guidance of Nanting Jin, Qianhui sent a message to the person at the top of the communication record, which showed X-Management. All your people have died. If you dare to arrest and abuse alien plants, it will again. You will end up the same way. There is currently no base that can provide shelter for alien plants. And Qianhui cannot help all plants at the same time. This message is a threat and warning to humans. If those people are afraid of death, they will definitely restrain themselves. Chili was also watching from the side, carefully writing down the steps of using the transmitter. After Qianhui sent the message, it temporarily put away the transmitter and put it in its backpack. The crisis was resolved this time, and the 2 plants were successfully rescued. Qianhui had to leave and could not delay too much time. He found Donghua hiding behind the bushes and gently comforted him. Don't be afraid. Donghua had never seen so many special-grade alien plants in his life. He was both frightened and uneasy, and shrank back and dared not move. Seeing this, Qianhui bought some food and pills and put them aside. Winter Melon was too timid, and they were in a hurry to get on the road, so it was not realistic to take away all the plants they encountered. It was safe around here, and there were several special-grade alien plants with residual auras, so other plants dared not approach for a while. Winter Melon could stay to heal, and the food was enough to support it until the aura completely dissipated. Qianhui had not expected the other plant to be brought back, but turned around and saw a familiar mango fighting with the Big P. It was more like playing than fighting. Mango swung his fist vigorously, hitting Big P's waist. Big P held the tree trunk motionless, making a woo sound from time to time, indicating that the massage was good, and asked it to use more force. Hearing what P said, Mango got a little angry, and ran to beat Cabbage again, but was stopped by Cabbage. The Cabbage was in a hurry. Only one of the leaf boxing gloves was put on, and he wanted to give it a punch. Mango relied on his ability to teleport and dodged in an instant. He snorted provocatively, and was suddenly picked up by someone. Qianhui squatted down and touched Mango's head. It seems quite lively. He remembered this mango. It was caught by Carrot once. It probably hid nearby. Little Mushroom looked for it everywhere in the morning, although it was a low-level alien plant. Little Mushroom liked it. It would be nice to have it as a playmate. Qianhui asked seriously, "Do you want to stay?" Mango sat obediently in his palm, tilting his head to think seriously. Mango had seen this group of plants around him. They suddenly came to this forest one day, traveling together in large numbers, and followed by a strange zombie and a human with a bad smell. The carrot had even grabbed him, but he didn't hurt him later. He also discovered that these plants have a lot of delicious food, and he had secretly stolen some yesterday. These plants are also of high level. Mango knew that, but he was always brave, and every time he fought with other high-level alien plants in the woods, the high-level alien plants would always be happy for a long time, and let Mango snatch the food and run away. Over time, Mango felt that all high-level alien plants were just like that, not powerful at all. Until recently, the plant team descended from the sky, and was extremely brave, and killed all the bad guys. Mango admired him and asked P to bring him over. It nodded and made a whoop sound. Qianhui smiled and reached out to touch Mango. So good. Mango took the opportunity to hug his fingers and sniff them. Qianhui's breath was particularly pleasant. Mango didn't want to fight him at all, and tilted her head to rub her fingertips. So, the plant team had a new member. Mango was brought back by Wando, and followed it, and entered the mouth of the piranha plant. After all the plants came in, Qianhui and Nantingjin sat on the back of the plant's neck, and the piranha plant raised its head and shuttled through the woods. After leaving the woods, the piranha plant quickly moved towards the Black Ridge Mountain. After its back completely disappeared in the ruins, a high-level zombie came to the edge of the woods. It held the head of Zombie King 03 in its hand, sniffed the air with its nose twitching, and then turned and left. 2 days later, inside the Black Ridge Mountain base, Yuanji stood on the observation deck on the side of the inner gate, holding up the telescope in his hand. At the end of his sight, there were several modified cars driving towards the base. There were also several subordinates standing by. Their faces were not very good. They were restless or worried. They came so quickly. One of them whispered, "The one surnamed Wen is determined to capture this place. Since they suspect that the leader has returned, why not open the door and let them come in to search? Use your brain. If you really open the door, do you think it's as simple as searching?" Another person asked Yuanji, "Captain, what should we do now?" Yuanji put down the telescope and said coldly, "Defend the gate. Wait for them to take action first and then fight back. But if there are too many of them..." Yuanji also forcibly detained a group of people with impure minds, such as Shan Jun and his men, and the base's combat power was reduced. The stored supplies can last for a long time, but I am afraid that when Ju's influence is too great, and he really summons enough supernatural people, it will be a fierce battle, and the chances of winning are not high. What are you afraid of? Yuanji was not worried at all. The leader will come back, and it will be fine for 2 or 3 days. But, will Nantingjin really come back? The others looked at each other, and said nothing more. After so long, there was no news from Nantingjin, and Yuanji suddenly said that he had contacted him. However, even Yuanji didn't know the specific situation, where he went, and when he would arrive. Moreover, even if Nantingjin came back, he might not have a 100% chance of winning. Chapter 55. The modified cars on the outside parked one after another at the entrance of the base. The one in the lead was the Sky base, and the ones behind it, judging by the logos on the cars, were from at least 6 different bases. Yuanji was not surprised by this. Nowadays, most of the superpowers rely on the drugs from the Sky base, which are fast-acting and have no side effects, and much more convenient than ordinary comfort methods. All along, Wen Ju was almost a prophet, and any of his decisions were never wrong. Especially for some small bases that have finally moved into the big security zone and are in great need of objects to rely on. Now is a good time to show off. At present, the number of psychics is also within Yuanji's expectations. The outer door of the base was closed, and no one came out to greet them. The other side probably guessed that they would not cooperate, and only stayed at the door for half an hour. Then, the modified car behind began to move, surrounding the outside of the base. But they did not launch an attack immediately, but tried to deter in this way, and give some time to consider, so that the Black Ridge Mountain base would compromise on its own. As for how much time they will give, it is hard to say. Yuanji has already issued the order, and everyone is on high alert. They must wait for the other side to make the first move before they fight back. He took the time to look at the communicator, and there was no new information. Nantingjin had not arrived yet, and was still on the way. Seeing that the base was surrounded, the subordinates beside him said again, "With so many people coming, aren't they afraid that they will be attacked by the zombies?" Yuanji snorted coldly. "It is probably the old man named Wen again. What kind of guarantee did he make to them? Wen Ju's ability is foresight. How could they not take precautions in advance for such a big thing as attacking the Black Ridge Mountain base? They must have chosen a time. This is also an important reason why many people in the base are worried. They think that even if Nantingjin returns in time, he may not be able to resolve the crisis. Wen Ju may know that this siege is bound to win. So he sent people here. Unless he has other purposes. Even if he fails, he doesn't care at all. But such an idea is unlikely. It's just that the people in the base are used to freedom, unwilling to go elsewhere. And they all have tempers. If they really can't win and the base is completely occupied, it's no big deal. They won't be cowards, who are slaughtered at will. Take the incident when the people from the Sky Base died in the back mountain of the restricted area. Didn't Wenju insist on coming in? The meaningless search warrant, what exactly was he looking for in the back mountain, hasn't been explained to them clearly until now. As for those alien plants, they were lurking inside before, and didn't hurt anyone. Maybe their purpose was just to take away the giant nuts. If you ask me, why did those alien plants specifically kill people from the Sky Base? Isn't it to seek revenge? Do alien plants seek revenge? I haven't heard of it. In their impression, alien plants hate both zombies and humans, and they can't tell which kind they hate. While the outside world is saying that someone can control special-grade plants, most people don't really believe it. If there is really a way to make special-grade plants obedient, the Sky Base would have been successful long ago. Who is the one that the leader brought back earlier and left with him? Is he really controlling the special-grade plants? Who knows? Maybe it was all made up by Wenju. After all, no one of them went to the back mountain that day, and they were not even sure whether Nanting Jin and Qian Hui were really there. Everyone had different thoughts. Yuan Ji turned around. Okay. Don't guess. Just wait for the leader to come back. A subordinate couldn't help asking, when will the leader come back? On the way, Yuan Ji said. Don't worry. He will come back. Originally, he planned to take people to pick him up in person, but he was afraid of being followed, which would be even more unsafe. Now we can only hope Nanting Jin can be faster. Before leaving, Yuan Ji wanted to say something, but stopped. He actually didn't know what was going on between Nanting Jin and the alien plants. He had asked a few questions in a roundabout way in the previous communication, but Nanting Jin didn't reply. Since he is coming back now, then he should have nothing to do with those alien plants. Right? Yuan Ji sighed silently, looked down at the communicator again, and hurried downstairs with the two of them. On the other side, inside the Sky Base, Wenju's subordinates put away the communicator and reported the latest progress to him. We are ready, and there are 2 teams on the way, expected to arrive before 3 p.m. The window of the attic was open a crack, and the hot water in the cup on the table had already cooled down. Wenju closed his eyes and replied, "Yeah." His face didn't look good again, and his physical condition was obviously not good. Too many things have happened recently. In order to prevent himself from getting lost, he took double the dosage of drugs and forced himself to stay awake. Wenju didn't take these drugs much before. His condition was too serious, and he hoped to find other ways to solve the problem completely. In addition, although the drugs are effective, they are still somewhat addictive. People in the Sky Base have to strictly limit the dosage when using them themselves. Moreover, Wenju's ability is special. Even if he gets lost, the symptoms are still mild, and not fatal for the time being. The subordinates beside him have not left yet, and asked again, will Nanting Jin really go back? Yes. Wenju opened his eyes. Because I can't see the result. Because he can't see it. It must be related to Nanting Jin. He will return to Black Ridge Mountain. In addition to him, Qian Hui and those alien plants will also appear with a high probability. The failure of the ability can make this more certain. The subordinates hesitated, and seemed to not understand. Sir, isn't it too risky to do this? It's come to this. Wenju picked up a red mechanical device on the table. I can't care so much. The incident of the team transporting supplies being attacked some time ago has also been basically resolved. Qiyu successfully completed the mission, brought back more than 10 children, and placed them in the Yunchuan base. I also heard that a group of familiar alien plants killed the zombie king Black Lagoon and participated in the rescue. Wenju's face was cold. Ridiculous. Just because you killed a zombie king, you regarded the alien plants as your lifesavers? The Yunchuan base even sent a message in a pretentious manner, asking if they were the ones on the list of assignments. Wenju did not reply, and he did not have the energy to intervene in the matter. He raised his hand to let his subordinates go out, picked up the cold tea on the table, and took a few more pills. There are 2 medicine bottles on hand. One is to suppress the state of being lost, and the other can greatly enhance the superpower in a short period of time. Wenju has long discovered that human superpowers can also burst out energy attack like mutant plants. For example, the superpower is calming down. Usually, it can only soothe the superpower's emotions and prevent him from entering a state of being lost. Once it breaks out, it can temporarily control a person's behavior. However, there are too few superpowers who can do this. Under the influence of drugs, there is only a hope of trying. In addition, most of the high-level abilities awakened by humans are offensive or purely defensive, and the gains after the explosion are nothing special. Wenju is interested in Nantingjin for this reason. He wants to know where the upper limit of Nantingjin's ability is. As for the medicine that can improve superpowers in a short period of time, he would never take it before, thinking that he did not need to rely on external forces. Until a few days ago, he took the wrong medicine bottle when he had a headache and accidentally took 2 or 3 pills. The room in the attic was empty. There was no one else except Wenju. He leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. Occasionally, there were footsteps of his subordinates passing by downstairs. The curtain swayed gently, and a cool breeze blew in, blowing some paper documents on the table. Suddenly, the wind stopped abruptly, and everything became quiet. The corner of the document that was lifted up seemed to be frozen, and then slowly fell in a very small arc. The wind blew again, and Wenju suddenly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently, and his forehead was full of sweat. He picked up the teacup and drank it all, and collapsed on the chair weakly. In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Before 3 o'clock, several modified vehicles arrived outside the Black Ridge Mountain base, which were the support of the other 2 bases. According to the deployment made in advance, all teams stood guard in all directions, almost surrounding the entire base to prevent anyone from sneaking out. However, because there were too many superpowers summoned this time, and they all came from different bases and different safety zones, some people were still worried. In the 2 newly arrived teams, one of the captains contacted someone familiar with another base and quietly asked, "Did the Sky base also guarantee you that there would be no zombie raids in the near future?" The other party replied, "Yes. We sent people out to investigate. And for some reason, some of the middle and high-level zombies that were originally wandering around the base disappeared. Anyway, it seems to be okay." Many bases trust Wenju. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, I understand." He put away the transmitter, waited for the order from the Sky base, and patiently waited for the opportunity. At the same time, in the distance, in a high-risk area, several zombies shuttled through the messy ruins, came to the central area, and all gathered together. There was a high-rise building in front that had not collapsed, and a zombie king stood on it. Its physique was extremely strong, 3 times taller than ordinary zombies, covered with hideous muscles, and black blood vessels surging under the skin. Seeing the large number of zombies summoned from the high-rise building, the zombie king roared, and a broken wall beside him was instantly shattered. Its red eyes were filled with anger, and it crushed a black head at its feet. The remains of the head fell to the ground without any shape, but it could be distinguished from the breath that it belonged to Zombie King 03. A large number of zombies responded to the huge figure on the high-rise building, and bursts of roars followed. When night fell, the team led by the Sky base was still guarding outside the Black Ridge Mountain. The base was pitch black, and there were no lights on anywhere, which made the atmosphere even more tense. Yuan-ji stood on the observation deck, but his eyes were looking into the distance. His face was as gloomy as water, and he held the communicator in his hand. Just now, Nantingjin sent a message, saying that he would be here soon. He came back just in time. It was already dark, and those people outside might not be able to wait any longer. Under the moonlight, the 2 rows of modified cars at the door flashed with cold metallic light. Yuan-ji also had a small real-time communicator on his ear. After a moment, the guard in charge of the investigation reported, "They moved." Outside, the 2 teams had quietly left the modified cars and approached the south wall. 2 of them put their hands in front of the wall and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a strong airflow formed a circle, like a knife that cuts through iron, and rushed directly to the bottom of the wall, trying to open an entrance. The base was also well prepared. The airflow had just penetrated the wall half an inch, and the psychics on the top of the wall were waiting for this moment. They immediately raised the defense shield and shook away the people closest to the wall. The counterattack also began at this moment. The first group of psychics who took action first released long-range attacks, and dozens of fireballs illuminated the night sky and were thrown quickly outside. After the fireball fell, a large mass of dark clouds gathered together, and electric currents flashed in the clouds. The walls of the Black Ridge Mountain base were very strong, and because of the terrain advantage, The teams outside could not find shelter, but they had more people, and they also had enough defense. The current goal was to consume the people inside. The two sides continued to attack each other, and the defense shield was broken and immediately filled. It was obvious that the speed of the Black Ridge Mountain base was slower. Yuanji arranged a team to guard the outer gate again, and looked at the dark night again, estimating how long they could hold out. Didn't he say he would be back soon? Where are the people? In the corner of the road at the foot of the mountain, no one noticed, a red shadow flashed by. A red pepper wore a black mask, covering most of its face. With a rounder body, looking like a sweet pepper, it moved very fast, and in a blink of an eye it came near a modified car. The sweet pepper concealed its breath, held 2 pepper seed darts in its hand, and carefully observed the scene in front of it. What was this doing? Humans fighting humans. The sweet pepper squinted and looked at it, touched his chin. Interesting. I don't know which side is stronger. If the ones inside can't beat them, it will secretly kill a few of the ones outside. If the ones outside can't beat them, in this case, it's a little difficult to sneak into the base, but it's not impossible to try. No. It's more interesting when both sides are evenly matched. Before the stealth skill was about to expire, Sweet Pepper turned around and left quickly, retreating to a safer distance and hiding. It was carrying a black bag on its back, and took out 2 pieces of bread that had been there for who knows how long, took a bite, and watched the show while eating. Halfway through, Sweet Pepper suddenly smelled a familiar scent, and immediately turned his head to look behind him. His eyes were puzzled and surprised. After thinking for a while, he retreated a little further to ensure that he would not be discovered. At this moment, the defense shield of the Black Ridge Mountain base rose for the 6th time. The wall was still safe, but the defense of the outer gate was the weakest. Several people took the opportunity to break in, and fought with the team left behind. Yuanji rushed to help, and seriously injured 2 people. The other side retreated. A violent explosion sounded from the back. The guards in that direction did not respond in the real-time communication. The situation is currently unknown. If this goes on, we can only hold out until tomorrow afternoon at most. Yuanji was calm and composed, and asked 2 subordinates to bring the prepared bombs over, intending to place them by the door. Although he had been telling everyone that the leader would definitely come back, Yuanji had prepared for the worst in all his arrangements and plans. There was another explosion in the back, and the guard finally reported that 2 people were injured and temporarily replaced. Yuanji was about to go and take a look, but his steps suddenly stopped. He slowly lowered his head, and a piece of gravel under his feet trembled slightly. The ground was shaking constantly, and the shaking gradually intensified. Yuanji turned around in surprise, and immediately stepped on the guardrail to stand on a high place, and took out the night vision binoculars. However, he did not find Nantingjin's figure. What appeared at the end of his sight was a huge, oval-shaped nut. Yuanji's face flashed with confusion and shock. He turned on the real-time communication beside his ear, but he didn't know how to explain the situation to others. Chapter 56. At this moment, Yuanji's mind flashed through many possibilities. Of course, he recognized this giant nut, a special-grade alien plant that had been sleeping in the back mountain for a long time, and suddenly disappeared on the day of the accident. Yuanji had also thought that Nantingjin was involved with the alien plant, and whether he would bring the alien plant back, but this idea was too bold, and he did not dare to think deeply. So, what is the situation? Don't tell him that. It was the nut that missed the old site, and rushed back to help. No. The most likely possibility is that the alien plant was also preparing to raid the Black Ridge Mountain base, and accidentally chose the same day as Wenju. Just as Yuanji was stunned, the psychic at the edge of the wall also saw the giant nut rolling. It was huge, but agile, and it could easily jump over the ruins. With a few loud bangs, the nut approached quickly. Everyone inside and outside the wall was shocked, watching the giant nut crush several modified cars. The guards at the lookout tower felt difficulty breathing, and reported in the communication with gritted teeth, special-grade alien plants were found. The alien plants took this opportunity to attack the Black Ridge Mountain base. Everyone's first reaction was the same. In a blink of an eye, the giant nut crushed several more cars, and was closer to the wall. The incident happened suddenly, and the team on the outside had no time to ask the commander-in-chief, and immediately chose to avoid it. They didn't know this special-grade alien plant, but they could see that its power was almost terrifying, and its body defense attribute was extremely high, so it couldn't be attacked head-on. If this alien plant was heading for the Black Ridge Mountain base, They didn't need to intervene at this time. Moreover, the giant nut was an alien plant on the list of delegates, and if it came, did that mean that other alien plants were coming too? In the chaos, only the people in the sky base were the calmest. They didn't seem to be too surprised. The captain sent a message and quietly retreated to a safer place with his subordinates. The most desperate people at the moment were the people at the Black Ridge Mountain base. They had little chance of winning, and they thought that they might have a chance if they waited until Nanting came back. But what they got was a giant nut. Now they had to resist the alien team outside and the alien plants. But even so, the aliens guarding the wall did not give up. They tried their best to strengthen the defense shield and tried to withstand the impact of the giant nut. However, when the giant nut was about to hit the wall, it suddenly stopped, then turned flexibly and rolled to the side. It always kept a certain distance from the wall, so it would not hit the wall and the defense shield, and it could force the team outside to retreat. Everyone in the base was stunned, until UNG shouted in the communication, "It's here to help us." They almost thought they had heard it wrong, and UNG continued to order, "Don't hurt it." At this time, the giant nut had rolled a full circle outside the base, and the besieging team was injured. Finally, it stood at the gate, swayed its body, and split into another identical giant nut. The second giant nut stood beside the main body, and then split into the third, the fourth, the 10th. 10 giant nuts in total, completely surrounded the outside of the base, clearly in a protective posture. This is the violent skill of the nut, which splits into 10 of itself at the same time, and lasts for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, although there are still gaps between the 10 nuts, it can still bring great benefits to the base. The sudden reversal shocked the team outside. What was this special plant doing? Was it going to protect the Black Ridge Mountain base? Before everyone could react, the strange thing happened again. In the sky, a large amount of orange-radish rain broke through the night sky and attacked the outside of the base. At the same time, a long string of objects flew over quickly and landed on the top of one of the nuts. In the nearest observation tower at the edge of the wall, a guard looked carefully. That was a mutant plant holding each other in a line, hanging on a radish thorn. There were more than 10 plants, including corn, pepper, potato, cactus, star fruit, dragon fruit, carrot, tulip, pea, etc. They were of medium to small size, wearing armor of different sizes, some of which looked like helmets, and almost all of them carried gray mini backpacks. There were also several plants, wearing small and exquisite iron-mouth guards on their faces, which looked very unusual. The guard looked dazed, picked up the transmitter, and did not speak for a long time. Are these plants here to attack the base? Then, the plant team began to act. The piranha plant did not come. At Carrot's command, the heavy attack team led by Durian rolled to the ground, changing their size to the maximum. The light attack team was divided into armed and unarmed, evenly distributed everywhere, staying on top of Nuts' heads to be responsible for long-range attacks. The assisting gorilla team led by Cabbage, whose members were Bamboo Shoots and Clover, these 3 plants could do whatever they wanted, with the highest degree of freedom. Tulip and Fortune Tree stayed in the safest position. Tulip's skill range was very wide, and it could provide attack bonuses for almost all the psychics in the base, and the nuts and plants on the edge. The Fortune Tree is a backup auxiliary. Without the Sunflower, if the plants are injured or need to replenish energy, they can return to its protective shield to take medicine. After arranging everything, the plants spread out and attacked all the teams in the outer sight. Carrot stood on the head of the main body nut, and split out a second wave of carrot thorns. It held the helmet, turned its head and looked over, just in time to meet the sight of the guard on the observation tower. Carrot stared. "Woo! What are you standing there for?" There are 2 psychics beside the guards. Seeing the plant team falling from the sky, they were all shocked and could not recover for a long time. In the real-time communication between the ears of several people, Yuan-Ji also shouted, "What are you all standing there for?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook again. But this time it was not because of Nut. Not far from the base, a large area of uncleaned ruins was like boiling sea water. Broken walls rose from the ground, and the modified car on the side of the road was blown away by the huge force. The wind and waves swept in, and every grain of dust seemed to be under control, turning into an extremely dangerous killing weapon, cutting the body of the invader. Nanting Jean is back. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed at some point, and the brighter moonlight illuminated everything. When everyone in the base saw the scene, They finally came back to their senses from the shock brought by the alien plants. It's the leader. Although they were still confused, they found that the alien plants outside were protecting the base, and they had no idea what was going on. But who cares? Nan Tingjin returned in time, and with the assistance of a large number of alien plants, the current situation is very favorable. The base erupted in cheers, and a new round of long-range attacks passed the giant nut and accurately attacked the team outside. The plant team was also very brave, especially the ones equipped with new weapons. Durian exploded wherever it came into contact with. Pepper seeds and corn balls had small electromagnetic bomb functions, and the attacks of cactus, pitaya, pomegranate and carambola increased by dozens of times, and a pit was created with each throw. The corn was full of excitement, and could not wait to burst out with energy. It grew and shrank in size, and the corn jelly it spit out was broken into small pieces under the action of the sprayer, and the attack range was expanded by 2 or 3 times. The corrosive jelly fragments melted the defense shield of the opponent's mutant, like a spider web made of jelly, forcing several people to stick to their companions. Corn. He laughed, buried his head, and ate a few mana pills, and continued to throw electromagnetic corn balls. The joint offensive of the base and the plant team was too fierce. The team outside was completely defeated, and had to avoid the ruins and stones from the back, or worry about becoming a target of control, and being unable to move in the next second. The captain of the sky base is the commander-in-chief, and there is no next step order until now. The teams on all sides can't care so much, and immediately prepare to evacuate. They gathered in one direction tacitly, and forced to break through and retreat. All the modified cars near the base were damaged, and only a few were left. However, when all the teams retreated to a certain distance, the plant team quieted down. The gate of the base was still closed, and the people inside had no intention of continuing to pursue. This was very clear. They just wanted to protect the base, and would not kill them all for the time being. The team from the sky base was also among the retreating crowd. It was too dark, and everyone was dressed similarly, so it was impossible to tell which base they were from. While no one was paying attention, several psychics quietly held a red device in their hands. This device was used on Nan Tingjin in the restricted area of the Black Ridge Mountain base, and it had some effect. Once the device is triggered, it will form a sound wave that is difficult to capture within the range, and affect the state of human superpowers. At the least, it will make the superpowers unable to be used for a short period of time, and at the worst, it will make the superpowers lost, but it will not be abnormal immediately, but it will be like taking a chronic poison. This thing, the sky base has made it a long time ago, and has never been shown to the outside world. Several people confirmed that the protection in their ears was plugged in, looked at each other from a distance, and pressed the device at the same time. Several layers of sound waves exploded at the same time, with a wider range than the last time. Even some people at the Black Ridge Mountain base were affected. Everyone felt a buzz in their heads, and suddenly felt waves of indescribable dizziness and discomfort. The protective shield that rose in the front disappeared, and the team's retreat paused. When the discomfort eased a little, someone was the first to react. "My superpower can't be used." "Me too. What's going on?" At this time, someone said, "It must be an alien plant. There's a mutant pepper on the list of delegates, which can make superpowers temporarily ineffective." Many people have heard of the ability of the mutant pepper, and they have no doubts at all. But this is not the time to delve into these things. The crisis has not been resolved yet. Now that we cannot use our superpowers for the time being, the most important thing is to escape as soon as possible. Everyone carried medicine with them, quickly took some, and continued to retreat to the rear. There were 3 intact modified vehicles, and they were arranged to take the most seriously injured first. Someone immediately contacted the nearest base nearby, and asked for assistance. The siege lasted less than 2 hours, and the operation was completely declared a failure. When the team retreated a distance, a masked bell pepper appeared behind the stones on the roadside. It stared at the people going away, and then looked at the giant nut that protected the base. The mutant pepper. It's definitely not it. It doesn't have that skill. So, when did the nuts and carrots get mixed up with humans? And they found a new pepper to replace it? Although after coming here, the plants in the yard had no intention of traveling together, and they went their separate ways. But the sweet pepper was still indignant, and snorted coldly. It slowly retreated to the position where it had been squatting before, and continued to inquire about the situation. On the other side, just as the sound waves of the device burst, the little mushroom in Qian Hui's pocket came out. It looked around in confusion, and sneezed a little. Qian Hui touched the cap of the little mushroom, and through the gap between the teeth of the piranha plant, looked at the dark night sky in the distance. The plant team went to help. Nan Tingjin also left temporarily, and the piranha plant stayed, responsible for protecting Qian Hui and the remaining plants. Xiao Baokai hugged Qian Hui's hem, and the soft vine and morning glory were entangled in his hand. Big Cherry squatted on the edge of the sharp teeth of the piranha plant. Mango leaned next to it. Woo! Mango quietly asked Big Cherry, when can they be sent out to fight and participate in the mission? Big Cherry scratched his head and thought for a while, and replied, Woo! It should be okay after eating. Mango seemed to understand, and was thinking. Qian Hui checked the status in the illustration at any time, and suddenly received a game prompt. The 12th faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 500 so much. Qian Hui looked up in surprise, and saw the giant nuts protecting the base in the distance disappear one by one, and finally only the main body was left. This was a previously agreed signal, which means the problem has been solved and it is completely safe. The piranha plant also saw it, and immediately got up and rushed over. On the way, the piranha plant first found Nan Tingjin, who was acting alone. He deliberately waited on the road that he had to pass. The piranha plant stopped and opened its mouth. Qian Hui poked out a small part of her face. Xiao Jin. The victory of the camp conflict was much faster than expected. Nan Tingjin did not seem to be injured, but when he entered the mouth of the piranha plant, Qian Hui found that his body temperature was very high. Qian Hui suddenly became a little nervous, and leaned in to touch the side of Nan Tingjin's face. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Nan Tingjin held his slightly cold palm, and whispered, Nothing. Not long ago, he felt a little uncomfortable, but was forced to suppress it. Probably because he was far away from the center of the sound wave. He was only affected a little bit, and his supernatural power could be used normally. This symptom was similar to the time in the back mountain of the restricted area. If it was the sky base, the teams from all sides had not left yet, and they didn't care at all. Nan Tingjin took out the communicator and sent a message to UNG. The piranha plant kept moving. Seeing that Nan Tingjin's face was not very good, Qian Hui bought a panacea. He sat next to Nan Tingjin and saw the content of the message. He roughly guessed it. What should I do? Qian Hui was worried. Should I take some other medicine? Don't worry. Nan Tingjin took the pill from him. Just rest for a few days. UNG's reply came almost immediately. Only the mutants should be affected. The mutant plants were all safe and sound. The team that came to besiege, the symptoms should be the most serious. This time, when Ju's target for attacking the base also included those people. But no matter what, the Black Ridge Mountain base suffered the least loss. Nan Tingjin reached out and hugged Qian Hui into his arms, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply, suppressing the depression in his heart. Soon after, the piranha plant arrived at the gate of the base. The gate of the base had been open for a long time, and the nut shrunk in size, just in case, became a medium-sized nut of 2 meters high. The other plants participating in the battle waited beside it, and when they saw the piranha plant coming, they all stepped forward to greet it, and entered the base with it. Inside the base, Yuan Ji also hurried over with his subordinates. The besieging team left, and he received a message from Nan Tingjin, and had someone open the outer gate in advance. But the inner gate had not been moved. Through a heavy iron gate, he saw a group of alien plants entering the base, approaching along the road. Several aliens retreated far away, and most people, like Yuan Ji, stayed inside the inner gate. When they arrived in front of the inner gate, the carnivorous plant lowered its head and opened its mouth, and several more strange plants jumped out from inside. Then, a familiar figure appeared. Everyone held their breath unconsciously, seeing Nan Tingjin turn around, holding a silver-haired boy, and stepping out of the mouth of the carnivorous plant. The boy had silver hair and red eyes, outstanding appearance, and a familiar figure. He was holding a slightly glowing sunflower in his arms. Wait, silver hair? Red eyes? Yuan Ji's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at this scene. When the two came out, the carnivorous plant raised its head, and its huge body cast a large shadow, which was more oppressive than the previous nut. It was on alert, with sharp eyes, as if ready to attack at any time. Nan Tingjin protected Qian Hui by his side, and raised his eyes and said, Open the door. Chapter 57. The surroundings were silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Although there were 2 doors in the base, the inner door was the most important, but opening the outer door would allow the alien plants to enter and exit the base freely. But they also knew that, without the help of the alien plants, the base could not be defended at all. Moreover, they had seen the power of the giant nuts, and if these alien plants wanted to force their way into the base, they would not be able to defend it. Now that they saw Nanting Jean and the alien plants together, and that they were safe and sound, they finally felt relieved. But the one standing next to him, silver hair and red eyes, these are the characteristics of a zombie appearance, but other than that, Qian Hui looks more like a human. Is he the same boy that Nanting Jean personally brought back to the base last time? At that time, he covered his eyes with a cloth, and his hair color was quite special. Looking at those large and small alien plants, they all gathered around Qian Hui, seemingly protecting him, rather than Nanting Jean. Nut was behind Qian Hui. Carrot took off his helmet, and squatted on one of Qian Hui's shoulders. There was also a cabbage, and a big pea, guarding closely beside Qian Hui. The aura of these alien plants was strong, and they were all special grade. Yuan Ji quickly understood, and when Qian Hui first entered the base, she must have used a disguise. He also said a few words to Qian Hui. A human who can drive alien plants and has zombie characteristics? His cognition suffered a huge shock. Yuan Ji took a deep breath and went forward to open the door himself. When the inner door was also opened, the big bee took action first. It rolled forward a little, stopped in the middle of the road, raised its head, and looked around. Cabbage and durian followed closely behind, and corn and potatoes walked in swaggeringly, observing everywhere. Cherry followed potato, and mango followed cherry. When passing by Yuan Ji, Mango felt that this human should be more powerful, and kicked him hard. Yuan Ji looked straight ahead and shouted, "Chief!" When he found that he did not fight back, Mango curled his lips and ran away quickly. Yuan Ji's tone was complicated, and he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Do you need to arrange accommodation for the guests?" Nanting Jean turned to look at Qian Hui. Qian Hui quickly replied, "No. They just follow me," as if she had sensed Yuan Ji's deliberately hidden tension and uneasiness. Qian Hui added in a low voice, "They are very well behaved. They won't hurt anyone at will." Yuan Ji's real-time communication was not closed yet, and this conversation was transmitted to the back, and many people heard it. Very well behaved? Everyone looked at the big peas and cabbages, who were staring at them, holding two thorny carrots in their hands. The nut had shrunk a lot, but there was still a giant carnivorous plant, its sharp fangs flashing coldly under the moonlight. Not to mention the group of alien plants wearing exquisite helmets. Each of them was brave and ferocious, with super high combat effectiveness. Yuan Ji smiled. "Okay. Go in first," Nanting Jean said. "Prepare a car." Qian Hui hugged the sunflower in her arms and followed Nanting Jean into the inner door. The remaining plants also entered together. The carnivorous plant and nut fell to the back. The nut jumped again, and its heavy body hit the ground, shaking the people around him so that their heartbeats were unstable. The thick flower stem of the man-eating plant slid past, and its dark eyes kept scanning. A modified car approached, and Yuan Ji asked the people inside to get out, and he sat in the driver's seat. Qian Hui and Nanting Jean were in the back seat. The base was very large, and the plants didn't know the way. In order to prevent them from running around, they also got in the car. The small ones just squeezed in Qian Hui's arms, or squeezed next to Nanting Jean. Some of them couldn't sit, so they had to go to the front row, or simply climb onto the roof. Yuan Ji remained calm, and a big red cherry suddenly jumped into the open window beside him. It looked around, and there was another mango and a cactus, and the four-leaf clover followed closely behind. Several plants crowded on the passenger seat, and the shrunken piranha and nut also came. Nut skillfully jumped into Qian Hui's arms, and the piranha stared at the passenger seat, and several plants quickly moved to leave space for it. The piranha slowly slid in, and Yuan Ji held the steering wheel tightly, trying to adjust his breathing. Mango was pushed aside, and simply jumped onto the platform in front, and found a place to squat. It was very curious, and reached out to touch everywhere, and Yuan Ji was speechless when he saw this. At this time, a little bamboo shoot also jumped in. It found that there was no room in the passenger seat, so it also chose the front platform. The little bamboo shoot sat next to Mango, took the things in his hand, and put them back in place, and gently made a woo sound, signaling it to be more cautious, and not to touch anything at will. Mango was quite obedient at this time. Sitting still, Yuan Ji couldn't help looking over, and happened to meet the little bamboo shoot's eyes. The little bamboo shoot nodded politely to him, sat upright and looked away. Cabbage and peas climbed onto the roof, carrots, durian also climbed onto the roof. The view from the roof was the best. Carrot looked around, knocked the roof, with the radish thorns in his hand, indicating that everyone had come up. Nantingjin said, "Go back to my place." Yuanji carefully turned the car around and drove towards the residential area of the base. On the way, Cactus and Clover looked out through the car window, and a small mushroom also came out of Qian Hui's pocket. Lights were lit everywhere in the base, and many plants saw the place where humans normally live for the first time, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Although the plants don't like humans very much. This is Nantingjin's base. And Nantingjin is a human belonging to Qian Hui. They don't know what boyfriend means. Anyway, Nantingjin and Qian Hui have a close relationship, which is probably what it means. Anyway, this base is safe, and the plants are getting bolder. The cactus glimpsed several tall buildings in the distance and exclaimed woo. Yuanji deliberately slowed down the car while talking to Nantingjin. He talked about the recent situation. Those people listen too much to Wenju's words. I'm afraid they can be sent to die. Probably because the Black Ridge Mountain base has the least demand for medicine. And its contact with the Sky base is limited to partial delegation. And it does not need Wenju's ability to help do anything. And it can't quite understand the support of other bases for Wenju. Previously, the branch of the Sky base was captured, and Wenju's research on supernatural powers was exposed. Such a shameless thing was actually suppressed by him threatening with drugs. I guess he must have a backup plan. Yuanji continued. This man looks decent, but he is actually very sinister. But he couldn't figure it out. Isn't Wenju's supernatural power for foresight? If he wants to capture the Black Ridge Mountain base, he can't fail to make full preparations. And when the outer team evacuated, there was a sudden abnormality. Yuanji was thinking, and suddenly heard Nantingjin ask, "Are you feeling unwell tonight?" "Yes. A little," he replied. My supernatural power suddenly stopped working and recovered after a few minutes. Yuanji was near the gate of the base at the time. Later, he took a short rest, and could hardly feel anything unusual at this moment. Nantingjin's eyes looked through the rearview mirror and lingered on Yuanji's face for a moment. Pay more attention recently. Yuanji replied, "Okay." Qian Hui listened to the conversation between the two silently, and couldn't help but reach out and pull Nantingjin's sleeve. He looked worried and whispered, "You too." Compared with Yuanji, Nantingjin needs to pay more attention to his physical condition. Nantingjin didn't speak, and held Qian Hui's palm. Yuanji observed the expression and changed his tone, but they don't dare to come now. Otherwise they won't know how they died. No matter what Wenju's purpose was, the loss of the Black Ridge Mountain base was the smallest. When those people outside react, they will definitely question his ability. Nantingjin is back. And with so many alien plants coming to Black Ridge Mountain, there will be no second siege in a short time. Even if we take a step back, the last abnormality tonight will only affect human mutants, and will not harm alien plants. Walnut in Qian Hui's arms opened his eyes, and felt that these words sounded like praise for himself. It moved and quietly said him. Qian Hui touched Walnut, and fed it another pill. After arriving at the low building where Nantingjin lived, the modified car stopped by the roadside. The plants jumped out one by one. The carnivorous plant quickly circled around, and the cabbage helped Qian Hui open the car door. There was still some follow-up work to be completed in various parts of the base. Nantingjin sent Qian Hui upstairs, and was going to leave with Yuanji and come back later. Nantingjin whispered, "Go to bed early. No need to wait for me." Qian Hui hugged him and nodded obediently, "Yes." Yuanji was waiting at the door downstairs, and suddenly saw a green pepper running up quickly, holding something in his hand. Chili came to Yuanji and handed him an open transmitter. "Woo." Yuanji hesitated and tried to ask, "You want my communication frequency?" Chili nodded and said woo again. Yuanji took the transmitter from him. "Okay." After exchanging the communication frequency, Chili wrote down Yuanji's name and turned back upstairs. Yuanji looked at the mutated Chili in his transmitter and felt very subtle. Soon after, some subordinates came to deliver some food and dry food, and Nantingjin left with Yuanji. All the food was placed in the hall downstairs. Qian Hui and the plants could go upstairs directly after eating. Someone would come to clean up, and they would not be disturbed. The lights were on in the hall. No outsiders were around. Several plants jumped onto the table and picked and chose from the plates. "Don't make it too messy," Bring the towel over. Qian Hui was feeding the mushroom soup with a spoon. She gave them a few instructions. She really couldn't care less. So she just let them be. The plants were used to being free outside, and had never eaten any human food. Although the biscuits and meat jerky that Qian Hui usually fed were simple. They tasted good, and were enough to replenish his physical strength. Big P tasted every dish, and walked away with disgust. Potato ate a few meatballs, and fed landmines to Big Cherry. He listened to Corn describing his new weapon, the sprayer, and nodded perfunctorily. Clover shook his head, and cut a portion of vegetable cake into smaller pieces, and distributed them to other plants. Little Cabbage picked up the chopsticks on the ground, and waved them like a little bamboo shoot. He tried to break the chopsticks in half, but failed after trying for a long time. He quietly put them back on the table. When all the plants had eaten almost everything, Qian Hui wiped their leaves with a towel, and took them upstairs. It was already late, and several plants were full and sleepy. So they crawled into the open cabbage shells to sleep. The little mushroom was also sleepy, and it could hardly open its eyes. It hugged Qian Hui's fingers tightly, and made a few sounds. The sunflower was on the cabbage shell side, replenishing energy for the exhausted plant team. Qian Hui touched the little mushroom's cap. What's wrong? He opened the little mushroom's illustrated information by the way, and the skill bar was still gray. Qian Hui was worried that coming to a strange place would make little mushroom feel uneasy. So she asked a few questions carefully. Little mushroom shook his head to indicate that he was fine. And after a moment of daze, he kissed Qian Hui on the cheek. The piranha was waiting beside him, and took little mushroom to sleep in the cabbage shell. Qian Hui raised his head, and saw Walnut standing alone by the window, quietly looking outside. He stood up and walked closer, looking in the direction. In the distance, in the hazy night, the tall mountains and forests formed a large shadow. That was the restricted area of the Black Ridge Mountain base. And it was also the place where Nut had stayed for a long time. Qian Hui picked Nut up and said, "Do you want to go back and take a look?" Nut hesitated and said, "Yes." That place was its original home. Later, something unexpected happened. It encountered so many zombies at once, and the plants in the forest all fled. Its former companions were no longer around. If Qian Hui hadn't found it, it might have continued to sleep there until it completely lost consciousness. Okay. Qian Hui touched the top of Walnut's head. We'll go tomorrow. Not only nuts, but other plants can also be taken along. The vegetation there is lush, which is exactly the place that plants like. Thinking of this, Qian Hui suddenly reacted. The restricted area of the Black Ridge Mountain base. That is the environment that plants like. The area is very large, and there is a wall for protection on the outside. Qian Hui tried to use the forest as a base site before, but it showed a low safety index. In comparison, the forest in front of him seemed to meet the requirements better. Qian Hui was slightly excited, but he didn't say it out loud for the time being. He wanted to go and have a look tomorrow. Moreover, although no one had set foot on the back mountain over there, it still belonged to the Black Ridge Mountain base. He thought silently for a while, and returned to the room with Nuts to continue to rest with the plants. Yang Tao was blown by the wind at night, and seemed to have caught a cold. He sneezed several times in a row. Little Apple took out a new towel from the backpack, and used it as a blanket. Big Cherry ate the landmines all night, and is still eating them now, one at a time. Mango sat aside, trying to chew the bread he brought back from downstairs, until he couldn't hold it anymore, and ran to find Big P, wanting to fight it. P leaned over the bed and waved. Come on! On the other side, in the base prison, Shan Jun and several others knelt on the ground. They were all injured, and Shan Jun was the worst. His right wrist was completely broken, with only a little flesh left, and blood soaked through a large piece of clothing. Leader, Shan Jun buried his head, his voice trembling. I know I was wrong. Even when he was locked up by Yuan Ji, he was not afraid at all, because he knew that the base might be in danger, and Yuan Ji would not easily get rid of anyone. He thought the base would not last until tomorrow night, and would be captured. However, Nan Tingjin came back. Yuan Ji also told Nan Tingjin again about Shan Jun and his men's secret contact with the sky base. The pain and fear in his body made him tremble constantly, trying to beg for his life. A shadow fell on the ground in front of him, and Nan Tingjin approached. He raised his hand slightly, and Shan Jun was forced to stand up, and the whole person was almost suspended in the air. About when Ju Nan Tingjin's expression was cold. What else do you know? At the same time, a patrol team passed by outside. The leader suddenly stopped and took out the detection instrument on his body. The pointer of the instrument moved slightly, indicating that there were zombies or alien plants nearby. But tonight, the gate of the Black Ridge Mountain base was opened, and the guests welcomed were a group of alien plants and a boy with silver hair and red eyes. The companion took a closer look and said, "Why are you still carrying this thing? Turn it off. It is impossible for ordinary zombies to sneak into the base secretly. Now, what they need to guard against most is their own kind." The psychic holding the detection instrument hesitated for a moment, then put the thing away. After the team left, a shadow flashed by the fence. Pepper still covered his face, hid on the other side, and looked around carefully. The time for the concealment skill was up just now. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. When he was in the plant courtyard before, Pepper's ability was quite special. He was an assassin. For him, it was too easy to sneak into the human base. But why is this place so big? Where did the carrots go? Pepper was very annoyed and snorted in his heart. After finding the carrots and nuts, I have to catch the mutant pepper first to see how much it weighs. It looked around, hesitantly chose a direction, and ran away quickly. Nan Tingjin did not return all night, until the next morning. Qian Hui, who was sleeping soundly, heard the movement. He sat up dazedly and pushed open the door of the cabbage shell. Nan Tingjin was right in front of him, with a moist body, as if he had just taken a shower. Qian Hui raised her head, reached out to him. "Why did you come back just now?" Nan Tingjin was not there at night. Qian Hui slept in the cabbage shell, and the plants that could not fit in some slept in the cabbage bowl, some slept on the bed, and a few lay directly on the ground. Nan Tingjin did not answer, but bent down and took Qian Hui out of the cabbage shell. Qian Hui hugged his neck, buried her head and rubbed it, and said vaguely, "Today I want to." Halfway through, he thought that Nan Tingjin had just returned and must need to rest. Nan Tingjin kissed the tip of Qian Hui's ear and asked, "What do you want to do?" Qian Hui was thinking about the back mountain of the restricted area, and said obediently, "I want to go to the back mountain, where Xiaobo was before." Nan Tingjin responded with a okay, hugged him, and turned to the bed. "I'll take you there." It was just dawn, and it was still early. Nan Tingjin said, "Sleep a little longer, and go when you wake up." Pepper and Cabbage were sleeping in all directions, and Potato was lying in the middle of the bed, opening and closing his eyes, and rolling to the side. Nan Tingjin paused, and finally did not let the plants leave, and laid down with Qian Hui, until Qian Hui woke up again. After breakfast, she confirmed that Nan Tingjin had nothing important to do, and had time to accompany him to the back mountain. The road to the back mountain was not complicated. Just walk along the edge towards the forest. Nan Tingjin did not ask anyone to prepare a car, and the carnivorous plant took everyone there directly. So, more than 10 minutes later, the giant piranha plant arrived outside the restricted area. Nan Tingjin helped Qian Hui down from the top of the piranha plant and opened the restricted area gate. A group of plants rushed in impatiently, looking around curiously. This area is really very large. The place where Nut had been was just one of the two hills, with sparse woods and large grasslands on the edge. Qian Hui was nervous and opened the game interface, trying to confirm the base location. "Please wait. Base location has been approved. All conditions have been met. Do you want to build a base immediately?" Chapter 58. Qian Hui was so excited that she was about to choose yes. But he tried to calm himself down and turned his head. "Xiao Jin." Nan Tingjin was not far away from him, and reached out to catch Qian Hui, who almost jumped into his arms. "Xiao Jin." Qian Hui's eyes lit up, and she hugged Nan Tingjin. "I think." Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes. "What?" "As the exclusive base of the alien plants, the back mountain is very suitable in any aspect. However, although the site selection was passed in the game map, this area is not ownerless. Choosing this place is equivalent to directly occupying part of the Black Ridge Mountain base." Qian Hui of course had to ask Nan Tingjin first. He was nervous, wondering if Nan Tingjin would be unhappy. "I think." Qian Hui was a little nervous. "Build a base here. A base for plants." He looked expectant, and asked in a low voice, "Is it okay? Here?" Nan Tingjin looked around and replied, "Yes." He agreed too quickly, as if he didn't need to think about this question at all. "Really?" Qian Hui slightly opened her eyes. "No. Don't you need to ask other people?" I can pay some commissions. No. Nantingjin lowered his head, kissed Qianhui on the cheek. For you. When the Black Ridge Mountain base was built, because of the terrain and nuts, the large forest behind was completely enclosed. Now that Nut has left, the base still doesn't need this place. And there is no need to ask other people. Qianhui was so happy that she hugged Nantingjin tightly and kissed him several times. Thank you, Xiao Jin, he said vaguely, reopening the game interface. Do you want to build a base immediately? Qianhui held her breath and chose yes. Confirming the map. Confirming the residence. The base was successfully established. Rewarded camp value 1000. Prestige value 500. Congratulations on opening the base map. It is detected that there are many non-friendly camps near the base. Do you want to form a bond with them? Note, after forming a bond, it will become an independent friendly camp. There were too many pieces of information that popped up at once. Qianhui looked through them blankly and hesitated to choose yes on the last one. Not our camp, it should refer to the human mutants in the Black Ridge Mountain base. The two sides do not belong to the same camp, but the Black Ridge Mountain base was besieged last night, and the plant team came to help, and the game must have discovered it. The nearby human mutants do not pose a threat to the alien plants, and you can pass the site selection. Already connected. Black Ridge Mountain base can be viewed in the illustrations. Black Ridge Mountain base becomes your independent friendly camp, and the reward camp value is 3000, and the prestige value is 1000 Qianhui opened the illustrations, and sure enough, a new column appeared, and the only one that lit up showed Black Ridge Mountain base. Friendly camp base. Base leader, Nantingjin, intimacy 80%. Base size, medium-sized. Comprehensive combat strength, high. The game does not have specific information about all the people in the base. Comprehensive combat strength is a rough description, without a specific value. However, what is intimacy? Now that the two have confirmed their relationship, Nantingjin is his boyfriend, but the intimacy is not 100%. Qianhui was puzzled, and did not care for the time being. Black Ridge Mountain base. There are many gray icons behind it, which say Hostile Camp Base, and the first one is the Sky Base. Hostile Camp. Base Leader, Wenju. Base Scale, large. Comprehensive combat power, high. Qianhui stared at it for a while, opened the details of her base. Base name, none. Base Leader, Qianhui. Base Scale, small. Number of members, 33/maximum capacity 1000. Comprehensive combat power, 33,000/high. To be built/optimized goals, strengthen outer protection/expand new members/purchase base-specific weapons. Although the base is small, some of the members do not participate in the battle. The comprehensive combat power is also high. Qianhui opened the camp column again. In the camp ranking above, the plant camp is still in third place. Camp value, 15,000. Prestige value, 6,500 in addition to tasks and some special rewards. The camp value and prestige value have increased a little bit, compared with the combat power value. These two are indeed a bit low. But no matter what, the base has been successfully built, and can receive more new plants. The area required for mutant plants is flexible, and the entire base can accommodate up to 1,000 plants. Qianhui was very happy, and wrote the 4 words plant courtyard in the base name. At this time, the plants noticed that Qianhui had been distracted for a long time, and they gradually gathered around. Cabbage and Peas pulled his clothes, and the little mushroom climbed onto his shoulders, hugging a strand of hair. Qianhui picked up the little mushroom, touched its cap, and said, "We also have a base." Hearing this, all the plants around him widened their eyes. Carrot was the smartest, and immediately reacted, looking at Nantingjin. Except for the few carnivorous plants that had stayed in the yard, the rest of the plants were still a little confused. Mutated plants are different from zombies, and they are also different from humans. Plants did not have a base before, and they did not know the use of the base. If they hadn't stayed with Qianhui, they might not have experienced the experience of cooperating with their companions and defeating the enemy together. Mango was curious, woo-woo, and asked what the base was. Big P held a piece of grass in his mouth and waved his fist. Woo! With a base, you will become more powerful. It's not easy to be bullied. Its explanation is easy to understand. And the plants are immediately excited, especially when they learn that the entire mountain forest in front of them was their new base. Nud became several times larger and rolled around excitedly in the wide grass. The plants began to explore the land under their feet again. Corn and potatoes sat on the top of the big cherry. The big cherry jumped around with them, while shouting, "Ah!" The little mushroom was also happy. It turned around in Qianhui's palm, and then hugged his fingers tightly. It looked a little lost. It drew a mini bell pepper on Qianhui's fingertips, and a mini grapefruit, and lettuce and cattail grass. The pattern was too small. Qianhui couldn't tell what the little mushroom was drawing, but guessed it from the number. "Don't be afraid," he soothed. "We'll find them." The little mushroom nodded, and rubbed Qianhui independence. The base has been built, but it is only preliminary. It only marks an area on the map. There is still a lot to be improved. Fortunately, the game will give prompts. Qianhui flipped through the Prestige Mall and found 2 weapons. One is an energy net, which is similar to the defense shield of the fortune tree. The other is a detector, which can detect the hostile camp outside the base. The range is very wide, and it will issue an alarm immediately. The 2 weapons only cost 400 prestige points in total, but using them costs 100 balance points every day, which adds up to 200 points. Qianhui thought about it and bought them all. For the time being, she only planned to use the detector. The energy network could be used as a backup and open when needed. At this time, Carrot had already flown around the new base on the carrot thorns and memorized the general terrain. After it came back, it followed Qianhui's instructions and flew to the center of the base with the 2 weapons and buried them somewhere on the hillside. After the weapons were buried, in the optimization suggestions for the outer protection, there was also an item. Physical protection. The outer half circle was the wall of the Black Ridge Mountain base, and the remaining half circle was only separated by iron mesh. To be on the safe side, it was necessary to build a whole circle of exclusive fences. Qianhui opened the ordinary mall, following the prompts, bought a lot of bricks and cement in one go, and picked a nice wooden door. With a defense shield, the wall did not need to be built too high, but looking at the pile of building materials in the game backpack, Qianhui was still in trouble. There are no instructions for use. How to use these things? Can you just pile up the bricks? Plants definitely don't know how to build a wall, which is something humans are better at. Qianhui was afraid that she couldn't do it well and wasted the building material she bought, so she asked Nan Tingjin for help. He pulled Nan Tingjin aside and said nervously and mysteriously, "Xiao Jin, I bought some things." Qianhui has a space that outsiders can't see. The usual food and water, various pills and weapons, and the resurrection beans that let the little mushroom regain life are all obtained from it. Nan Tingjin knows all this. He asked in a low voice, "What did you buy?" "That's..." Qianhui took out a brick. "This is used to build a wall. The brick is very special, it's made of wood." Nan Tingjin took it in his hand and looked at it, guessed Qianhui's intention. "Wall?" Qianhui nodded, "Yes. The base is there, the wall is a necessity, which shows that this place has an owner." "Okay," Nan Tingjin said. "I'll call some people to help." Qianhui was very happy, nodding again, "Yes." He hugged Nan Tingjin tightly, rubbed his cheek against his neck, and said, "Thank you." Nan Tingjin was silent, and took Qianhui to the outside of the iron gate. While there were no outsiders, all the wood bricks and several bags of green cement were taken out and placed on the roadside outside the iron gate. Qianhui bought enough spare parts to ensure that there would be no shortage of building materials. He also called for carrots and piranha plants, and arranged a few plants to learn how to build walls with humans, so that they could work faster together. On the other side, Yuanji received a message from Nan Tingjin and selected a group of people with suitable superpowers to rush to the back mountain. Someone asked, "What are you going to do?" "Help to repair the wall." Yuanji paused. "Oh, by the way, the alien plants have taken a fancy to our back mountain and want to build a base there." "What? This? Why? Do you have any objection?" Yuanji made a pleased gesture. "Go and take back the back mountain that has been empty for several years?" The man smiled awkwardly and said nothing. "Let's not talk about whether they can win or not. The mountain behind the base has been abandoned for many years, and is really not used. The alien plants helped to guard the base last night. Now they are going to help repair the wall. It makes sense, no problem. But, the alien plants base? It sounds very special." Soon after, Yuanji led people to the iron gate, and saw neatly stacked building materials, and several plants were waiting on the side. He took out the prepared map, and came to Qianhui and Nan Tingjin. From today on, this area no longer belongs to Black Ridge Mountain. Yuanji's consideration is more comprehensive, to completely separate the two bases, just adjacent to each other. Move back here. Yuanji showed the map. Our wall can be moved directly here. There are several superpowers in the base, who can manipulate inanimate objects, such as stones. It is no problem to move the wall, and the observation tower. It is expected that they can be reinforced in one day. We successfully resisted the invaders last night. And today we are busy dividing the base. Time is a bit tight. But those teams must need to adjust and rest more. So we might as well take advantage of it now. After the complete separation, in addition to the walls of the two bases, there is also a wide road in the middle. It seems that the Black Ridge Mountain base has lost most of its area. But in fact, it is all useless. Nantingjin agreed to Yuanji's arrangement. Xianhui looked at the map carefully and nodded, okay. Carrot and Pepper were also listening. It must be said that humans are better at building bases. After confirming the area division, Yuanji put away the map and asked his subordinates to start the action. It is not difficult to apply cement and lay bricks. The plants watched for a while and basically learned it. The Venus flytrap went outside to help stir the cement. The cabbage was not tall, but its arms could stretch long, and it put the bricks together quickly and well. The soft vine and morning glory also joined it. The rest of the plants came to help. Those who were not good at building walls were responsible for applying cement. The human mutants were even faster. One person controlled the cement, and the other controlled the wooden bricks. It took more than 10 minutes to build a whole wall. The wall of the Black Ridge Mountain base also began to cut and move. Xianhui turned on the berry detector, adjusted it to the maximum range, and kept an eye on any situation at any time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Pepper walked around and found himself back to where he was. With a ferocious expression, he punched the railing on the roadside. How could this place be so big? There are roads everywhere. Everywhere. Pepper, like P, is a road idiot. Even worse than P. After sneaking into the base, he slept for a while at night, and spent the rest of the time searching everywhere, but never saw any plants. He could smell some carrots, piranhas, and nuts, but there were too many directions. Pepper wandered around the base, feeling like he was playing a maze. It tried to calm down, pulled its mask, and prepared to simply hold a human hostage. The plant disappeared, but there were quite a few human psychics in various parts of the base. Pepper picked a lone one and quietly followed it. It followed for a while, finding the right moment to sneak closer. Sensing something strange, the human psychic subconsciously raised his hand and found that it was an alien plant and was immediately stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pepper effortlessly knocked the human psychic down and put a dagger made of pepper seed darts against his throat. Woo woo. Sweet Pepper's tone was fierce. Woo. It wore a black mask and carried a small bag on its back, but it was still recognizable as a red sweet pepper. The human mutant heard the threat in its words and hesitated. Is this also the alien plant that entered the base last night? There were too many plants, and they had no idea what they were. He spoke carefully. What do you need? Sweet Pepper frowned, and was a little confused about this man's attitude. But if the other party is willing to cooperate, it will be much more convenient. So he put the dagger back, and drew a nut pattern on the ground with his other hand. The human psychic guessed. Nuts? Did you get separated from them? Everyone in the base was impressed by the giant nut last night, and he was no exception. He recognized it immediately. As for why Pepper was looking for nuts, he could not have imagined that another special plant would sneak into the base. Pepper nodded, and the human psychic breathed a sigh of relief. I can take you there. It's over there. He pointed in the direction of the back mountain, and the low building where Nantingjin lived was at the end of this road. Sweet Pepper turned his head and looked over, just in time to catch a glimpse of a familiar orange in the air. It put away its dagger, quickly slid away, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The human mutant stood up, found that Sweet Pepper was gone, and looked around in confusion. He thought about it, and took out the communicator, reported the matter, and then turned and left. At this time, Sweet Pepper concealed his breath and hid near the low building. It saw a carrot gliding to the ground on the thorns, with a durian hanging on its left foot and a pepper hanging on its right foot. A pepper. A thin green pepper. The three plants walked together and entered the low building together. Sweet Pepper sneered and followed in. On the other side, Qianhui took Nantingjin for a walk and chose the location for the base gate. The heavy wooden door was moved by the carnivorous plant. There was a sign above the wooden door, which should be used to write the name of the base. I've thought about it. Qianhui's excitement did not diminish. Also called Plant Courtyard. Nantingjin responded. Okay. And manipulated a sharp stone to carve words on the sign. After the 4 words Botanical Courtyard were carved, Qianhui was slightly stunned. In the old Botanical Courtyard, there was also a similar sign at the door, and the words on it were very similar to the current one. He looked at it carefully for a while, and was hugged by Nantingjin beside him. Nantingjin lowered his eyes and looked over. Are you happy? Qianhui came back to his senses, and nodded obediently. Yeah. He raised his face, resting his chin in front of Nantingjin, and said, I also want a small house, made of stone, where you used to live. Nantingjin listened quietly, lowered his head and kissed. Okay. Farther to the side. Yuanji sat cross-legged on the ground. He pressed his eyebrows, took out the stimulant he brought with him and swallowed it. After last night, his physical condition was a little different. He was more easily tired and felt irritated for no reason. Yuanji didn't dare to take other medicines randomly. He could only use stimulants to calm himself down, which might have some effect. He closed his eyes to rest, and when the strange feeling disappeared, he opened his eyes again. Not far away, the big pea and the cactus were busy applying cement, and the grass beside him suddenly made a sound. Yuanji turned his head and saw a small pink mushroom and a small pink succulent. The 2 plants came hand in hand, followed by the little bamboo shoots, who were responsible for protection. The little mushroom looked up at Yuanji, and seemed very curious. Yuanji tried to show a friendly smile. Hello? The little mushroom said him, as if responding to him, and slowly moved closer, sniffing Yuanji's scent. It let go of the little fleshy hand, took the initiative to come to Yuanji, and walked around him for a few steps. Seeing that the little mushroom was cute, Yuanji couldn't help but want to touch it. Just as he stretched out his hand, the little bamboo shoot behind him coughed lightly and looked at him. Yuanji put his hand back. The little mushroom didn't care. It stood in front of Yuanji and looked over again. It reached into its umbrella cap and fumbled around for a long time. It seemed to take something out. It held it in its hand and blew it in Yuanji's direction. After doing all this, the little mushroom turned around and ran away. The little succulent went with it. The 2 plants returned to the little bamboo shoot. The little mushroom hugged the little bamboo shoot and whispered, Woo woo. The little bamboo shoot took out a small bag of shredded meat from the shell and fed it to it. Chapter 59. The little mushroom ate a few bites of shredded pork, and yawned and began to feel sleepy. It hadn't played around for long, and suddenly felt hungry and tired. The little bamboo shoot glanced at Yuanji warily. But Yuanji sat there, and did nothing except say, Hello. The little bamboo shoot just paid attention to Yuanji and the psychics around him, and didn't see the little mushroom's movements clearly, and thought it was lowering its head to fiddle with the grass or something like that. The other plants were still busy, either moving bricks to build walls, or helping to apply cement. The little bamboo shoot turned its head and looked around. Qianhui was farther away, with Nantingjin. So it tore open a layer of its bamboo shoot shell, letting the little mushroom and the little succulent crawl in, like an open small backpack, carrying them to find Qianhui. Halfway through the journey, the little mushroom fell asleep, and the little succulent lay quietly beside the shell, reaching out to touch the passing grass. When the little bamboo shoot came to Qianhui's side, a wooden hut had been built at the foot of the mountain on one side. The giant carnivorous plant raised its head, and used its teeth to gnaw off the extra branches on the roof. Qianhui stood outside the wooden house and looked around. Xiaozi. It's done. He originally wanted a stone house, like the one in the woods next to the botanical courtyard. But unfortunately, there were too few stones here, and it was inconvenient to find them. Nantingjin used the previous method, moving dozens of trees, and then forming a circle. As for the remaining roof, he was going to ask a few subordinates to deal with it, and send some furniture and supplies. The water source was a bit more troublesome. Qianhui bought a complete set of tools for digging wells from the building materials mall, but he didn't have time to see how to use them. With my own base, when I want to accommodate more plants in the future, I can no longer just find a place to eat, drink, bathe and sleep as before. Recalling the layout of the Black Ridge Mountain base, there are residential areas, training areas, resting areas, even the rooms and bathrooms are separated. Plants don't need to be so sophisticated, but basic conditions must be met. For example, Qianhui wants to dig a lake where the plants can swim and bathe. The walls and wooden houses are only half built, and in addition to the lake, I want a separate area for the plants to train and fight. The base was built less than half a day ago, and Qianhui realized that it is not so simple and easy to build a base. Nan Tingjin comforted him, "Don't worry. Take your time. You don't have to live here for now. After the walls on both sides are reinforced, the Black Ridge Mountain base will be next door, and it will be open to Qianhui and the plants at any time. And with the help of human superpowers, the speed of improving the base will be much faster." Qianhui said lowered her head and took Nan Tingjin's hand to count. After the walls are repaired, there will be huts, wells and pools, training grounds. There are still many base-specific weapons that have not been tried. And he promised to buy Potato a flying machine. When the time comes, choose some means of transportation, and go outside to pick up some new plants to join the base. Just as the plan was being arranged, the little bamboo shoot came with 2 small plants on his back. It waved to Qianhui and made a quiet gesture, for fear of waking up the sleeping little mushroom. Qianhui approached and carefully picked up the 3 plants together. The little bamboo shoot made a soft woo sound and pointed in the direction of Yuanji. It was still worried and wanted Qianhui to confirm the status of the little mushroom. "What's wrong?" Qianhui saw the worry in the little bamboo shoot's eyes and opened the illustration. Upon seeing this, he discovered that the skill bar of the little mushroom had changed from gray to white. There were some words faintly written on it, but the color was very light and it was not clear. Is it going to recover? Qianhui became nervous and quietly touched the little mushroom curled up in the bamboo shoot shell. The body temperature was normal, and the status in the illustration was good, so there should be no problem. The piranha plant shrank in size and also came closer to check. "Don't worry," Qianhui whispered. "Xiaofan is fine." Zaya's Husho felt much more at ease, and stopped disturbing Qianhui and the piranha plant, and prepared to go for a walk somewhere quieter. Qianhui gave it a mana recovery pill, which the little mushroom could eat after waking up. The little bamboo shoot took the pill, tied it with grass roots, and hung it on his body. Waved goodbye to Qianhui, the piranha plant, and Nan Tingjin behind him, and left around the wooden house. At this time, Nan Tingjin's communicator rang. He lowered his head to check, frowning slightly. "A sweet pepper?" Qianhui immediately turned around. "What?" The subordinate, who had encountered the sweet pepper before, reported the encounter to his captain. The captain first took people to the location where the sweet pepper appeared but failed. He felt that things might not be that simple, so he quickly contacted Yuanji and Nan Tingjin. Yuanji also received the message, wondering, the masked sweet pepper? There seemed to be no sweet pepper among the plants that came in last night. Right. But since they were alien plants, he would just treat them as guests and ignore them for the time being. Yuanji stood up, took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, paused for a moment, and put it back. He had just rested for a while, and seemed to be much better. On the other side, Qianhui anxiously checked the information in Nan Tingjin's communicator. The masked red sweet pepper, if I'm right. It was the plant in the small courtyard before. At this time, a carrot thorn flew in the air. Carrot hung on it, calling out to Qianhui loudly, "Woo! Woo!" Sunflower went to the other side of the wall to replenish the energy of the plants building the wall. Qianhui didn't know what Carrot was saying, but she could hear the anxiety in his words. The piranha plant beside her immediately looked up. Her round eyes widened. "What? Sweet Pepper kidnapped Chili?" Not far away, Little Mushroom also heard the name of Sweet Pepper. It opened its eyes in a daze, but was really sleepy, so it turned over and continued to sleep. Half an hour ago, Carrot took Durian and Chili back to the low building, preparing to take the backpack and some items on the upper floor to the back mountain. Before going to the back mountain, no one expected that the construction of the base would be so smooth, and they started to repair the fence. There were many things stored in the backpack, such as the cabbage shells of small cabbages, the helmets taken off by several plants, and the telescope and other things that he wanted to take with him. Originally, Carrot only brought Chili, and Durian saw that he wanted to go with him, saying that his electromagnetic gun and helmet were hidden in the corner of the room, and they couldn't find them. Carrot scolded it all the way, telling it not to hide its weapons randomly in the future, in case it was lost or picked up by a bad guy. If you are afraid of mixing them up, You can find a leaf to wrap them up separately. Durian was very obedient and kept silent. He went straight to the bedroom after entering the low building and found a small piece of helmet and electromagnetic gun pendant in the gap at the edge of the wardrobe. This time, he put the things into his backpack and apologized to Carrot with a woohoo. Pepper was busy sorting out his backpack. And suddenly his eyes flashed. A red shadow flashed by the door. So fast that even Carrot didn't react. The backpack fell to the ground with a click sound. And the pepper disappeared. Carrot and Durian looked up again. And there was a masked pepper standing on the coffee table. The pepper was aggressive. And captured the pepper with one hand. And put an assembly knife against the pepper's neck. It looked at Carrot. And then glanced at Durian. And snorted heavily. Durian was shocked. Woo! It didn't know the pepper. And when it saw that the pepper was in danger, it immediately threw out a few spikes. And took out the electromagnetic gun from the backpack. Sweet Pepper and the chili pepper easily dodged the spikes, and threw 2 chili seed darts at the same time. It moved very quickly. Carrot pulled Durian in time, and the chili seed dart hit the door behind, and penetrated halfway deeply. Carrot saw this, and the leaves on his head trembled. Woo! How could it be you? When did you come? And started hiding again, and couldn't smell even the slightest breath. It was found that Carrot and this strange plant seemed to know each other. Durian was stunned, and moved closer to Carrot. Sweet Pepper didn't answer, and turned his head to look around the room. The pepper was still in its hand, and its body was stiff, and it dared not move. Carrot quickly asked Sweet Pepper to let go of the pepper, so as not to hurt it. Sweet Pepper was even more unhappy when he heard it, and directly jumped out of the window holding the pepper. Carrot immediately took out its spikes to chase, but Durian grabbed its feet in time, and the 4 plants left the window one after another. Sweet Pepper held the pepper, and had to avoid the human superpowers in the base, so his speed was much slower. But even so, Carrot could only avoid losing them, but could not catch up with them. Sweet Pepper was running around, looking at the pepper, and getting close to smell it. It was only intermediate, very ordinary. But this pepper was so low level, Sweet Pepper thought it might be special. Thinking of this, Sweet Pepper stopped, and let go of the pepper. It took the initiative to hand Pepper another assembly knife, and waved, Woo! Come on, and let's fight! Pepper shook his head quickly, and spoke carefully, asking if Sweet Pepper was also a plant in the yard. It couldn't smell the scent of Sweet Pepper, and was not sure if the other party was special grade. Small courtyard? Even the small courtyard knows about this pepper. Sweet Pepper is unhappy again, glaring at the pepper, and insisting on giving it the knife. At this time, Carrot and Durian finally arrive in a hurry. Seeing the 2 plants catching up, Sweet Pepper holds the pepper hostage again, with a threatening look. Woo! It asks Carrot to call Nut, Piranha, and other plants together, because it knows they are here. When they all come, in front of all the plants, it wants to fight with the pepper, to see who is stronger. Carrot is a little angry, and asks Sweet Pepper to let the pepper go first, and then he will explain it to it. The Sweet Pepper didn't listen, and said that it would leave immediately after the fight, and would never appear again. The Carrot got even angrier. Woo? Really? Okay. Okay. It will go get help. The Sweet Pepper didn't take it seriously, and snorted. Among the output plants in the yard, its combat effectiveness is not very high, but it is agile and fast. Its pepper seed darts are almost always accurate, and it is not afraid of single combat or group fight. It sat on the ground, the knife in its hand still pressed against the pepper's neck, watching the Carrot leave the Durian behind, and gliding away alone with the Carrot thorns. Durian grew a little bigger, staring at Bell Pepper, preventing it from escaping again. Bell Pepper was the calmest one. It tried to communicate with Bell Pepper, but just as it spoke, a hard piece of bread was stuffed into its mouth. Woo! Bell Pepper threatened it to be quiet, broke off another piece of bread, and took 2 bites of it. Not long after, some human psychics passed by from a distance, and seemed to have noticed something strange here, but did not approach. Bell Pepper ate the bread, and after more than 10 minutes, he finally saw the piranha plant. The giant piranha plant swung its stem, and quickly shuttled through the streets of the base. In the air were carrots flying back, and a bunch of plants hung at its feet. On the back of the piranha plant's neck, there was a boy with silver hair and red eyes sitting. Pa Bell Pepper's eyes were dull, and the bread and knife in his hand fell to the ground together. Chapter 60. Upon learning that Bell Pepper had come to the base, she and Hui immediately asked Carrot to take her there. Hearing that Bell Pepper had been kidnapped by a strange special grade alien plant, Several plants also wanted to go and see. Potato even secretly pinched 2 missiles, quietly held them in his hand, thinking that if anything happened. They followed Qianhui along the way, and gradually met many special grade alien plants. Only the Big P was a little naughty, and usually liked to tease other plants. The rest were very friendly, even the man-eating plant was very gentle. This pepper is nothing else. It kidnapped right away, it must be hard to mess with. The big cherry followed the potato, and buried its head in its hand to smell, thinking it was for itself. The potato quickly pushed it away, saying that it couldn't be eaten now. So, a large group of plants followed Qianhui to the Black Ridge Mountain base, except for the sleeping mushroom, and the sunflower that helped build the wall. All the other special plants came. The Big P hung on the carrot's feet, the cabbage picked up the nut in its arms, with a little green cement on its face, standing on the top of the piranha plant and looking around. It caught a glimpse of 2 figures, one red and one green, in the distance, and quickly pointed, "Woo!" The bell pepper's stealth skill had failed, and the piranha plant also smelled its scent, and the flower stem swung vigorously, turning a corner. Qianhui tightly grasped the spikes on the top of the piranha plant and looked up. The durian grew larger and stood guard at the intersection, next to the railing in front. There was a red bell pepper and a green pepper. The bell pepper was rounder, and when it stood up, it was a little taller than the pepper next to it. A small half of the black cloth covered its face, and a few small holes were poked in the cloth to reveal its eyes and mouth. However, the mask didn't work very well, and it was obvious that it was it. Seeing Qianhui appear with the plants, Sweet Pepper looked dazed, and the knife he used to threaten her fell to the ground, until the piranha plant came to the narrow intersection. It lowered its head, and Cabbage helped Qianhui down. Qianhui took 2 steps forward and tried to shout, "Tian Tian?" Sweet Pepper couldn't believe it, and rubbed his eyes again to make sure he was not hallucinating. 6 years. 6 years have passed since it last saw Qianhui. Woo woo. Sweet Pepper immediately ran towards Qianhui, pulling off his mask, and dropped the bag behind him. It rushed forward, like a red lightning, and suddenly jumped into Qianhui's arms. Qianhui was knocked back half a step, and the piranha plant protected him with its leaves in time, and only then did he stabilize his body. Tian Tian. He hugged Sweet Pepper tightly, and was also very excited. "It's really you, when did you come here?" Sweet Pepper kept woo-woo, and said a lot of nonsense, but Sunflower was not there, and Qianhui couldn't understand, and touched the small leaves on the top of Sweet Pepper's head to comfort him. Okay, I miss you too." He didn't forget the kidnapped Pepper, and raised his head again. "Is Shujiao okay?" When Qianhui called out Shujiao, Sweet Pepper's body stiffened slightly. It still felt a little wronged, and a little guilty. Sweet Pepper originally thought, wait for Carrot to call all the plants over, and then fight with Pepper in front of them, to let them see who is stronger. After the fight, it will leave, and even if Carrot and others want to save it, it will be useless. Now, woohoo! If it had known that Qianhui was also here, it would not bother to pay attention to the Pepper. Pepper made a woohoo sound, raised its hand and waved, indicating that it was fine. Then, it lowered its head to pick up the knife that Sweet Pepper had left on the ground, and held it in its hand to examine it carefully. Darts made of pepper seeds, and assembled into a knife? Wow! Realizing that the crisis was over, Durian shrank back to Carrot. Potato breathed a sigh of relief, and quietly fed the missile in his hand to Cherry. Pepper walked over, and picked up the bread on the roadside, bag, mask. When it came closer, Qianhui bent down. Pepper turned around and took the things away, stuffed the mask and the unfinished bread into the bag, and glared at Pepper at the same time. Pepper stood aside, a little at a loss. It felt that Bell Pepper didn't like it very much. Why, because they were all peppers? Qianhui didn't see Bell Pepper's glaring eyes, and seeing that both plants were fine, said softly, "Why did Tian Tian take Xiaojiu away?" He vaguely guessed the reason, and sighed silently. "We all miss Tian Tian, but we don't know where to find you." In the past, in the plant courtyard, Bell Pepper's personality was sometimes very awkward, and he liked to think wildly. But he didn't have any bad intentions, and was actually very well behaved. Qianhui knew that he would not really hurt Bell Pepper. Hearing this, Sweet Pepper immediately raised his head. Really? So Qianhui had not forgotten it, and the green pepper that appeared beside her was not found to replace her. With just a few words, Sweet Pepper was coaxed, buried in Qianhui's arms, and rubbed hard, and began to woo-woo again. Some people came to the outer intersection. There was an abnormal situation here, and the captain of the base brought people to check. Seeing that the plants were well behaved, the sweet pepper in the report, which was now docile in Qian Hui's arms, should have been conquered. But the captain did not dare to relax, and whispered to his men to strengthen the patrol and defense of the base in the next few days. A strange special-grade alien plant sneaked into the base, and they were completely unprepared. Although this alien plant did not cause any damage, nor did it hurt anyone, it is hard to say if there will be similar situations again. In any case, it is safest to be cautious. In the future, any alien plants found outside the base should be reported to Qian Hui as soon as possible. It just so happened that Yuan Ji and a mutant pepper exchanged contact numbers, and the two sides could exchange information with each other. The captain led the group away silently. Qian Hui stood up with Sweet Pepper in her arms. Let's go back to the courtyard. Xiaofan misses you too. She mentioned it once this morning. The courtyard? Xiaofan is there too? Sweet Pepper was very excited. She clung to Qian Hui and sat on the back of the piranha plant with him. Carrot took out the spikes and pointed at Sweet Pepper. Woo woo. As if scolding it. Cabbage quickly pulled Carrot's hand down. Forget it. It's good that Sweet Pepper is back. Pepper is fine too. Carrot snorted again. Sweet Pepper buried his head and pretended to be dead, pretending not to hear anything the whole time. Before returning to the new base, Carrot took Durian and a few plants to the low building again, to get the backpack and items left behind. And the remaining plants followed Qian Hui and the piranha plant to leave first. On the way, Bigby curiously opened the small bag of bell pepper, put its mask on his head, and smiled evilly with his hands on his waist. Bell Pepper was unhappy and threw a dart at it, which was easily dodged by Big P. Big P wore a mask and took out half a hard pancake, sniffed it, and quickly put it back with disgust. Sweet Pepper, however, snatched the pancake like a treasure and put it back into his bag. This was something he stole after encountering a human team outside. Although the taste was ordinary, it could be kept for a long time, so he didn't have to look for food everywhere when he was hungry. What is this? Qian Hui also looked down, and then he was stunned. Holding Sweet Pepper with great heartache, he immediately bought a pack of biscuits and a pack of dried meat from the game, opened the package and fed it to Sweet Pepper. Sweet Pepper took a bite, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he buried his head in the food and devoured it. Chili also sat nearby, grasping Qian Hui's skirt, looking at her quietly. After arriving at the new base, Sweet Pepper had already eaten 3 packs of biscuits and 2 packs of dried meat. It burked, jumped off the top of the piranha plant, saw an empty bag that had been filled with cement on the side of the road, and threw the bag of bread directly. The mask was taken away by Big P, and it was still wearing it on its head, climbing up a tree stealthily. Sweet Pepper followed Qian Hui into the base gate, looking around curiously. Little bamboo shoots ran quickly from not far away, and the little mushroom behind him woke up, and saw Sweet Pepper, and waved excitedly at him. Qian Hui and the plants went back and brought back a new friend. The plants near the wall temporarily put down their tools, gathered around, and greeted Sweet Pepper one by one after Qian Hui's introduction. Sweet Pepper was not wearing a mask, and was a little shy at this time. He stood close to Qian Hui, with a pair of dark round eyes slightly widened. So many plants that he had never seen before. It was too dark last night, and he only saw a few plants entering the base. And he didn't find Qian Hui and several others hiding in the mouth of the piranha plant. Until now, it has completely run out of new peppers, replacing its own thoughts. There are so many strange plants around Qian Hui. Where can peppers be ranked? Sweet Pepper pursed his lips, pulled Qian Hui's sleeves tightly, and stayed with him. But the plants looked very friendly, especially a few small plants, which followed the little mushroom and called it Tian Tian together. Sweet Pepper saw the cabbage, and turned his head to look at the cabbage. The cabbage remained calm, and skillfully took out the leaf gloves from the gap between the leaves above his head, and walked around wearing them on his hands. Sweet Pepper looked at the 2 very similar plants, turned his head again, and saw the pepper not far away from him. They looked nothing alike, but they were both peppers, which were similar to small cabbages. Just at this moment, the pepper took the initiative to approach, and walked slowly over. It had something in its hand, and carefully handed it to the Sweet Pepper. Woo! Sweet Pepper looked down and saw a small bag of cut meat patties, packed in a clean bag. The pepper said, this was the breakfast sent by humans this morning, and it thought it tasted okay, so it packed up the leftovers, thinking that it could eat again when it was hungry during the day. If Bell Pepper is still hungry, give it to him. Bell Pepper was indeed a little hungry, and smelled the aroma of the meat pie, and was eager to eat. But not long ago, it had grabbed Bell Pepper, and threatened to fight with him with a knife. Bell Pepper was a little embarrassed, and hesitated to answer. Bell Pepper saw that it wanted to eat, and directly pulled up its hand, and stuffed the meat pie into it. It was no longer possible to refuse. Bell Pepper opened the bag, and the meat pie was not much, and it was eaten up in a few bites. The little mushroom came over halfway, and took 2 bites. After eating the meat pie, Sweet Pepper felt that Chili had become his friend, and his eyes became much simpler. Chili took another step closer, pointed to the wall in the distance, and said that he would take Sweet Pepper to walk around the new base. Sweet Pepper looked at Qian Hui, and Nan Tingjin happened to come over, diverting Qian Hui's attention. Staring at this slightly familiar face, Sweet Pepper muttered unhappily. Nan Tingjin seemed to be aware of something, and his eyes swept over lightly, and took Qian Hui's hand, and wanted to take him to see the cabin with the roof repaired. Before leaving, Qian Hui waved to the plants and the 2 peppers, "Go and play by yourself, and don't fight." Sweet Pepper had only seen Qian Hui for a short time, and was still reluctant to leave, and was eager to follow. However, when it turned around, it saw that the mushroom and the pepper were beside it. The carrot also came back with the durian, and the sunflower was shaking its leaves at it in the distance. The Sweet Pepper hesitated, and decided to go out and play for a while, and take a look at the new plant yard. It followed the pepper, and a few new plants, wandered around, and then helped build the wall. As an assassin, the Sweet Pepper moved quickly, and was also super fast at applying cement to bricks. When other plants had just applied 1 brick, it had already applied 3 bricks. Bricks coated with cement were neatly placed on the grass. And then human superpowers, or soft vines and morning glories, were placed on the fence. The morning passed quickly, and the human superpowers left temporarily, and lunch was delivered from the Black Ridge Mountain base. Qian Hui's cabin was basically built, and a table was moved from Nan Tingjin's residence. There were windows on all 4 sides, and the light was bright, so it could be used as a dining place temporarily. After a busy morning, most of the plants were very hungry, and in addition to the human food on the table, Qian Hui bought a lot from the game store. As he thought, the base could also have a vegetable field and an orchard, and if there was a lake, he could raise some fish. There were stools beside the table, and the plants could stand or sit on them, or just squat on the table. The Sweet Pepper was next to Qian Hui, and ate the vegetable balls he fed it to him. The little mushroom and the little succulent walked around the table, and almost every plant fed them something to eat. When he returned to Qian Hui, the little mushroom was full, and yawned and crawled into his pocket to take a nap. Qian Hui took the opportunity to open the illustration and took a look, confirming that the little mushroom was in good condition. The afternoon was still used to build the wall and complete other arrangements. A bed was moved into the cabin. Curtains were hung, and the gate of the base was also installed. Qian Hui quietly took out the tools for digging a well from the game backpack, placed them in a secluded place, and asked Nan Tingjin's subordinates to come and help. Carrot took the time to fly around the 2 mountains several times, roughly determining the location of the training ground and the lake, until it was almost dark. The wall of the Black Ridge Mountain base was moved first, and the area was reduced a lot. The wall of the plant courtyard was mostly repaired, and Yuan Ji and his subordinates were ready to leave, and they would come back to help tomorrow morning. Before leaving, he talked with Nan Tingjin at the gate of the new base. "I have contacted a few familiar people. Everything is calm outside today," Yuan Ji said, looking down at his feet. "There is no response from the sky base for the time being. The teams that came to besiege returned to their respective bases smoothly, and they should still be resting and recuperating. The people at the Black Ridge Mountain base were not injured very much and recovered the fastest." Later in the afternoon, at Qian Hui's suggestion, the base also sent a group of people to receive the light healing of Sunflower. After all, a large piece of land was taken away, and Sunflower helped to treat some human superpowers, which was easy for it. After the death of the zombie king Black Lagoon, there are fewer zombies near Area 5, but there seems to be something strange in Area 7. Black Lagoon is the code name of the zombie king 03. After its death, no advanced zombies can evolve smoothly. Yuan Ji was talking, and couldn't help but look down again. A little mango stood at his feet, waving his fists vigorously, hitting his ankles again and again. Nan Tingjin looked over and asked, "How do you feel today?" Yuanji recalled carefully. I had a headache this morning, but it was fine after I took a few stimulants. After taking the stimulants, he also encountered a cute little pink mushroom. Okay, Nantingjin responded. Leave another car. Yuanji knew that he was not traveling with the people at the base and would be back later. So he nodded. Okay. When Nantingjin turned around and returned to the plant courtyard, Yuanji leaned over and squatted, looking at the mango at his feet. He touched little Mango's head and said with a smile, See you tomorrow. Mango stopped panting, looked at him, snorted, turned around and ran away. There was no need to build a wall at this time. Big P was wearing a bell pepper mask and hiding in the tree by the door. When he saw Mango coming in, he suddenly jumped down. Ha! Mango was not scared at all. After seeing that it was P, he happily told it that he had just defeated the human in gray clothes. P recalled carefully. The one in gray clothes was Yuanji, in the Black Ridge Mountain base. Except Nantingjin. This human looked the most powerful. It showed a loving look and touched Mango's head. Woo! Mango was even happier, with a proud look on his face, and followed closely behind Big P. On the other side, Qianhui held a string of cabbage lights and hung them on the repaired wall. A dozen mini cabbage lights were tied together by thin straw ropes, like a light strip, emitting light at night. There were also some hanging on the side wall, and the little cabbage patted its body, and all the cabbage lights went out together, and then lit up together. The cabbage held it, and fed it 2 blue pills. The cabbage spits out 2 mini cabbage lanterns, almost exhausted, but still full of energy, turning to look inside the base. Some cabbage lanterns can also be hung in the forest. It will be very beautiful then. The rest of the plants are playing in the grass, blowing the wind. Potato is beaming with joy, telling Corn and Clover, when the base is completely repaired, Qianhui will buy herself a plane. Sweet Pepper and Chili Pepper sit alone under a tree, listening to Chili Pepper telling the story of being captured by humans, and meeting Qianhui. Sweet Pepper, Wu, wiping away tears, reaching out to hug it tightly. After a whole day, the new base was still a work in progress. And there was no water source, which made it inconvenient for the plants that smelled of cement to take a shower. Qianhui didn't want to leave, and buried herself in Nantingjin's arms, muffled and said, I want to sleep here. Nantingjin said, Okay, and hugged him. Go back first, and come back later. Qianhui was immediately happy. Yeah. So, a group of plants followed Qianhui and Nantingjin, and returned to the low building at the Black Ridge Mountain base. In order to save time, the plants went into the bathroom together, came out one after another after washing, and wiped the water with a towel at the door. While waiting for Qianhui to take a shower and dry her hair, he opened his backpack and had some midnight snack. After packing everything up, he returned to the new base. Qianhui opened the protective net and detector that had been placed, so that if there was any situation at night, he could detect it immediately. After confirming that the voice alarm was on, he was already very sleepy, and was taken by Nantingjin to the cabin to sleep. Most of the plants were still very excited, playing by themselves nearby. Not long after, Sweet Pepper also felt sleepy, and wanted to go find Qianhui. When it arrived in front of the cabin, it found that the windows and doors were blocked by several trees, and it was impossible to get in through the narrow gap. Sweet Pepper circled the cabin, trying to pull at the tree trunk, but couldn't move it. Carrot came over, telling him not to waste his energy, that it would be open tomorrow morning. Sweet Pepper knew that it must have been Nantingjin who did it, so he kicked the tree trunk in anger, and turned to look for Pepper. The next day, the wall of the new base was completely built, and it surrounded the outside in a full circle. At the same time, a message popped up in the game. Congratulations on successfully strengthening the base defense. Get the camp value of 100, hidden item. Plant dictionary. Looking at the content of the message, Qianhui slightly widened her eyes. Huh? He opened his game backpack, and there was indeed a new item inside, a book. Plant dictionary. Price, hidden item. Usage. It is a translation book, which can translate all human Chinese characters into characters that mutant plants can understand. Qianhui took out the dictionary from his backpack, and roughly flipped through a few pages. The dictionary was very thick, and indeed, there was a corresponding symbol for each word. But what can this be used for? Write a letter to plants? Sweet Pepper sat next to Qianhui and ate a biscuit, and Carrot and Pepper came closer to look at it. Pepper curiously flipped through it, and looked up at the still empty new base. If I could send a letter to the strange plants outside. And there are 3 special grade alien plants wandering outside, maybe they can see it.